A room with yellowed walls. From the ceiling hung several thick iron chains, blackened with age. One of these chains held Su Huai, his upper body bare. Su Huai was skin and bones, his ribs clearly visible beneath his thin frame. His chest and back were covered in deep, fresh wounds. He hung motionless, head bowed, not moving whether alive or dead. It was impossible to tell. As dawn's light crept into the room, Su Huai suddenly took a sharp breath, then groaned in pain. Instinctively, he twisted his body to ease the agony but only succeeded in making the heavy chains clatter noisily. 19 years old, his cheeks sunken, his right eye swollen shut, his brow split open, blood dried black across his face and wound. With great effort, he lifted his head and stared at the chain above him. This was kidnapping. Rage surged through him like fire. He tugged violently at the chain. His wrists scraped raw against the metal, each movement sending waves of pain through his battered body. The more it hurt, the angrier he became. Kidnapping could understand that. Whether for money or some sick pleasure, there was always something to negotiate. But why torture? Suddenly, he stopped struggling. Something was off. He looked down at his arms thin, elongated, reduced to little more than bone and sinew. What kind of scrawny mud is this? He hurriedly examined himself. Where were the broad pectorals? The washboard abs girls used as pillows? This wasn't his body. In an instant, a flood of foreign memories surged into his mind without warning. He had been reborn. Now, it was July 1960. Su Weiho had once been a soldier, was now a native street punk from the capital city, living at number 95 Nanluoguxiang. After graduating high school, Head worked briefly at a grain station before getting fired for brawling and injuring his supervisor. Then he sold off his job placement for a few hundred yuan and blew it all in a matter of months. Those have been good times filled with other punks and lowlifes. Now unemployed at 19, he spent most of his time hanging out with those same troublemakers. His father worked as one of the 8 essential workers of the era truck driver at the Hongqing steel rolling plant and was trying to pull strings to get Su Huai a position there. Wait a second, was that 95 really the real 95? Had he been kidnapped by someone from that address? Not how it wouldn't be possible. They wouldn't dare. Then where was he? Why had he been chained up like this? The next memory surfaced. This place, the East City 3rd Sub-Bureau, precursor to today's East City Public Security Bureau. And he, Su Huai, was currently labeled a murderer. His breath quickened. His left eye darkened with dread and a hint of panic. He couldn't pretend he wasn't scared. Back then, he had been dragged straight from his bed to this interrogation room. The original Su Huai didn't even know who the victim was, had confessed under pressure without hesitation. If this were the 21st century, things would be different. Evidence would be required. Coerced confessions wouldn't hold weight. He could easily recant during trial. But this was 1960. The legal system was still primitive. From confession to execution it might take only days. How could he possibly save himself? Escape? Impossible. His new body was frail, riddled with injuries, and starving. Just lying still was exhausting, let alone breaking out of prison. Even if he managed to escape, where would he go? This was an era where you couldn't move an inch without proper documentation. Could he really spend the rest of his life hiding in the mountains? If escape was out of the question, then clearing his name was the only option. But how? He had already confessed, signed his own death sentence with a thumbprint. It seemed like there was only one path ahead, straight to the execution ground. Gripping the chain tightly, frustration boiled inside him. Suddenly, Su Huai dropped heavily onto the floor, wincing at the impact. But shock quickly replaced pain. The chain around his wrist, it was gone. Not just loose and netted, had vanished entirely, no longer dangling from the ceiling beam. What? He muttered in disbelief. Where had the chain gone? The next moment, Su Huai found himself inside a small, enclosed casino more than 5 meters in length, width, and height. Inside this empty cube lay the thick black chain, resting silently on the floor. Well, what was this? Before him, red text appeared. Item name, iron chain. Description, forbidding tool from Qing dynasty prisons, used to bind the most heinous criminals. At the mention of the Qing dynasty, Su Huai blinked. The Qing had fallen nearly 50 years ago, yet their chains remained in use in the People's Republic's interrogation rooms. Clearly, resources were scarce. He kept reading. Hundreds of words detailed the number of people who had died while shackled in this very chain, including names. To his shock, many of those who perished were communist comrades, brave souls, executed by Japanese puppet forces while bound in these very irons. Just how thorough was this information? Suddenly, tiny specks of blue light shimmered from the chain. Dozens, perhaps 100, floated in the air like grains of rice. They surrounded Su Huai. One touched his fingertip and instantly vanished into his body. Then one by one, the lights sank into him. A faint warmth spread through his limbs. Fatigue and weakness vanished. A tingling sensation crawled across his wounds. Within seconds, the blue lights were gone. The pain had disappeared completely, though the wounds hadn't fully healed. Huai turned his gaze toward the remaining chains dangling from the ceiling. Without hesitation, he grabbed another. The moment he focused his mind, the chain vanished, reappearing in the strange space. Exactly as before, red text flashed, followed by floating blue lights. One after another, they entered his body. 3 minutes later, every injury across his body had ceased to ache. His muscles felt firmer, stronger. Now he understood. This wasn't just a simple storage space. When objects were brought into the space extracted energy from them which then flowed back into his body. Whether this applied to all objects, he didn't yet know. But he had no time to experiment further. With a thought, the useless chains reappeared exactly where they had been before, hanging from the beams. Huai turned to the heavy iron door of the interrogation room. He wondered, could he absorb that too? If so, escaping would be easy. First, I need to get out of here. Then investigate the truth in secret. Resolute, he strode toward the door. Then, heavy footsteps echoed outside, growing louder. Voices drifted in from the corridor. Judging by the sound, at least 7 or 8 men. Suhu Wen. Most of the cops from this era were ex-soldiers armed. If he rushed out recklessly, he'd be shot full of holes like a beehive. Chapter 2. A Path of No Return. The head of the Criminal Investigation Division of the 3rd Branch, Han Yun, strode towards the interrogation room accompanied by a group of individuals. Old Fan, you've managed to solve a murder case in less than 24 hours. You've certainly brought me honor, he remarked, a broad smile stretching from ear to ear. It is not solely my achievement. Xiao Tian has contributed significantly as well. And it is truly the collective effort of our entire division, thanks to your adept guidance, Chief, the man called Old Fan replied, his voice slightly hoarse. Bowing his head humbly. Upon reaching the door of the interrogation room, Han Yun playfully patted Old Fan's arm and added, the murderer Huai is likely to face execution soon. Reporters from the press will interview you, which is an opportunity to shine. No. Such opportunities should be reserved for the younger generation. I shall pass, Old Fan replied, as always slightly hunched over, shaking his head like a rattling drum. Embodying modesty and deferential spirit. Come now, Old Fan, do not decline. Bring the prisoner out. I shall personally escort him to the municipal bureau. Han Yun chuckled heartily. With a click, the iron door swung open. At that moment, Huai, clutching a metal chain as if still bound, feigned captivity. He squinted against the dim light. Recognizing 2 young officers clad in the standard white short-sleeved police uniforms. One of them, he recognized as Xiao Tian, who had previously interrogated him alongside Fan Yaxin. The injury above his right eye was indeed inflicted by Xiao Tian. Behind them stood Han Yun and Fan Yaxin, with several armed escort officers trailing closely. Huai's gaze fixated on the firearm at Xiao Tian's waist, identifying it as a Type 54 pistol. He had distinctly heard Han Yun's words. His time was running out, and he had no choice but to take a gamble. No self-rescue meant certain death. He couldn't afford to bring shame upon the troops of time travel. As Xiao Tian approached Huai to unlock the chain, Huai swiftly seized Xiao Tian by the neck, simultaneously drawing his pistol and pressing the muzzle against his temple. The entire event unfolded in a heartbeat, catching everyone off guard. By the time the others reacted and drew their weapons to rush into the room, Huai had already backed against the wall, concealing himself behind Xiao Tian to avoid being shot. Step back, all of you, or I will kill him, Huai shouted fiercely. Fan Yaxin immediately yelled back. Do you even know how to handle a gun? Put it down. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Huai pulled the trigger, aiming at the tungsten filament bulb overhead. Bang! The gunshot shattered the morning tranquility, echoing through the room. At the moment of the shot, the tungsten bulb exploded, scattering shards of glass upon the gathered crowd. No one had anticipated Huai would act with such resolve. Fan Yaxin, well aware of Huai's background, was momentarily taken aback. A petty street thug, who typically quaked before the police, had such precise aim? To burst a light bulb with a casual shot? Surely it was mere coincidence? Step back, or the next shot will be aimed at his head. Huai's voice was chillingly calm, devoid of any tremor. Chief Han Yun, sensing the gravity of the situation, signaled for the others to retreat, while he remained steadfast, gun trained on Huai, searching for an opportunity to deliver a fatal shot. He is a veteran who transitioned from the military just a week ago, possessing remarkable marksmanship. Had it not been for the safety of the captured individual, with Han Yun's shooting skills, Su Huai would already be dead. I am Han Yun, the head of the Criminal Investigation Department. I can grant you your freedom, but only if you release the hostage. Just as Han Yun, unable to find an appropriate angle for a shot, suddenly spoke. He was certain that as soon as Su Huai stepped out of this room, in the open environment outside, he could easily take him down with a single shot. Who says I want to escape? Su Huai replied coolly. This unexpected response caught Han Yun off guard. If you have no intention of running, then what are you making a fuss about? Place your gun on the ground and kick it over to me, Su Huai insisted. After a moment's hesitation, Han Yun complied and then spoke again. Think of your father. He raised you with great difficulty. Don't burden him. Be quiet. I want to see the case files. Su Huai interrupted Han Yun. To clear his name, the case files would be the best entry point. First, he needed to understand the entirety of the case. And then he could sift through the files for clues. See the case files? Han Yun was utterly unprepared for Su Huai's request. What could possibly be interesting about that? It's not as if I haven't seen them. They have a remarkable soporific effect. You want to destroy the case files? Su Huai. I advise you not to be too clever. Even without the files, your case is already airtight. Bang. Su Huai fired another shot at the ceiling. The sound echoing in the room, causing a buzzing in Han Yun's ears. Give me the case files. Su Huai demanded, enunciating each word carefully. All right, don't be impulsive. I will fetch them for you, Han Yun replied, his eyes wide with disbelief. When had he ever been subjected to such indignities? Had this been the battlefield? Su Huai would have been dead long ago. After Han Yun left, Su Huai secured Xiao Tian with a sturdy iron chain, then concealed himself behind him. With a thought, he stored a Type 54 pistol into his space. Almost immediately, he could distinctly sense the presence of another firearm within his space. A line of information then appeared before him. Name, Type 54 pistol information, originating from an arsenal. It is currently the service weapon of Han Yun from the 3rd branch. Weighing 0.85 kilograms, with an 8-round magazine, chambered in 7.62 millimeters, featuring significant recoil and formidable lethality, accurate up to 50 meters. Su Huai cast a casual glance at the information. As a veteran, he was well versed in firearms. His greater concern was whether the Type 54 pistol would emit a faint blue glow like the iron chain. He was eager to use the blue light to enhance his physical abilities. With his current frail physique, he feared he couldn't even overpower a woman. To his dismay, the Type 54 pistol did not emit a blue light. At that moment, Su Huai sensed that the space wanted to communicate with him. Not through words, but via a mental connection. It turned out that only ancient or rare items, once stored in the space, could provide blue energy. For instance, antiques or gold. Furthermore, the space was capable of growth. As long as sufficient blue light was absorbed, it could expand. Just then, Su Huai noticed a jade pendant hanging from Xiao Tian's chest. Without hesitation, he yanked it off and stored it in his space. Title: 4-clawed python-shaped hollow jade pendant information, crafted by a master carver from the late Qing dynasty. The first owner was the last Iron Hat Prince of the Qing dynasty, Prince Su, Aizhenjoro Shanqi. In 1912, when Aizhenjoro Shanqi fled the capital, this jade pendant was taken to Dalian in the Japanese-occupied territory and later gifted to his 11th daughter. Oda Chikao became the 3rd owner. Su Huai, upon reading the final details, felt a glint of cold light in his eyes as he turned his gaze toward Oda. This young rascal was, astonishingly, a spy for the Japanese. What shocked Su Huai the most was that this young man had managed to infiltrate the Public Security Bureau. At merely 25 or 26 years of age, his demeanor was indistinguishable from that of ordinary people. If it were not for the information from the space, he would have never realized the young man was an enemy agent. Su Huai concluded that this young man was a Japanese who had been born in the Dragon Kingdom, masquerading as a local citizen. It was highly probable that his ancestral information spanning 3 generations was fabricated and deeply concealed. Otherwise, he could not have evaded scrutiny by the Public Security Bureau. Gritting his teeth, Su Huai resolved that since the young man had fallen into his hands, his fate was sealed. Chapter 3. We are professionals. As Su Huai coldly scrutinized Oda Chikao, a shimmering blue light emanated from the Hitian jade, the quantity surpassing even that of several iron chains combined. The blue light was swiftly absorbed by Su Huai, who then distinctly sensed changes within his body. His biceps had grown larger, his cheeks slightly plumper, and his energy was exuberant, reminiscent of a spirited calf. However, Su Huai refrained from healing his unhealed scars, as they served as evidence of his coerced confessions. Without hesitation, Su Huai delivered a punch to Oda Chikao's abdomen. Caught completely off guard, Oda emitted a muffled groan, his body contorting in pain while the iron chains clanked. With another strike, Oda felt his insides churn violently, and with a retch, he expelled a stream of bitter green liquid. Let us see you confess under duress and frame others. Watch me deal with you, you little devil. Huai landed another blow to Oda Chikao's stomach. He did not immediately expose Oda's identity as an enemy agent. In fact, even if he did, no one would believe him. Clearing his own name was of utmost importance, and as for Oda Chikao, Huai planned to deal with him after ensuring his own safety. With a resounding thud, Huai struck Oda Chikao on the right eye socket, delivering the blow mercilessly. It was already humiliating enough to be beaten. To be struck by a Japanese was intolerable. Failing to retaliate would be beneath him. Oda Chikao let out a horrific scream, pleading for mercy as his right eye socket visibly darkened and swelled. Last night, when Oda had attacked Huai, he had been exuberant. Now, he was utterly disheveled. Another punch landed, fracturing his brow and sending blood gushing. A subsequent strike produced a faint crack, signaling a rib had broken. Huai has seamlessly assimilated into the persona of a street thug, exhibiting a surprising fluidity and no hint of discomfort as he taunts, "Let the little wretch strike me." Meanwhile, outside the interrogation room, police officers from the 3rd Sub-Bureau gather a few meters away, alarmed by the agonizing screams of Oda Chikao. With many vocally expressing their desire to rush in and rescue him, Han Yun, wary of the potential for casualties, urges everyone to remain calm. At that moment, a young officer hurriedly approaches, clutching a file bag, and hands the dossier to Han Yun. "I will go in. You all must not act recklessly." With the dossier in hand, Han Yun strides into the interrogation room, his immediate gaze fixated on the battered Oda Chikao, who was suspended and bloodied. A sight too harrowing to behold. "Xiao Tian, are you all right?" Han Yun inquires. "How could I possibly be all right?" Oda Chikaho's features contorted in agony as he pleads. "Section Chief, save me. My bones are broken. It hurts." Enraged, Han Yun glares at Huai, an intensity in his eyes that speaks of a man who has genuinely taken lives, radiating a palpable aura of menace. "Release him. I will be your hostage." Huai delivers another punch to Oda Chikaho's left ribcage, causing him to squirm helplessly like a suspended insect. Not wishing to prolong the beating, Han Yun kicks the dossier towards Huai, commanding, "Lock the door behind you." With a face ashen with fury, Han Yun is reluctantly forced to exit the room, while Huai shows no remorse, considering Oda Chikao an enemy agent. In the future, Han Yun will likely have to wear a grateful smile, once assured of safety. Huai positions himself behind Oda Chikao and begins to peruse the dossier. Upon opening it, Huai finds himself momentarily frozen, staring blankly at the scant 2 pages. Shockingly rough in presentation. Aside from the basic information regarding the deceased and a brief outline of the case, there is little of substance. Fortunately, there are 7 or 8 photographs from the crime scene. Is this truly what one calls a dossier? Huai expresses his disdain, but, in the pursuit of the truth, must sift through the limited information for clues. The victim, named Wang Hongmei, is 28 years old and served as a cashier at the Hongqing steel plant. An image of a charming woman emerges in Huai's mind. Wang Hongmei is a neighbor, residing in the rear house of number 95 Nanluoguxiang. The dossier reveals that just the night before last, she returned home with 20,000 yuan in cash from the steel plant. Upon reading this, Huai furrows his brow. How could a cashier take such a sum home? In an era where 36 yuan was a considerable fortune, 20,000 yuan represents a staggering amount. Is the financial protocol at the steel plant so rudimentary? The dossier does not explain Wang Hongmei's rationale for bringing the money home. Perhaps this is a key to unraveling the mystery. He marks it for later examination. Continuing his reading, Huai learns that the following day, when Wang Hongmei failed to report to work, her colleagues sent someone to check on her, only to discover her lifeless body at home. The substantial sum of money had vanished without a trace. When investigators combed the scene, they noted a trail of blood leading from Wang Hongmei's residence to the entrance of Huai's home. Consequently, they broke down his door and uncovered 5,000 yuan in bloodstained cash, along with the murder weapon, a military-style triangular dagger. Huai was taken back to the outer 3rd Bureau for interrogation, where he was coerced into a confession the previous night. As he stroked his chin, he realized that all evidence pointed against him, and without a crucial lead, his fate was sealed. He then fixated on a black and white photograph of the deceased. The victim lay on the ground, clad in a sleeveless, white nightgown adorned with delicate floral patterns and matching pajama bottoms. A dark stain on the white nightgown indicated it had been soaked in blood. Gazing at the deceased's image, Su Huai felt a flicker of insight as his heart began to race. "Chief Han, come in." Su Huai shouted towards the door, his chest heaving with anxiety. Outside, Chief Han was confronted by Fan Yaxing, who gritted his teeth and insisted, "This is my case. Let me in. If that boy dares to act recklessly, I'll put an end to him." Emerging from the pile of corpses, Han Yun was unfazed by such trivialities. He shook his head and replied in a low tone, "It is best not to provoke the criminal now. Xiao Tian is still in his grasp. Moreover, your marksmanship pales in comparison to mine. Chief, be cautious. If the opportunity arises, you must eliminate Su Huai to rescue comrade Xiao Tian." Fan Yaxing watched anxiously as Han Yun entered the interrogation room. Upon entering, Han Yun secured the iron door according to Su Huai's instructions. Su Huai then ordered Han Yun to remove his clothing, leaving him clad only in a patched pair of shorts. A glance revealed numerous ghastly scars on Han Yun's bare body, evoking a measure of respect from Su Huai. "Chief Han, did you visit the crime scene?" Su Huai inquired from behind Oda Chihiro. "I am the head of the criminal police department. It is imperative for me to be present when a homicide occurs," Han Yun replied, furrowing his brow in confusion over Su Huai's question. Su Huai pressed on, "So, was the body moved before the photographs were taken? How would you, the murderer, not know if it was moved?" Han Yun retorted, shaking his head. "We are professionals. We do not compromise the crime scene before collecting evidence. The body was certainly not relocated. Professional, my foot. If you were truly professional, there would be no wrongful convictions. Is this how you protect the people?" Su Huai did not relent, lacing his words with scorn and derision. Han Yun's teeth ground together in anger, his fists clenched tightly. This was an affront to him and a disgrace to the police force. Fueled by a collective sense of honor, Han Yun imagined breaking Su Huai's neck. Chapter 4. A lesson from an old man. Su Huai understood that the current state of affairs was in disarray, and the level of criminal investigation was rudimentary. 90% of the police force consisted of former military personnel, unfamiliar with criminal investigative procedures. Unlike later generations, who, after decades of exploration and experience, acquired a systematic and professional understanding of forensic science. Su Huai tossed the photograph of the body to Han Yun, stating, "Chief Han, take a good look, and you will see that I am innocent." After picking up the photograph, Han Yun, his anger simmering, coldly replied, "Su Huai, are you questioning our professionalism? I warn you, all your actions are in vain and will not alter the facts. Look at the photograph." Su Huai said in a chilling voice. "What is so special about a photograph?" Han Yun snapped back. Han Yun clenched his teeth, contemplating that had it not been for Su Huai's hostage, he would have resolved the matter with a single shot. He stared at the photograph of the corpse, irritated, and remarked, "What do you want me to see? The attire of the deceased and the position in which they were found. Could the professional, Chief Han, truly discern nothing from it?" Su Huai, with a hint of sarcasm, reminded Han Yun, quite revealing, "Isn't it?" Feeling a twinge of insecurity, Han Yun replied defensively. He had only transitioned a week prior and was still unfamiliar with criminal investigation procedures. He had been involved in the case merely as an observer, without participating in the resolution. He had not engaged in the interrogations and was unaware of Su Huai's coerced confessions. What an insightful perspective. Su Huai, having lowered his expectations of Han Yun's deductive abilities, candidly stated, the deceased was dressed in loungewear. Anyone stepping outside, even for a moment, would change into proper attire. Han Yun nodded in agreement. No woman would dare venture out in such attire without facing scorn from her neighbors. What does that imply? He inquired. The fact that Wang Hongmei was killed while dressed this way implies that the murderer shared an extraordinary relationship with her, one so intimate that she was entirely unguarded, leading to her demise at the hands of the assailant. Su Huai elaborated. He paused before adding, "Chief Han should have investigated. It is known that I often quarreled with Wang Hongmei. Our relationship, while not particularly amicable, did not reach a level of utter trust." Han Yun furrowed his brow, recognizing the merit in Su Huai's argument. Following the incident, residents of Courtyard 95 had been questioned, many attesting to the frequent disputes between Su Huai and Wang Hongmei. They were also aware of Su Huai's threats to make her pay, which contributed to him being viewed as a suspect motivated by greed. However, if the prerequisite for the crime was an unreserved trust between the perpetrator and the victim, then Su Huai indeed did not fit the profile. At that moment, Han Yun found himself partially convinced of Su Huai's innocence. It was no wonder that after taking a hostage, his focus was not on escaping but on reviewing the case files. Han Yun glanced at the photograph in his hand, feeling inadequate as he recognized that clues he had overlooked at the scene were evident to Su Huai in the photograph. Embarrassed, Han Yun endeavored to appear more professional and eager to learn. He asked, based on your reasoning, who do you suspect the murderer to be? While I cannot ascertain the identity of the killer, I suspect they may be left-handed, Su Huai replied, still sheltered behind Oda Chikao, not daring to reveal himself. Left-handed? Han Yun scrutinized the photograph of the deceased, confusion flickering in his eyes. Is this something you discerned from the photo? It is merely a suspicion. I need to see the body to validate my hypothesis, Su Huai replied, inhaling deeply. He then inquired, Chief Han, the body is still intact, correct? It hasn't he been cremated? Yes, it is. Do you wish to see it? Han Yun felt a tumult of curiosity, eager to discover the accuracy of Su Huai's deductions and the basis of his reasoning. Having transitioned from a military regiment to the 3rd Branch Bureau, he now enjoyed the rank of a department head, serving as the chief of the Criminal Investigation Division. He thrived in the chaos of gunfire and conflict. In matters of criminal investigation, he is undeniably an amateur. Were it not for his near-fatal experience on the battlefield and his subsequent commendation for bravery, he would likely never have ascended to the position of chief of the criminal police. Su Huai nodded, instructing, bring the murder weapon as well. With a glint of cunning in his eyes, Han Yun replied, I can allow you to view the corpse, but first, release Xiao Tian and send him to the hospital. Su Huai asserted, if you are truly innocent, we shall restore your good name. However, if you harm Xiao Tian, you remain a criminal. Without hesitation, Su Huai delivered a forceful punch to Oda Chihiro's abdomen, prompting a pain scream from the man who wished to remain unnoticed. Calm down. Let's examine the corpse first. Han Yun had never encountered such an audacious individual who, while seeking assistance, displayed such ferocity. Before long, the officers from the external precinct carried the deceased's body into the interrogation room, their expressions filled with confusion. Once the other officers had exited, Su Huai slowly stepped out from behind Oda Chihiro, aiming his gun at Han Yun, commanding him to stand against the wall. Su Huai then approached the body, lifting the white sheet that covered it. The deceased was still clad in the home attire, stained with blood. It was evident that the body had not been cleaned, indicating that no autopsy had been performed. This was astonishing. The profession of coroner had existed for quite some time. To convict someone without an autopsy and still claim professionalism? Su Huai seized the opportunity to mock Han Yun. This case is under Fan Yashin's jurisdiction. I too am puzzled as to why there was no autopsy, Han Yun muttered, silently vowing to learn more and avoid future embarrassment. At the same time, a flicker of doubt arose within Han Yun. Why was there no autopsy? Something was amiss. Having indulged in his verbal sparring, Su Huai showed little concern for such matters and began to meticulously examine the body. The rigor mortis had yet to dissipate, and the body exhibited some stiffness, with no apparent wounds on the front. He then turned the body over, exposing the back wounds, and after taking a deep breath, Su Huai inserted his index finger into the wound to gauge its trajectory. Moments later, he stood back, gesturing for Han Yun to approach the body, and stated, "It is confirmed. The murderer is left-handed." "How did you deduce that?" Han Yun recalled the image of Su Huai's finger penetrating the wound, feeling that Su Huai was more competent than the forensic expert. Su Huai explained, "The wound is located on the left side of the body, and its trajectory moves from left to right. Even if the assailant is not left-handed, they are certainly accustomed to using their left hand, a seasoned killer." "A seasoned killer? What led you to that conclusion?" Han Yun's expression was one of bewilderment. The fatal blow was delivered with precision, penetrating the lung from the back. Such accuracy is beyond the capability of an average person, unless they are a doctor or well-trained, Su Huai elucidated. Han Yun immediately felt a surge of caution, scrutinizing Su Huai from head to toe. How could a seemingly idle street wanderer possess such profound knowledge of murder? His suspicions regarding Su Huai being the perpetrator began to surface. Otherwise, how could he exhibit such expertise? "How do you know so much?" Su Huai had anticipated that revealing too much knowledge could incite suspicion, perhaps even lead to him being suspected as an enemy agent. After all, the nation had only been established for 11 years, and the presence of hidden enemy agents was difficult to eradicate completely. Like Oda Chihiro, a young man born in the Dragon Kingdom, concealing his true nature with great depth. However, the current circumstances leave no room for such concealment. It is imperative to uncover the truth without reservation. Otherwise, death renders all into oblivion. Fortunately, Su Huai had long prepared an alibi, maintaining a calm demeanor as he recounted. "A few years ago, an old man who had participated in the Boxer Rebellion boasted about something outside the Qianmen. Little did I expect it would save my life now. The old man from the Boxer Rebellion was indeed real, though regrettably, he had passed away 2 years prior. After all, with no witnesses left, they could investigate as they pleased. Suddenly, Su Huai crouched down, grasping Wang Hongmei's wrist, his gaze fixated on her hand. It seemed he had deduced the identity of the murderer. Chapter 5. He is the murderer. Han Yun followed Su Huai's gaze, observing the deceased's hand. The pallid back of the hand bore dried bloodstains, yet there was nothing else of particular note. Not having discovered anything, Han Yun inquired earnestly, "What are you looking at?" "I'm examining the space beneath the deceased's fingernails," Su Huai replied. "Under the fingernails?" Han Yun questioned, his brow furrowed in confusion as he scrutinized the area. Moments later, he exclaimed, "It seems there is something there." "Indeed, it is skin," Su Huai articulated, striving to communicate in simple terms. "Skin?" A flicker of skepticism crossed Han Yun's eyes, as if questioning Su Huai's intellect. How could there be skin beneath the fingernails? In the next instant, realization struck him, and he exclaimed, "It must be from scratching. It should belong to the murderer." "Thus, the murderer bears wounds," Su Huai affirmed with a nod. Han Yun was elated by his deduction, already envisioning how he would boast to his comrades. For the first time, he appreciated how such minute details could lead to significant breakthroughs. His gaze shifted to Su Huai, and he finally noticed the numerous scars adorning Su Huai's bare torso. "Don't stare, my wounds are from the interrogation subjects," Su Huai interjected. "Moreover, the scratch marks must be on the murderer's right arm." Han Yun involuntarily glanced at Su Huai's right arm, finding no scratches. So many clues. Yet they had emerged from the suspect's own words. Fan Yaxin, being an elderly figure, had surely noticed something amiss. Han Yun began to suspect that Fan Yaxin was not entirely credible. Yet, who wouldn't wish to save face? Clearing his throat, Han Yun suggested, "Perhaps it could also be on the left arm." Su Huai shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. This disdainful expression instantly ignited Han Yun's ire. What did it imply? Contempt for whom? Such a possibility cannot be dismissed, Han Yun continued. At that moment, the murderer's left hand was wielding the knife, stabbing the deceased from behind, a position the victim could not reach. Han Yun's face flushed with embarrassment. He had intended to salvage his pride, only to find himself in a compromising position. Subsequently, a vivid image of the murder unfolded in his mind. The murderer, taking the deceased by surprise, encircled the victim's neck from behind with his right arm, while his left plunged a knife into the victim's lung. In that instant, as the blade pierced the lung, the deceased, unable to scream, could only widen his eyes, emitting strange gasps, acutely aware of life ebbing away. The fear of death compels the deceased, in their final moments, to grasp at something, leading them to scratch the killer's right arm. As Han Yun envisions the crime scene, Su Huai, taking advantage of Han Yun's distraction, discreetly stows away the murder weapon within his spatial realm. At this juncture, Su Huai has already developed a suspicion regarding the perpetrator. He now endeavors to validate his conjecture through the spatial evidence. Name: Type 56 Mitsubishi bayonet information, originating from an armaments factory, military equipment. The final details reveal the last known owner of the weapon. In February 1958, Fan Yaxin fortuitously acquired it and secretly concealed it in his home. On July 23, 1960, Fan Yaxin plunged the Mitsubishi bayonet into the body of Wang Hongmei from the finance department of the steel rolling mill, after which the triangular bayonet was collected as evidence by the external 3rd Division. Indeed, it was Fan Yaxin. Su Huai squinted, gritting his teeth. Upon observing the soft tissue in the crevices of Wang Hongmei's fingernails, Su Huai suspects Fan Yaxin to be the murderer. He distinctly remembers how, the previous night, Fan Yaxin had alternated hands while striking him with a belt. Furthermore, he recalls the bandaged right arm of the bare-chested Fan Yaxin. Director Han. The killer is within the external 3rd Division. It is Fan Yaxin. Su Huai suddenly spoke after silently retrieving the triangular bayonet. Han Yun was momentarily taken aback. While he harbored suspicions about Fan Yaxin, he was not convinced of his guilt. This is utterly preposterous. Su Huai, I understand your eagerness to exonerate yourself, but you cannot falsely accuse our comrades. Director Han, how can you be certain that no rogue elements have infiltrated the ranks of the external 3rd Division? Perhaps the officers there should be scrutinized. Su Huai locked eyes with Han Yun. Very well, let us investigate. Han Yun took a deep breath. First, bring Fan Yaxin in. Han Yun cracked open the iron door and peered out. 10 meters away in the interrogation room, armed officers from the external 3rd Division stood vigilant. Han Yun even spotted colleagues from the security department, one wielding a submachine gun, while another female officer clutched a grenade. The leaders of the external 3rd Division had also arrived at the scene, creating an atmosphere akin to preparing for an assault on a stronghold. Han Yun, what is the current situation? Qi Zhendong, the chief of the external 3rd Division, fixed Han Yun with a penetrating gaze. Han Yun, only able to poke his head out, shouted, Chief Qi, everything is under control. I will report back shortly. For now, old fan, please step forward. Everyone else, remain still. Amidst the crowd, Han Yun located old fan, who appeared momentarily stunned. Under the watchful gaze of everyone, he hurried to the entrance of the interrogation room. Director, what is happening? Please. Come in. Han Yun gestured for Fan Yaxin to enter the interrogation room and promptly shut the iron door behind him. As soon as the door clicked shut, Su Huai lunged at Fan Yaxin like a leopard, baring his teeth as if to tear him apart. He struck Fan Yaxin squarely in the eye socket. This blow was fueled by the beating Su Huai had endured the previous night. Fan Yaxin had shown no mercy then. The original owner had been brutally beaten to death. Otherwise, Su Huai would not have traversed through time. Until this grievance was resolved, it would undoubtedly remain a burden on his heart. Su Huai was acutely aware that in the eyes of everyone around him, he was merely a good-for-nothing street punk, and he had resolutely embraced that persona. A street punk. Impulsive and combative, with no regard for moderation. Was that not acceptable? A fight would suffice. Likewise, Su Huai understood that this was his solitary opportunity for vengeance. Once he confirmed that Fan Yaxin was the murderer, he would never have another chance to confront him. Stumbling backward, Fan Yaxin let out a muffled grunt while covering his eyes, just as he was about to unleash a tirade of curses. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of Su Huai's foot hurtling towards him. He attempted to evade the blow, but Su Huai's movements were alarmingly swift, and he felt a force strike him in the groin. In the next moment, Fan Yaxin doubled over, clutching his injured area, his eyes bulging in disbelief, akin to copper bells, as he struggled to breathe. The physical pain was trivial compared to the psychological torment, which was the true source of his unraveling. His pride was shattered. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In the following instant, Su Huai's size 42 foot connected with Fan Yaxin's pallid face, sending him careening backward, crashing violently against the wall. Su Huai exhaled deeply, his resolve solidified. Almost there, Han Yun moved in, gripping Su Huai's shoulders with a force akin to iron. And Su Huai could feel the rough calluses on Han Yun's palms. Although his body had significantly improved due to the nourishing effects of space, he remained a slender figure. Attacking Fan Yaxin was a surprise assault, and this slight frame was no match for a battle-hardened hero. With determination, Su Huai pointed at the curled-up Fan Yaxin and declared, Captain Han, he is the murderer. Chapter 6. This kid has some substance. Fan Yaxin had been a police officer since his teenage years, initially serving in a police station during the Japanese occupation, and later in a station under the control of the puppet government. After the liberation of the capital, the 108 generals took over the security of the city, and due to various circumstances, a significant number of older police officers remained to assist with the transition. Fan Yaxin was among them. After Han Yun took office, he learned from several colleagues that Fan Yaxin had been diligent in his duties over the years, completely free from the vices typically associated with older officers. Currently, the Bureau was considering promoting Fan Yaxin. Su Huai pointed to the bandage on Fan Yaxin's right arm, saying, Captain Han, aren't you curious about why there is a bandage wrapped around Fan Yaxin's right arm? The skin of the victim under the fingernails, Han Yun exclaimed, lowering his gaze to Fan Yaxin's right arm. Taking a deep breath, he crouched down, unwrapping the bandage while saying, Old Fan, you need to cooperate with the investigation. Rest assured, we will not wrongfully accuse you. With a grotesque expression, Fan Yaxin appeared somewhat flustered, unable to fathom why they would suddenly scrutinize the wound on his arm. His mind raced as he sought an excuse, grimacing through the pain as he stammered, Captain, the injury on my arm was from a cat scratch. Once the bandage was removed, Han Yun observed several distinct marks on Fan Yaxin's arm, unmistakably made by fingernails. One piece of evidence had been matched. Han Yun's expression grew increasingly grave. Are you left-handed? He inquired. A jolt of surprise flickered in Fan Yaxin's eyes at the question. He had concealed his left-handedness adeptly for over 30 years, never using his left hand in public. How did that brute Han Yun come to know? Chief, everyone in our external 3 divisions is aware that I predominantly use my right hand. Hurry and take me to the hospital. I've sustained a serious injury. In the end, Fan Yaxin gnashed his teeth and glared fiercely at Su Huai, his eyes filled with a ruthless intent to tear Su apart. Whether he is left-handed can easily be discerned by those familiar with Fan Yaxin, particularly his neighbors. Su Huai proposed this line of inquiry, and Han Yun immediately dispatched someone to investigate. Su Huai pressed the barrel of his gun against Fan Yaxin's forehead, maintaining a steely gaze into Fan's eyes, enunciating each word. The remaining 15,000 yuan is hidden in your home, isn't it? Nonsense. You are wrongfully accusing an innocent person. I do not know Wang Hongmei, nor have I harmed her. How could I possibly possess her money? Fan Yaxin's eyes were fierce and resolute, his tone unwaveringly certain. The role of micro-expressions is immensely significant in contemporary criminal investigations, yet during this era, the concept was virtually unknown, even with high psychological resilience. Unless one has undergone professional training, they would inevitably reveal their true feelings. Although Su Huai was a veteran, his keen interest in criminal investigations led him to read extensively on the subject, where micro-expressions were lightly touched upon. Judging from Fan Yaxin's demeanor and tone, it was evident that the remaining 15,000 yuan was not concealed within his residence. Without granting Fan Yaxin a moment to ponder, Su Huai continued to press him rapidly. You have hidden the money with your accomplices. Fan Yaxin's expression remained unchanged. Huh, I understand now. You've stashed it at your workplace, for the most perilous locations are often the safest. Am I right? Su Huai scrutinized Fan Yaxin's facial expressions for any sign of change. In times of panic, individuals instinctively exhibit subtle movements. Su Huai keenly observed that Fan Yaxin's nostrils flared momentarily. Though brief, it was sufficient. Chief, Fan Yaxin has concealed the remaining funds within your 3rd division. Please send someone to investigate immediately. Do not wrongfully accuse me. I have not. Fan Yaxin bellowed, masking his anxiety with rage. And even Han Yun sensed the shift in Fan's demeanor. Clad only in his shorts, Han Yun opened the iron door and issued commands. Haizhong, Xiaowang. Take your men and search old Fan's desk, as well as all the places Fan Yaxin frequently visits, including the dormitory. Although the officers were bewildered, they promptly sprang into action. Director Yi Zhonghai called Han Yun over to inquire about the situation, and upon learning that the murderer of the homicide was likely Fan Yaxin, his expression turned grave. He held a favorable impression of Fan Yaxin. Despite being an old officer, his conduct over the years had been exemplary in serving the public. Reluctant to believe it, yet still cautious, he ordered everyone to mobilize and assist in the search. Xiaohan, were all these clues discovered by Su Huai? Yi Zhonghai expressed his doubts. After Su Huai's abduction of the individual, Yi Zhonghai, through other officers, had learned quite a bit about Su Huai. How could a mere high school graduate, a drifter with no direction, possess such capabilities? More proficient than the police? It was utterly unfathomable. Han Yun nodded. Director, you find this hard to believe as well, don't you? Initially, I shared the same sentiment, yet the reality remains unchanged. He claims to have learned from an elderly man who participated in the Boxer Rebellion. Yi Zhonghai, appearing contemplative, nodded in agreement and added, please elaborate on the details. As nearly half an hour passed, Officer Wang from the Criminal Investigation Unit hurried over, clutching an old olive green satchel. Director Qi, Chief Han. We discovered a bag of money from the beams of our office. Yi Zhonghai and Han Yun exchanged a glance before taking the satchel. As anticipated, it was filled with bundles of large denomination notes. Han Yun even discerned the name Wang Hongmei intricately embroidered in red thread on the satchel. There was no doubt that it was the missing money. Indeed, it is old Fan, Yi Zhonghai exclaimed, feeling a mix of amazement and shock, coupled with a hint of apprehension, having nearly been deceived by Fan Yaxin. At that moment, an officer who had been interviewing Fan Yaxin's neighbors returned, riding a bicycle and breathlessly reporting the findings. Several elderly neighbors confidently informed the officer that Fan Yaxin had indeed been left-handed as a child. At this juncture, all evidence perfectly converged, pointing unambiguously towards Fan Yaxin. Come, let us meet Su Huai, Yi Zhonghai instructed Han Yun as they entered the interrogation room. Su Huai had suspended Fan Yaxin, whose face was bruised, 2 front teeth missing, and his mouth bloodied. Clearly, Su Huai had just taken the opportunity to strike Fan Yaxin when no one was watching. Director, Chief, I am innocent. Fan Yaxin protested tearfully, unwilling to accept his fate. However, upon seeing the satchel in Han Yun's possession, his defense faltered, the weight of his apprehensions finally lifting. Fan Yaxin had believed his framing scheme was foolproof, hiding the money in the beams of the house, convinced that it would go unnoticed. Little did he expect that the seemingly meek and unsuccessful street punk would determine, based on the injury on his right arm, that he was the perpetrator. To this day, Fan Yaxin remained bewildered as to how Su Huai deduced that the remaining money was concealed within the police station merely through questioning. He abandoned his pretense, glaring at Su Huai in frustration. How did you conclude that I hid the money in the police station? Curious to know? Su Huai retorted dismissively, casting a glance at Fan Yaxin. Perhaps in your next life. Chapter 7. Number 95, Nanluoguxiang. I have returned as the case unraveled. Fan Yaxin was taken for further investigation, seemingly leaving everyone to forget about Oda Chikao. Only Su Huai remained preoccupied with thoughts of Oda Chikao. Approaching him, Su Huai delivered a punch directly to Oda Chikao's ribs, eliciting a pained cry. Comrade Su Huai, please stop. We are all on the same side. Oda Chikao struggled to plead for mercy. Su Huai, incensed, retorted, what nonsense. Who the hell is on your side? Who the hell are you to call yourself a compatriot of Longhua? Su Huai then delivered 2 more kicks, nearly fracturing Oda Chikao's calf. In pain, Chihiro Oda writhed like a larva, struggling and crying out in anguish, desperately attempting to draw the attention of the other officers for his rescue. Do you not know how to apologize for your wrongs? Such a lack of decorum. Say you're sorry. Yes, I'm sorry, Comrade Su Huai. I was wrong. Please spare me, I implore you. Chihiro wept bitterly. Yet, deep within the depths of his eyes flickered a glimmer of resentment as he cursed Su Huai with the most venomous words in his heart. He vowed that once their Yamato people reclaimed this land, he would personally slay Su Huai. No, he would make Su Huai suffer. He would ensure Su Huai's existence was worse than death. At that moment, Chihiro Oda felt a pang of regret, lamenting that he had allowed Su Huai's father to die too swiftly. With this thought, he found a sliver of solace in his heart. The damn Chinese dog. Someone has already taken care of your father. When the news of his demise reaches you, let us see how arrogant you remain. At that moment, Hanyun returned, first arranging for Chihiro Oda to be taken to the hospital, then leading Su Huai toward Shi Zhendong's office. As they walked, Hanyun incessantly chattered, Comrade Su. Fan Yaxin has confessed. The details of the crime align almost perfectly with your deductions. He indeed had an improper relationship with Wang Hongmei. According to him, each time he visited Wang, it was under the cover of night, scaling walls. This time, Fan Yaxin, lured by greed, knowing about your past with Wang, decided to murder her and frame you. Suddenly, Su Huai interjected, Director Han, 20,000 is no small sum. How did Wang Hongmei bring it home? Were there any accomplices? You must investigate. We will re-examine this case, Hanyun replied. By the way, if I am not mistaken, your home must have been thoroughly searched by you all. Therefore, I would appreciate the return of the 300 yuan from my household. Su Huai was unaware of the total savings at home, but he knew the amount of cash they possessed. His father, Su Yujin, was a first-class truck driver at the Hongxing steel mill, earning a monthly salary of 87 yuan, along with a minimum of 8 yuan in subsidies. If he traveled for work, he could accumulate a substantial number of national food stamps, which were highly valued and universally accepted without any expiration, making them a form of hard currency. Su Yujin had a habit of saving every 6 months, and prior to this trip, he had intended to deposit money but had not managed to do so in time. He had specifically instructed Su Huai to save the 300 yuan. Hanyun stood frozen, having heard nothing about any 300 yuan being discovered apart from the 5,000 yuan that Fan Yaxin used to frame Su Huai. Observing Hanyun's reaction, Su Huai surmised that the money had been misappropriated by some corrupt individuals. He feigned ignorance and offered Hanyun an out. Director Han, could you inquire? Perhaps it was inadvertently included with the 5,000 yuan. Preposterous. Hanyun retorted, infuriated, glaring and reaching for his weapon, contemplating violence. That 5,000 yuan was personally handled by me, every single cent accounted for. The money from your household must have been taken by some scoundrel. Rest assured, Comrade Su. Our 3rd Division will ensure you receive an explanation. This comrade possesses a commendable sense of principle. The 2 individuals entered Qi Zhendong's office, where his secretary brewed tea for them before exiting the room. Qi Zhendong scrutinized Su Huai and remarked, Comrade Su, I see you have endured some grievances. You are now free to leave at any time. As long as the case is clarified, my minor inconveniences are inconsequential. I must express my gratitude to Director Qi for advocating on my behalf. Su Huai did not seek any compensation. It is unwise for the common man to contend with officials. In these times, mere years after the war's end, human life holds little value. If one is struck, one is struck. Is there a need for compensation? Simply surviving and walking out is already a blessing. Should you wish to linger a few more days, feel free to do so. Unlike in the future, where law enforcement operates under stringent regulations and constraints. Even if compensation were offered, it would be negligible. Better for the Public Security Bureau to owe a favor instead. Familiarity breeds camaraderie. Once, twice, and by the third time, one is akin to a brother. Having acquaintances within the Public Security Bureau allows one to navigate the streets with ease. Moreover, the significant contribution of Oda Chi-Kao remains concealed here. At present, Su Huai fears that revealing this may lead to disbelief, as he possesses no evidence, which could render it a false accusation. Thus, he chooses to withhold this knowledge until substantial proof is obtained. Qi Shindong, taken aback, nodded with a broad smile. Comrade Su, I understand that you must harbor some resentment. Therefore, as a form of compensation, we have specially arranged a job opportunity for you. Would you consider working with us? To many, employment at the Public Security Bureau represents a position of considerable authority, where many aspire to gain entry. Qi Shindong had anticipated Su Huai would eagerly accept the offer with heartfelt gratitude, yet he was taken aback when Su Huai replied, I will consider it. Both Qi Shindong and Han Yun's smiles faltered. They had recognized Su Huai's investigative prowess and believed that his recruitment would greatly benefit the Public Security Bureau. However, the anticipated excitement and enthusiasm were conspicuously absent, replaced instead by a sense of hesitation. Su Huai, such an opportunity is rare. If you have any concerns, please voice them. We are here to assist you, Han Yun urged, sensing Su Huai's discontent. Su Huai chuckled lightly. There are no particular difficulties. I will deliberate further. At present, I am physically and mentally exhausted. Observing Su Huai's demeanor, Qi Shindong leisurely remarked, then it would be wise to rest before we continue. Now, could you enlighten me on how you discerned that Fan Yaxin concealed the money within the bureau? Su Huai organized his thoughts, striving to reveal as little knowledge as possible. At that moment, when I mentioned the money being in the bureau, Fan Yaxin exhibited signs of anxiety. His nostrils flared. Is that all? Qi Shindong and Han Yun exchanged glances. Not entirely. After taking my father's money, if I were unable to spend it all, I would hide it in a familiar place. I believe others would do the same, choosing to conceal valuables in locations they know well. Fan Yaxin's familiar places would be limited to his home, workplace, or a few other spots. Previously, I inquired whether he had hidden it at home or with accomplices. Fan Yaxin displayed no reaction. However, upon my mention of the Public Security Bureau, he appeared somewhat flustered. In comparison, the evidence is telling. Qi Shindong nodded thoughtfully, increasingly affirming Su Huai's capabilities and unwilling to let Su Huai slip away. With Su Huai present in the outer third division, solving cases would surely become effortless. In the future, he would speak with greater confidence in front of other divisions. After sharing a few more words with Su Huai, he instructed Han Yun to escort him out. At the entrance of the outer third division, Han Yun remarked to Su Huai, Comrade Su, if you change your mind, feel free to reach out to me. Su Huai waved his hand and departed with purposeful strides. Han Yun assured him that the 300 yuan would be delivered to his home before nightfall, and additionally, provided Su Huai with some compensation. Accepting the compensation graciously, Su Huai pocketed it without hesitation. The compensation consisted of various industrial tickets and food stamps, including a bicycle ticket, 3 fabric tickets measuring 2 feet, and several cigarette tickets. These industrial tickets were indeed valuable, capable of being exchanged for considerable sums. In these times of scarcity, nearly everything required tickets. Without them, no amount of money could procure goods. For instance, a bicycle ticket was essential to obtain a Phoenix bicycle, priced at merely 180 yuan. Yet without a ticket, even the wealthiest would find it unattainable. Many in urgent need of tickets would purchase them at exorbitant prices, with luck allowing for transactions exceeding several dozen yuan per ticket. The remaining items included 3 pounds of fatty pork, neatly wrapped in oiled paper and placed in a satchel. Furthermore, Su Huai managed to acquire 2 packs of Deqianmen cigarettes from Han Yun, borrowed a pair of nearly new white warrior sneakers, and a horizontally striped sailor shirt and short sleeves. After all, he had been dragged from his bed wearing only a pair of dark blue underpants. As for the sneakers, he would return them at a later date. The Warrior brand, established in 1927, originated in Shanghai. Strolling leisurely, Su Huai admired the visage of the capital in the 60s while retracing his steps to number 95, Nanluoguxiang. Upon entering the gate and nearing the flower-laden door, he overheard Uncle Yin Bugue in the courtyard, concocting tales about him. Chapter 8. Su Huai escaped. It was the end of the workday, and the courtyard was bustling with activity. Loudspeakers played revolutionary songs, neighbors greeted one another, the older men lounged in the courtyard, puffing smoke and engaging in lively conversation, while children frolicked joyously. Just as Su Huai approached the courtyard, he heard Uncle Yin Bugui behind him making disparaging remarks. Yin Bugui, who fancied himself an intellectual, spoke slowly and with an air of finality, declaring, "The first time I laid eyes on Su Huai, I knew he was no good. Just look at that boy. Always slouching. It's precisely these types of individuals who are the most dangerous, like a dog that bites but doesn't T-bark. Just witness what has transpired. He has the audacity to stab someone to death. Who would have thought that the seemingly meek Su family could produce such a ruckus?" As Su Huai stepped into the courtyard, Yin Bugui, who was cleaning a bicycle, gaped at him in shock, as if he had seen a ghost, rendered momentarily speechless. Others, upon sighting Su Huai, scattered like birds startled from their perch. The sound of doors slamming echoed throughout, with some peering through the cracks to catch a glimpse of him. "Yin Bugui, who do you call a dog? Who is not a good person?" With a decisive kick, Su Huai struck at Yin Bugui's vulnerable spot. The rear wheel of the bicycle lay beneath Su Huai's feet, contorted as if molded from mud. Yin Bugui, startled, hastily retreated, his glasses clattering to the ground, breaking one arm of the frame. At that moment, Yin Bugui could hardly concern himself with the damaged glasses, for he exclaimed in shock, "Su Huai, have you escaped from prison?" The tale of Su Huai's greed and malevolence had become the hottest topic in Nanluoguxiang, and he had garnered significant notoriety. In a future age, he would undoubtedly be the star of a live-streaming sales event. Initially, one might have thought Su Huai would meet a grim fate, yet here he stood, seemingly unscathed in the courtyard. Yin Bugui's composure was a fade. He feared Su Huai might deal him further harm. After all, if he was destined to perish, it would not be amiss to take a couple of scapegoats with him, and Yin Bugui seemed fitting for the role. Su Huai, seizing on Yin Bugui's words, decided to frighten the old man further. In an instant, Yin Bugui's legs turned to jelly, and with a mournful expression, he shuffled toward his home, his hands flailing in desperation. "Su Huai, Uncle San cannot die. If Uncle San dies, who will take care of your Aunt San? For the sake of the times when I once held you as a child, spare Uncle San. Spare your uncle." Su Huai retorted. "We've known each other for only a few years." The Su family had moved into this courtyard in 1950, when Su Huai was merely 8 years old. "Wait for me at home. I shall return tonight to find you, to spare you from your incessant prattling." Su Huai rolled his eyes, bemused by Yin Bugui's cowardice, yet still having the audacity to gossip behind others' backs. Crash! Startled, Yin Bugui collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face like a leaky faucet. Hardly had Su Huai departed when Yi Zhonghai and Yuzhu stepped into the courtyard. The quaking Yin Bugui, as if he had spotted a savior, suddenly regained his strength. Scrambling to retrieve his broken glasses, awkwardly adjusting them on his nose, while hastily pocketing the other broken arm. "Oh, Uncle Yi, you have finally returned. There has been a grave incident." Yin Bugui, adjusting his glasses and patting his thigh, appeared so flustered that he elicited a laugh from Yuzhu, who then caught sight of the deformed wheel and chuckled derisively. "Uncle San, what happened? Did Yin Zhecheng damage your bicycle?" "Foolish Jew." Yin Bugui grasped Yuzhu's arm, anxious and jumping with agitation, glancing toward the backyard as if fearing Su Huai would charge at him with a knife. "A serious matter has arisen. That rascal Su Huai has escaped from prison, and he arrived just before you two did. What shall we do? Uncle San, you cannot be making such wild claims." Yuzhu's expression turned grave. The presence of a murderer in the courtyard was no trivial matter. "Foolish Jew, would Uncle San dare to speak falsely? Everyone has seen it." Yin Bugui, frantic, urged Yuzhu to take action. "For the safety of our courtyard, foolish Jew, you must quickly apprehend Su Huai. This could be a significant achievement, and you might even receive a raise." The mention of a salary increase ignited Yuzhu's enthusiasm. He set his food container aside and spat into his palm, declaring, "Ah, this is my chance too. Rest assured, Uncle San, leave it to me." Yi Zhonghai, who had remained silent until then, spoke in a commanding tone. "Zhu, halt. Uncle Yi, this is an opportunity for merit. We shall go together." Yuzhu felt a rush of adrenaline. Su Huai was as thin as a reed, and he believed he could easily take him down. "Uncle Yi, you can simply reap the rewards." Yi Zhonghai, with an impassive demeanor, cast a glance at Yin Bugui. Having lived for several decades, nearly transforming into an old fox, he could scarcely be oblivious to Yin Bugui's intentions. Given his lack of offspring, he yearned for someone to see him off in his twilight years. Undoubtedly, Yuzhu was the most suitable candidate, far superior to his disciple, Jia Dongxu. although Jia Dongxu had also subtly indicated his desire to provide for Yi Zhonghai in his later years. Yi Zhonghai was acutely aware that Jia Dongxu was primarily interested in the couple's savings and property, rendering his motives less than pure. Were it not for the elder in the courtyard, who noticed Jia Dongxu's loss of his father and the discontent of neighbors, it would have been impossible for Yi Zhonghai to accept him as a disciple. There was also the concern that refusing would incite trouble from the Jia family. Otherwise, he would never have taken Jia Dongxu under his wing. If Su Huai were indeed to escape, Yi Zhonghai feared for He Yuzhu's safety. However, He Yuzhu, somewhat indignant, muttered about Su Huai's frail physique, asserting he could easily best 10 of him, having once trained in wrestling on the overpass. He prided himself on being unrivaled in Nanluoguxiang. Nevertheless, He Yuzhu was mindful of his debts to Yi Zhonghai, understanding the weight of his words. Despite his defiance, he refrained from stepping further into the backyard. "Elder, do offer your guidance," he implored. Seeing He Yuzhu's reluctance, Yin Bugui anxiously banged his thigh. Yi Zhonghai continued, "Do you believe Su Huai to be a fool? If he were to escape, would he return? He would rather flee from the city than return to ensnare himself. I sense there is something amiss." Upon hearing this, Yin Bugui was momentarily taken aback. "Elder, what do you propose we do?" After a moment's contemplation, Yi Zhonghai resolved, "Gather the men in the courtyard and confine Su Huai within the house. Do not act impulsively. I will inquire at the street office to ascertain the truth. If it is indeed an escape, let the street office notify the police to apprehend him." "Excellent. Elder, do hurry back," Yin Bugui urged. Once Yi Zhonghai departed, Yin Bugui, with a cunning glint in his eye, shook his broken glasses and said, "Zhu, go summon people to block Su Huai. I must first repair my glasses, otherwise I cannot see." He Yuzhu chuckled, realizing Yin Bugui was frightened, and teased, "Third uncle, you truly are an intellectual. How could you possibly fall into the latrine without your glasses? You wouldn't understand." Yin Bugui hastily turned back to his house, passing by the wheel, unable to bear looking at it for long, feeling his heart bleed at the thought of today's misfortune, lamenting the expense of repairing it. Chapter 9. Do you believe I will strike you? In the backyard, the back room was a sight of disarray. Glancing at the chaotic state of the room and the arrangement of his home, Su Huai grimaced, rolled up his sleeves, and began to tidy up. The back room comprised 7 similarly sized rooms, each approximately 13 square meters. The Su family occupied the 2 westernmost rooms, while Wang Hongmei occupied the 2 in the center. And the 3 easternmost rooms belonged to the deaf old woman. Originally, the deaf old woman resided in the center, but ultimately, she preferred the small courtyard on the east side and exchanged rooms with Wang Hongmei. Aside from the 3 households, the west wing belonged to Su Daimao, while the east wing was occupied by Lu Haizhong. In the backyard, each household had accumulated a modest collection of odds and ends near their homes. Aside from the deaf old woman, several families had erected makeshift shelters nearby, cooking in the summer and storing coal in the winter. Wang Hongmei was the first widow in the courtyard. Around 1955, her husband was struck down with a blunt instrument and did not survive, with the perpetrator still at large. Now, tragically, Wang Hongmei has also been murdered. As Su Huai tidied his room and came across some ancient belongings, he casually placed them into his space. Yet the items were of little value. Even the iron chains from the Qing dynasty's prisons paled in comparison. At that moment, He Yuzhu arrived with 7 or 8 men, exuding a palpable aura of hostility. "Su Huai, you dare return? Do you think there are no men left in our courtyard?" He Yuzhu proclaimed, hands in pockets. Cocking his chin defiantly, Su Huai glanced at the group, each member with a fierce demeanor, eager to engage but hesitant to approach too closely, resorting to empty bravado. Among them, he recognized a few familiar faces, including the eldest son of Lu Haizhong, the second elder. "Are you looking for trouble? Do you prefer a one-on-one or a brawl? Choose," Su Huai declared as he picked up a thick rolling pin from the ground, testing its weight in his hands. Eager to engage. "How audacious of you." He Yuzhu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Su Huai's boldness. He was no longer the timid figure he once was. "Oh, so you've got some spirit, do you? Su Huai, I warn you, wait for the police to come and apprehend you, or else." He Yuzhu cracked his knuckles ominously. "Or else what?" Su Huai stepped forward, brandishing the rolling pin with a whoosh. "Or else let me show you what it means to be a man." The group of men began to retreat, but feeling their pride at stake, they scowled and replied, "Don't blame us for being heartless. It's not that we don't value our friendship, but you have estranged yourself from the people. Letting a murderer like you go would only bring misfortune to many others." Impatiently, Su Huai waved the rolling pin. "If you want to fight, then fight. If not, smoke a cigarette and help me tidy up my house. Your choice. The group was taken aback. What kind of arrangement was this? We came to confront you. Yet now we're being recruited as free labor? Noticing Su Huai had no intention of fleeing, Yuzhu recalled Yi Zhonghai's words. Could it be that Su Huai was truly unscathed? Su Huai, tell me honestly, did you kill Sister Hongmei? Isn't that a redundant question? If I had truly killed her, would I even be here? Su Huai replied. Yuzhu, you are one of the few intelligent ones in our courtyard. Think carefully if this makes sense. Yuzhu, possessing a modicum of cleverness, scratched his head, realizing Su Huai had a point. He indeed was one of the smarter ones in the courtyard. A grin spread across his face as he exclaimed, Brother Su Huai, if you put it that way, I understand. Come. Everyone lend a hand and help Su Huai clean up his home. Upon hearing the prospect of work, the crowd scattered in disarray, leaving Yuzhu bewildered. Glancing around before contemplating an escape, Su Huai could not let the last free labor slip away. He grabbed Yuzhu's arm. Yuzhu, true friendship is forged in adversity. From now on, I shall be your brother. Yuzhu, damn it. Yi Zhonghai hurriedly returned from the street office and, as he stepped into the courtyard, Yin Bugui rushed over with a troubled expression, inquiring, Old master, what is the situation? The street office called and confirmed that Su Huai was wronged. The real culprit has already been brought to justice. Upon hearing this, Yin Bugui's wrinkled old face instantly relaxed, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Removing the glasses wrapped in white tape around his leg, You scared me to death. This Su Huai truly lacks respect for us intellectuals. I must make him compensate for my wheel and glasses. Just look at this. How can I ride in the future? Old master, you must stand up for me in this matter. The 8th grade mechanic Yi Zhonghai wore an expressionless face, yet he relished the feeling of being revered. He held in disdain the second elder, Haizhong, who was superficial and constantly scheming to outdo him and claimed the title of Old Master with such a meager intellect. He couldn't even manage his own household, yet he aspired to be the elder. He also looked down upon the 3rd elder, who was miserly and would snatch even a single green onion leaf from anyone passing by. Yi Zhonghai spoke with the authority of a bell. You damaged your property. He must compensate you. Yin Bugui, now beaming with delight, replied exactly. There is no justification for damaging someone else's belongings without compensation. We need you, old master, to maintain order in our courtyard. Come, let us confront Su Huai. The young rascal dared to intimidate me. I will make him pay dearly today. Yin Bugui declared with fervor. Before long, the two entered the moon gate and arrived at the backyard, where they found a sweating Yuzhu and Su Huai sitting on the threshold, exhaling clouds of smoke. Su Huai, after lunch, we shall hold a courtyard meeting to clarify your situation, to prevent any future misunderstandings, Yi Zhonghai stated as he entered. Su Huai offered a cigarette, saying, Thank you, old master. Yi Zhonghai accepted the cigarette without smoking it, and after glancing behind his ear, continued, There is another matter. You kicked in the 3rd elder's wheel and broke my glasses. You need to compensate for that. Su Huai's smile vanished instantly. Old master, you'd best not interfere in this matter. As the elder of the courtyard, I cannot turn a blind eye. We will discuss the compensation amount during the courtyard meeting. Yi Zhonghai asserted with an air of finality. Yin Bugui chimed in. Su Huai, I want to demand a single extra cent from you. If you lack funds, you can remember this and pay me back when your father returns from his business trip. Go to hell. Do you believe I want to pound you? Su Huai bared his teeth, feeling insulted by the insinuations made behind his back, and questioned why he should compensate. You clearly don't know what it means to be a streetwise individual. Hey, Su Huai, how can you speak like that? I am the 3rd elder of the courtyard and a teacher at Hongxing Primary School. Could you show some respect for intellectuals? Yin Bugui's words were cut short as Su Huai grabbed a rolling pin, sending Yin Bugui fleeing from the moon gate, shouting from a distance that Su Huai owed him money. Yi Zhonghai, who seldom displayed any emotion, frowned slightly. Su Huai, you will definitely have to compensate. If you disagree with the courtyard's judgment, you may go to the street office. Su Huai reached out and snatched the cigarette back from behind Yi Zhonghai's ear. To draw conclusions without investigating the facts. You really think you're an official now? Then let us discuss how to compensate tonight. Su Huai replied with a stern demeanor. Compensate. Bah. Chapter 10. General meeting at the courtyard. Demanding compensation. Yi Zhonghai was taken aback. He had never encountered a situation where something once given away was demanded back. He felt a profound sense of humiliation, as if, echoing Yin Bugui's words, he was being shown a lack of respect. With a huff, he turned to Yuzhu. It's getting late. Hurry back for dinner. We have a meeting tonight. Don't worry, uncle. I'll definitely be there. I still need to help Su Huai tidy up his place. Yuzhu said, casually crossing his legs and chuckling at the unfolding drama. Once Yi Zhonghai departed, Yuzhu glanced at Su Huai and teased, "Look at you, Su Huai. You're bold enough to confront Uncle and Uncle San now. This trip was not in vain. You're determined to make a name for yourself in the courtyard." Su Huai waved his hand nonchalantly. "Yuzhu, I don't initiate conflict unless provoked. If they dare to bully me tonight, I won't spare anyone. Don't get ahead of yourself." Yuzhu scoffed, unconvinced. In this day and age, 3 types of people should not be trifled with: the women from the neighborhood committee, the security personnel from the factory, and the police. In all of Nanluoguxiang, one must greet these 3 groups with a smile, as they are intimately connected to daily life. Although the courtyard uncles might not hold formal positions, they serve as liaisons for the neighborhood committee and wield considerable influence. To offend one of the uncles while hoping to establish oneself in the courtyard? That is a fool's dream. Yuzhu could hardly wait to witness the ensuing spectacle. Su Huai tossed 3 jin of pork belly, which he had received as compensation from Han Yun, to Yuzhu. "Yuzhu, take a look at this. Wow. Are you selling this to me?" Yuzhu exclaimed, unable to expect Su Huai would gift it. Being able to buy it would suffice. "Don't get any ideas. It's just for you to see what 3 jin of meat looks like amidst this meat shortage in the capital. Are you out of your mind?" As a chef at the steel mill, Yuzhu was acutely aware of the food situation in the capital. This month, there was a severe meat shortage. Even with money and tickets, fresh meat was unattainable, and the steel mill hadn't seen any meat for 2 weeks. To suddenly spot Su Huai, a street urchin, with 3 jin of meat was nothing short of astonishing. Yuzhu understood the weight of that meat at this critical juncture. Last year had been tough nationwide, and this year's harvest had also been poor. Just a month prior, tensions with the north had escalated, with calls for debt repayment echoing in the air, a staggering sum of several billion. How could one repay such a debt? Tightening one's belt had become the mantra of leaders, both big and small, this month. Rumor had it that the capital's meat shortage was due to debt repayment to the north. Many in the city were surviving by foraging for wild vegetables. One could only imagine the connections required to procure such meat. "Su Huai, where did this meat come from?" Yuzhu's eyes darted around, curiosity piqued. "Oh, you know Han Yun from the 3rd Division, right?" Su Huai replied casually. "Of course, the head of the Criminal Investigation Department, Han Yun. He was at the steel mill last month promoting anti-theft measures, and I personally cooked for him." Yuzhu's eyes widened. To him, Han Yun was a significant figure. The meat is compensation from Han Yun. Yuzhu's mind raced, thinking, "You must be joking. How could the Chief Han associate with someone like you, a street urchin? Where did you steal it from?" Yuzhu was quite familiar with the art of pilfering public property and had his fair share of experience. He felt that he could hardly procure any meat himself. What connections did Su Huai possess? Surely, it must be illicit. "Yuzhu, I can't possibly cook at home. So for the next few days, I'll be relying on your provisions. Is that all right?" "Absolutely no problem." Yuzhu chuckled. "Brother, I'll first marinate the meat. Don't let it spoil. Rest assured, I'll ensure you are well fed this month. By the way, I brought back some peanuts. Let us enjoy a drink together tonight." This evening, a general meeting was to be held in the courtyard, and Su Huai intended to impart some wisdom to Yi Zhonghai and Yin Bugui. To commence, he needed to subdue the instigator, Yi Zhonghai's most loyal supporter, and hold him in check. Coincidentally, his father, Su Yujin, was away on a business trip, leaving the household in disarray with no one to cook. Su Huai aimed to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, addressing his hunger while simultaneously resolving the issue at hand. 3 pounds of meat would suffice to win over Yuzhu. Presently, with Jia Dongxu unscathed, Yuzhu was not in danger of being manipulated by Qin Huairu. It was just him and his sister at home. Even with Su Huai joining them, 3 pounds of meat could last several days, and as a cook, he had no fear of spoilage. At 7 in the summer, the sky still retained its brightness. After dinner, nearly all the neighbors gathered for the meeting, a bustling crowd. The women chattered incessantly, more bothersome than the cicadas in the trees. The men huddled together, a sea of smokers, with few abstaining. Yin Bugui, who refrained from smoking, justified it as being detrimental to health. In truth, he simply could not bear the expense. In his words, one could never be impoverished by food or clothing. But scheming would lead to a lifetime of poverty. Seizing the opportunity while Su Huai was absent, he animatedly complained to the neighbors, declaring that his bicycle was his heart and soul, and his spectacles represented his dignity, yet all had been ruined by Su Huai. Is Su Huai truly wronged? Within the crowd, Qin Huairu, with her striking big eyes, radiated charm, captivating the attention of many men. Before marrying into the Jia family, she, like most rural girls, toiled under the sun, resembling a coal-black girl. Though life in the Jia household had not been particularly favorable, it was still preferable to the harshness of rural existence. Free from the relentless exposure to the elements. After years of care, her complexion had lightened, yet like many ordinary housewives, she bore the burdens of daily life. Her spirit dulled and her cheeks slightly sunken. At present, she had yet to conceive, and Jia Dongxu had not perished from a work-related accident. He was currently squatting nearby, exhaling smoke, his small eyes darting about. An elder sat upright on a stool, holding a large tea jar inscribed with "The laboring people are most glorious," while Yi Zhonghai maintained a stoic demeanor, declaring, "I will make an announcement once everyone arrives." Yin Bugui, who still depended on Yi Zhonghai for compensation, chuckled. Let us heed the elder's words. Subsequently, Yin Bugui took a seat beside the second elder, Lu Haizhong. The VE arrived. Huai is here, someone exclaimed, prompting the entire courtyard to turn towards the back, witnessing Huai staggeringly approach as the crowd parted to clear a path for him. The onlookers scrutinized Huai. Sensing an undeniable change, he no longer appeared as he once did, bent and listless. Now, there is a spark in his eyes. Although he remains somewhat slender, his tall stature gives him an ethereal presence, transforming his entire demeanor. Previously, Huai's aimless wandering in the streets was merely an act of rebellion. Now, however, Huai's street escapades signify a profession. Brother Huai, come over here, beckoned he Yuzhu, who, with legs crossed, had ceased cracking sunflower seeds. Grinning broadly as he gestured for Huai to take a seat, Huai boldly settled down, his gaze fixed on the elder. Elder, let us commence. Yi Zhonghai felt a flicker of displeasure. Who was Huai to issue commands regarding the commencement of proceedings? He set down the large teacup, cleared his throat, and maintained his customary stoic expression. Now that everyone is present, we shall begin. The purpose of today's meeting is to address the wrongful accusation against Huai, who has now been exonerated and released. To prevent any further criminal activities in our compound, we will be locking the gates after 9 o'clock from now on. Please take note. Yin Bugui promptly rose and raised his hand. As the third elder, I must add, if we are to lock the gates, we certainly need a gatekeeper. I reside right by the entrance, so I shall take on that responsibility. As the crowd applauded Yin Bugui's proposal, he raised a hand for silence. However, for anyone who knocks after 9, I shall charge a modest fee of 1 coin for the unlocking, which is quite reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? He usually led the laughter, teasing, Third elder, you truly won't rise without profit. This hardly reflects a spirit of service to the people. Serving the people shouldn't entail exhausting this old body of mine. Braving the winter chill to open the door is quite a hardship, and that is indeed hard-earned money. Yin Bugui had no desire to work for free. As the chatter filled the room, Yi Zhonghai rapped the table for attention. Once silence fell, he continued, the third elder speaks wisely. It is indeed strenuous to rise in the middle of the night to open the door. Moreover, he is considering the safety of our compound, so this matter shall be settled as proposed. With that, the elder's word held sway, and the discussion ceased. After all, in these times, few would remain out past 9. With no entertainment outside, returning home to one's spouse seemed far more appealing. Next, let us discuss the moral order within our compound. Yi Zhonghai directed his gaze towards Huai, while Yin Bugui straightened up, ready to extract a concession from Huai. Chapter 11. The Street Wanderers of the 21st Century. A murder had occurred in our compound, and this year's title of exemplary courtyard would surely elude us, bringing shame upon our collective. Therefore, we must strive diligently. We cannot allow the actions of a few to tarnish our chances for next year's evaluation. Yi Zhonghai's impassioned speech garnered immediate agreement from the assembly, as collective honor was of great significance to all. Yin Bugui nodded repeatedly, leading the applause. The elder is correct. We must unite our efforts to cultivate an exemplary courtyard in Nanluoguxiang. We must not allow the actions of some to impact our collective honor. A faint smile curved Yi Zhonghai's lips, barely perceptible. He turned to Huai and inquired softly, Huai, what are your thoughts? The crowd turned their attention to Huai, while Yuzhu discreetly shifted to the side. Prior to this moment, Huai had little presence in the courtyard. Often embroiled in disputes with Wang Hongmei. Lacking a mother from a young age, his father Su Yujin was frequently absent, and with his simple-minded nature, he was as ineffective as a feather in the wind. These factors contributed to Su Huai's somewhat extreme personality. The Su family was not held in high regard within the courtyard. Even if Su Yujin possessed talent, it did little to alter their standing. In these times, skilled drivers and mechanics were rare, and ostensibly, Siheyuan's social status should have been respectable, yet their character rendered them inconspicuous. At this moment, Huai was no longer the Huai of old. With his knowledge of the courtyard, he realized that without change, he would only be left to endure bullying. Today presented an opportunity to assert himself. With a lit cigarette dangling from his lips, he calmly observed Yi Zhonghai, who was somewhat adept at manipulating collective honor. If Huai resisted the arrangement, it would mean opposing the entire courtyard. I concur. We cannot allow the actions of a few to tarnish the collective honor of our courtyard. Yi Zhonghai, feeling somewhat triumphant, regarded Huai with a sense of superiority, thinking, "Ah, young man, you are still naive." Yin Bugui, unable to remain silent any longer, spoke up first. "I did not expect Comrade Huai to be so concerned about the bigger picture. This is commendable. Now, let us discuss the compensation for the damages to my bicycle wheel. I shan't demand much, just 17 yuan for the wheel and an additional 8 for my broken glasses, totaling 25. Gasps filled the crowd. In an era where 36 yuan was a monthly wage, 25 yuan represented a significant sum. A simple repair for the bicycle wheel would typically cost no more than 5 yuan. And how much could a pair of glasses legs be worth? Adding 2 yuan. 10 would be the maximum. Although everyone understood that Yin Bugui was attempting to exploit Huai, no one dared to speak up. After all, Yin Bugui held a position of influence, while the Su family were seen as easy targets. "I concur," stated Lu Haizhong, expressing his support for Yin Bugui. Both men turned to Yi Zhonghai, who frowned slightly. He disapproved of Yin Bugui's opportunism and was concerned about maintaining his own reputation. After a moment of contemplation, he devised a compromise that would allow Huai to learn a lesson while still satisfying Yin Bugui, a fair resolution indeed. "Yin Bugui, the wheel can still be repaired and used. How about this? If you take a step back, let Huai compensate you with 15 yuan. "I agree." Lu Haizhong voiced his support for the elder. Yin Bugui shot a glance at the opportunistic Lu Haizhong, feeling as though 10 yuan had been sliced from his flesh. Yet, with both the first and second elders having spoken, he found himself without recourse. After a moment's reflection, he conceded that 15 yuan was not an insignificant sum and slammed his thigh as though he had suffered a grievous loss. "Then we shall abide by the decision of the first and second elders." Yi Zhonghai turned to Huai. "Huai, we will proceed with this resolution. Please provide the payment." Huai produced a match, lit a cigarette, then waved the match to extinguish it, savoring a puff before addressing Yi Zhonghai. "I do not agree." "Huai, what do you mean?" Regardless of the collective honor of the courtyard, Yin Bugui suddenly stood up. Huai shot a glance at Yin Bugui. "You old scoundrel. How dare you still teach and educate others? Let me ask you, did I break your glasses? Why should I compensate you? Do you think I am an easy target? I don't care about the courtyard's collective honor. It seems to me that you, Yin Bugui, are the one who doesn't take care. A mere 2 yuan is enough to fix your broken wheel, and you broke your glasses yourself. How dare you demand 25? Come, let us seek justice from your school. If they do not intervene, we shall go to the street office, and if they do not act, we will escalate this to the police station. I refuse to believe that this new society can tolerate a bully like you, who siphons the very essence of the people." A barrage of accusations left everyone speechless. Was this truly the timid Huai? You were slandering me." Yin Bugui faltered, unable to meet Huai's piercing gaze. He immediately turned to Yi Zhonghai. "Elder Yi, you must say something." Yi Zhonghai frowned and inquired, "What exactly happened to your glasses?" Yin Bugui stammered. His voice significantly diminished. "Huai intimidated me. If he hadn't frightened me, how could they have fallen? Huai, did you hear that? It is because of you that third uncle broke his glasses, so you must compensate him. I decide that 14 yuan is sufficient. Are you satisfied now?" Yi Zhonghai spoke in a solemn tone. Huai viciously tossed his cigarette but onto the ground. "I will not compensate for that nonsense. Yi Zhonghai, as an elder in the courtyard, cannot shield the corrupt." Yi Zhonghai banged his hand on the table. "Huai, do not defame me. I have always been impartial." "I concur," Lu Haizhong declared, supporting Elder Yi. "Be quiet. Like a fickle reed. Do you have no principles?" Huai glared at Lu Haizhong. Lu Haizhong, in a fit of anger, awkwardly picked up a large tea jar to mask his embarrassment. He Yuanzhu, habitually wanting to defend Yi Zhonghai, recalled the 3 pounds of meat Huai had given and feigned nonchalance as he sat down. Yi Zhonghai's expression darkened further. "Ha!" Huai scoffed. Turning to Yi Zhonghai, "Have you thoroughly investigated the matter before demanding I pay? Why would I kick Yin Bugui's wheel? Have you looked into it?" Yi Zhonghai found himself momentarily speechless. He was indeed unaware of the full story. Was there something more to it? Regardless of any underlying issues, today as compensation was imperative. Otherwise, how could he, as an elder, continue to manage the courtyard? Just admit it. Isn't it because of you that third uncle broke his glasses? Yi Zhonghai slammed the table. Su Huai laughed derisively. Yin Bugue has insulted my character, humiliated my family, and subjected my fragile spirit to verbal violence, causing me immense emotional distress. I will not settle for less than 200 yuan. This matter is non-negotiable. If I do not receive compensation, I will report Yin Bugue as a bully to the school. I will go to the steel factory and expose the collusion between Yi Zhonghai and Haizhong in shielding this bully from justice. I shall make a scene at the street office and reveal your true colors. I am eager to witness how Yin Bugue, who extorts the populace and drains their vitality, can continue to be a teacher. Furthermore, there are two of you, one a level 8 worker, the other a level 7, collectively exceeding a century in age. Yet you dare to bully a mere child. I implore the leadership of the steel mill to witness your true colors, unless you extend a sincere apology. Each of you must compensate me with 100 yuan. Engaging in extortion, are we? Come forth. Are you aware of what a street rogue of the 21st century is? What about the act of scamming in this modern age? Chapter 12. The bully in the courtyard. The courtyard was enveloped in tranquility, interrupted only by the chirping of summer cicadas. I merely spoke a few words behind your back. Why should I owe you 200 yuan? You are robbing me. Yin Bugue was flustered, stammering and hopping about. He was the sole breadwinner of his family, and if the school caught wind of this, it would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation, potentially leading to expulsion. The weight of Su Huai's words, the bully who drains the marrow of the people, weighed heavily on him. He vividly recalled the scenes of the execution of bullies in the capital right after liberation. The typically image-conscious Yi Zhonghai was also in a state of panic. If Su Huai truly went to the steel mill to raise a ruckus, what would happen to his esteemed reputation as a level 8 worker? He aspired to secure a position as a cadre before his retirement. Haizhong, the opportunist, was also agitated, springing to his feet. He too desired a cadre position. But he was more concerned about money. What nonsense! I uttered but a few words, and now you demand 100 yuan? Su Huai, you cannot wrongfully accuse me. I was unaware that Yin Bugue had previously insulted you. Otherwise, I would not have associated with him. Suddenly, Haizhong felt his choice of words was rather refined. And he shook his finger, asserting, yes, I do not collude with Yin Bugue. Comrade Xiaosu, are you in a meeting? At that moment, Hanyan entered the courtyard, pushing a bicycle, and spotted Su Huai from a distance. In unison, the crowd turned their gazes, realizing it was the police, and they swiftly parted to make way. Director Han, you have arrived just in time. There is a bully here who siphons the marrow of the people and engages in extortion. Moreover, there are those who protect him, colluding in crime. Su Huai exclaimed. Yi Zhonghai, Yin Bugue, and the crowd questioned, who is extorting the masses? Do you wish to accompany me back to the station for a few days? Han Yin scanned the crowd, his gaze landing on Yin Bugue, who averted his eyes, his legs quivering, filled with regret. Comrade police, there is no extortion happening. We are merely resolving some neighborly disputes. They are trivial matters. Haizhong forced a smile, his rotund belly heaving. Indeed, no extortion is occurring. We are merely settling neighborly disputes. It has all been resolved. Yin Bugue hastily echoed, his voice trembling. Han Yun remained silent, instead focusing on Su Huai, who fixed his gaze upon Yin Bugue. Resolved? I was unaware of that. Xiaosu. Considering the times we shared in your childhood, let us not dwell on this old man's grievances, I beseech you. Yin Bugue whispered with a quavering voice beside Su Huai. If he were truly taken to the station, word would inevitably reach the school, severely impacting him. If he wished for this matter to dissipate, he must publicly apologize to me. Then, pay me 200 yuan. Su Huai had no intention of relinquishing this opportunity to assert his authority. Upon hearing the demand for 200 yuan, Han Yun's lips twitched in disbelief. What a situation. 200 yuan, almost exceeding his 3-month salary. Who is truly extorting whom? Who is siphoning the marrow from the people? Han Yun cast a glance at Su Huai, remaining silent and neutral, which implicitly signified his stance. He was aligned with Su Huai. In these times, not long after the war's end, the populace possessed a faint awareness of law, their wild instincts still prevalent. Women occasionally found themselves in scuffles, while men often engaged in brawls. Even when blood was shed, the local authorities typically prioritized education over punishment, settling disputes with a few yuan as compensation. If there were influential figures involved, Even the most unreasonable party would be deemed in the right. Observing Han Yun's demeanor, Yi Zhonghai began to grasp the underlying implications. His heart filled with astonishment. When did this young man, Su Huai, manage to secure such powerful backing? He should have spoken up sooner. Yi Zhonghai hastily rose. Smiling as he said, Su Huai, it's acceptable for Sanday to apologize, but isn't the compensation a bit excessive? How about we settle on 20? Yes. I can apologize. 200 is too much. My family can't afford that. I can borrow 20 right away, Yin Bugue meekly added. However, monetary compensation was not Su Huai's true objective. His aim was to demonstrate that he was not to be trifled with. To ensure that the people in the courtyard recognized his resolve. Without inflicting sufficient pain, they would never learn their lesson. Su Huai shot a glance at Yi Zhonghai. Are you suggesting that Yin Bugue's insults were not directed at your family? As one of the elders in this courtyard, how can you jump to conclusions without investigation? What gives you the right to dictate as an elder? Do you believe you are Han Haizhong with such authority to make decisions for me? Today, without 200 yuan. This matter will not be resolved. And you all, unless you apologize to me today and compensate my wounded spirit with 100 yuan, do not expect to leave unscathed. Yi Zhonghai's face flushed crimson. Han Yun chuckled softly, shaking his head. He had discerned that Su Huai was merely preserving his dignity. Although the specifics of the incident eluded him, the cautious demeanor of the group indicated that Su Huai was indeed in the right. He cleared his throat and suggested, Xiao Su, how about I mediate? Let him compensate you with 20 yuan, while the other two each offer 10, followed by their apologies. Su Huai's face reflected discontent. Only because you, Han Haizhong, have spoken, will I grant you this concession. But it ultimately depends on whether they are willing to honor your word. Yin Bugue, having failed to achieve his aim, felt a pang of regret yet dared not delay further. He hurriedly apologized before everyone. Su Huai, Sanday spoke out of turn. I shall never gossip behind your back again. Sanday sincerely apologizes. Su Huai, devoid of emotion, extended his hand, and the compensation? I shall fetch it immediately. Yin Bugue's steps grew heavy as he trudged home, slapping his own face in remorse. He lamented his poor fortune, having made a grievous error today. Su Huai then turned to Yi Zhonghai, who, with a face more sorrowful than joyful, took a deep breath. Su Huai, as an elder, I apologize. I should not have accused you without investigation. I will fetch the money right away. Finally, Su Huai looked towards Lu Haizhong, who, with a face full of flattery, hastily apologized before rushing home to retrieve the money, all the while cursing Yin Bugue's ancestors. Moments later, Su Huai held 4 large black bills in his hand. Once the crowd dispersed, Han Yun and Su Huai exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. Han Yun made a special trip to deliver money to Su Huai. It has been confirmed that under Fan Yaxin's leadership, a total of 4 individuals divided the cash from Su Huai's household. Along with over 30 pounds of grain coupons and various other miscellaneous receipts, aside from the 300 yuan. Xiao Su, I once again extend my apologies. Those 4 individuals have now been dismissed. Director Han, do not blame yourself. It is entirely the fault of those pests. Su Huai offered a cigarette. Though internally he was astonished by the abruptness of the dismissals. Indeed, it is the fault of those pests. This is a perfect opportunity to rectify our police force. Su Huai mused, recognizing that Han Yun was seizing the moment to establish authority, and those 4 unfortunate souls had merely found themselves on the wrong end of the stick. However, it was clear that the dismissed individuals were not part of the administrative staff, as Han Yun would not possess the authority to terminate them. Temporary workers? That seems plausible. Su Huai, are you truly not planning to return to work? Director Qi has stated that you would be directly classified as a level 25 clerk, earning 38 yuan and 5 jiao monthly, in addition to various allowances and holiday benefits. Well, a level 25 clerk. Su Huai was indeed tempted. Presently, the salary for administrative units adhered to a level 30 standard, which would not change until the 1980s. But couldn't it be a bit more? Let us wait and see. Su Huai exhaled smoke, adopting a strategy of retreating to advance. Han Ge, I shall no longer refer to you as director. From now on, you shall be Han Ge. I need to rest for a while, as I have been utterly exhausted. However, should you require assistance in the future, I will certainly give my all. Nothing at present. But perhaps in the future. Han Yun replied with a smile, Good brother, it is settled then. The two exchanged knowing smiles. By the way, Han Good, does Wang Hongmei have any relatives? Su Huai suddenly inquired. Chapter 13. The first major fraud case. Han Yun shook his head. Her husband was an orphan. And as for Wang Hongmei's family, there are no relatives. Why do you ask? If there are no relatives, I would like to purchase the adjacent house to avoid conflicts and misunderstandings when living with others. Su Huai's home consisted of 2 rooms, and with 2 older men residing there, arrangements were flexible. Initially, Su Huai shared a room with Su Yujin, while the other room was used for living purposes. But later he moved into a different room. Su Huai's current room served as a bedroom, living room, and dining area, where he could often smell the unpleasant odor of feet while dining. Accustomed to spacious apartments, Su Huai found this arrangement intolerable. The thought of moving back in with Su Yujin felt awkward. As for the current prohibition on buying and selling properties, that was a rule for ordinary citizens. With the right means, one could always find a way to transfer ownership to oneself. Brother, this matter is somewhat challenging, Han Yun began, but suddenly hesitated. The issue of housing did not fall under the jurisdiction of the police bureau. It required consulting the street office to determine whether the property belonged to the steel mill, the street authority. However, Han Yun suddenly realized that perhaps he could leverage this property to facilitate Su Huai's entry into the police bureau. Brother, this matter will not stump me. I have an idea that will ensure you acquire the house. Su Huai's interest was piqued as he eagerly inquired. Han Ge, just tell me how much you need. No money required. No money? Su Huai paused for 2 seconds, astonished by such unexpected good fortune. We can transfer the property title to the Public Security Bureau, and then you can occupy it. Han Yun smiled meaningfully. Su Huai immediately grasped the implication. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Brother Han, as I have always said, when a brother is in need, I shall undoubtedly rise to the occasion. However, is it possible to transfer the property directly to my name without going through your bureau's procedures? Han Yun sighed, perplexed as to why Su Huai held such disdain for the work of the Public Security Bureau. At such a young age, he was already an officer earning a level 25 salary, a position envied by many. It is not impossible. But I have a condition. You must document your investigative experiences and submit them to me. No problem at all. Su Huai boasted confidently. What seemed insurmountable to ordinary people was effortlessly resolved. Just then, Officer Wang from the Criminal Investigation Division rushed in, breathless. Chief Han, Director Chi wants you to return immediately. There's a major case. Panting heavily, Wang gratefully accepted the large cup of tea Su Huai offered, downing it in one go. The Municipal Bureau has issued a directive with a deadline of 1 week to solve the case, a command from the second general. Upon hearing this, Han Yun sprang to his feet, realizing the gravity of the situation, and hurriedly left. Simultaneously, he was astonished. What kind of case could possibly have drawn the attention of the higher-ups? In the office of Qi Zhendong at the 3rd Sub-Bureau, smoke filled the air as department heads and leaders gathered. What? After hearing the details of the case, Han Yun leaped up, his features contorted in disbelief. This fraudster has an audacity beyond comprehension, impersonating a leader's signature to swindle 200,000 yuan. Are the banks utterly incompetent? The author notes, alas. Nearing 50,000 words, I must address this. For those alleging plagiarism, check the publication dates. I wrote this case in August, while the book you mentioned was published in September. Am I to be accused of copying a September release when my work predates it? Furthermore, this is based on a real case. A quick online search reveals that there were only a few such cases in 1960. In the comments, some claim others have written about it. Are we all plagiarists? This case is set in July 1960, and I chose that time frame as my entry point. One cannot merely read another's book without verification and then cry plagiarism. Please employ civility in your discourse. That is indeed 200,000. Han Yun slammed his fist on the desk, gritting his teeth. In these times when the nation is tightening its belt, striving to repay debts to the North Soviet, how could such a substantial sum be swindled right under our noses in the capital? Even more egregious was the impersonation of a leader's signature. Qi Zhendong, his expression grave, admitted his own anger and frustration while feeling relieved that the case did not occur within the jurisdiction of the 3rd Sub-Bureau. They were merely assisting the 2nd Sub-Bureau at the crime scene. The higher-ups were furious, instructing us to solve the case within 7 days. The urgency of the situation was palpable. Everyone, let us discuss how we should proceed with the investigation. A profound silence enveloped the room. Useful leads were scarce. With only a description of the perpetrator provided by bank staff, a man in his 30s with small eyes, what remains is merely a piece of paper masquerading as an official directive. And to search for a man in his 30s with small eyes amidst the vast sea of people in the capital, wouldn't that be akin to finding a needle in a haystack? With a population exceeding 4 million in the city, it is indeed a daunting task. Observing that everyone was engrossed in their cigarettes, Qi Shandong began to call names. Lao Huang, as the head of the investigation department, what do you propose we do? The named Huang Yuzhou took a deep drag from his cigarette, extinguishing the butt resolutely in the ashtray before responding. Director Qi, the leads are scant. In my opinion, we should instruct the local police stations to collaborate with the neighborhood watch teams to conduct house-to-house inquiries in our jurisdiction. Although this method may be rudimentary, we have no other leads at this point. Qi Shandong furrowed his brow slightly. If they continued with such a primitive approach, when would they ever see results? Given the time constraints, if they managed to investigate even half of the residents in the area, it would be a considerable achievement. What a predicament! Lao Huang. Since you proposed this, you will now inform the local police stations to assist with the investigation. Qi Shandong pondered for a moment, deciding to take a cautious approach and set the wheels in motion. After Huang Yuzhou departed, Qi Shandong scanned the remaining individuals. Does anyone else have suggestions? In the smoke-filled office, the only sound was that of cigarettes being drawn, and everyone seemed to be holding their breath. Bang! Qi Shandong slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming in frustration, "Have you all gone mute? Usually, you chatter incessantly, yet when I need your input, you fall silent." The leaders from various departments hung their heads, and Deputy Director Hai attempted to lighten the mood. Old Qi, there is no need to be angry. After all, the leads are too few. If we fail to solve this case within the deadline, the Municipal Bureau will remove me from my position, and I shall start with all of you. Qi Shandong's brows knitted into a frown as he pointed at the group, yelling. The atmosphere in the office grew oppressive, and even the act of smoking became a hesitant endeavor. Director Qi, how about we call Su Huai in for questioning? Han Yun suggested. Qi Shandong rubbed his temples. Is Su Huai up to the task? Having cracked a homicide case during the day, he seems rather insightful. It might be worth a try. We have little to lose, after all. Han Yun, however, could not guarantee Su Huai's success. Then let us bring him in for an attempt, Qi Shandong said, harboring little hope. With such scant leads, even Jia would be at a loss. An hour later, Han Yun returned with a slightly tipsy Su Huai. On the way, Su Huai had already learned about the case from Han Yun, and upon entering, his first words were, Director Qi, may I see that directive? The directive? Qi Shandong thought to himself, what is there to see in a mere scrap of paper? The directive is evidence, residing at the Municipal Bureau. Su Huai, how confident are you that you can solve this case? If you lack confidence, it would be better not to embarrass yourself at the Bureau. Su Huai replied slowly, if I can obtain that directive, I believe I have a 50% chance of solving the case within 7 days. Qi Shandong stared intently at Su Huai. A 50% chance is quite substantial, especially when the entire city's police force is at a loss and overwhelmed. If there is indeed a 50% chance, it is worth a shot. Ultimately, Qi Shandong had some faith in Su Huai's investigative abilities. Though he doubted the young man could solve the case in just 7 days, such bravado seemed excessive. Nevertheless, treating this desperate situation as a chance for salvation, he immediately dispatched someone to the Municipal Bureau to retrieve the evidence directive. What if they stumbled upon something extraordinary? Then, the 3rd Division would finally have a chance to shine. Chapter 14. The director acts as my electric fan around 11 o'clock at night, in Qi Shandong's office. Su Huai received the voucher that served as evidence. He gently flipped through the document, which was approximately 1/4 the size of A4 paper. It was slightly thinner than A4, yet far superior to the standard office stationery of the time, representing the finest quality in office supplies of that era. The voucher detailed the intended use of the funds, consisting of fewer than 100 words, ostensibly for the renovation of temples for ethnic minorities, purportedly to uphold national unity and enhance international influence. Adjacent to the text, in a blank space, there was a line of vertical penmanship, with the signature of a prominent leader at the end. It must be said that the suspect had exerted considerable effort. This imitation of a signature was nearly indistinguishable from the original. Xiao Su, have you discerned anything? Qi Shandong fanned himself with the document. The weather was already sweltering, and the pressure was immense, causing beads of sweat to cascade down his forehead. His police uniform having long been drenched, Su Zhe merely wished to store the voucher in his space, utilizing the information to draw conclusions. However, both Qi Shandong and Han Yun, along with Qi Shandong's secretary, were all eagerly watching him, leaving Su Huai with no opportunity to demonstrate his abilities. Su Zhe surveyed the office. The only place that could conceal his magic was Qi Shandong's desk. Thus, he seated himself in Qi Shandong's chair, resting his hands on his abdomen, conveniently shielded from the view of others by the desk. Just as Qi Shandong's secretary was about to speak, he was halted by Qi Shandong. who declared that as long as someone could solve the case, all would be well. Su Huai waved his hand, urging Qi Zhendong and the others to step back. Director Qi, it is exceedingly hot. It hinders my thought process. Without hesitation, Qi Zhendong retreated 2 meters, vigorously fanning himself with the folder in hand. He shot a glare at Han Yun and the secretary, who immediately understood, procuring a document folder and imitating him, manually cooling Su Huai. Initially, Su Huai had no desire to get too close to the Public Security Bureau, but he was motivated by his desire for the neighboring Wang Hongmei's property. If this case were solved, rewarding him with 2 houses was not unreasonable, was it? Damn it. To go through such lengths for a house, akin to thievery. Seizing the opportunity, Su Huai placed the voucher into his space. Immediately, information flashed before his eyes. Name, office paper information, produced by the 3rd workshop of a paper mill, early July 1960, entered the Ministry of Foreign Trade, and on July 19, 1960, was delivered to the People's Bank of the capital by Wang Yizhi, a cadre of the Ministry of Foreign Trade. The case was cracked. The perpetrator was Wang Yizhi from the Ministry of Foreign Trade. Su Huai sighed silently. A fraud case that had stirred the upper echelons of power was resolved with such ease. What troubled Su Huai was how to direct the clues towards the criminal. Wang Yizhi, as he cast a forlorn glance at the equally troubled Qi Zhendong. Xiao Su, is it that you lack investigative ideas? Should we step outside? Qi Zhendong, noticing Su Huai's distressed expression, felt an increasing sense of worry. It seemed that this dead horse could not be revived. Not only was the path clear, but the case was already solved. Yet I cannot directly inform you. Su Huai lamented inwardly. Indeed, the sorrows of humanity are not easily shared. After a considerable amount of time, Su Huai finally conceived a method of guidance. Director Qi, we ought to focus on the paper itself. By tracing its origin, we can substantially narrow down the range of suspects, which is far simpler than conducting a citywide search. Qi Zhendong nodded in agreement. Your approach to the investigation is akin to that of Detective Qin from the Municipal Bureau, who is currently examining the paper's source. Detective Qin, a prodigious investigator and deputy director in charge of criminal investigations, was one of the original 100 elite officers tasked with maintaining order in the capital. And he shared a cordial rapport with Qi Zhendong. The evidence in question, a batch of notes, was also requested by Qi Zhendong through a phone call to Qin. However, while Qin pursues his inquiry, we must follow our own path. Su, what is your specific strategy? How shall we proceed with the investigation? Su Huai pretended to ponder deeply, contemplating that the capital was indeed teeming with talent. Having already initiated an investigation into the paper, it was only a matter of time before it led to Wang Yi. Nonetheless, the pace needed to quicken, for the sake of the house. Su Huai spoke up. I noticed that the paper used for the notes is of a significantly higher quality than the office paper utilized by your police department. Thus, it is highly probable that the source of this paper lies within the major ministries. Director Qi, is it feasible to procure office paper from the various ministries? Qi Zhendong inhaled sharply at the audacity of this suggestion, reminiscent of the flavors of a nostalgic dish from July 1960. This young man certainly possessed a bold spirit, daring to investigate the major ministries. Director Qi, he continued, we must hypothesize boldly while exercising caution in our verification. Who knows what we might uncover? Solving a case requires us to shatter the confines of conventional thought. Once all impossibilities are eliminated, whatever remains, no matter how implausible, is the truth. Noticing Qi Zhendong's hesitation, Su Huai rose to return his seat along with the batch of notes, thinking to himself how much effort he was investing in aiding their investigation. It was quite vexing. Boldly hypothesize, cautiously verify? What a profound statement. Qi Zhendong resolved to employ this phrase at the next meeting at the Municipal Bureau. Taking a deep breath, he issued a command. Han Yun, proceed immediately, but be mindful of your methods. Han Yun nodded and swiftly departed. Before dawn, Su Huai, who had been dozing in Han Yun's office, was jolted awake by a sensation akin to an earthquake. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to find a large face looming before him, prompting him to reflexively strike out. Comrade Su, why did you hit me? Wang, a fatigued and beleaguered officer from the Criminal Investigation Department, clutched his stinging face, his expression one of utter dismay. My sincerest apologies. I was genuinely startled by your imposing visage. Su Huai quickly sat up, reflecting that the impact felt rather satisfying. Shall I give it a rub? Wang shook his head vigorously, unwilling to let Su Huai take the liberty. Fully aware of his excessive strength, he still saw stars before his eyes. Moreover, another officer, Xiao Tian, who had previously received Su Huai's attention, had been advised by the doctor to rest for at least 3 months due to several broken ribs. The section chief has sent me to find you. We have sourced the office paper from the major ministries. Wang lamented his misfortune. Su Huai followed Wang into the large office, where Han Yun and several other officers were intently examining each sheet of paper laid out on the conference table. The more they scrutinized, the more perplexed they became. Upon seeing Su Huai approach, Han Yun casually handed him a large sheet of paper and yawned. Xiao Su. All the office paper from various ministries is here. I've compared them with my colleagues and found 3 sheets that are quite similar. In a little while, we'll conduct an investigation on these 3 ministries. Su Huai, full of vigor, bent down to examine the 3 sheets, theatrically tearing off a strip from each. Savoring the taste. Finally, he identified the sheet labeled Ministry of Foreign Trade, shaking it and producing a rustling sound. Hanggu. Let us directly investigate the Ministry of Foreign Trade. I am certain this paper is identical to the one used for the approval forms. Observe the texture and, if you dare, taste it. The material is made from hemp skin. Exhausted from a night of deliberation, Han Yun's mind was sluggish. Could one truly discern the raw materials of paper? Nevertheless, he instinctively trusted Su Huai. Let us start with the Ministry of Foreign Trade. Xiao Wang. Ensure everyone is well fed and ready to depart in half an hour. Thus commenced the grand investigation into the largest fraud case since the founding of the nation. Chapter 15. Yin Bu Gui. A sinister act initially. Han Yun intended to have Su Huai accompany him for the investigation, hoping to give Su Huai a chance to shine. However, Su Huai decisively declined, suggesting that professional matters should be handled by experts. After satisfying his appetite at the cafeteria of the 3rd Bureau, he meandered to a department store and, using a bicycle ticket, purchased a sturdy bicycle for 180. He then rode straight to the bank, withdrawing all of his father Su Yogan's savings, intent on acquiring some antiques or precious items to absorb the azure radiance of space. To his surprise, Su Yujin had saved over 4,200 yuan. How much would he need to spend to deplete such a sum? Surely, his father was secretly engaging in dubious dealings? However, upon reflection, it dawned on him that his father was a first-class truck driver, a reliable worker, earning just over 1,000 annually. Prior to the steel mill's privatization, he had been a driver for nearly a decade. This amount of savings seemed reasonable enough. After securing the funds, Su Huai joyfully pedaled to the trust store on Beijing Bridge, known in the capital as the Commission Trading House. It served as a platform for buying and selling second-hand goods. Established in 1956, it was one of the earliest trust stores, created to address material shortages and facilitate public access to goods. Su Huai intended to hunt for bargains. Although the antiques here did not compare to the extensive offerings of Nanluoguxiang or various antique shops, there were still plenty of good, reasonably priced items to be found. For instance, old furniture. During the last search of Su Huai's home, many items were damaged, and with Wang Hongsha's house likely to be acquired, he thought it an opportune moment to purchase some overlooked second-hand furniture. He was not picky about materials. Whether it be Wang Wali or Zeton, anything would suffice. If he could unearth some official kiln bowls and dishes, that would be even better. He was not particular about the dynasty, be it mid-Qing or Ming's. He would be satisfied. It was still only around 10 in the morning, and the trust store had relatively few customers. Su Huai wandered about, encountering vendors selling second-hand watches, table lamps, and even yuan data coins, yet he found nothing appealing in the realm of old furniture. Su Huai waved at the clerk of the trust store. The elderly man, in his 50s, merely glanced at him and rolled his eyes with indifference. In these times, all shops were state-owned or operated in public-private partnerships, and the staff held secure positions within the system. Not mistreating customers was already commendable. Su Huai, however, did not dwell on the old man's demeanor. Instead, he cheerfully pulled out a pack of Dechiamin cigarettes and tucked it into the old man's short-sleeved pocket. The old man's expression brightened. Young comrade, what can I do for you? Su Huai remained silent and slipped another pack of cigarettes into the old man's pocket, not feeling any remorse since these cigarettes were pilfered from Han Yun's office. The old man's smile widened. Comrade, feel free to tell me what you wish to purchase, and I shall assist you. I am in search of some vintage furniture in good condition. It seems there isn't much in this store, Su Huai replied with a grin, slipping the old man a yuan. Money can work wonders, although a single yuan is not a fortune. It is sufficient to coax the old man into revealing the store's hidden treasures. After all, they tend to keep the good items well concealed, with money paving the way. Even officials cannot hinder one. As expected, the old man appeared delighted, increasingly finding Su Huai more agreeable. "Young lad, it seems we are fated to meet." "I won't divulge this to others," he said. "There are plenty of old furnishings in the back warehouse. Come, let me show you." Su Huai chuckled, draping his arm over the old man's shoulder. "Indeed, you are right. We share a destiny. From now on, please reserve any good finds for me. I will ensure you receive your share of cigarettes." The two, now quite companionable, had shifted their address from uncle and nephew to brotherly terms long before reaching the warehouse door. As the large doors swung open, Su Huai was nearly left speechless. The warehouse was overflowing with old furniture, stacked high, nearly touching the ceiling, covered in a thick layer of dust. "Brother, this all comes from former affluent families, as well as the homes of those lingering from past generations. They used to pass down quality pieces through 3 generations. You may choose as you please. See that table? It's made of Wangwali wood, though the legs have seen better days. If you fancy it, I can offer you a depreciated price." Su Huai exclaimed in surprise. Wei Laoqi recommended various pieces, either Wangwali or Zitan, but unfortunately, complete sets were scarce, and some items bore minor damages. Su Huai settled on 2 sets of mid-Qing dynasty Nanguan Mao chairs, totaling 8 chairs, and a slightly flawed small-leaf Zitan Luan bed. Furthermore, he acquired 2 tables, 8 low stools, and some porcelain, primarily bowls and dishes. Looking for blue and white porcelain? That would require a visit to an antique shop. In the end, Su Huai spent over 540, acquiring enough goods to fill 4 cartloads, which Wei Laoqi had procured, parked outside the trust store. Riding behind the cart, Su Huai swayed gently as he followed. Suddenly, he halted, swiftly turning back to scan the individuals behind him. Upon detecting no abnormalities, he frowned slightly. Upon exiting the trust store, Su Huai felt an unsettling sensation, as if a pair of eyes were tracking him. This intuition was unmistakable, a sense of impending danger. He suddenly realized that his pursuer possessed exceptional counter-surveillance skills. Who could it be? It seemed rather perilous. Su Huai was immediately filled with eagerness, continuing to ride his bicycle closely behind the cart until they returned to the courtyard, where the sensation of being watched dissipated. He felt a tinge of regret for not having confronted the observer. "Please, gentlemen, carry the items inside and place them in the house," he said with a smile, lighting a cigarette and handing each of them a pack of Daqian men. The cart bearers were instantly elated, the 4 sturdy men pounding their chests in assurance that they would deliver the furniture safely without a scratch. Observing their earnestness, Su Huai realized that the cigarettes had indeed been a worthwhile investment. He pushed the cart through the flower-laden gate, and by chance, Yin Bugui emerged from the house, looking rather lethargic. Their eyes met, and Su Huai greeted him with a smile. "Third uncle, not working today? Curse that work. Last night nearly drove me to my grave." Yin Bugui retorted, suddenly noticing the brand-new bicycle in Su Huai's possession, nearly choking in disbelief as he clutched his chest, gasping for air. "That's my money you're spending," he lamented. Then, seeing the burly men behind Su Huai carrying furniture, he felt a pang of despair, knowing that all of it had been purchased with his funds. After 2 hours, all the furniture was delivered into Su Huai's home, filling both rooms to the brim. Once the burly men departed with the cart, Su Huai swiftly locked the door, pressing one hand against a Wangwali round table. With a mere thought, the table vanished into thin air, reappearing within a spatial realm. Name: Late Qing Dynasty Wangwali 8 Immortals Round Table Information. Su Huai was unconcerned with its origin. He was more interested in whether the table emitted blue light points. He had come to deeply appreciate the benefits of these blue points, as his previously frail health had begun to improve, though he was still far from optimal condition. As the blue light points floated from the round table, Su Huai beamed with the joy of a 100-pound child. He busied himself until his stomach growled, yet he never stepped outside, repeatedly placing old furniture in and taking it out, a monotonous task that did not wear him down in the slightest. To avoid arousing suspicion, he cautiously utilized the blue points to enhance his health. Finally, when hunger became unbearable, Su Huai stepped outside to check the time, realizing it was already around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. "Hey, why has Yuzhu called me for dinner today? I hope nothing is amiss." Chapter 16. Mistaken identity at Yuzhu's doorstep. Su Huai called out a couple of times, only to find no one home. Turning around, he spotted the pallid Jia Dongxu squatting at his door, smoking in silence. "Jia Dongxu, where est Yuzhi?" Su Huai tossed him a cigarette. Jia Dongxu glanced at Su Huai, his tone sharp. "How should I know? I'm not his father." Su Huai chuckled, suspecting that Yuzhu might have once again offended Jia Dongxu with his sharp tongue. Just as he was about to step out to confront the situation, Qin Huairu, wearing an apron, lifted the curtain and emerged with a beaming smile. Little Su. The steel factory had leaders visiting today, so Zhuzi is working overtime and arranging the meals. Ah, I see, Su Huai replied with a smile and a nod. Thank you. Don't mention it. We're neighbors, it's only right to help each other, Qin Huairu replied, winking cheerfully. In the present day, Qin Huairu has given birth to the illustrious little stick and her eldest daughter, while her youngest, Huai, has yet to conceive. She now possesses a semblance of support, alleviating her worries about raising children, though she has not yet evolved into the revered leader of the White Lotus sect. Su Huai cast a glance at Jia Dongxu. Recalling the time when Qin Huairu was pregnant with her third daughter, Jia Dongxu had tragically lost his life due to a workplace accident, an event that likely transpired within the last couple of years. Just as he was about to caution Jia Dongxu to exercise greater care at work, Jia Dongxu abruptly stood up, discarding his cigarette butt, and bellowed at Qin Huairu. What business is it of yours? If you dare to utter another word to anyone with the surname Su, I shall tear your mouth apart. If he dares to swindle a fortune from my uncle, he is opposing me, Jia Dongxu. Jia Dongxu then turned to glare at Su Huai, venomously declaring, You, boy, await your reckoning. Should you fall into my hands, you will not even know how you perished. Su Huai's mouth opened and then closed again, as fate twisted unexpectedly in a fleeting moment. After a light chuckle and a shake of his head, Su Huai turned to head home, intending to ride his newly acquired bicycle to the cafeteria of the 3rd Public Security Bureau for a meal. Having walked only a short distance, Su Huai, now with keen hearing, caught Qin Huairu's soft, aggrieved muttering, I am only concerned for you. Su Huai knows the comrades in the police. We ought to avoid making enemies with them. Bah, spat Jia Dongxu. What do you understand? If you ingratiate yourself with my master, everything from his household will be ours. Stay out of sight from now on. It would be better for you. At that moment, Jia Zhongxu also emerged, casting a disapproving look at Qin Huairu. My son works tirelessly to support you all. It is not easy, and while I do not expect your assistance, do not undermine our efforts. Now, go prepare the meal. Qin Huairu's eyes brimmed with tears, rolling down like beads from a broken string. Upon arriving at the 3rd Public Security Bureau, Su Huai secured his bicycle and made his way to the cafeteria. The fare here was relatively decent compared to that at the steel mill, as at least the dishes contained some meat. Su Huai had become a notable figure at the 3rd Bureau, with everyone recognizing him. It was well known that this young man shared a good rapport with the authorities, and the cafeteria lady smiled as she served him extra helpings of fatty meat. Of course, dining in the cafeteria required ration tickets during these times of scarcity. It was universally applicable. Even Qishendong, when dining, had to present 2 liang of grain tickets. The saying goes that a young lad can impoverish his father. At 18, after enhancing his physique through various means, Su Huai was like a young calf, devouring 4 substantial bowls of rice, yet still feeling only moderately full. Regrettably, the rice had run out, leaving only some coarse grain buns. Having satisfied his hunger, he let out a hearty burp under the astonished gaze of the cafeteria lady. Goodness! Such a meal cost a whole gene of grain tickets. Which family could afford that? In these times, food was rationed, and a jobless street urchin like Su Huai could receive a maximum of 29 gene of grain from the street committee each month. With less than half of that, he would be left to endure the harsh wind of the Northwest. Initially, the cafeteria lady had contemplated introducing her daughter to Su Huai, given their close ties with the leadership, but upon witnessing Su Huai's voracious appetite, she promptly abandoned the idea. Marrying off her daughter to him would surely lead to starvation. Just as Su Huai exited the cafeteria, he spotted several police officers laughing heartily as they rushed outside. Han Ge, what good fortune has you smiling so broadly? Su Huai called out, detaining Han Yun, who was grinning from ear to ear. Brother, the fraudster has been apprehended, and you have played a significant role in this achievement. Upon seeing Su Huai and Han Yun, surprise quickly turned into excitement as they joyfully celebrated this success. This was a major case that had to be resolved promptly, and within a mere 24 hours, it had been cracked. Surely, there would be collective commendations and perhaps even a monetary reward. At the very least, there would be no need for overtime tonight. Su Huai smiled as well. He wanted to share in this merriment, especially since the housing issue had been resolved. Following Han Yun into the courtyard, they encountered a throng of police officers surrounding a man, tightly bound. Su Huai scrutinized Wang Yi, who had small eyes and appeared to be in his 30s, presenting an honest demeanor, albeit with a bruised face. At that moment, Being the center of attention made Wang Yi's complexion pale, and his legs trembled in fear. "Director Han, we have captured Huaiqiang. He is indeed the fraudster," shouted a member of the joint defense team with a hearty laugh. "Wait, his name is Huaiqiang? Isn't he Wang Yi?" Su Huai was suddenly struck with a sense of foreboding, praying fervently that this Huaiqiang was merely Wang Yi's accomplice. "Han, have you inquired whether the money has been located? Have the bank representatives identified him?" Su Huai furrowed his brow. "Not yet. We haven't had the chance." The joint defense members chuckled again, recounting how this man had bolted upon seeing them conducting the investigation at the Ministry of Commerce. Our comrades recognized his features, which perfectly matched the clues, and apprehended him immediately. Su Huai was at a loss for words. How could such a blatant mistake occur? After capturing a suspect, shouldn't they seek identification from the bank personnel first? "Han, be cautious. We might have apprehended the wrong person. I doubt Huaiqiang is capable of defrauding 200,000. Su Huai hastily warned Han Yun. Han's expression shifted. If they had indeed arrested the wrong individual, it would be a significant embarrassment. "We shall ascertain the truth during the interrogation." Minutes later, Han Yun returned to the office with a darkened countenance. "Damn it, we truly apprehended the wrong person. That Huaiqiang was involved in stealing from the Foreign Trade Department and had thought we were after him. If I hadn't threatened to execute him, he would have resisted." Su Huai remarked. "Han, this still counts as a contribution. Do not say that. I feel utterly embarrassed." Su Huai continued. "Han, the immediate priority now is to continue the investigation. We should retrieve the employee records from the Foreign Trade Department, filter out those who match the suspect's physical description, and then have the bank personnel identify them. That's a good plan. I will take care of it now. Or would you like to accompany me?" Han Yun insisted on having Su Huai join him in the investigation, as he could no longer afford to lose face. Unbeknownst to Su Huai, at that very moment, a thief had entered his home. Chapter 17. The theft at Su Huai's home in the courtyard. A young man stormed into Yin Bugui's residence, furious as he exclaimed, "Dad, what is going on? How can my wife say that Su Huai has swindled you out of 20? If you have that money, you should give it to me. I can still appreciate your good deeds, but why give it to that little scoundrel Su Huai?" "Oh, my eldest son, you have finally returned," Yin Bugui lamented, clutching his chest, tears streaming down his face. Did he truly wish to part with his hard-earned money? That was the fruit of his labor, painstakingly saved. And it must be reclaimed. "You must stand by me. I cannot allow your father to be bullied." The young man is Yin Zhecheng, the eldest son of Yin Bugui, his eyes darting with shrewdness. "Dad, let us agree on this first. When I retrieve the money, you must give me half. I'll settle for 5. Having been nurtured under Yin Bugui's influence since childhood, Yin Zhecheng shook his head, his mind racing with calculations. He was resolute that this was an opportunity he could not let slip. "Then forget it. I'm not dealing with it. At most, I'll give you 8. Yin Bugui held up 3 fingers. 10. Deal. Yin Zhecheng had just married last year, his wife named Yuli. Although he had started a family, he was merely a temporary worker, and his workplace did not provide housing, while Yuli was unemployed. The newlyweds had no choice but to squeeze into a shared living space with the family, sleeping in the same room as Yin Jiefeng, separated only by a thin curtain. Newly married and brimming with youthful vigor, his needs were considerable. At night, they had to be exceedingly discreet, making not a sound. Winter was bearable, as they could burrow under the covers for warmth, but summer was a torment, with a mere curtain separating them, creating an oppressive heat. Recently, Yin Zhecheng had resorted to sleeping in the office, neglecting his wife. Had it not been for Yuli's visit at noon today, he would have remained oblivious to the situation. Yuli had come to discuss securing Wang Hongmei's house through connections and casually mentioned Su Huai's matter. Yin Zhecheng leapt with excitement, cursing fervently, and immediately assured Yuli that not only would he secure the house, but he would also demand the money from Su Huai. "Eldest son, what is your plan?" Yin Bugui inquired solemnly. Yin Zhecheng waved dismissively. "We'll confront him directly until he complies. You mustn't he act recklessly." Sandama gasped in alarm. "That little rascal knows the chief of police. You can't afford to cross him. What is there to fear?" Yin Zhecheng declared boldly. "I've done my homework. The Su family has no connections in the capital. I suspect Su Huai doesn't he know any police at all. It's just you all scaring yourselves." Yin Bugui frowned. "That can't be right. I thought the police seemed quite familiar with Su Huai." Yin Zhecheng replied, "Dad, think about it. If Su Huai truly had ties with the police, would he and his father act so timidly in the compound? I suspect the police were merely seeking information about the Wang Hongmei case last night. When they stumbled upon your matter, they were just doing a favor. I'd wager that even if you don't compensate or apologize, the police can't do anything to you. Yin Bugue pondered. You make a valid point. If Su Huai really had connections, he would be flaunting them. Anyone else would be strutting around. At this, Yin Bugue grew animated. Leaping to his feet, that little scoundrel was merely leveraging someone else's authority. Sandama ground her teeth in indignation. Indeed. I'm going to confront Su Huai right now. If he doesn't return the money, I'll make sure to break his legs. Yin Jiecheng was equally fired up. Envisioning the 10 yuan within reach, an amount equivalent to a substantial portion of his half-month's salary. After all, as a temporary worker, he only earned 16 yuan and 50 cents each month. With that 10 yuan, he could venture into the streets and secure Wang Hongmei's house. The mere thought sent a thrill of excitement through him. As the head of the household, Yin Bugue called upon Uncle Yin and Uncle Xia. Yet both Yin Bugue and Yin Jiecheng simultaneously declined, stating, "We cannot call." This left the third aunt perplexed. After all, many hands make light work. And it would facilitate matters. Yin Jiecheng and Yin Bugue exchanged a knowing smile, with Yin Jiecheng remarking, "Mother, how naive you are. This is an opportunity to extract money from Su Huai and Lu Haizhong, which would allow my father and me to combine our efforts. Eldest brother, you have acquired 70% of my skills. Soon you will be able to stand on your own. For one cannot be impoverished by hunger or clothing if one is adept at calculations." Yin Bugue felt a swell of pride, believing he had successfully nurtured his son. "Let us seize the night and seek out Su Huai." The father and son proceeded to the backyard, only to find Su Huai's abode shrouded in darkness. With the door securely locked, no one is home. Yin Bugue scratched his head in confusion. "Father, allow me, I shall kick the door open." Yin Jiecheng leaped twice and forcefully kicked open Su Huai's door. Upon illuminating the room, they were greeted by a plethora of antiquated furnishings. Yin Bugue, an astute connoisseur, gazed at the yellow pear and rosewood furniture, wishing fervently that these treasures belonged to him. Such splendid home furnishings. What a waste that Su Huai, the spendthrift, has purchased so many. Can he even utilize them? "Father, what value do these old relics hold? They are outdated and utterly unfashionable." Yin Jiecheng dismissed them, perceiving only a pile of discarded wood. "You understand nothing. This table and 4 low stools are worth at least 200 yuan in the past. Only affluent families could afford such items." Yin Bugue boasted of his erudition. After a moment of astonishment, Yin Jiecheng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Father, what if we move the furniture first? If Su Huai refuses to pay, we shall not return it." Yin Bugue inhaled deeply and shook his head. He still possessed a modicum of discernment and had not been completely blinded by greed. "We cannot do that. If we take the items, it would be akin to theft. That would render us criminals, compromising our integrity. We must wait at home for Su Huai's return." Yin Jiecheng believed his father's timidity was excessive. How could he fear Su Huai, that coward? With a scheming glint in his eye, he resolved to return alone later to retrieve the furniture. After all, no one would witness it. They could simply claim it was a burglary. As the father and son exited the room, they unexpectedly encountered Lu Haizhong's eldest son, reeking of alcohol and accompanied by 2 younger brothers. "Hey, what are you 3 up to? You startled me." Yin Bugue's mind raced, recognizing that they had likely come to confront Su Huai. Lu Guangqi, the eldest son of Lu Haizhong, was not residing in the courtyard and had undoubtedly returned upon hearing news to demand 10 yuan. If they succeed in reclaiming the money, it would mean a loss of 10 yuan for me. Yin Bugue, he pondered, and then spoke. "You should go back. Su Huai is not home." "Perfect. My father mentioned he purchased quite a bit of furniture today, which would be ideal for settling debts," Lu Guangqi declared, striding confidently into Su Huai's residence with Lu Haizhong and Lu Guangtian. "Take everything. Move it all out." Seeing the Lu brothers preparing to act, Yin Jiecheng panicked and shouted, "That set of tables is what I had my eyes on." Before he could finish his sentence, he dashed into Su Huai's home. Yin Bugue, who had initially intended to intervene, swallowed his words. After all, the law does not hold the masses accountable, and who could blame them for Su Huai's unpopularity? The leader instructed to move the official hat chair, lamenting the absence of a bicycle. Before the words had left his lips, 2 shadows, one large and one small, darted into the room, startling Yin Bugue. With the aid of the dim light, he discerned that it was Jia Dongxu and his son, Xiaobanging. Upon entering, Jia Dongxu, heedless of everything, seized a Wang Wali low stool and dashed home, while the nimble little Bonging, unable to lift it, opted instead to drag a chair leg behind him. In less than a minute, Jia Dongxu returned, with Jia Zhashir following closely behind. The commotion in the backyard quickly drew the attention of the entire courtyard. with several opportunists seizing the moment to pilfer valuable items. Standing at the door of the deaf old woman's room, Yi Zhonghai furrowed his brow. Go on and grab something. Earn back that 10 yuan. The deaf old woman prodded Yi Zhonghai with her cane. As one of the elders of the courtyard, Yi Zhonghai should have intervened, yet he remained silent. The more chaotic the scene became, the more secure his position as an elder felt. I shall refrain from meddling. Huai is no ordinary lad. Just wait and see. This crowd will have their share of trouble. The deaf old woman stifled a laugh. You've noticed too. That boy is quite sinister. He returned from the station a changed person. Oh, isn't that Yuzhu? Why is he also among those looting? The deaf old woman anxiously pointed her cane towards the crowd. Yi Zhonghai looked closer and indeed saw Yuzhu, furtively carrying a radio towards his home. Yuzhu. Put that down. Yi Zhonghai rushed forward to intercept him. Elder, everyone is grabbing things. Third elder said the law does not punish the many. If we don't take it now, it will be gone. If you want, I'll give you this radio, and I'll go back inside to fetch something else. The law does not punish the many. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghai loosened his grip. Perhaps this time, he could truly teach Huai a lesson. Chapter 18. Discovery of enemy agents in a narrow alley in the West District. Just before dawn, a group hurriedly approached a small courtyard. Captain Han. This is Wang Yi's home, a police officer pointed out. Han Yun whispered, knock on the door. Under Huai's guidance, after a night of efforts, the bank staff finally confirmed that the individual carrying the approval slip to the bank was indeed Wang Yi from the Foreign Trade Department. Only the arrest remained before solving the case. Wait. Huai suddenly interrupted the comrade knocking on the door. He inhaled deeply, detecting a faint scent in the air. It was the smell of burning paper. A premonition struck him. Could it be that Wang Yi, sensing imminent exposure, was burning money? What's wrong? Han Yun asked softly. Brother Han, do you smell that? Someone is burning something. I suspect Wang Yi is burning money, but the odor isn't emanating from this courtyard. As he spoke, Huai followed the scent forward. Han Yun quietly instructed Wang Dafei, take the team into Wang Yi's house. I'll go ahead with Huai to investigate. At the entrance of the fourth courtyard to the east of Wang Yi's house, Huai sniffed again, confirming that the smell was indeed wafting from there. Peering through the crack in the door, he found his view obstructed by a screen wall. Brother Han, it's in your hands now. Huai cast a glance at the Model 54 pistol in Han Yun's hand and stepped aside. There were 7 or 8 officers following closely behind him, making it unnecessary for him to charge into the fray. Han Yun raised his head to assess the height of the wall, then retreated a few steps before launching himself into a high jump, effortlessly clearing the barrier. Moments later, a small door opened silently. The other officers entered in an orderly fashion. Zhang, take one person to the east. Qin, take one person to the west. The rest of you, move to the center. Suddenly, the door of the central house swung open, and a frantic figure dashed out, flames raging in the room behind him. Don't move. We are the police. Hold him down. You, go extinguish the fire. Huai leaned against the wall at the entrance, listening to the chaos inside, which soon subsided, leaving only a voice hoarsely pleading, let me go. Damn you. Ah, stop hitting me, stop hitting me. Hearing the cries for mercy, Huai confirmed the yard was safe before stepping inside, where he saw 2 officers pinning Wang Yi to the ground, nearly breaking his arm. Subsequently, Huai walked into the room and found Han Yun, shirtless, swinging his police uniform to beat back the flames, cursing under his breath. Damn it, how insane. They're burning real cash. A glance around revealed nearly half the room filled with banknotes, reaching the knees of those present, mostly 5 yuan and small denominations, with very few large notes. Huai was surprised to see a stack of 3 yuan green notes. Hey, this is valuable. I'll exchange some fresh 3 yuan notes at the bank another day. Fortunately, the quantity of burning currency was not substantial, and the fire was quickly extinguished. Huai. My brother, lend me a hand. You and Xiao Wang must take Wang Yi back to the precinct immediately for interrogation. Han Yun, covered in ash with a layer of soot on his face, continued, we are working across districts, and when the local colleagues arrive, you must decide whether to hand him over. Before we turn him over, we need to pry open Wang Yi's mouth. That case will be credited to the Criminal Investigation Department. Huai understood. Got it. This is a splendid opportunity to make a name for ourselves. The two exchanged smiles. This chance was too precious, especially as it involved a major case that had incited the ire of the authorities. Solving it could earn them a collective second-class merit, or even a first-class one, which was not out of reach. Such a golden opportunity could not be relinquished to others. Han Yun, accompanied by 7 or 8 officers, began clearing the currency while Su Huai, Wang Dafei, and Zhang hurriedly escorted Wang Yi away. At the alley's entrance, 3 military jeeps and 4 three-wheeled motorcycles awaited. The jeeps, American equipment from World War II, were quite numerous domestically, and all 3 vehicles from the outer 3rd precinct were present. The group boarded one of the vehicles, and Zhang pressed the accelerator, speeding toward the outer 3rd precinct. They had hardly traveled 10 minutes when officers from the local station rushed over, clamoring to take over the case. In the back seat of the jeep, Su Huai and Wang Dafei sandwiched Wang Yi between them, with a resounding slap. Su Huai struck Wang Yi on the head. "Buddy, you're quite bold, daring to impersonate Director Zhou's signature? Are you in such a hurry to meet your maker?" Wang Yi's face turned pale, trembling with fear, his teeth chattering, tears streaming down his face like a broken dam. "Speak up. Who urged you to do this? Where are your accomplices?" Su Huai observed Wang Yi's cowardly demeanor and questioned how someone with such timidity could dare to embezzle 200,000. "Speak." With a powerful fist, Wang Dafei struck Wang Yi in the abdomen, causing him to curl up in pain, groaning softly. When Wang Dafei saw that he remained silent, he cursed and continued to rain blows upon him. Before long, Wang Yi pleaded, stop hitting me, I will talk." Wang Dafei, exhilarated, recognized the gravity of the case at hand. He could almost envision the military merit badge beckoning him and the prospect of an elevation in rank in the near future. He immediately rummaged through the car and retrieved some papers. "Su Huai, you ask, and I shall document." Su Huai seized Wang Yi by the nape of his neck, lifting him up and coldly inquiring. "Name? Wang Yi. Age? 36. Place of origin? Hangzhou, Zhejiang." Wang Dafei glanced at Su Huai in surprise, noting his professional demeanor in the interrogation. After meticulously asking the basics, Su Huai pressed further. "Who instructed you to forge the signature?" "Nobody," Wang Yi replied, his voice tinged with a whimper. "Do you take me for a fool? With your cowardice, how could you dare to deceive for 20,000? Su Huai retorted with a smirk. Wang Yi lamented, "Truly, no one directed me. I was simply too poor and wished to acquire some money. I approached it with a mindset of trying my luck. Who would have guessed the bank would actually comply? But it was too much. These past 2 days, I haven't eaten or slept well, knowing I would inevitably be caught by you. I was terrified and even thought about burning the money to eliminate evidence. Even if you apprehended me, you wouldn't be able to convict me." Su Huai, sensing that Wang Yi was not lying, pondered for several seconds before asking, "Why did you choose to imitate Mr. Zhou's signature? Beyond deceiving the bank, what else did you impersonate him for?" Wang Yi seemed resigned to his fate, having lost the will to resist, and confessed, "Nothing more, just this once. I have loved drawing since childhood. Not only could I replicate Mr. Zhou's signature perfectly, but I could also forge food stamps and fabric vouchers. I assure you, my skills are remarkable. I possess great talent, but fate has not favored me. At work, my superiors overlook me, and my colleagues ostracize me, simply because I didn't bribe them with gifts during the Dragon Boat Festival." As he spoke, Wang Yi felt a deep sense of injustice, believing the entire world conspired against him. Slap. Su Huai delivered a resounding blow. "Speak only about matters related to the case." With a swift motion, Su Huai removed Wang Yi's watch and placed it in his possession. A series of information surfaced before him. After perusing the details, Su Huai's expression darkened. Chapter 19. Other departments are here to take him away. Name: Swiss watch information, originating from Switzerland. It arrived in Guangzhou, Dragon Country, via the 13 Hangs in January 1944. In February 1944, Wang Yi, having graduated from the Qingpu Special Training Class, purchased it for 80 taels of silver to celebrate his graduation and the attainment of his rank as second lieutenant. In April 1944, he brought it with him to the capital. In March 1948, Wang Yi gifted the watch to Sun Xin, the head of the 3rd Bureau of the Beiping Secret Service, requesting a transfer away from the capital. In April 1948, the watch was returned to Wang Yi alongside a commendation for his promotion to Major General, instructing him to use the codename Chong Lu and lie low in the capital, waiting for the opportune moment. Goodness, this man is actually an enemy agent, and he holds the rank of Major General. What Su Huai did not anticipate was that this individual had infiltrated using his real name. Fortunately, he casually verified the information. Otherwise, he would have indeed been deceived by this person's acting skills. Truly, he was a trained operative. With a sharp slap, Su Huai struck Wang Yi on the head, causing stars to dance before Wang Yi's eyes. "Now, tell me, who is pulling your strings? Who are your superiors and subordinates?" "I've already told you, Comrade Police. What I said is the truth." Wang Yi protested, his voice filled with indignation as he shrank back, weeping and wailing like a child. Su Huai recognized this as mere pretense. Wang Yi, do you truly believe you are concealing yourself well? Without absolute certainty, would we have apprehended you? Have you considered why we were able to crack the case so swiftly? A jolt of alarm surged through Wang Yi. What did you mean? Did they know something? Wang Yi, do you comprehend the consequences of defrauding 200,000? It's execution. However, should you confess, there remains a chance for you to survive. Su Huai was methodically dismantling Wang Yi's defenses. Years ago, he had attempted to escape from the capital, ingratiating himself with gifts and favors, yet ultimately became a pawn. All these years, his lack of resentment was at fade. Su Huai sought to exploit this weakness to pry open Wang Yi's lips. This is an opportunity for you. We are fully aware of your situation. Your non-cooperation leads to certain death. If you cooperate and demonstrate significant merit, it is not impossible for you to be spared. Consider the merits of those who have turned. They are living quite well, are they not? Noticing Wang Yi's silence, Su Huai discerned his hesitation and decided to deliver a final blow. Leaning closer, he whispered, "They have already abandoned you. What are you still holding on to? Is it your rank of Major General? They even know my rank." Wang Yi finally sighed, his tone shifting as he sat up straight. A bitter smile gracing his lips. "I thought it would take you at least half a month to find me. That time would have been sufficient for me to escape. When did you begin to monitor me, and why did I remain oblivious?" Su Huai felt a sense of relief. "Now, let us address the matter at hand. How long have you been undercover?" Undercover? Wang Yi was still an enemy operative. The recorder, Wang Dafei, widened his eyes, incredulously gazing at Su Huai from across Wang Yi. He had been in service for 6 or 7 years and could discern Wang Yi's changes. There was indeed something amiss. Yet, he could not fathom how Su Huai deduced that Wang Yi was an undercover enemy operative. "I graduated from the Qingpu Special Training Class in 1944. Wang Yi stated after revealing his basic information. Su Huai pressed further. "And your superior?" Wang Yi grimaced. "He died of illness. He was previously undercover at Textile Factory No. 2. Named Zhongyi. And your subordinates? Can I smoke a cigarette?" Wang Yi inquired. Su Huai acquiesced to Wang Yi's request, lighting a cigarette and placing it between Wang Yi's lips. After taking a few deep puffs, Wang Yi sighed frequently, seemingly burdened with guilt over the impending betrayal of his comrades. "The roster is buried beneath the hawthorn tree in my yard. Dig about half a meter down, and you will find a jar. However, of the 17 subordinates, 9 have been captured over the years for various reasons, 3 are deceased, and of the remaining 5, 1 is missing, leaving only 4. Hey, it turns out to be a formidable fish with 17 subordinates under his command. How do you usually communicate? Did your captured subordinates not betray you?" Su Huai inquired curiously. Wang Yi replied, "After going into hiding, I have not contacted them even once. They are merely aware of my existence but remain oblivious to my identity." "Ah, so the safest spies are those who remain dormant. If it weren't for Wang Yi's sudden scheme to defraud 200,000, he would indeed have remained elusive." Contemplating this, Su Huai asked, "Why did you resort to deception?" "I recently received an order, issued by a newly assigned superior, but I have no knowledge of their identity or any pertinent information. The superior commanded me to find a way to raise funds. Upon completing the task, I would be sent overseas," Wang Yi explained. Creak. A jeep halted at the entrance of the 3rd Bureau. Before the vehicle had come to a complete stop, the rear door swung open, and a man in his 40s alighted, clad in a 58-style uniform. His piercing gaze exuded an intimidating aura, with a scowl that suggested he was not to be trifled with. A long scar ran across his forehead. This was Zhou Xian, the director of the 2nd Bureau. Like Qi Zhindong and Shen Ji, he was one of the illustrious 108 generals who took over the capital years ago. This group constituted the architects of public security in the capital, each an elite drawn from the military, with only 8 among them being university graduates. Zhou Xian was one of those 8. He strode forward, commanding respect, his presence so formidable that even his subordinates dared not breathe audibly in his wake. "Qi Zhindong, come out." Zhou Xian's demeanor radiated an air of authority, devoid of any collegiate demeanor. Even before he reached the courtyard, his thunderous voice echoed through the 3rd Bureau. Just as Qi Zhindong entered his office, having yet to brew tea, he abruptly turned at the sound, gazing out the window. There stood the imposing Zhou Xian, who appeared ready to unleash fury. "Hey!" Qi Zhindong set down his teacup and hurried to the window, leaning out and shouting, "Zhou, what on earth are you bellowing about so early in the morning? Stop pretending and hand over the person." Zhou Xian crossed the railing of the corridor with ease, confronting Qi Zhindong through the window. Enraged, Zhou Xian was under immense pressure due to a fraud case occurring in his jurisdiction, with an ultimatum from above to resolve it. He personally oversaw operations at the Second Bureau, issuing an order that no one was permitted to return home until the case was cracked. The personnel of the Second Bureau and several local police stations had toiled for a day and a night without finding a single clue. Suddenly, a report from a subordinate station arrived, stating that Han Yun had solved the case and apprehended the suspect at the Third Bureau. At that moment, Zhou Xian was elated, leaping 3 feet in excitement, and immediately led his team over. His intent was to claim the suspect before any interrogation could take place. Who is it? Yi Zhonghai was still unaware that the case had been resolved, filled with confusion. As he pondered, a realization struck him, and he exclaimed, "It couldn't possibly be that the fraud case was cracked by Han Yun, could it? Stop feigning ignorance and come out." Zhou Xian unfastened the top button of his uniform, angrily pointing at Yi Zhonghai. Instantly, Yi Zhonghai burst into laughter, recognizing from Zhou Xian's demeanor that indeed, Han Yun had been the first to capture the suspect. If you possess the capability, why not solve the case yourself? Yi Zhonghai was feeling quite pleased with himself, all the while silently praying that Han Yun would not return at that moment. Otherwise, Zhou Xian would surely snatch the opportunity. This loud-mouthed Zhou had long been a dominant figure in the municipal bureau. If he truly acted foolishly, Yi Zhonghai would have to retreat. Otherwise, with his status as a university graduate and one of the initial cohort, he would have already secured a position in the department. Zhou Xian, hands on his hips, paced back and forth, cursing outside the window. "Do you have any shame? Coming into our jurisdiction to apprehend someone without notifying us? What authority do you have? Hand over the suspect to me now, and I will overlook your transgression of cross-jurisdictional action. Of course, your contributions will not go unrecognized." Yi Zhonghai shook his head, dismissing him. "I want to listen to you. You're just rambling." At that moment, a jeep pulled up outside the Third Sub-Bureau, and upon hearing the roar of the engine, Zhou Xian dashed out. Yi Zhonghai pounded his chest in frustration. Why was he returning at such a time? Without hesitation, Yi Zhonghai ran after him. Chapter 20. The Municipal Bureau's pursuit of Huai. Yi Zhonghai and his team rushed to the entrance, only to find Zhou Xian leaning against the window of Han Yun's jeep, peering into the empty interior, still cursing. "Han Yun, I have high hopes for you. I need a deputy director over here. Hand over the suspect, and I will take you with me." Han Yun, standing nearby, appeared bewildered. "What did you mean? The suspect hadn't been brought back yet. Was there some mishap with Wang Dafei? Where were they?" Yi Zhonghai was also anxious. "I ordered Wang Dafei and De Zhang to bring the suspect back for interrogation. Haven't they returned?" A thin sheen of sweat broke out on Han Yun's forehead. If something went wrong and the suspect escaped under his watch, it would spell trouble. "They haven't returned? This is bad." Han Yun swallowed hard. He had left the crime scene only half an hour prior, and logically, they should have been back by now. Notify everyone. Spread out immediately and find that suspect. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must. Yi Zhonghai commanded, his forehead damp with cold sweat. The Third Sub-Bureau erupted into a flurry of activity. Zhou Xian, frowning and scowling, pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Zhonghai. "If the suspect gets away, I will personally report you to the higher-ups," he declared. "Let us go to your office. I need to call the bureau and have them search for the suspect." At that moment, Yi Zhonghai had no inclination to argue with Zhou Xian. Accolades no longer mattered. The priority was not to lose the suspect. Just then, 2 honks of a horn interrupted, as a jeep sped into view and screeched to a halt. Wang Dafei was the first to leap from the vehicle, dragging a bruised Wang Yi out behind him. "What happened on the way? Why are you only returning now?" Han Yun, disregarding Yi Zhonghai's glare, scrutinized Wang Dafei and the driver, De Zhang, and glanced into the vehicle, where Huai was leisurely retreating to a corner, casually lighting a cigarette to enjoy the unfolding chaos. Quick, take the suspect away." Zhou Xian realized the suspect had returned and immediately ordered the Second Sub-Bureau officers to seize him, but they were intercepted by the Third Sub-Bureau personnel. The situation was in disarray. Beep, beep, honks echoed again as 3 more vehicles arrived. They were cars from the Beijing Municipal Bureau. Over 30 colleagues clad in white uniforms disembarked. At that moment, the chaos intensified, with everyone speaking over one another. "Quiet down. The suspect is to be taken back by our bureau for interrogation." The Municipal Bureau, led by the Deputy Director, Yi Zhonghai, found himself at odds with Zhou Xian, who, despite his discontent, felt powerless against authority. The stakes were high, with the prospect of losing half of his hard-won accolades weighing heavily on Yi's heart. This was a case that reached the very core of power. At that moment, Wang Dafei timidly interjected, "The case has already concluded." Wang Yi confessed. He is an agent of the Wanwan, holding the rank of Major General in the Secret Service. Here is the interrogation record. A profound silence enveloped the room. Concluded? And they had uncovered a covert Major General from the Secret Service? When had the efficiency of the external Third Bureau become so remarkable? Han Yun swiftly handed the interrogation record to Yi Zhonghai, who, despite his professionalism, could not contain his laughter in front of the municipal leaders. Zhou Xian remarked, "Director, we must hasten to capture the enemy agents." Wang Dafei whispered to Yi Zhonghai, who nodded and patted Wang on the shoulder, commending, "Well done, Director." It was all Su Huai's work. I merely recorded the proceedings. Wang Dafei scratched his head, glancing in Su Huai's direction. But the throng of colleagues made it impossible to spot him. "Director Qi, since we are to apprehend enemy agents, feel free to enlist any personnel from our second bureau." Zhou Xian surmised, realizing that the accolades from the fraud case were slipping away, and now he merely sought to partake in the capture of the enemy agents. Hoping to balance out any potential blame from higher-ups, "Old Qi, our 30-odd personnel from the municipal bureau are at your disposal, if that is insufficient." "The bureau has more to offer," chuckled the deputy director. Yi Zhonghai, feeling a sense of propriety, knew it was inappropriate to hoard the glory. Especially since Wang Yi's accomplices were scattered throughout the capital, cross-district operations necessitated the municipal bureau's involvement. "Director, your leadership is essential in spearheading the capture operation." Yi Zhonghai astutely presented the interrogation record. By 10 o'clock the next morning, all pertinent individuals had been apprehended in Yi Zhonghai's office. "Su, are you certain you do not wish your name to be included on the commendation list?" Yi Zhonghai observed Su Huai, perplexed by his reluctance to claim his due credit. This was a monumental achievement, destined for the central authorities. To bring honor to one's family is a matter of utmost importance. Yi Zhonghai noted, "Director, I've done little. I merely assisted from the sidelines. It was your and Brother Han's leadership that truly shone," Su Huai replied, shaking his head fervently as if to dispel the notion. His thoughts ran deep. "I desire more. I aim to leave a lasting impression. Moreover, I must assess whether you are indeed worthy leaders. If not, I shall seek opportunities elsewhere." "Ah, this young man is quite suited for advancement within the system. Look at his high aspirations." Yi Zhonghai, with a knowing look, patted Su Huai's shoulder and said, "I heard from Han Yun that you desire those 2 apartments belonging to Wang Hongmei. Thus, I shall take the liberty to reward them to you." "I was just waiting for those words." Su Huai chuckled. "That would be quite embarrassing. You, my boy, seem to have no embarrassment whatsoever. However, the credit that belongs to you is yours alone to claim." Yi Zhonghai laughed heartily. Through this incident, Yi Zhonghai increasingly felt that Su Huai was a natural-born detective, one he must recruit into his ranks, solving cases swiftly while also uncovering a line of enemy agents. "Han Yun, please take Xiao Su to the street office to handle the formalities. I must visit the municipal bureau to report to the leadership." The cheerful Yi Zhonghai arrived at the municipal bureau and made his way directly to the director's office. Feeling quite elated, he entered without knocking and spoke boldly. "Director, may I finally enjoy a cigarette from your collection, Qinji? What are you doing here? Are you here to congratulate me?" Upon seeing his old comrade Qinji present, Yi Zhonghai couldn't help but flaunt his success. The two had a long-standing rivalry, having sparred verbally since taking charge of public security in the capital, neither willing to concede to the other. However, Qinji's prowess was undeniable, earning him the title of a detective genius from the higher-ups. After the peaceful liberation of the capital, Qinji had indeed solved several major cases. Seizing an opportunity, Yi Zhonghai could not resist boasting. "This time, we from the 3rd Division will make an appearance. In less than 48 hours, we apprehended both the criminals and the evidence for a case that your bureau could not resolve." Qinji, with his prominent eyebrows and bright eyes, casually glanced at Yi Zhonghai. "You merely stumbled upon good fortune. I am well aware of the capabilities of your 3rd Division. The murder case at the steel plant nearly resulted in a miscarriage of justice on your part." Yi Zhonghai's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he refused to back down. "You're deliberately picking a fight, aren't you? I know you're feeling uneasy, and you're just jealous. I want to stoop to your level." Qinji rolled his eyes. "If it's not sheer luck, then who is Su Huai? How dare you, Qinji? You've sent an informant to our 3rd Division." Yi Zhonghai exploded with rage. Qinji, grinning with satisfaction, replied, "We are all comrades. Why call it an informant? Are you really going to claim you have no good connections within the municipal bureau?" Yi Zhonghai glared in frustration. Enough. Let us not quarrel," the director seated behind the desk, set down his pen, removed his glasses, and rubbed his temples. It is indeed commendable that the case has been solved. Your contributions cannot be overlooked. And as for Huai, he is a promising young talent. We cannot afford to squander such potential. I've heard he is still unemployed. Bring him to see me this afternoon. Damn it. Are they trying to poach him? Yi Zhonghai's expression shifted to one of alarm. Old leader. Huai is under my wing. I have already arranged a position for him. Stop boasting. Huai hasn't he even agreed to your offer? Ji immediately exposed Yi Zhonghai's falsehood. Yi Zhonghai was infuriated. It was clear that they had thoroughly investigated Huai and were not acting on a whim. Ji, are you perhaps interested in Huai? Let me tell you, don't get your hopes up. With a casual flick of a match, Ji lit the corner of his cigarette, reclining confidently. The municipal bureau can offer Huai a level 17 position as a special talent. Can you match that? What? Yi Zhonghai was left speechless. A level 17 position equated to a deputy section chief with a monthly salary of 87 yuan. With Yi Zhonghai's authority, he could at most offer Huai a level 20 position as a clerk, which he thought was already quite enticing. He never anticipated the municipal bureau would undermine him by offering Huai a level 17 deputy position. He looked at the director with a pitiful expression. Old leader. What are you doing? This is too much. I finally discovered a talent, and you resort to such tactics to steal him away? We are supposed to be on the same side. In a light-hearted manner, Ji chuckled. Come now, you nearly had that person executed. Surely, they harbor resentment. Which is why they declined your special invitation. Spare us the embellishments about discovering a talent. How ridiculous. I feel embarrassed for you. Ji, could you please refrain from speaking? I'll treat you to drinks tonight. Yi Zhonghai pleaded, his gaze imploring. Ji raised 2 fingers. 2 rounds. I won't let you off easily. 2 rounds it is. Yi Zhonghai glanced at the dignified leader, his expression pitiful. The head of the department sighed. All right. I want to compete with you on that. Ecstatic, Yi Zhonghai seized the opportunity. So, can I also request a level 17 salary to entice Huai? That can be arranged, but consider the implications. A salary can be offered, but the position will be gradually elevated. However, let me be clear, if you fail to recruit Huai, do not hold the city bureau responsible. Understood? Yi Zhonghai grinned. Thinking a level 17 salary would undoubtedly be irresistible for Huai. The head then slowly added, Yi Zhonghai, I have a task for you. Find me a few houses in your jurisdiction. My daughter is returning soon. Xiaotang is coming back from North Su. Yi Zhonghai remarked nostalgically. It's been 3 years since she went abroad, and I genuinely miss that girl. Get lost. You have no business thinking about my daughter. The head laughed, scolding him lightly. But doesn't Xiaotang reside in the Ministry of Public Security compound? Yi Zhonghai inquired. I would prefer her to stay at my home, alas. The head sighed, a myriad of unspoken words lingering in the air. Yi Zhonghai and Ji joined in the sigh. After Yi Zhonghai departed, the head rubbed his temples and turned to Ji. When will you report for duty? I came to bid farewell to the leader. I shall assume my post tomorrow. Ji replied with a smile, slyly reaching for a pack of white-box Chinese cigarettes, but was caught by the head as he attempted to take the entire pack. Put that down. That is my ration for the month. With a chuckle, Ji was unperturbed. The head lit a cigarette for himself and, with a hint of sorrow, tossed half a pack to Ji. At the 5th Division, do your best. If you find it unsatisfactory, do not come back looking for me. Ji fell silent for a moment, then suddenly stood tall, saluting. At the Gula Subdistrict office, Huai and Han Yan exited the building, having spent an hour completing the necessary paperwork. Director Qin of the Subdistrict office mentioned that Wang Hongmei's house was set to be allocated to a worker from the soy sauce factory. Had it not been for Han Yan's presence, they might not have secured it. The properties at number 95, Nanluoguxiang, were all owned by the Subdistrict office. Han Yun exchanged 4 rear-facing rooms for a set of public security apartment blocks, much to the delight of the Subdistrict, who wore smiles at the sight of the apartment buildings, a symbol of status in these times. Once the exchange was complete, the 4 rooms were offered to Huai as a reward. Although framed as a gift, Huai was still required to pay for them, 50 for each room, totaling 200. The 50 equated to a half-purchase, half-gift arrangement. Huai, with a shrewd mind, intended to spend an additional 100 to acquire the courtyard within 5 meters of the 4 rooms. However, the Subdistrict office declined, stating it was a public area and not for sale. Upon exiting the street office, Huai handed a bag to Han Yun, saying, Brother Han, I'll return home briefly and then proceed to your workplace to handle some paperwork. I might as well enjoy a meal there. A beaming smile adorned Su Huai's face. Securing 4 rooms in Nanluoguxiang for 200 yuan was indeed a bargain. In truth, he carried money with him, but in this day and age, who would bear such a hefty sum? Returning home to fetch the cash was merely a pretext. Han Yun chuckled. You rascal. Are you insatiable when it comes to taking advantage of public resources? However, he paid little heed to it. In this era, everyone sought ways to benefit from public funds. And as long as they did not breach core issues, most authorities turned a blind eye. Parting ways, Su Huai rode his bicycle, humming a tune, leisurely making his way back to Nanluoguxiang. As he contemplated a visit to the police station, he decided to leave his bicycle parked out front, unattended, and headed straight to the backyard. Suddenly, he sensed an intense gaze upon him. Glancing towards Yin Bugui's residence, he spotted Yin Bugui and his son, Yin Jieching, standing at their doorstep. Yin Bugui wore a smile, while Yin Jieching's eyes sparkled with provocation. Su Huai dismissed them and continued toward the backyard, but as he walked a few steps further, he felt an unusual atmosphere enveloping the yard. It was Sunday, a day when most people would be off work. Typically, the yard would be bustling with activity at this hour. Yet today, it was eerily quiet. Many individuals turned away upon seeing Su Huai, while others lingered at their doors, grinning maliciously. Particularly, Jia Dongxu emerged from his home and spat in Su Huai's direction, exclaiming, "This is your retribution." Shortly after, Qin Huairu hurried out, dragging Jia Dongxu back inside. What an absurdity! Su Huai grimaced, puzzled by the scene. Qin Huairu's furtive eyes suggested she was hiding something. What misdeeds had this family committed? As Su Huai entered the backyard, he noticed his door ajar, causing a sinking feeling in his stomach that urged him to quicken his pace. Upon entering the house, his expression darkened as a surge of fury coursed through him. Not a single piece of the old furniture he had purchased yesterday remained. Even his radio and table had vanished, along with the mattress from his bed. The doors and windows were damaged, with shards of glass scattered across the floor. It was akin to an invasion. Su Huai recalled Yin Jieching's provocation, Jia Dongxu's arrogance, Qin Huairu's unease, and Yuzhu lurking behind the door, as well as the odd atmosphere in the yard. Damn it, could this band of brutes be behind the crime? A glint of vengeance flickered in Su Huai's eyes as he stormed out of his home. Upon reaching the front yard, he discovered his newly acquired bicycle was missing. Su Huai turned to Yin Bugui's house, only to find Yin Jieching gone, leaving Yin Bugui calmly polishing his own bicycle. Su Huai strode out of the yard, heading purposefully toward the police station. Just as he rounded the corner, a young man loitering at the alley's entrance approached him unsteadily. Su Huai, brother, the tall, lanky young man, whom Su Huai recognized as Qian Daqian, called out, "Did your family take my bicycle?" Su Huai seized Qian Daqian by the collar, glaring fiercely at him. Qian Daqian, a resident of Unit 95, lived across from Yin Bugui in the front yard. He was half a year younger than Su Huai. In the past, they had roamed the streets together. Su Huai certainly did not possess such audacity. My father lacked the courage. Just yesterday, I tried to intervene but was beaten by Yin Jieching and Yin Jiefeng, those scoundrels. Due to years of inadequate nourishment, the emaciated Qian Daqian was visibly frightened, shaking his head and insisting, "I am here waiting for you to tell you who stole your belongings." Who stole them? Su Huai loosened his grip on Qian Daqian's collar and noticed the dark circles under his eyes. Qian Daqian began naming names one by one. "Now go home and keep an eye on them. Do not let them take my things." Su Huai pulled out 2 coins and pressed them into Qian Daqian's hand. No, I don't want money," Qian Daqian said in a panic. "Hurry back." Su Huai disregarded Qian Daqian's protest and turned towards the 3rd Police Bureau, thinking to himself that everyone was surely waiting for a significant payout. Haizhong stumbled to Yin Bugui's doorstep. "Third uncle, do you think Su Huai is so quiet because he has been scared into silence?" Haizhong felt uncertain and wanted to ask Yin Bugui about last night, when it was Yin Bugui who had shouted about the law not punishing the masses, inciting everyone into a frenzy of looting. Yin Bugui adjusted his glasses and replied, "He is afraid. He knows he stands against the people. Dear second uncle, rest assured, there will be no trouble. Even if there is, it's your eldest son who initiated the theft." Yin Bugui mused to himself. Just then, Jia Dongxu arrived, brimming with delight. "Gentlemen, did you witness that little rascal fleeing in disarray? If he had walked any slower, I would have surely taught him a lesson for daring to ask for money from the 3 gentlemen. What about your arrangements, Xiao Jia?" Yin Bugui set down his cloth and assumed a serious demeanor. Jia Dongxu looked around and lowered his voice. "Don't worry, I delivered 2 grand chairs to my master, and my mistress was overjoyed." "Bah, Those are called Nanguan Mao chairs. You clearly lack discernment. Yin Bugue scoffed for a moment. That is good. That is good. He began humming a Peking opera tune, thinking that as long as he could drag Yi Zhonghai into the fray, the entire courtyard would unite. And what did he have to fear from Su Huai? 3 bicycles came to a stop at the entrance of Unit 95. The trio, their expressions grave and silent, hurriedly entered the gate. Chapter 22. Su Huai's father has died. The 3 men were clad in blue short-sleeved work uniforms from the steel rolling mill, with the leader carrying a black Shanghai brand briefcase. Oh, Director Yin, what brings you to our courtyard? Haizhong recognized the leader and hurriedly approached with a sycophantic smile. Jia Dongxu was also familiar with him. This middle-aged man was the logistics director of the steel rolling mill, responsible for the well-being of nearly 10,000 employees. Following Director Yin was the union leader of the mill and a deputy chief from the labor and personnel department. Is this Master Lu? Director Yin had not anticipated encountering Lu Haizhong, who was a 7th-level worker at the mill and known to most of the leadership. Yes, I am Lu Haizhong, he replied, beaming as he offered a cigarette. Director Yin accepted the cigarette but showed no interest in small talk, asking in a serious tone. Is Su Yujin from the transport team living in this courtyard? We need to speak with his son. We are looking for Su Huai. Lu Haizhong cast a curious glance at Yin Bugue, pondering the reason why the logistics department of the steel mill sought out Su Huai. Director Yin, Su Yogan's son has just departed. If there's anything you wish to convey, I can relay the message. To be frank, I am the 2nd elder of this precinct. The plump Director Yin furrowed his brow. Alas, Su Yujin has met with misfortune. His vehicle overturned during transportation and plunged into a gorge, resulting in his untimely demise. Lu Haizhong stood frozen in place. Yin Bugue, initially taken aback, soon had his eyes darting with intrigue. Hearing this, Jia Dongxu dashed towards Yi Zhonghai's home, muttering to himself. Serves him right, a family of ill-fated souls. With the father gone, how can Su Huai possibly hold his ground? Bursting into Yi Zhonghai's abode, Jia Dongxu scarcely caught his breath before exclaiming, Master, heaven has opened its eyes. Su Yujin has died in a car accident, and Director Yin is already here. At that moment, Yi Zhonghai sat enthralled in a official hat chair that Jia Dongxu had brought him. He had learned from the deaf old woman that it was made of Wang Wali wood, of excellent quality, worth at least 30 pieces of silver for the pair. Yi Zhonghai hesitated, contemplating whether to keep it. Upon hearing Jia Dongxu's news, he leapt to his feet, his brow furrowed tightly. Jia Dongxu, why are you so pleased about someone's death? Beware of retribution. Master, how can I not be pleased? That scoundrel Su Huai swindled your money, and now his family is facing the consequences. Master, you must quickly seek connections in the factory. With Su Yogan's demise, Su Huai has a chance to take over. I covet that opportunity. Once Huairu takes over, our family will be dual income. Master, I implore you to assist me. I shall surely repay your kindness to you and Madame. Yi Zhonghai could not help but look down upon Jia Dongxu's desperate demeanor, knowing such actions would lead to ridicule. Yet, the thought of securing a comfortable old age made him waver. At that moment, Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugue arrived one after the other, seeking Yi Zhonghai. And the trio engaged in hushed discussions before erupting into yet another quarrel. No, this cannot be done. Yi Zhonghai bellowed, his face darkened. This group, blinded by greed, upon hearing of Su Yogan's death, schemed for his compensation and Su Huai's succession. Even more audacious was Lu Haizhong, who expressed an interest in seizing the Su family's 2 houses. Yi Zhonghai understood the implications all too well, unless Su Huai met a similar fate. This matter could not remain concealed and would eventually reach the factory's ears. The repercussions would be severe, with dismissal being the least of the consequences. Initially, Yi Zhonghai had considered spending a sum to aid Jia Dongxu in purchasing the position from Su Huai, a common practice that many turned a blind eye to. However, Yin Bugue and Lu Haizhong were more ruthless, intending to strip the Su family bare. Should Su Huai find himself cornered, any upheaval could arise. And once exposed to the light, no one would escape unscathed. Master, I beg of you, just consider the plight of a struggling man. Now, without spending a penny, one can secure the position. Why insist on paying Su Huai? Jia Dongxu expressed his grievances. Yi Zhonghai, the old fox, would never gamble his own future, especially since he held a low opinion of Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugue, deeming them short-sighted and unworthy of great endeavors. He resolutely rejected, stating, How you plan is of no concern to me. I shall not participate in this matter. Jia Dongxu, if you still consider me your master, then remove these 2 chairs as well. Master Jia Dongxu fell to his knees with a thud, tears welling in his eyes, and prostrated himself repeatedly, pleading, "Master. Once a teacher, always a father. You are like a father to me. I beseech you, help me." Yi Zhonghai did not anticipate that Jia Dongxu would resort to such moral coercion, surpassing expectations and igniting his fury. He slammed a large teacup onto the ground, exclaiming, "Get out." Haizhong and Yin Bugui exchanged glances, and together with Jia Dongxu, they departed from Yi Zhonghai's home. At that moment, a matron entered. Wiping her hands with her apron, and softly remarked, "I believe Dongxu is right, since it costs nothing." Silence. Yi Zhonghai interrupted, his anger boiling with no outlet. The conspiracy was brewing, and with the loose tongues of Haizhong and Yin Bugui, the matter would inevitably be exposed. The matron scratched her head. "Are you afraid that the paper cannot contain the fire? This matter is bound to be uncovered. Return those 2 chairs to avoid drawing trouble upon yourself." Yi Zhonghai sighed, realizing that this venture must be abandoned. The risk of failure was too great. At Jia Sudong's residence, both Yin Bugui and Haizhong remained silent, prompting Jia Sudong to pace anxiously. "What shall we do, third uncle?" Haizhong was the first to speak. Yin Bugui cast a sidelong glance at Haizhong, clearly unwilling to offer strategies, for that would place him in the role of the mastermind. In the event of exposure, the responsibility would be dire. Yin Bugui chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "Without the involvement of the elder, this becomes quite troublesome. I suggest we abandon this plan." "No, I am counting on a dual-income family," Jia Sudong exclaimed. Having married Qin Huairu, a rural girl who not only lacked a stable food supply but also needed to be supported daily, preventing her from mingling with the men in the yard. "I am at a loss, second uncle. You are the elder, so please, tell us what to do." Yin Bugui turned to Haizhong. "I have no idea," Haizhong replied, shaking his head, the flesh on his face quivering. They were all cunning foxes, and he had no desire to take the lead. Seeing that neither the second nor the third uncle had a solution, Jia Sudong scolded. "How is it that you cannot manage even this trivial matter, yet still bear the title of the elder in the courtyard? If you are capable, then you should step forward. The elder is right. Such unscrupulous deeds should not be undertaken," Yin Bugui declared as he stood to leave. Haizhong followed suit, casting an annoyed glance at Jia Sudong, saying, "Mind your tongue, young man. I am a level 7 locksmith, and I carry weight in the factory." Bah! Jia Sudong secretly spat in disdain, for both were hypocrites, their hearts filled with vice, while preaching morality. After they departed, Jia Zhongxu entered mysteriously, whispering in Jia Sudong's ear, "Son, I have a plan." "What plan?" Chapter 23. The circumstances of this father's death were suspicious. A glint of greed sparkled in Jia Zhongxu's eyes as she proposed. "Isn't Su Yujin illiterate? You could write a promissory note stating that Su Yujin owes us 1,000 yuan. When Su Huai cannot repay the debt, the house and the quota will belong to our family." Jia Dongxu's eyes brightened with the realization of a splendid idea, regardless of whether it involved compensation or property. Everything would ultimately belong to him, Jia Dongxu. Even if Su Huai were to pay, it would be a windfall of 2,000 yuan. No. He decided to write down 3,000 yuan, ensuring Su Huai would be unable to repay. Jia Dongxu rubbed his hands together, chuckling to himself, "Mother, it must be you. I see no one else in the courtyard fit for the task." At that moment, in the office of the third branch, Qi Zhindong and Han Yun were enveloped in clouds of smoke, reflecting on their thoughts, as Han Yun and Su Huai were en route to the street office. Criminal Police Officer Wang was at the steel mill, dealing with the finer details of the Wang Hongmei case when he learned of Su Yogan's tragic accident. It was said that the vehicle had been utterly demolished, leaving the individual unrecognizable, his body a gruesome sight, with his face in ruins. Han Yun recounted the news he heard from Officer Wang. Qi Zhindong sighed, "Such is fate. Young Su was a fine lad. And now he is orphaned at such a tender age. How pitiful." Han Yun extinguished his cigarette. "Director, should we not represent the unit and extend our condolences? After all, Su Huai has rendered us significant assistance. That is imperative. Draft a note for me to sign. And you should also make a visit on behalf of the unit regarding Su Yogan's funeral." Qi Zhindong nodded in agreement. At that moment, Su Huai entered, his face clouded with sorrow. Han Yun promptly stood and spoke in a somber tone. "Su Huai, you must be strong. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." "Be strong?" Su Huai, unaware of the news, was bewildered. "Isn't it merely a case of theft at home? What is there to mourn? Although your father has passed in a car accident, you must remain resilient," Han Yun urged. Su Huai was taken aback. Wait, what did you say? My father died in a car accident? The atmosphere in the office grew increasingly tense as Qi Zhindong and Han Yun exchanged glances. Su, you have not heard the news? Han Yun inquired cautiously. What do you mean? Han Yun explained gently. It is as follows. Though Su Huai had never met his estranged father, the bond that the original owner had for Su Yujin was genuine. Upon hearing of Su Yogan's untimely demise, Su Huai felt a sharp pang in his heart, and tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. He sat frozen in his chair, memories of Su Yujin flashing through his mind. After a long pause, Su Huai suddenly lifted his gaze to Han Yun. Brother Han, may I borrow your bicycle? I need to go to the steel mill. Life and death are matters of great significance. Su Yogan's remains could not be transported back. The journey was far, and the weather was sweltering, so he was cremated on site. All that was returned were his ashes. Director Yin of the logistics department at the steel mill received Su Huai, handing him his father's condolence payment. A sum of 1,000 yuan, along with 3 months' basic salary and a position for succession. Young Su, should you need any further assistance, please do not hesitate to speak up. We shall do our utmost to accommodate you. Director Yin noted Su Huai's stoic demeanor and felt a pang of concern. He had dealt with many such matters, and the more composed the family appeared, the more intense the aftermath often became. Director Yin worried Su Huai would persistently pursue the steel mill for more, demanding an exorbitant sum. Su Huai shook his head, cradling his father's ashes, and pushed the bicycle away from the steel mill. Su Yujin, oh Su Yujin, I had hoped we would enjoy a good life together. Alas, it is a pity that fate has not favored you. However, rest assured, I shall take good care of your son, and your home shall remain intact. Those who have taken what rightfully belongs to you will come to rue their existence. In an isolated location, Su Huai gently patted the urn, casually placing it into the spatial realm, before mounting his bicycle and pedaling vigorously towards the police station. Creak. But after traversing a mere few meters, Su Huai abruptly squeezed the brakes, a look of incredulity washing over his face. Upon the urn's entry into the spatial domain, a stream of information manifested before Su Huai. Name, Watanabe Ergian information. Watanabe Ergian was born in 1921 in Hokkaido, graduated from the Japanese Army Officer Academy, and in 1940, accompanied the army to the Dragon Kingdom, serving as a lieutenant colonel's aide in the 2nd Division of the Guangdong Army. Damn it, Su Yujin is one of the Japanese? Then am I also one of them? As he perused the information, Su Huai's features contorted in horror, his complexion paling. This is utterly disgraceful. Should I contemplate ending my life right now? No, no. Su Yujin mentioned that he had come to the capital to make a living in 1938. A memory struck Su Huai. He recalled Su Yujin boasting during his childhood. This implies that Watanabe Ergian and Su Yujin are not the same individual. Su Huai continued to examine the information. In 1939, Watanabe Ergian joined the Special High School Division 1, undergoing 3 years of training and studying the history of the Dragon Kingdom and the customs of its people. In 1942, under the guise of an overseas Chinese, he infiltrated the Dragon Kingdom, engaging in activities related to the procurement of its minerals. In 1945, following Japan's surrender, Watanabe Ergian continued to operate undercover as a businessman in the Dragon Kingdom. On July 17, 1960, while accompanying a transportation team from the Hoshing steel plant, a conflict arose between the truck driver Su Yujin and Watanabe Ergian, resulting in a fatal crash. July 17th? Su Huai furrowed his brow slightly. This day also marks the anniversary of Wang Hongmei's demise. Is this mere coincidence? Are the enemy agents deliberately orchestrating the murder of their father and son? Hiss. Su Huai inhaled sharply, previously suspecting Fan Jixin of financial motives leading to murder. It now appeared to be a premeditated assassination. But why? Su Huai is merely a street urchin, and Su Yujin is just an unremarkable truck driver. A sudden realization struck Su Huai. Could Su Yujin possess another identity? Otherwise, why would the enemy agents conspire to murder them? Su Huai turned his bicycle around, racing into the steel plant, making his way to the logistics department, where he sought out Director Yin. Director Yin, was only one corpse discovered at the scene? Director Yin, perplexed, nodded. At that time, only your father was in the vehicle. Xiaodong had contracted malaria and was hospitalized nearby. Xiaodong was Su Yogan's apprentice, as Su Huai was aware. If only one body was found. Does that imply Su Yujin is still alive? Xiaodong also narrowly escaped death. Do not hold it against him. Director Yin presumed Su Huai had come to confront him, having prepared himself for any dissatisfaction Su Huai might express. believing it would amount to little more than a trivial matter. Su Huai nodded, saying, Director Yin, I bear no ill towards Xiaodong. I was merely inquiring. I shall take my leave. On his way to the 3rd Sub-Bureau, Su Huai pondered the motives behind the assassination of the father and son by enemy agents. If it was indeed murder, why resort to such convoluted methods? Bludgeoning, poisoning, or a midnight stabbing would have sufficed. What, ultimately, did these adversaries seek? A sudden realization struck him. The neighbor, Wang Hongmei, had perished, and now both father and son were dead, leaving the 4 vacant rooms behind. Furthermore, when he visited the street office today, Director Qin Fochin appeared rather displeased, mentioning that the property had already been allocated to others. Without Han Yun's influence, the situation would be dire. What secrets lay within those 4 rooms? The unfortunate timing of Wang Hongmei's passing left little doubt about the intentions behind this fixation on the property. It seemed he must return home and investigate further. For now. However, the individuals at number 95 must face some repercussions. Upon arriving at the 3rd Sub-Bureau, Su Huai first utilized Su Yuzhen's compensation to secure the property matter definitively. With the understanding that should Su Yuzhen return one day, the funds would be returned. Little Su, you must remain strong, Han Yun consoled, gently patting his shoulder after ensuring the finances were properly managed. Su Huai felt no sorrow. Rather, he was somewhat impatient, though he maintained the facade. Brother Han, I originally came to report a theft. My home was ransacked, and the old furniture and bicycle I had just purchased yesterday have vanished. How cruel is my fate. First my father, now my home. With that, Su Huai made a show of wiping non-existent tears and rubbed his eyes to appear red-rimmed. No wonder Su Huai had borrowed his bicycle. It turned out his new one had been stolen. Such a pity. Han Yun, known for his straightforward nature and unwavering integrity, took Su Huai's plight to heart. Your brother's home was robbed, and we must investigate thoroughly. Do you have any idea of the total loss? He inquired. The old furniture and bicycle were newly acquired, totaling over 700 yuan. Additionally, I had just withdrawn over 4,000 yuan yesterday, all of which is gone. The value of the home is immeasurable, Su Huai exaggerated, though the money was safely stored away. Han Yun, unaware, understood that in this era, losses exceeding 5,000 yuan constituted a serious crime. His expression darkened with righteous indignation. This is outrageous. We shall spare no effort in solving this case and recovering your losses. Recovering losses was not enough. They must also pay for their deeds. Su Huai shook his head. I know who is responsible. My old furniture should still be in the courtyard of number 95. Your neighbors in the courtyard dared to commit such an act? They are truly bold. We must apprehend them and send them for re-education. Han Yun exclaimed with anger. What good is re-education? It does little for them. We must extract their life savings and make them wish they were never born. That would be far more effective, Su Huai replied. We are neighbors in the same courtyard. I merely seek compensation. Brother Han, I would appreciate it if Brother Wang Dafei could accompany me. Han Yun scratched his head, observing the kindness of the young man before him, and remarked, the residents of your courtyard are fortunate to have you as a neighbor. This sentiment was indeed true. Having me around is a blessing for courtyard 95. Moments later, Wang Dafei from the Criminal Investigation Division arrived, leading a group of over 10 individuals. Marching robustly toward courtyard 95. Clad in white police uniforms, the officers stormed into courtyard 95, creating quite a stir in Nanluoguxiang. The onlookers could not enter the courtyard. Instead, they tiptoed outside, peering in and discussing the recent homicide that had occurred there. What could possibly have happened now? Su Huai entered Yin Bugui's home and found the entire Yin family gathered around a Wang Wali round table, enjoying their meal. Damn it. I bought this table for collecting. And you have the audacity to squander it by using it. Su Huai exclaimed. You dare to come to my house again. Yin Jiecheng suddenly stood up, slamming his chopsticks down heavily. I haven't even asked you for money yet, you little scoundrel, daring to deceive my father. But as Yin Jiecheng spoke, he noticed Wang Dafei entering behind him, and his demeanor shifted to one of caution. Comrade police, he stuttered. Wang Dafei, a seasoned officer, was sharper than Han Yun and immediately grasped Su Huai's intentions. With a stern expression, he shouted, silence. This bellow sent Yin Jiecheng recoiling in fear. Wang Dafei then inquired, Brother Su Huai, was it his family that stole your belongings? Su Huai nodded, pointing to the Wang Wali round table. Brother Wang, this table, along with those 2 official hats and 4 low stools, cost me a total of 540 yuan, including my bicycle. The total amounts to 720. How many years would one receive for such theft? Wang Dafei sneered, intimidating the Yin family. Take them all out for public execution. The faces of the Yin family turned pale, and Yin Bugui hurriedly stood, waving his hands. Why execution? Isn't it said that the law does not punish the masses? Trembling with sudden fear, Yin Bugui felt a wave of nausea rise in his stomach, nearly overwhelming him. But the ingrained instinct for survival stifled it. Wang Dafei cast a cold glance at Yin Bugui and said, "Do I understand the law better than you? Arrest them." Instantly, chaos erupted in the Yin household. Yin Bugui was seized by two officers, his arms twisted behind him, his glasses lost somewhere, and the sleeves of his shirt torn, leaving him in disarray. The Wang Wali round table and a few official hats were moved to the courtyard. Anson sat on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. "What am I to do? I told you not to take Su Huai's things. He knows the police, and you'll be executed. How can I live with that?" Execution. Yin Bugui shuddered, his face ashen as he cried out, "Su Huai, I'm not the mastermind. I truly am not. I will strike back. It was the three boys from second uncle's house who first moved your things, and Jia Dongxu helped as well. Yes, and Zhuzi took your radio. Zhang Gui and Wang Can also helped." Su Huai replied coldly, "I simply ask you, where is my bicycle? Speak quickly, where have you placed Su Huai's bicycle?" Yin Bugui, filled with frustration, questioned the unreliable information he had received. Who said Su Huai lacks connections? Just look at the multitude of police surrounding the yard. It's terrifying. I shouldn't have let greed cloud my judgment and trusted the boss's words. Yin Jieching was already trembling, unable to stand firm. Beads of sweat like soybeans rolling down his forehead, pouring out as if they were free. Bicycle? What bicycle? Oh right, I rode the bike to our workplace. Meanwhile, Lu Haizhong's family was also apprehended. Lu's second son attempted to flee but was swiftly tackled to the ground by Wang Dafei, who gave him a thorough beating until his face was bruised and battered. Wang Dafei did not hold back at all. Damn it. While Su Huai was doing them a great service, their house was actually robbed. Isn't this slapping the Criminal Investigation Department and the External Third Division in the face? Arrest them all, Wang Dafei shouted. Jia Dongxu's family, Yuzhu, Zhang Gui, and Wang Can were all pressed to the ground in the courtyard, trembling in fear. Jia Zhashir was wailing beside them, pulling at the police, pleading against the arrests. Qin Huairu, holding her sobbing son and daughter, wiped her tears, utterly at a loss. In an instant, number 95 was in chaos. The cries of despair, pleas for mercy, insults, and lamentations filled the air, overwhelming to the senses. Wang Dafei had never dealt with such an easy case. There was no need for interrogation as everyone was turning on each other. Before long, Jia Dongxu implicated Yi Zhonghai as well. The police brought Yi Zhonghai back. His face darkened with resentment as he grumbled about a certain aunt who had caused him great trouble. Following him, a comrade carried two official hats, while the last aunt, in a state of panic, wept and explained, "Our old Yi did not commit theft. These were brought over by Jia Dongxu. Old Yi asked me to return them. I thought these two chairs were quite nice. I was momentarily blinded by greed. Officer, it was not old Yi. If you must arrest someone, take me instead." Wang Dafei, maintaining a stern expression, replied, "Rest assured, none of you will escape." Chapter 25. Jia Dongxu let his mother take the blame. Su Huai's brother. Have the items matched up? Wang Dafei, with a grim demeanor, glared fiercely at the others. If anything is missing, speak up now. I will take them back for further interrogation. Su Huai glanced around at the crowd at number 95, his elder brothers and sisters, aunts and uncles. Your fortune has arrived. Safeguard your coffers. Su Huai said solemnly. The money has yet to be found, for 1,200 yuan, which I had just withdrawn from the bank yesterday. Not a single cent is lost. It was safely tucked away in his space. Even if Wang Dafei were to take them back and send them for re-education through labor, wouldn't that merely benefit them? He would gain nothing in return. As a streetwise individual, this was entirely contrary to his persona. Maximizing benefits was the goal. Boom. The crowd at number 95 erupted. Yin Bugui was the first to shout, eager to dissociate himself. Su Huai, I haven't taken a single cent from you, truly. He Yuanzhu, equally anxious, widened his eyes. Brother Su Huai, I only moved a radio. By the time I arrived, they had already taken everything that could be taken. I haven't seen a penny. Jia Dongxu, with a defiant neck, asserted, in any case, I took nothing. The first ones to rush in were the three sons of Air Day and Yin Jieching. Damn you, Jia Dongxu. I haven't seen a single cent. It was your little Bang who stole it. Lu Guangtian cursed vehemently. In an instant, the scene devolved into a chaotic dog-eat-dog scenario. The street office director, Qin Fochin, hurriedly arrived with several others. Upon witnessing the three elders pinned to the ground in the courtyard, she was nearly overcome with rage. This number 95 courtyard was indeed a source of turmoil. Qin Fo-qin pulled Wang Dafei aside, realizing the gravity of the situation. If it had been the police station, her words might have carried weight. But these were people from the sub-bureau. Even if they harbored thieving intentions, they lacked the audacity. Could there be some misunderstanding? Moreover, the old furniture hardly constituted a significant sum, did it? Qin Fo-qin doubted this. At the very least, Yi Zhonghai would never engage in such foolishness. She wished to downplay the situation. Director Qin, the victim's family also lost 4,002 in cash. How can that not be considered a significant amount? Wang Dafei interjected. His father just passed away in the line of duty, and this group of people robbed his home. The nature of this crime is extremely heinous and deserves severe punishment, perhaps even execution. Wang Dafei showed no regard for Qin Fo-qin. Upon hearing of the missing 4,002, Qin Fo-qin staggered, internally cursing, "This is disastrous." The others, upon hearing of the severe punishment, also lost their composure. Yuzhu, in a moment of desperation, shouted, "Brother Huai." Huai, with a darkened expression, interrupted Yuzhu. "Shut up. Who is your brother?" Yuzhu, feeling disrespected, retorted, "I've shown you enough respect. I've never called you fool Zhu. The police department compensated me with 3 jin of meat, which I'm willing to share with you. And you? You stab me in the back and steal my radio?" Yuzhu, in a panic, pleaded with a sorrowful face, "Brother, I was wrong, truly wrong. It was Yin Bugue who instigated me, saying that no one is held accountable in a crowd. I was misled. I still have a chance. Please don't execute me. I'm innocent." Suddenly, Haizhong also yelled, "I can testify. It was Yin Bugue who encouraged us. He said no one would be held responsible, and we were deceived. Your 4,000 must have been stolen by Yin Bugue." At that moment, Yin Bugue was so frantic that he lost control of his body, wanting to explain but unable to utter a word. Instead, Yin Jieching erupted in a tirade. "Haizhong, you old fool, spouting nonsense. It was clearly your 3 sons who stole the money." Qin Fo-qin had never witnessed such disorder and was filled with disdain for this group at number 95. She shouted for everyone to silence. Then, she pulled Huai aside, almost pleadingly. "Huai, how about this? I'll have them return the money to you. Would that be acceptable?" "No," Huai replied firmly. Huai, with a grim countenance, bellowed, "I shall pursue this to the very end. They must not only compensate for my losses, but those who deserve execution shall be executed, and those who ought to be imprisoned shall be imprisoned. No one shall escape." Qin Fo-qin murmured, "They are all ignorant of the law. Please, show mercy. Rest assured, they will compensate you as they ought. Of course they must pay me. Why else would there be such a commotion?" Huai replied sternly, "Ignorance of the law does not grant them the right to act with impunity. I do not care. If they do not compensate for my losses today, no one will evade responsibility. As for how the Public Security Bureau chooses to educate them, be it execution or sending them to the labor camps in the Northwest, I shan't concern myself with that." Upon discerning Huai's willingness to relent, Qin Fo-qin sighed in relief and assured him that she would immediately take action. Moments later, Qin Fo-qin was infuriated. Having inquired multiple times, yet no one admitted to taking Huai's money. Instead, they were embroiled in accusations against one another. Particularly, Jia Dongxu brandished a debt note of 3,000 yuan, barking like a rabid dog. "Everyone, be the judge. The Su family and the police are bullying a hapless widow. You officials protect one another and conspire to endanger my son's life. Clearly, Su Yujin owes my family 3,000 yuan and refuses to repay. How is it wrong for me to take some items in lieu of payment? Oh, heaven, strike down these scoundrels with a bolt of lightning. I care not. If you dare to arrest my son today, I shall perish right here." With a dark expression, Qin Fo-qin approached Huai and softly inquired, "Comrade Huai, is it true that he owes money?" She had indeed overestimated Jia Dongxu's moral boundaries. Huai maintained his composure, responding, "Does Jia Dongxu possess such wealth? Furthermore, my father has over 4,000 yuan saved. Why would he need to borrow from others? Yet, the debt note bears your father's fingerprint," Qin Fo-qin countered. "This is simple. Although my father cannot read, he can write his name. Each month when he receives his wages at the steel mill, he signs and leaves his fingerprint. A comparison of the handwriting and the fingerprint will surely reveal the truth." Wang Dafei waved his hand dismissively, stating, "There is no need for such complications. Let us thoroughly interrogate this old woman and that scoundrel Jia Dongxu." Immediately, The police took action to apprehend Jia Dongxu for questioning. With several years of experience as a criminal investigator, Wang Dafei quickly discerned that Jia Dongxu was a coward who would not withstand even a single round of interrogation and would undoubtedly confess everything. At that moment, Haizhong shouted, "Comrades of the police, I wish to turn the tide. I can testify that the debt note is a forgery." It turned out that Haizhong, Yin Bugui, and Jia Dongxu had conspired in his home, but when their plot fell apart, Haizhong had wisely hidden near the window and overheard their scheming in its entirety. Fuming, Qin Foqin pointed at Jia Dongxu, exclaiming, You have brought ruin upon your son. To dare to defraud 3,000 yuan is to invite execution." Upon hearing the word execution, Jia Dongxu immediately wailed, "Mother, save me. I do not wish to die. Quickly admit that it was you who urged me to do this." Jia Dongxu, pale as death, was aghast that her son would abandon her to face such dire consequences. What could she do? After all, he was her own flesh and blood. Yes, it was Qin Huairu who instigated my son to act thus. Jia Dongxu cried out in despair, her fear palpable, while Qin Huairu trembled, her face ashen. At that moment, the deaf old woman approached, leaning on her cane, her steps unsteady. "Director Qin, as an elderly woman, I find myself perplexed. Why do you place such unwavering trust in Su Huai? Just because he claims that 4,000 yuan is missing, does that make it true? Where would the Su family procure such a sum? I intend to report Su Huai for deliberately exaggerating the amount, thereby influencing the police and the government. He is truly the worst of the worst in our community." The deaf old woman's cane incessantly struck the ground, her tone resolute, showing no signs of her advanced age. In this era of scarcity, where 36 yuan feels like a fortune, 4,000 yuan is indeed a substantial amount. When the deaf old woman raised her concerns, all eyes turned to Su Huai. Indeed, she is correct. Where would the Su family find such wealth? He is unjustly accusing us. Yin Jiqing protested vehemently, his voice rising in defiance. Following suit, Yin Bugui, Haizhong, and his 3 sons joined the uproar. Yet Yi Zhonghai remained silent, even closing his eyes. Whether the Su family possessed 4,000 yuan was beyond him. All he knew was that he did. Is 4,000 yuan indeed a large sum? For a first-rate truck driver, after a decade of service, frequently on business trips and earning allowances, supplemented by side jobs, 4,000 yuan is hardly excessive. Yuzhu, realizing the futility of speaking, obediently pressed his face against the ground, observing Yi Zhonghai's silence. Su Huai cast a fleeting glance at the deaf old woman, opting not to engage with her. She was astute, feigning deafness and silence, yet of advanced years. Should anything unfortunate occur, Su Huai wished to avoid responsibility. He withdrew a withdrawal slip from his pocket and handed it to Qin Foqin. "Director Qin, please take a good look. This is the withdrawal slip I received from the bank yesterday." After scrutinizing the slip, Qin Foqin sighed heavily and raised it aloft. "This withdrawal slip is indeed authentic. I shall ask you once more, who took the money?" No sooner had she spoken than the deaf old woman tapped her cane again. Even if the Su family had such wealth, who can prove that the money was kept at home? What if he has spent it? This old woman is truly shrewd. Most of the money is indeed stored elsewhere. Su Huai turned to Wang Dafei. "Since they deny stealing my money, let us arrest them all. I have no intention of mediating privately, let them face justice, whether through labor reform or execution." Instantly, the crowd fell into disarray. Third Aunt pointed an accusatory finger at the old woman, cursing, "Don't cause trouble. Hurry back to your home. If our head is executed, I will hold you accountable." Others echoed her sentiments, urging the elderly woman to leave, questioning her presence at such an age. Even First Aunt implored her to cease speaking, as Su Huai had reluctantly agreed to a private resolution. In that moment, the deaf old woman became the target of collective ire, trembling as she shouted, "What are you saying? I cannot hear." As the crowd clamored, Qin Foqin approached the deaf old woman, seemingly familiar with her, whispering a few words into her ear. Only then did the old woman take a seat. Outside the main gate, the gathered crowd had already been dispersed by the street office personnel, and the courtyard gates were firmly shut, with 2 officials stationed at the entrance, forbidding anyone from approaching. A tall, slender young man with a small mustache arrived at the gate of a courtyard on his bicycle, with his wife seated behind him. "What is going on today? Why is the courtyard gate shut in broad daylight?" he exclaimed. "Come on, let us not linger here." The street office personnel, perceiving the newcomers as unsavory characters, found the mustachioed man reminiscent of a petty rogue, clearly someone who deserved a good thrashing, and impatiently shooed them away. "Hey, comrade, am I not allowed to return to my own home? My name is Su Daimao. And this is my wife, Lu Xiaoyi. Su Daimao grasped the bicycle with one hand and attempted to embrace Lu Xiaoyi with the other, only to be brusquely pushed away by her. Su Daimao, you better not be acting foolish, the street office staff cautioned, their wariness stirred. It was not entirely unreasonable. The pair appeared mismatched. Su Daimao embodied the image of a troublesome rogue, dark and scruffy, while Lu Xiaoyi, with her fair complexion and distinguished demeanor, resembled the daughters of officials from the grand courtyards of the capital city. Su Daimao, pointing at the staff member, insisted, "Don't speak nonsense. This is my wife, Lu Xiaoyi, and we belong to this courtyard. Right, dear?" Yet again, he attempted to embrace her, only to be rebuffed as Lu Xiaoyi rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Su Daimao, I have yet to forgive you. Stop with the smirking." This young couple, who had only recently married for less than half a year, had quarreled a few days prior, prompting Lu Xiaoyi to return to her family. Su Daimao, despite knowing that his father-in-law held him in low regard, stubbornly followed her to her home for several days. Consequently, he was only vaguely aware of the events in the courtyard, having heard from colleagues at the steel mill about the unfortunate fate of Wang Hongmei, but otherwise remained oblivious. Upon hearing Su Daimao claim to be a resident of the courtyard, the street office personnel exchanged glances and, without further ado, seized him, forcibly ushering him into the courtyard. Hey, what are you doing? I work at the steel mill. The head of security is my buddy, and I'm a film projectionist." Upon entering the courtyard, Su Daimao was met with a sea of police officers clad in white uniforms, which caused him to shrink back, his mind racing through every misdeed he had ever committed. Could it be that the incident from his last rural film screening, where he had held hands with the village chief's daughter-in-law, had come to light? Surely, they wouldn't summon so many officers for such a trivial matter. Hand-holding didn't count as harassment, did it? Officer Wang, we've apprehended another resident from this courtyard, the street office staff announced, bringing Su Daimao before Wang Dafei. Su Daimao forced a smile that resembled more of a grimace and meekly stated, "Comrade officer, I really only held her hand, and she initiated it. I didn't do anything wrong. That can't be considered harassment, can it? You dare to claim harassment?" Wang Dafei barked, "What have you been stealing?" "Stealing? What are you talking about? I don't understand." Su Daimao exclaimed, flustered. "I wouldn't dare steal anything, truly." His desperation mounted. This was nothing short of an injustice. Suddenly, a sharp slap landed on the back of his head, delivered by a furious Lu Xiaoyi. "Well, Su Daimao, you've been touching another woman's hand? You are truly despicable. Officer, please take him away, if he dares to steal a person. What has to stop him from stealing something?" "Lu Xiaoyi, you're talking nonsense. You can't just say whatever comes to mind." The couple engaged in a heated argument, exchanging sharp words. Taking advantage of Su Daimao being restrained by the police, Lu Xiaoyi clawed at his face, causing him to yelp in pain. In the atmosphere of this grand courtyard, Lu Xiaoyi had transformed from a capitalist's daughter into a petty domestic quarrelsome woman, quick to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Stop. Let me ask you this. What did you steal from Su Huai's house last night?" Wang Dafei, overwhelmed, protested. "Su Huai? That skinny fellow? What could he possibly have that I would want to steal? Besides, isn't he a murderer? I haven't even been back to the courtyard for several days." Suddenly, it became clear that the commotion was not due to the issue of harassment. Su Daimao straightened his back, gaining confidence in his words. While the argument continued, the courtyard was also rife with disputes over the compensation of 4,200 taels. Ultimately, under Qin Fengqin's mediation, the 13 individuals who had stolen from Su Huai agreed to pay 350 taels each. Those who refused to pay would be taken away by the police. The others reluctantly complied. Yet, Su Huai was unwilling to settle for less. He demanded 500 taels from each person for a private resolution. "After all this fuss, if I don't extract your coffers, what is the point? It would be better to send you all to hard labor." A total of 6,500 taels was to be compensated to Su Huai, and to everyone's astonishment, Jia Dongxu even considered writing an IOU, which made Su Huai laugh. He promptly stated, "No cash, then come with the police." In that moment, each household swept their own doorstep clean. Yi Zhonghai was the most forthright, as his family had several hundred taels in cash hidden away. Jia Dongxu, with a sorrowful face, peeled back 2 bricks from the corner of her home, retrieving an iron box containing 1,100 taels, 1,000 for the compensation, and the extra 100 as a token for the understanding of the fake IOU written by her and her son. This money was the savings accumulated by the late old Jia and his pension. As Jia Dongxu wept over the loss of her savings, she reluctantly handed the money to Qin Fengqin, wishing to avoid seeing Su Huai at all. Haizhong was the most unfortunate. The frugal savings he had managed to accumulate were all in the bank, and his aunt wept, only willing to part with 400. After a scolding from Haizhong, she hurried to the bank to withdraw more. Yin Bugui shouted in despair, "Brother, I suggest you don't stay in this courtyard any longer. Trade your few rooms with someone else and just move." While they were fetching the money, Wang Dafei handed Su Huai a significant front door. "You can't leave. Fight against heaven. Fight against earth. Fight against people. It's immensely enjoyable. Moreover, the secrets of the house remain unresolved. Those damned enemies are bent on harming your father and son. There must be something of great value hidden within. Even if they were to move, they must uncover these secrets. Brother Han, the house holds my father's memories." Wang Dafei and Qin Foqin exchanged a glance, remaining silent. Chapter 27. The first signs of malice. The farcical scene finally came to a close as the sun dipped below the horizon. Su Huai had profited a delightful 6,500 taels. Those who had participated in the moving of goods faced disciplinary punishment from Wang Dafei, requiring them to report weekly to the precinct for ideological education. Additionally, on behalf of the police department, Wang Dafei fined each person 50 taels. Winking at Su Huai as he departed with the money, Su Daimo felt like crying. He hadn't stolen anything. Yet he was penalized 30 taels merely for touching a hand. He believed he was the most wronged person in the entire courtyard. In the courtyard, Qin Foqin was earnestly educating everyone, her hands on her hips, filled with exasperation as she reprimanded each individual. "You should be grateful to Xiao Su. Had it not been for his belief in the value of neighborly ties over distant kinship, you would be awaiting labor camp sentences. I am not lenient out of kindness. I consider the fact that you can still earn a living, but be wary of future pitfalls. There's a saying, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Dedication is essential in every profession. Even street urchins must uphold their responsibilities. If a scam is warranted, so be it." Xiao Su coldly declared, "I reserve the right to pursue this matter further. Moreover, there is something amiss with Qin Foqin. She is overly protective of this courtyard, and I have yet to hear of anyone being her relative." The crowd murmured, for after this incident, Yi Zhonghai realized that he could no longer contend with Su Huai, especially since Su was on brotherly terms with Wang Dafei. Yi Zhonghai approached Su Huai, took a deep breath, and said, "Xiao Su, I apologize. From now on, you shall take on the role of the elder in the courtyard." "No, I am too young for such a position. You should remain the elder. As you have committed no grave fault this time, it's all on Jia Dongxu for misleading you." Su Huai promptly declined, having no interest in the petty matters of the courtyard. Sighing, Yi Zhonghai's gaze darkened at the mention of Jia Dongxu. He had merely wished to witness the spectacle but had become enmeshed in Jia's schemes. "I hereby announce that Jia Dongxu is no longer my apprentice. I am unworthy of such a title." A hushed whisper spread through the courtyard, indicating a significant purge was underway. Everyone understood Yi Zhonghai standing at the steel mill. Without his support, Jia Dongxu's lackadaisical demeanor would never have endured there. Jia Zhang and Jia Dongxu remained silent, with the latter casting his eyes downward, a flicker of resentment and malice in his gaze. Then came the turn of elder Haizhong and Yin Bugui. The beleaguered Yin Bugui wiped away his tears, lamenting how Su Huai seemed to be worth over 1,000 yuan. "Xiao Su, the third elder, truly acknowledges his mistakes. I have brought shame upon the intellectuals and wronged you. I accept my faults and penalties, but my family finances are depleted. Might you lend me 100 yuan to tide me over this month?" Su Huai's eyelid twitched. What kind of person could he be? He found it hard to believe that Yin Bugui, who had schemed for a lifetime, could have only 1,000 yuan at home. During the era of cooperative ownership, he had been a small entrepreneur. Surely, he possessed at least 7 or 8,000 yuan. At that moment, Su Daimao suddenly stood up. Blood streaked across his face. "Third elder, I will lend you 100 yuan if you relinquish your position to me." Yin Bugui shot a scornful glance at the gloating Su Daimao and rolled his eyes dramatically. "Sit down," Qin Foqin exclaimed, her chest tightening in anger, astonished that someone could take pleasure in this misfortune. What kind of people were they? As the situation began to settle, Su Huai noticed Qin Foqin assisting the deaf old woman into the back courtyard. Was Qin Foqin doing this for the old woman? That seemed unlikely, as the old woman had not lifted a finger. Yet, there must be some connection between them. As everyone prepared to return to their homes, Su Huai suddenly called out to Qian Daqian, "Daqian, come here." The pallid and emaciated Qian Daqian approached Su Huai, perplexed. In the presence of the gathered crowd, Su Huai counted out 10 crisp bills and handed them to Qian Daqian, proclaiming, Should anyone bully you in the courtyard again, simply inform me. We have friends at the Public Security Bureau. Qian stood there, momentarily stunned. Others around him were equally astonished, taken aback by Su Huai's generosity. Many envied the bond between the two, which was well known. It was evident that Su Huai was expressing gratitude to Qian. Meanwhile, others felt a twinge of regret for having missed out on the $100. Although they had not participated in any theft the previous night, they were aware of the situation. Take it. Why are you hesitating? Su Huai insisted, pressing the money into Qian's hands. $100 was a substantial sum, equivalent to several months' wages for many. If one were to express gratitude, it should be done lavishly rather than with meager notes. Su Huai had no intention of being stingy. Money could be spent and earned. As someone who had traversed realms, he possessed the capability to do so. If one were to show appreciation, it should be with a generous heart. Presenting a single large bill would be remembered for 3 months, while 10 would etch one's name in memory for a lifetime, leaving an indelible impression. Your mother is unwell. Use this money to take her to the hospital. If it's insufficient, let me know. Brother Su, this is too much. Qian stammered, tears welling in his eyes. No more excuses. Tomorrow, get yourself sorted. The 3rd Branch Bureau is hiring temporary workers, and I'll take you there. What? Brother, why didn't you say so earlier? I'm so moved right now. Qian shouted to the people in the courtyard, from now on. If anyone dares to cross my brother, I'll take them on. Beware of my wrath. The courtyard erupted in chaos. Finding a decent job was increasingly challenging, especially within a powerful institution like the Public Security Bureau. Su Huai had gained significant standing. Securing a position there seemed almost effortless. Previously, he had been on friendly terms with the Criminal Police Department. Families with unemployed children cast hopeful glances at Su Huai, their eyes gleaming with possibility. Meanwhile, Yanbugue and Haizhong, both with 3 sons at home, were filled with regret. Had they known Su Huai could facilitate employment, they would have gladly offered him gifts, even without expectation. Now, they had irrevocably offended him. Yi Zhonghai summoned Yuzhu to his home, and after a woman brewed tea, the 3 sat in silence for what felt like an eternity. As the atmosphere grew increasingly strained, Yi Zhonghai sighed. Zhuzi, do not provoke Su Huai in the future. That fellow is rather unpredictable and does not abide by conventional norms. He understood the gravity of the situation. One must avoid encroaching upon Su Huai's interests. As long as one did not infringe upon his territory, he posed no threat. Otherwise, even invoking collective honor or the moral superiority of close neighbors would be futile. Su Huai simply did not care. Moreover, he could be quite ruthless. Yi Zhonghai was acutely aware that Su Huai had not lost any money. Yet the intricacies of the matter were beyond explanation, leaving Su Huai in a position of power. Yuzhu, with indignation, retorted, he took 500 from me. And that's it? That's nearly 2 years of my salary. And he expects me to fix his radio, no less. The pillar. Heed my words, you cannot triumph over him. Yi Zhonghai earnestly advised Yuzhu to sever all ties with Jia Dongxu, positioning Yuzhu as the final candidate for Yi Zhonghai's retirement plan. He could not allow Yuzhu to encounter any further troubles. Do you understand why Su Huai is securing a job for Qian? It is a declaration to everyone that in this courtyard, he holds the most influence. Mark my words, Su Huai's significance in this courtyard will only grow. With such tactics, he can easily overshadow the 3 of us. Yuzhu was momentarily taken aback. Bewildered, is it really that remarkable? Isn't it merely finding a job? Yi Zhonghai sighed, meticulously explaining the crux of the matter to Yuzhu. Merely finding a job? In this courtyard, can you simply assign someone to the Public Security Bureau, or can I? Haizhong and Yanbugue are even less capable of such feats. The world is bustling, all for profit. The people in this courtyard scramble to curry favor with Su Huai. If you were to undertake any actions detrimental to Su Huai, do you not believe 100 pairs of eyes would be watching you, ready to inform Su Huai? After pondering this, Yuzhu nodded. If I were in their position, I would certainly inform Su Huai as well. 100 yuan, plus a job. My friend, do you now understand? Yuzhu grumbled, yet I remain unconvinced. Rest assured, I am not foolish. I will not oppose Su Huai. And that scoundrel Jia Dongxu, truly a worthless individual, I will seize an opportunity to teach him a lesson tomorrow. The moonlight shone like silver. A heart-wrenching wail echoed from Haizhong's home. Great. That fellow is at it again, beating his son. Chapter 28, The Heavenly Trap. Bang. 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 The following noon, Su Huai and Qian arrived at the external 3rd Division. Han Yun promised Su Huai that as long as there were no issues with his ancestry for 3 generations, he could start work next week. Initially, he would be a temporary worker, essentially a handyman, earning a mere 18 yuan a month. However, attaining an administrative position was out of the question. Upon formalization, he would only hold the status of a worker. If he aspired to an administrative salary, it would depend on future opportunities, including a recommendation to study at the Public Security University. Upon returning to the courtyard, Qian Daqian wielded a sledgehammer in the backyard, assisting Su Huai in demolishing a wall. Laboring with great vigor, 80. He spared no effort. Had Su Huai not prohibited Qian Daqian's father from helping with the tricycle, they would have gladly enlisted their entire family to assist in the demolition. Su Huai, thank you. I will certainly repay you the 500 yuan once I am formalized. During a break, Qian Daqian, drenched in sweat and covered in dust, squatted before Su Huai, one hand holding an ice pop while the other fanned Su Huai. Throughout the morning, he had expressed his gratitude to Su Huai dozens of times. Qian Daqian understood all too well that job opportunities were not given freely. They required monetary sacrifice, especially for common folk like them without connections. Qian Daqian clearly observed that Su Huai had slipped 500 yuan to Han Yun. Su Huai was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing that Qian Daqian must have seen him give money to Han Yun and offer him cigarettes. However, that was merely to express gratitude for Han Yun's assistance the previous day. Moreover, Han Yun had not demanded money, only accepting those 2 packs of peony cigarettes. Do not overthink. I speak the truth. Our relationship has not yet reached the point where I would give without expectation. Do you understand? Qian Daqian blinked his clear yet foolish eyes, nodding in a dazed manner. I understand, brother. You are too good to me. You understand nothing. Su Huai was both amused and exasperated. After allowing Qian Daqian to rest, he resumed the task of dismantling the wall, seizing the opportunity to uncover the secrets hidden within these 4 rooms. However, to this point, Su Huai had discovered nothing. The rooms contained no hidden compartments, and he had even scrutinized the beams without finding anything amiss. By midday, Su Huai slept until past 2 in the afternoon, awoken by the heat, drenched in sweat. He couldn't help but reminisce about the days of air conditioning. Now, all he could do was rinse off under the tap. Xiaosu, bare-chested. Su Huai was drying himself with a towel when a slightly hesitant yet melodious voice called from behind him. He turned to find Qin Huairu standing there, clad in a crisp white short-sleeved shirt, her thick black ponytail resting on her shoulder, damp strands of hair clinging to her cheek. Their eyes met for barely 2 seconds before Qin Huairu averted her gaze, her hands nervously rubbing the hem of her shirt. Her head bowed just enough to reveal the tips of her shoes. He has changed so much, Qin Huairu thought to herself. Previously, she had never seen Su Huai maintain eye contact. He would always look down and hastily depart upon encountering her. Sister-in-law, is there something you need? Su Huai inquired, standing approximately 2 meters away from Qin Huairu. Xiaosu, I am here to apologize on behalf of Dongxu and my mother-in-law. I am truly sorry for yesterday. Qin Huairu suddenly bowed. Let bygones be bygones. After all, I am not at a loss. Su Huai smiled generously. When Qin Huairu raised her eyes, she was met with a sunlit smile. Xiaosu, thank you, she murmured, her head lowered in embarrassment. Is there anything else? Su Huai noticed that Qin Huairu's eyes were slightly reddened, likely from having cried. If not, may I assist you with tidying up? Without waiting for a response, Qin Huairu hastened into the room, searching for a cloth. What on earth? Su Huai frowned slightly but chose not to confront her. He continued to wipe his body with cool water, still quite slender, managing the blue light points to enhance his physique. He planned to achieve his ideal body in 2 months. Xiaosu, could you come here for a moment? Qin Huairu stood at the doorway, her voice trembling, her gaze darting, unwilling to meet Su Huai's eyes. What is going on with her? Su Huai approached her, puzzled, only to be abruptly pulled into the room by Qin Huairu. She clung to him desperately, nearly yanking off his shorts. The sound of her rapid breathing filled his ears, and the faint scent of her fragrance wafted into his nostrils, mingled with the sensation of her skin brushing against his through the fabric. Su Huai grasped his shorts with one hand while pushing Qin Huairu away with the other. He was not so vain as to believe that women would throw themselves at him, especially not in these times when women would not dare to be so reckless. What do you intend to do? Su Huai stared at Qin Huairu, whose eyes brimmed with tears. In the next moment, her tears fell like pearls, plopping onto the floor. Xiaosu, please, I beg you to take me. Qin Huairu knelt, her large, doe-like eyes imploring Su Huai. There was shame. There was reluctance. There was trepidation. There is simply no desire for matters between men and women. Are you out of your mind? Get away from me. Su Huai increasingly sensed something amiss. Could this woman be trying to trap him? In this day and age, to flirt with a woman could lead to imprisonment, let alone engage in an improper relationship with one. The use of force is akin to a bullet. With this thought, Su Huai instinctively retreated outside the room. Suddenly, Qin Huairu burst into tears, wiping her tears away in embarrassment and indignation. You all bully me. You all bully me. I'll press my face to the ground beneath your feet. Why do you look down on me? Su Huai, exasperated, turned to leave, with no third party present. Any unfortunate encounter could lead to misunderstandings. One might say it's akin to stepping into a quagmire, where one's reputation could be irreparably tarnished. Don't go. I beg you, Su. If you abandon me, Jia Dongxu will surely kill me. Qin Huairu called out, hastily running out, but mindful to keep her voice low as she pleaded with Su Huai. What do you mean? Did Jia Dongxu send you here? What kind of arrangement is this? Pushing your own wife onto another's bed? Do not cry. Su Huai barked, and Qin Huairu immediately pressed her lips together, stifling any sound. Speak clearly. What is truly happening? Why does Jia Dongxu want you to do this? Qin Huairu hesitated, a rural girl who had married into the capital, which was considered a significant elevation in status. Even though she still held a rural household registration, she was the envy of many in her village. What if she angered Jia Dongxu and he sought divorce? In this era, divorce is a rarity, especially in rural areas, where a divorced woman finds herself in a precarious position. If you refuse to speak, then leave. Let Jia Dongxu do as he pleases. Su Huai waved his hand dismissively. Growing impatient, Qin Huairu suddenly shivered, her face pale. Jia Dongxu was truly ruthless. He struck everywhere except the face. I'll tell you. Jia Dongxu said that as long as he captures you and claims me, he could extort money from you for life, living off your earnings. If I refuse him, he'll beat me and go to my family, saying I'm promiscuous. Su Huai stood in shock. Chapter 29. Dancing on a tightrope, keep your distance from me. At least 3 meters away, Su Huai said sternly, instructing the teary-eyed Qin Huairu to step back. Please, don't tell Dongxu about this, or he will surely kill me. Qin Huairu pleaded softly as she retreated. I could very well wish you dead. Su Huai snapped, casting a disdainful glance at her. You fear being beaten to death, yet you come to tempt me? Anger aside, this matter must be resolved. As the saying goes, one need not fear a thief, but rather a thief who is intent on stealing. Following the timeline, when Jia Dongxu meets with misfortune, Qin Huairu would become a widow. Yet it seems Jia Dongxu is impatient to meet his demise. Go and report Jia Dongxu, then divorce him. Su Huai suddenly proposed. Qin Huairu shook her head vigorously in shock. Although life with the Jia family was unsatisfactory, a divorce would not only subject her to the scorn of others, but could also lead to destitution. She had no means of support. No, I cannot divorce. The child is still young, she insisted. As long as you are willing to report Jia Dongxu, in exchange, I can offer you my position at the steel mill. Su Huai knew that his father must harbor unfulfilled resentment and would inevitably return, rendering any employment opportunity nothing more than a mere scrap of paper. Whether Qin Huairu could remain would ultimately hinge upon her own fate. Qin Huairu hesitated. If she could sustain herself, it would present an entirely different scenario. Having or lacking a man would be inconsequential. Nevertheless, she still lacked the courage to take that step. For the scorn of society could be most tormenting. No, I cannot divorce. If I do, I shall have nowhere to go. Then leave, and do not bother me again. Su Huai's swift change in demeanor left Qin Huairu feeling somewhat melancholic. Not a single man was to be trusted. As she contemplated saying more, she caught sight of Qian Deqian approaching with a hefty hammer over his shoulder, his head bowed, as if fleeing. Brother, have you been bullying Sister Jia? I saw her in tears, Qian Deqian inquired, scratching his head. Get lost. Su Huai replied curtly. That night, Su Huai was jolted awake by the sound of soft, delicate footsteps outside his door, followed by the muffled sobs of a woman. He recognized it was Qin Huairu lingering outside. After a brief wait, she departed once more. With a resounding clap, Su Huai struck the sleeping Qian Deqian's face. You're too close for comfort. For several consecutive days, Su Huai and Qian Deqian busied themselves with the house. While he intended to hire professionals for the renovations, he first needed to uncover the secrets hidden within. Despite having excavated every corner of the 4 rooms, he found nothing of significance. He even dismantled his father's earthen bed, but aside from accumulating dust, he discovered nothing. Now, only the ground remained untouched. Su Huai suspected that the secret might lie beneath, or perhaps within the room of the deaf old woman. Sometimes, he pondered that if he were to perish, the old woman could very well become the next victim. Speaking of the deaf old woman brought a smile to Su Huai's face. In recent days, her hearing seemed restored. She incessantly complained about the noise he was making. Teaming up with Lu Shaoyi to approach Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong in an attempt to persuade Su Huai to quiet down. However, in Su Huai's presence, they dared not speak loudly, since his disruptions occurred during the day, not in the dead of night. Thus, the old woman could only express her discontent by tapping her cane on the ground. Suddenly, Su Huai recalled that Qin Fengqin from the street office had mentioned a soy sauce factory inquiring about the house the day after Wang Hongmei's death. He needed to locate this individual first. On the sixth day, early in the morning, Qian Deqian finally secured a job and joyfully set off to work. Around 9 o'clock, Su Huai pushed his cart, intending to visit the outer third bureau. Upon exiting the backyard, he saw Qin Huai washing clothes by the water basin. In recent days, she had loitered outside Su Huai's home several times, passing by with intent, at times with red-rimmed eyes, and at others biting her lip. Each time, however, Qian Deqian was present, denying her the chance to approach. "Xiao Su." As Su Huai was about to walk away, Qin Huai called out softly, "Wait for me tonight." Her heart for him remained unyielding. Su Huai feigned ignorance and continued on his way. With a look of discontent, Qin Huai rolled her eyes, losing her motivation to wash the clothes. "Oh, Xiao Su is heading out." At the entrance, Uncle Yin Buguwei greeted with a warm smile, as if nothing had transpired before. He remained as amiable as ever. Su Huai chuckled, saying, "Indeed, the house is in disarray. We need to hire someone to renovate it. Alas, more expenses to incur." Yin Buguwei felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, and his heart began to ache anew. "You little rascal, isn't it my money you're spending? Why do you sigh like that?" The resentment that brewed within Yin Buguwei was immense, yet he dared not express it, for he knew he still needed Su Huai's assistance. The reason was simple. Yin Zheching had been dismissed from his job. The police had personally escorted Yin Zheching to his workplace to search for Su Huai's bicycle. And the unit's leadership witnessed this. His dismissal was already a lenient outcome. A temporary worker, when told to leave, must comply. Thus, Yin Buguwei contemplated asking Su Huai to help his eldest son find employment. Otherwise, he and his wife, Yu Li, would be idly consuming resources at home without contributing to the household expenses, which would amount to a significant sum. Su Huai headed directly to the outer third division, intending to seek Han Yun's assistance in inquiring about the identity of the individual interested in Wang Hongmei's property. By sheer coincidence, he encountered Wang Dafei, who was followed closely by the anxious Qian Deqian. Now transformed, Qian Deqian donned a somewhat ill-fitting white uniform, resembling the 58-style attire, yet lacking any police insignia, making it impossible to discern his status as a temporary worker. "Hey, Comrade Su Huai, here to see Section Chief Han?" Wang Dafei greeted enthusiastically. Su Huai smiled and replied, "Just call me Xiao Su from now on." "All right, I'll take the liberty," Wang Dafei laughed, his broad face radiating joy. However, it was unfortunate that Section Chief Han was attending a meeting at the city bureau. "Would you like to wait in his office? Since Han is absent, I would appreciate it if you could help me by calling the street office to inquire about who was interested in Wang Hongmei's house," Su Huai suggested with a smile. "No problem, follow me," Wang Dafei responded cheerfully. "Deqian, make sure to learn from Brother Wang," Su Huai added, giving Qian Deqian a reassuring pat on his broad shoulder. "I understand, hehehe. Brother Dafei is really good to me," Qian Deqian replied with a hearty chuckle. Shortly thereafter, Wang Dafei, under the pretext of investigating Wang Hongmei's case, discovered that the individual interested in her property was a certain Shui Daong from the soy sauce factory's residue workshop. Su Huai then requested Wang Dafei to look into Shui Daong's background. Both Su Huai and Wang Dafei were taken aback to find that there was no record of such a person in the household information of the soy sauce factory. Wang Dafei subsequently called the factory, confirming that out of over 300 employees, there was indeed no one named Shui Daong. "Xiao Su, are you suspecting that this Shui Daong is connected to the murder of Wang Hongmei?" Wang Dafei astutely sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Su Huai nodded. "I do harbor such suspicions. Perhaps you should interrogate Fan Yaxin to see if he knows Shui Daong." Wang Dafei's expression grew increasingly grave. "Fan Yaxin was murdered the day before yesterday in the detention center. Section Chief Han went to the city bureau for a meeting regarding this matter." "Fan Yaxin was killed? This is quite peculiar." Su Huai became increasingly convinced that there must be some underlying issue concerning those four houses. Suddenly, Su Huai realized he was in grave danger. After days of restless activity in his room, he wondered if the enemy agents were becoming frantic, perhaps devising schemes to eliminate him in order to conceal the secrets hidden within his quarters. Goodness, these days felt like dancing on a tightrope. Su Huai felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Chapter 30. Joining the Public Security Bureau. Wang Ge, who killed Fan Yaxing? Su Huai inquired. Wang Dafei replied. It is said to be a homeless man. On the second day after Fan Yaxing was sent to the detention center, this man committed murder in the streets. Initially, there were plans to execute both of them together. After killing Fan Yaxing, the homeless man took his own life by slitting his throat. Such ruthless individuals. Su Huai felt his life was in serious jeopardy. Could you show me the information on the homeless man? Su Huai asked. Wang Dafei shrugged. The homeless man was apprehended by the 2nd Division. I have no information on him. What about the body? Su Huai pressed on. It was cremated. The ashes are stored in the Daxin's funeral home. As long as there are ashes. Su Huai promptly headed outside. Wang Ge, I owe you a meal sometime. I have time today. Su Huai feigned ignorance and quickened his pace. As he descended the stairs, he unexpectedly encountered Yi Zhonghai, the chief of the division. With a square face and a broad smile, Yi Zhonghai grasped Su Huai's arm. Xiao Su, I was just about to look for you. Looking for me? Director Qi. Please go ahead, Su Huai replied, eager to visit the funeral home. I should have informed you a week ago, but it coincided with your father's passing. Is everything settled at home? Yi Zhonghai hesitated to get to the point, leaving Su Huai to endure an awkward silence. There is nothing to handle. My father appeared in a dream, insisting he is still alive and that I should not hold a funeral for him, so I did not proceed with any arrangements. Yi Zhonghai was momentarily stunned. Was this young man truly bewildered? How was he to respond? Clearing his throat, Yi Zhonghai continued. Well, after negotiations with the municipal bureau, I managed to secure you a position with a grade 17 salary, amounting to 87 yuan per month. Of course, this pertains only to your salary. Your official title will start as a level 4 clerk. You are still young, and there will be ample opportunities ahead. What do you think? Exciting, isn't it? A level 4 clerk is the rank that a university graduate attains upon formal employment, corresponding to an administrative level of 22, right? At this moment, Su Huai could not contemplate the tumultuous future or the internal struggles within the police force. All he desired was to safeguard his life. The enemy agents lurked in the shadows, watching intently. With an identity in the Public Security Bureau, any attempts on his life would require careful consideration from the adversaries. Thank you for your support, Director Qi, Su Huai said, shaking Yi Zhonghai's hand vigorously. Yi Zhonghai, in high spirits, felt pleased to have a formidable ally on his team. From now on, if other divisions or Qinji dared to act arrogantly, they would face Su Huai directly. Ha ha ha. The more Yi Zhonghai thought about it, the more satisfied he became. Come, let me take you to complete the formalities. You are now a member. I am a league member. Being a league member is commendable. Work hard, and I will introduce you to the party in the future. Yi Zhonghai accompanied Su Huai to the personnel department, where they proceeded with his onboarding. The young deputy chief, Yuan Tong, was utterly astonished. In the 3rd Division, everyone knew Su Huai. Not long ago, she was a mere prisoner. Yet now she has transformed into a specially recruited talent, enjoying the privileges of a level 17 position, akin to her deputy section chief. Subsequently, Yuan Tong was assigned to accompany Su Huai, where they collected 2 sets of summer uniforms and 1 set of winter attire, culminating in a photo session for her dossier and work identification. After completing her onboarding, she proceeded to the General Affairs Department to obtain various ration tickets and documents. From now on, we shall be colleagues. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Yuan Tong, she said, extending her hand with a radiant smile. Her hand felt soft, and she appeared to be no older than 22 or 23, with a blend of charm and a hint of spiritedness in her gaze. It would not be an exaggeration to refer to her as a flower of the police force. Please, do not call me section chief. I merely hold a level 17 designation, while my role is that of a clerk, Su Huai replied with a chuckle. Yuan Tong, with her enchanting smile revealing 2 dimples, responded, do not be so modest. With your capabilities, it is only a matter of time before you ascend to a section chief position. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek out your sister. Thank you, Sister Tong. I will certainly take you up on that offer. Su Huai thought to cultivate a good relationship with Yuan Tong, hoping to inquire about information regarding Oda Chihiro in the future. Sister will take you to the Criminal Investigation Department, Yuan Tong said with a smile. You look quite spirited in your uniform. In the expansive office of the Criminal Investigation Department, Wang Dafei was taken aback. Just moments ago, Su Huai was an unemployed vagabond. And now he had transformed into a colleague with Deputy Section Chief benefits. You. Wang Dafei was momentarily speechless. Having worked for 7 years since he was 17, he was merely a level 4 clerk. Su Huai, on the other hand, had started with the benefits of a level 17 Deputy Section Chief. Although envy lingered, Wang Dafei felt a deep respect for Su Huai. Congratulations. We are colleagues now. Wang greeted. Brother Wang, I look forward to your guidance, Su Huai replied jovially as he shared a cigarette. He had encountered most of the people in the Criminal Investigation Department before, but now they were formally introduced. Though their thoughts remained unclear, everyone wore smiles to express their welcome, with Qian Daqian appearing particularly delighted, grinning foolishly from the sidelines. When will Section Chief Han return? Su Huai asked while stepping outside with Wang Dafei for a smoke, addressing him by his title during work hours. Wang Dafei shook his head. He is attending a meeting at the Municipal Bureau, which often takes half the day. You are interested in investigating Shui Daong and the homeless man, aren't you? I have a feeling this matter is not as straightforward as it seems, but there is no rush, Su Huai admitted, realizing the necessity of utilizing resources now that he had joined the police force. By the way, Brother Wang, what is the situation with Yuan Tong in the Human Resources Department? Wang Dafei, grinning, gave Su Huai a sidelong glance and whispered, What? Are you interested in Section Chief Yuan? Don't be ridiculous. I am merely curious. She is so young. How did she become a section chief? Is she, like me, a rare and exceptional talent? Su Huai pondered. The head of the Human Resources Department was reassigned last month, and currently, Yuan Tong is handling all the responsibilities, he speculated. Sensing that Yuan Tong's background might be quite significant, Wang Dafei chuckled. Are you perhaps praising yourself? Section Chief Yuan is the only university graduate in our 3rd precinct. University graduates are treasures. Several attempts by the Municipal Bureau to recruit her have been thwarted by Director Qi. Su Huai nodded. Indeed, university graduates are valuable. But it cannot be solely attributed to that, can it? No matter how impressive a university graduate is, they cannot become a section chief in their early 20s. University students may be assigned a level 17 remuneration, yet their positions are unlikely to be commensurate with such a rank. It is essential to undergo several years of honing one's skills. Yuan Tong is genuinely an associate-level official. It is prudent not to broadcast this widely, in fact. Yuan Tong's father holds a leadership position within our department. Additionally, when interacting with Director Yuan, it is wise to maintain a respectful distance. For many are vying for her attention, all of whom are offspring of prominent officials. Su Huai understood well. With her striking beauty and exceptional demeanor, combined with her lineage as a child of high-ranking officials and a university student, she is undoubtedly a goddess, attracting numerous admirers. Wang Dafei, glancing at his watch, remarked, It's almost time for lunch. Let's discuss this later. Besides, even if you go, they may not be at work. Su Huai chuckled. Indeed. I'll treat you to lunch. That's precisely what I was waiting for. You must pay, and I'll introduce you to a few colleagues. Wang Dafei responded with a grin. Should we change out of our uniforms before heading out? Su Huai inquired further. Wang Dafei gave Su Huai a peculiar glance. Why would we do that? Wearing police uniforms can save us a great deal of trouble. Are there no dress code regulations at the Bureau? There are regulations. But throughout the Bureau, even Director Qi wears his uniform to and from work. As long as you don't engage in wrongdoing while in uniform, there's no issue. Su Huai nodded in understanding, chuckling. Chapter 31. Prince Su Qinxiang. A few hundred meters from the outer 3rd Bureau, there exists a state-owned restaurant. Wang Dafei summoned 3 colleagues. One named Lu Qiyun, the deputy director of the political security section, who was not yet 30. Another was the station chief, Wang Qing, who happens to be Wang Dafei's uncle, and coincidentally, Nanluoguxiang falls under their jurisdiction. The 3rd colleague, around 30, was Zhuang Nanlin, whom Wang Dafei had previously mentioned to Su Huai. He is the nephew of Director Qi. Wang Dafei informed Su Huai that these individuals are all aligned with Director Qi, including Section Chief Han Yun and Huang Yuzhou, the head of the investigation section, though the latter 2 were attending a meeting at the city bureau. Su Huai cast a grateful glance at Wang Dafei. Once one enters the bureaucratic system, aligning oneself with the right faction is unavoidable unless one is content to languish in mediocrity. He had been recruited through the special recommendation of Qi Zhendong, inherently aligned with his faction. As they settled at the table, 2 bottles of Mauta were promptly served. At that time, a bottle of Mauta cost merely 6 yuan. Su Huai subsequently ordered 8 dishes, excluding fresh meat from cattle, sheep, and pigs, as well as chicken, duck, and fish, however. Braised bear paw was available but required prior reservation. In future times, who would dare to consume bear paw, regardless of one's rank? Everyone at this table would need to endure several years in service. Most of the dishes were vegetarian, with only canned meat available, unfortunately due to material shortages. It was rumored that fresh meat would only be supplied to the capital next month. The group finished 2 bottles of Mount Ai, which was just right, considering they had to return to work in the afternoon. After a satisfying meal and agreeing to reconvene in the future, everyone dispersed. And Su Huai returned to the 3rd bureau. After resting for over an hour without the return of Han Yun, Su Huai decided to enlist Qian Daqian's assistance, requesting him to accompany him to the Daxin's Wang funeral home. Indeed, as Wang Dafei remarked, donning a police uniform prompted even the bicycles lining the streets to instinctively steer clear of them. Brother, how impressive you are to have attained the rank of Deputy Division Chief right from the start. I envy you greatly, Qian Daqian said, exerting all his strength to pedal. If you work diligently, in a few years, I shall arrange for you to wed a sister-in-law. Thank you, brother. You are truly kind to me. The simple-minded Qian Daqian failed to grasp Su Huai's insinuation and immediately became absorbed in daydreams of marriage. As they passed Dongxiang, Su Huai's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed a pair of eyes fixated on him from behind. In recent days, he had utilized the spatial blue points to enhance his sensory perception, and at this moment, he could even discern the direction and distance of the gaze's owner lurking behind him. It could be said that if Su Huai turned around, he would be able to identify the person tracking him. However, he refrained from doing so, feigning ignorance. He feared that should the enemy be discovered, they might resort to desperate measures and brandish a weapon, leading to a chaotic situation. Is it true that the enemy has grown so bold as to follow the police? As Su Huai approached a street corner, he pretended to check for vehicles behind him and caught a fleeting glimpse of an individual clad in blue work attire and wearing a matching cap, the owner of the eyes. Yet, it was merely a hasty glance, and he continued cycling as if nothing had happened. Regrettably, the brief encounter left him unable to discern the individual's features. And that person possessed sufficient counter-surveillance skills as well. When Su Huai glanced back, the figure in blue also turned to look behind. From the silhouette, he could only deduce that it was a young woman. Damn, could she be akin to Oda Chihao, a little demon born in the Dragon Kingdom? As they neared Daxin's Wang, the person following Su Huai vanished. Throughout their journey, Su Huai had casually looked back several times, only to find the woman evading detection. With a sigh, he lamented the missed opportunity. He had intended to lead her to Daxin's Wang and seize a chance to apprehend her, but alas, the female adversary was far too cautious. Comrade. Hello. We are from the Beijing Municipal Public Security Bureau and wish to speak with your superior regarding some matters. Upon arriving at the funeral home, Su Huai identified himself. The staff, seeing Su Huai and Qian Daqian's youth, hesitated, but the authenticity of their credentials and uniforms compelled them to act promptly and notify the funeral home's leadership. After several rounds of negotiations, Su Huai's brow furrowed. Are you saying that Fan Yaxin's ashes were taken away? Who collected them? Is there a record? Yes, at noon. A young man and woman claimed to be Fan Yaxin's daughter and son-in-law. The funeral home official replied, while requesting the registration form to be brought forth. After Su Huai reviewed the document, he meticulously transcribed the details of the young couple. However, he held little hope, suspecting the information might be fraudulent. What of the ashes of the other individual who was brought in alongside Fan Yaxin? Su Huai inquired. Any unclaimed ashes here are stored in the cemetery. If they remain unclaimed for a year, we will scatter them into the Bohai Sea, the official said, leading Su Huai toward the cemetery. Perhaps fearful of scrutiny regarding their operations, resembling a report to a superior, replete with unnecessary details and obsequiousness. Damn it. It seems one must indeed wear a uniform to be taken seriously. Before long, they arrived at the cemetery designated for the storage of ashes. Although referred to as a cemetery, it was merely an empty room filled with dozens of urns haphazardly piled together. Fortunately, only the remains of Fan Yaxin and a homeless man had been cremated the previous day, and the staff handed the ashes over to Su Huai. Without lingering, Su Huai took the ashes and had Qian Daqian ferry him back on his bicycle. Brother, being in the police is quite delightful. That man was smiling at me the whole time and kept offering me cigarettes. In the past, it was a stroke of luck if I wasn't beaten. Never had an officer given me cigarettes, and they were always the cheap 0.5 yuan peony brand. Su Huai casually replied, focus on cycling, don't look back. Understood, brother. Seizing the moment when no one was around, Huai discreetly placed the urn into his space. Name: Tong Shenfu's ashes. Information: Tong Shenfu was born in 1919 in El Shun, a servant of Prince Su, Izanjaro Shanqi. After Shanqi's death, Tong Shenfu accompanied his 11th daughter, Rongyu, to live in Japan. In 1940, Tong Shenfu returned to the capital of the Dragon Kingdom with his wife, following Rongyu. Upon returning, Tong Shenfu changed his name to Tian Huailiang and lived incognito, fathering a son, whose real name was Oda Chihiro, known publicly as Tian Hao. In July 1960, he committed murder in the streets and subsequently killed Fan Yaxin before taking his own life. After reading the information, Huai, perched on the back of the bicycle, stroked his chin, reflecting that this was the second time he encountered the name of Prince Su. The first time was when he received the python-shaped jade pendant belonging to Oda Chihiro. Tong Shenfu had visited Japan in his youth. When he returned to his homeland in 1940 with his wife, was she possibly Japanese? Thus, their son, Oda Chihiro, was born in China. Was it Fan Yaxin and Oda Chihiro who had once tortured him, and now Tong Shenfu killed Fan Yaxin to protect Oda Chihiro? The only remaining clue was Oda Chihiro, who was still recuperating in the hospital. Perhaps he held the secret to those 3 houses. With a clap, Huai struck Qian Daqian's back. Daqian, can you ride a bit more steadily? If there's a pothole on the road, should we not swerve around it? Or at least slow down? Damn it. My backside hurts. Brother, it's my first time on such a new bicycle. I couldn't help myself. Huai curled his lip, pondering for a moment before asking, do you know where I can find a renovation service? Brother, you finally asked. I've wanted to tell you for a long time. My father knows several craftsmen, and the lead one is a disciple of Yang Shillai, known for his exceptional skills. Yang Shillai. Huai recognized that name. A standard reference in courtyard novels. It was said that they specialized in constructing residences for the royal family, so surely the disciple's craftsmanship would be commendable. Let us head back to the unit. Brother, hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate. Chapter 32. Enemies within the steel mill. Han Yun returned from a meeting at the city bureau, and upon learning that Huai had joined the criminal police department, his previously furrowed brow transformed into a beaming smile, lightening the atmosphere in the office significantly. At the city meeting, it was mandated that all sub-bureaus and police stations achieve a case resolution rate of 90. Yet the actual resolution rate for criminal cases in the Outer Third Bureau was less than half. Despite this, the Outer Third Bureau was not at the bottom. Countless long-standing cold cases plagued various sub-bureaus and police stations. Han Yun was troubled about how to improve the case resolution rate and complete his tasks when suddenly Huai arrived, bringing an unexpected wave of joy that surpassed even that of his wedding day. As the clock approached 5 in the afternoon, the office of the Criminal Investigation Department was left with only Han Yun and Wang Dafei, as most had departed early under the guise of case investigations. These past few days had been a rare respite, allowing Han Yun to embrace a moment of relaxation, for the Criminal Investigation Department was unlike any other unit. During active cases, they were often compelled to work tirelessly for several consecutive days without returning home. Chief, Su is getting anxious waiting for your return. He has taken Qian Daqian to investigate the murder of Fan Yaxin, Wang Dafei informed Han Yun, who appeared slightly astonished. But that case was already closed. The perpetrator was identified as that homeless man. Huai had his doubts, suspecting there were deeper, undisclosed circumstances surrounding the murder of Wang Hongmei. Wang Dafei linked the elusive Shui Daong, along with the sudden murder of Fan Yaxin, to the homicide of Wang Hongmei, instantly creating a web of suspicions. At that moment, Huai and Qian Daqian returned, with Qian Daqian, drenched in sweat, carrying a net bag filled with numerous milk ice pops. Both of them eagerly consuming the treats like dogs. Brother Han, you're back. Huai called out, addressing him informally as there was no one else around, offering ice pops and scattering cigarettes. Where's everyone? Huai had purchased a substantial quantity of ice pops, hoping to leave a favorable impression on his new colleagues. Work is done. Wang mentioned earlier that you suspect the murder of Wang Hongmei is not as straightforward as it seems. Han Yun, unabashedly, indulged in an ice pop while holding a cigarette. Huai's demeanor shifted to seriousness. He had refrained from disclosing certain information to Han Yun, intending to first unravel the secrets of the 3 houses. What if a substantial cache of gold lay hidden within? Who would want to share such a fortune? Yet, now Huai felt a twinge of fear. The enemy had followed him multiple times, which was perilously dangerous. It was imperative to locate this group swiftly. What secrets in gold? Nothing is more important than one's life, he asserted. I suspect the murderer was targeting the 3 houses belonging to my family. There could be clandestine secrets concealed within. Han Yun looked perplexed. Su Huai then connected the dots between his father's car accident, the death of Wang Hongmei, and now the murder of Fan Yaxin, all of which reeked of oddities. Although he was aware that the perpetrator was the alias Tian Huailiang, also known as Tong Xinfu, he found himself unable to share this with Han Yun. Are you suggesting that your father's death is more complicated than it appears? Has anyone been following you recently? Han Yun's tone grew serious, realizing the gravity of the situation. Goodness, could it be enemy activities? Wang Dafei gasped. Su Huai wished to commend Wang Dafei, as he was contemplating how to steer the conversation towards the enemy. This possibility cannot be dismissed. In investigations, one must be bold in assumptions while cautious in verification. Being careful is always prudent. Let us visit your home and uncover what secrets lie therein, Han Yun proposed. Su Huai shook his head. I nearly demolished the house but found nothing unusual. Brother Han, I was thinking, that day, the young man who fought with me, Xiao Tian. Could he possibly be an accomplice of Fan Yaxin? Han Yun took a couple of puffs from his cigarette and bit into his milk ice pop with fervor. What do you think are the chances of Xiao Tian and Fan Yaxin being in cahoots? I believe the odds are considerable. He is a young devil from the Dragon Country, undoubtedly an enemy agent. Then let us investigate. Han Yun decisively commanded. How shall we proceed? Wang Dafei inquired. Turning towards Su Huai. Su Huai pondered for a moment and said, Brother Han, my suggestion is to avoid alarming the snake in the grass. Let Xiao Tian believe he has not been exposed. Meanwhile, we shall conduct our investigation quietly, ensuring that as few people as possible are aware of this matter. Understood. Han Yun nodded, then added, I hereby declare the formation of a special task force, with myself as the leader and you two as the initial members. Han Yun glanced at the bright-eyed Qian Daqian beside him and said solemnly, You two shall join us, but within 3 days, you must familiarize yourself with the confidentiality regulations, and all actions must adhere to the chain of command. Thank you, Chief Han, Qian Daqian replied, his cheeks flushed with excitement as he spoke in a deep voice. Cautiously handing over a popsicle, Qian Daqian was eager to prove himself to secure his position. Subsequently, Su Huai proposed that Wang Dafei discreetly investigate Xiao Tian's social connections while he would look into the so-called daughter and son-in-law who took away Fan Yaxin's ashes. Xiao Su, for your safety, why not stay at my place for a while? It's just me there at the moment, Wang Dafei suggested, enjoying his second popsicle, his words somewhat muffled. Wang Ge, you're not married yet? Su Huai remarked with a hint of disdain, as being in his mid-20s and unmarried was rather unusual in that era. Wang Dafei chuckled. My sister-in-law has returned to her family. These days have been quite pleasant. Then it's settled, I'll find my own place. Brother Han, can I issue a firearm? In case of danger, I would like to have something for self-defense. Han Yun nodded, glancing at the time. The armory should have someone on duty. Let us go. I'll take you to get a gun. In those times, detectives were rarely without firearms. Not only stations but even neighborhood offices possessed militia armories. He received a Type 54 pistol along with over 50 rounds of ammunition. During the registration, only the pistol was recorded. The ammunition was not documented at all. Brother Han, I need to visit the steel mill. There must be something suspicious about my father's death. I have gathered some information. The mill claims my father was driving too fast, leading to an accident off a cliff. However, my father was an experienced driver and always exercised caution. He would never drive recklessly. Very well, I approve. Han Yun consistently supported Su Huai. What I mean is, I need to infiltrate the steel mill for at least 3 to 5 days, or possibly as long as half a month. Why was Su Yujin specifically assigned to a business trip? Why did his apprentice, Xiao Dongxu, fall ill with malaria at such an inconvenient time? And who informed Watanabe about the transportation fleet's itinerary? These questions indicate that there are enemy agents within the steel mill, or at least an insider among them. Su Huai shared his suspicions with Han Yun, who contemplated for a moment and replied, I need to consult Director Qi about this. Otherwise, why don't you accompany me to Director Qi's residence? Would that be appropriate? You ought to at least familiarize yourself with the leader's home. Near the Forbidden City, on East Chang'an Street, lay a grand courtyard. Brother Han, have we come to the wrong place? Does Director Qi live here? Su Huai jumped off the motorcycle, staring blankly at the imposing courtyard before him. To reside near the Forbidden City indicated a significant status. Director Qi, a level 8 official, earns over 300 a month with allowances, making him one of the highest-paid members in the Beijing Public Security Bureau. It is quite ordinary for him to reside in such a large compound. Han Yun chuckled. Ah, so, Qi Zhendong is quite a prominent figure, he mused. It seems that in these times, salary and position are not necessarily correlated. Just like him, a level 17 deputy section chief, who merely enjoys the benefits. Chapter 33. Enemies within the compound. The entrance to the compound is heavily secured, with armed sentries on guard. Su Huai and Han Yun passed through the checkpoint, establishing contact with Qi Zhendong, leaving their weapons at the booth in order to enter the premises. It was the end of the workday, and the compound bustled with life. Children were playing, adults were engaged in casual conversations, and many individuals like them hurriedly moved forward, either as visitors or to report on their work. Hey, Chief Han, Su. As Su Huai and Han Yun walked, they encountered two young women. One of them was Yuan Tong, the deputy chief of the personnel section from the 3rd Outer Bureau. Clad in her white police uniform but without a hat, she walked alongside a young woman in her early 20s, sporting shoulder-length hair and an oval face. Dressed in a knee-length, yellow floral dress. Her large, sparkling eyes radiated innocence. Su Huai couldn't help but think of university students from the future, innocent, yet naive to the ways of the world. Ah, Sister Tong, you live here? Su Huai greeted with a smile. Indeed, Yuan Tong replied with a playful smile, then introduced her companion. This is my friend, Chen Tang. Hello, I'm Su Huai. As in the locust tree, he said, extending his hand. Hello, I'm Chen Tang, as in the crabapple, she responded, their hands briefly touching before parting. Then we won't disturb you any longer. We still need to report to Director Qi, Su Huai said, waving as he and Han Yun departed. Yuan Tong linked arms with Chen Tang and glanced back at Su Huai, playfully commenting, that's him, the Su Huai I mentioned. Quite remarkable, isn't it? From being a prisoner to attaining the same rank as me in just a day, solving a fraud case no less. Truly impressive. What do you think of him? Yuan Tong asked with a mischievous grin. Skinny as a rake. Is that really your type? No wonder you don't look at anyone else, Chen Tang teased, stifling a laugh. Yuan Tong, flustered, playfully tickled Chen Tang. Stop your nonsense. How could we possibly? Should I play matchmaker for you? Huh? Chen Tang laughed, her laughter ringing like a melody. Let's tackle your issues first. No more tickling, I concede. Humph, conceding but still defiant. What good does that do? Yuan Tong, slightly irked, quickened her pace. Su Huai glanced back at Yuan Tong and Chen Tang. Han, do you know that girl with Deputy Chief Yuan? Han Yun shook his head. She looks like someone well-educated. Probably a child of high-ranking officials in the compound. Su, do you fancy her? No way. I wouldn't dare to pursue the offspring of high-ranking officials. We are just common folk. Su Huai chuckled lightly, yet inwardly he etched Chen Tang's name into his memory. For he discerned a resemblance between Chen Tang's figure and that of the woman who had followed him earlier that afternoon. Whether it was indeed her. Su Huai could not say for certain. He even considered himself somewhat paranoid. After all, who could possibly traverse such a grand estate except for those with ulterior motives? Nevertheless, the possibility lingered. Su Huai resolved to discreetly inquire about Chen Tang's background from Yuan Huai when time permitted. The two arrived at Qi Zhendong's residence, a quaint 3-story building, where only Qi Zhendong and a housekeeper were present. Upon entering the study, Han Yun expertly prepared tea, suggesting this was not his first visit. Without pleasantries, Han Yun and Su Huai shared their suspicions with Qi Zhendong. As Qi Zhendong paced back and forth, smoking a cigarette, he eventually acquiesced to Su Huai's proposal to infiltrate the steel mill. Xiao Su, since someone was tailing you this afternoon, they must be aware of your entry into the Public Security Bureau. If you investigate the steel mill further, it may raise their suspicions, possibly putting your life at risk. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Su Huai nodded resolutely. Even if I do not investigate the circumstances of my father's death at the steel mill, they could still target me. Moreover, my presence there might serve to flush them out, revealing who is truly conspiring against us and their motives. Very well. Your courage reassures me that my judgment of you was correct. Proceed with confidence. I shall provide you with unwavering support, Qi Zhendong stated solemnly. They then engaged in further discussions regarding the particulars of the plan. After bidding farewell to Su Huai and Han Yun, Qi Zhendong stood by the window with his arms crossed, remaining motionless for an extended period. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He sensed that this could escalate into a significant case, likely involving hostile elements as Su Huai suspected. Turning towards the coffee table to light a cigarette, he paused. Bewildered by the bare surface, where are my 2 boxes of cigarettes? At the entrance to the estate, Su Huai handed Han Yun a special box of white packaged cigarettes. Han Yun gave Su Huai a thumbs up. You're done for. Director Qi only receives 1 box of special cigarettes each month, and you've pilfered a whole box. Brother Han, spare me. I saw you pocketing the other unopened box, and you also swiped a package of special tea. Su Huai grinned. The two erupted into laughter. From that moment on, Su Huai developed a fondness for reporting his work. At number 95 Nanluoguxiang at 8 o'clock in the evening. Just as twilight began to cast its veil, Su Huai returned home in his own clothes, swaying slightly. Most of the residents in the front yard were seated, enjoying the cool evening air while engaging in casual conversations. Upon seeing Su Huai return, they greeted him with smiles, offering cigarettes from all directions. Then, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Upon closer inspection, Su Huai was carrying 2 duck carcasses. Earlier that afternoon, everyone had observed Qian Daqian returning in his white police uniform. Those who had previously doubted Su Huai's claims were now completely convinced. Qian Daqian, a simpleton who had only graduated from middle school, had managed to secure a position in the Public Security Bureau, leaving no room for skepticism regarding Su Huai's credibility. With a silly grin, Qian Daqian trotted up to Su Huai. Brother, you're back. The duck frames from Quanjude were brought home to simmer for congee. Su Huai handed 2 sets of duck frames to Qian Daqian, and after leaving the courtyard, he and Han Yun made a trip to Quanjude, ordering 2 roasted ducks and several dishes, indulging in a sumptuous feast. Brother, I don't want any. Qian Daqian shook his head, swallowing hard. The others gazed enviously at the duck frames in Su Huai's hands. In these times of scarcity, the common folk in the capital could hardly procure fresh meat and were reluctant to spend money on it. Su Huai, on the other hand, enjoyed delightful meals every day. Who could not feel envy? They were particularly envious of the Qian family, who at least had the fortune of being associated with Su Huai. Take them. I have no way to cook at home. If they spoil, come find me in the backyard later. All right, brother, then I shall accept them. Qian Daqian joyfully ran home, and after a while, emerged with grease on his lips, pleasantly surprised to find some slices of duck meat among the 2 frames. Yin Zhecheng, from across the street, witnessed this scene and spat disdainfully. Toady. Poverty makes a couple lose their zest. Yuli, cramped in a room with her brother-in-law, rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction, saying, if you're so capable, why don't you show me how to be a toady? Qian Daqian is now eating government rations. Unlike you, who just sits at home. What can I do? If it weren't for Su Huai, would I have been dismissed? Yin Zhecheng seethed with resentment towards Su Huai. Yuli fanned herself vigorously, the sweat-soaked strands of hair clinging to her cheeks, retorting, isn't that because you lack ability? Let us keep our voices down. Yin Bugue, just entering, stamped his foot. Brother, you should go and plead with Su Huai to help you find a job. Father, do you think that is possible? Yin Zhecheng felt a surge of frustration. Yin Bugue, exasperated, replied, why not? Just go apologize to him and offer him $500. I refuse to believe Su Huai would turn down the money. I want to do it. A man's dignity is worth more than gold. You'd be better off killing me than making me kneel before Su Huai. Yin Zhecheng was resolute in his stance. Daqian, you haven't been blabbering around in the courtyard, right? I'm also in the police, you know. Brother, what do you take me for? I can keep a secret. If you don't want me to speak, I want to say a word, even if it costs me my life. Qian Daqian chuckled. Indeed. You must be discreet in the future, including about your parents and your sisters. Nothing should be said. Brother, I'm your most obedient follower. I want to utter a word, even if it costs me my life. Chapter 34. Steel resolve. Yin Zhecheng knelt down. Su Huai, brother, I was in the wrong. If you're still upset, feel free to give me a beating. In the backyard, a dimly lit tungsten bulb hung outside Su Huai's door, casting a faint glow, while a swarm of unknown moths danced around the light. Yin Zhecheng, with his unyielding spirit, knelt before Su Huai, striking his own face repeatedly, while Yin Bugue stood nearby with a forced smile. Su Huai, maintaining a stoic demeanor, remained silent, allowing Yin Zhecheng to slap himself. Su Huai, I have a piece of chicken oil yellow. Take a look. Yin Bugue, with a beaming smile, pulled out a yellow stone the size of an egg from his pocket and presented it to Su Huai. Oh, I've heard chicken oil yellow is a fine thing, but I'm not well versed in such matters. Su Huai glanced at it. It appeared to be excellent Hittian jade, yet Yin Bugue, this miserly old man, must have ulterior motives for pulling something out of his pocket. Yin Bugue, unperturbed, smiled as he placed a chicken egg-sized piece of chicken oil yellow into Su Huai's hand. Play with it for a while, he said. This was passed down to me by my father, said to be something that flowed out of the palace, and not something money can easily buy in the market. The item felt warm and smooth in Su Huai's hand, suggesting that Yin Bugue had cherished it for many years. Su Huai pondered its value, wondering how many blue points it might yield. Uncle San, we live in the same courtyard, so if you need anything, just speak up. Su Huai said casually. Yin Bugui's face lit up with joy. Well, my eldest job has been lost, and I was hoping you could help him find a decent position. Even a temporary worker at the Public Security Bureau like Qian Daqian would suffice. Su Huai's expression remained impassive. With the trivial matters your family handles. You expect me to help you get into the Public Security Bureau? He replied. Finding a job isn't easy. I'm even considering working at the steel mill to take over my father's shift. Yin Bugui watched as Su Huai tucked the chicken oil yellow into his pocket. Thinking that the young man should be responsible for taking something, he couldn't possibly expect to receive it without a favor in return, could he? That can't be right. You managed to get Daqian into the Public Security Bureau. It should be a simple matter for you to find a job. Su Huai coldly countered. Shall I give the position to your Yin family instead? That would be splendid. Yin Bugui's face brightened. The steel mill was a good establishment, offering stable wages and decent benefits, especially the opportunity to join the transportation department, where workers were significantly more esteemed than projectionists like Su Daimao. It will cost you 1,000 yuan, Su Huai stated. What? Yin Bugui was taken aback. That was exorbitant. Other factories charged a maximum of 500 yuan, with some even requiring only 300. After Su Huai had previously taken half of his coffin board, producing another 1,000 yuan would truly deplete his resources. Yin Bugui's teeth ground together, contemplating retreat, realizing the young man's heart was truly merciless. You wouldn't be trying to take advantage of me, would you? Su Huai glared at Yin Bugui. Absolutely not. Yin Bugui quickly waved his hands, though he was reluctant to part with another 1,000 yuan. Su Huai continued, how about this? I won't ask for 1,000. Just give me 500, along with that piece of chicken oil yellow, and the position is yours. Whether you can get your son into the factory is beyond my concern. However, I must clarify, should my father return alive? The security of the job will depend on your family's luck. Your father has been cremated. How could he possibly return? Yin Bugui's mind raced with calculations. By giving Su Huai 500 and then spending another 200 to maneuver his son into the transportation team at the steel mill, it would be an incredible deal. As for the stone, he had picked it up on the way to school. Everyone he consulted said it was worthless, at most 20 yuan. In 5 years, he could be promoted to a level 4 truck driver, earning 48 yuan a month, far superior to working as a mechanic in the workshop. Moreover, joining the transportation team would grant him a house, with travel allowances, and even as an apprentice, he would earn 18 yuan monthly, 700 yuan. Even with the seemingly worthless chicken oil yellow was undoubtedly worthwhile. While Yin Bugui mentally cursed Su Huai for being extravagant, he eagerly declared, Su Huai, it's settled then. Once Yin Zhiqing starts working, I'll immediately deliver 500 yuan to you. Su Huai chuckled, realizing the old man had plotted rather cunningly. Did he really expect to wait until after work? It was either money now or no deal at all. Very well, I shall return home to retrieve the funds. Yin Bugui smiled and took Yin Zhiqing along with him. Upon their arrival, Yin Bugui instructed Yin Zhiqing to draft an IOU for 1,000 yuan, to be repaid over 6 years. Why 1,000? Wasn't it 500? Yin Zhiqing protested. Yin Bugui meticulously calculated for his son. Giving Su Huai 500 merely secures the quota. I must leverage connections to facilitate your entry. 300 for the arrangements is inevitable, not to mention the chicken oil yellow I previously gifted, which is worth at least 200. 1,000 is hardly excessive. Now write it down. Yuli urged from the side, anxious to move out, feeling stifled and unable to express herself freely. Once Yin Zhiqing reluctantly signed and pressed his seal, Yin Bugui reluctantly produced 500 yuan for him to deliver to Su Huai. Su Huai was undoubtedly destined for the steel mill, but he would not remain in the transportation department, which required constant travel. Any misstep could prove fatal. He could easily sell the quota to Yin Bugui, leaving his father's job security in his own hands. As for how to enter the steel mill, Qi Zhendong had previously called Vice Director Li Xinmin regarding Su Huai's placement in the security department. Moreover, he learned from Li Xinmin that, in order to expedite repayment to Baisu, the steel mill planned to expand production next month. The recruitment procedures would soon be on the agenda, even without Su Huai's quota. Yin Zhiqing was nearly certain to secure a position at the steel mill. With the advantage of insider information, Su Huai felt quite pleased with himself. Reclining on a rosewood luoan bed, he casually placed the piece of chicken oil yellow jade into his spatial pocket, revealing a myriad of blue light spots shimmering from the jade, far exceeding his expectations. Upon examining the jade's information, He was astonished to discover it was a tribute intercepted by Hixin. After Hixin's downfall, it had been taken into the palace, previously cherished by 3 emperors, Jiaqing, Xianfeng, and Daoguang. It was said that when Cixi fled the capital, a young eunuch had smuggled it out of the palace. Yin Bugui claimed it was passed down from his father. Was his father a eunuch? Following the established routine, Su Huai used some of the blue light to nourish his body, feeling a warm flow coursing through him, immensely comfortable. Little Su, are you asleep? In the dead of night, Su Huai was in a daze when a figure appeared outside his door. He sat up to see it was Qin Huairu. Damn it! Su Huai cursed silently. She truly arrived at such an hour? Did she intend to drag him into her mess? Fortunately, he had allowed Qin Daqian to stay at his home. Little Su, come out. I need to speak with you, Qin Huairu whispered, glancing around as if she were up to no good. After a moment of silence from Su Huai, she began to sob softly. Little Su, I've made up my mind. I want to divorce Jia Dongxu. I simply can't endure it any longer. He mistreats me daily. Su Huai stepped to the door. It was too warm to close it, and they conversed through the curtain. Qin Huairu, you must expose Jia Dongxu for me to assist you. Huh? How do I expose him? Consider your own thoughts. Are you not aware of what Jia Dongxu has done? I am well aware, yet I find myself gripped by fear. Please, do not disturb my rest if you have not yet formulated your thoughts. Su Huai shook her head, recognizing that this woman still lacked the resolve to take decisive action. Suddenly, Qin Huairu pulled aside the curtain, grasping Su Huai's hand, weeping. Xiao Su, please help me. Look, my body is covered in wounds. As she spoke, Qin Huairu lifted her garment, revealing a side of her ribcage marred by extensive bruises, dark and unsightly. Chapter 35. The secrets of the house. Qin Huairu had grown accustomed to enduring hardships, even in the face of domestic violence from Jia Dongxu and daily insults from the Jia family. Yet, she had never contemplated divorce. Recently, however, a sense of unease had settled upon her. Sleepless nights filled her mind with thoughts of whether life would improve after leaving Jia Dongxu. Despite these musings, the shackles of societal expectations kept her from taking that crucial step. At last, Qin Huairu resolved to divorce Jia Dongxu. Xiao Su, these past few days, Jia Dongxu has been acting like a madman, hitting and choking me at night. I can no longer endure it. He even demands that I. Tears streamed down from Qin Huairu's large, expressive eyes, caught between shame and indignation. Stealing a glance at Su Huai, she noticed his somber expression and, with gritted teeth, confessed, he insists I go out and sleep with other men against my will, and his violence has escalated. When Su Huai remained unresponsive, Qin Huairu, feeling slighted, lifted her shirt to reveal her back, which was a tapestry of horrifying scars. Su Huai's face remained impassive as he stated, if you wish for assistance, you must first take that vital step yourself. I need to see your determination. Qin Huairu clutched the hem of her garment, gazing longingly at Su Huai. I can expose him. But Xiao Su, does your promise to help me secure a position at the steel factory still stand? Su Huai pushed Qin Huairu away, his expression darkening. Leave me be. I am not offering charity in exchange for your work. I require evidence against Jia Dongxu. You may come to me once you have made your revelations about him. The sudden shift in his demeanor left Qin Huairu astonished. How could he turn so cold? Xiao Su, there is something else I am uncertain whether to disclose. Anything that could harm Jia Dongxu is worth revealing. Speak, what is it? Su Huai inquired with a stern countenance. Qin Huairu whispered, standing on her toes. The man Jia Dongxu sent me to a company paid him 500 yuan. And it was this man who devised the scheme to frame you. Indeed, Su Huai furrowed his brow, realizing that Jia Dongxu had allies. If someone posed a threat to him, he would need to ponder whether it was connected to enemy forces. Have you seen this man? What does he look like? How old is he? I have seen him. You should also know him. He was the one who captured you last time, the officer from the 3rd Division, Tian Hao. Tian Hao. Su Huai recognized him instantly, the treacherous scoundrel, Oda Chihiro. How could he be associated with Jia Dongxu? Wasn't he in the hospital? Did Jia Dongxu know him? Given the implications of enemy involvement, caution was paramount. Qin Huairu continued, after my mother-in-law gave you 1,100 yuan, Jia Dongxu developed a hatred for you. He learned about the incident where you injured someone from the 3rd Division. And then he went to the hospital to confront that individual. They conspired together, planning to retaliate against you. It was only because he was absent tonight that I found the time to seek you out. So, this is how it is. A fierce glint flashed in Su Huai's eyes. That fool Jia Dongxu was clearly being manipulated by Oda Chihiro without even realizing it. Getting entangled with the enemy's special agents could have dire consequences. Xiao Su, should I expose this matter? After a moment of contemplation, Su Huai formed a plan. Do not reveal anything for now. Await my instructions and return home to rest. Before dawn the following day, Su Huai abruptly roused Qian Daqian from his slumber, instructing him to return home and summon his father, bringing over the apprentice of Yang Shilei. Subsequently, Su Huai stepped outside, surveying the four houses. What secrets lay within that compelled Oda Chihiro to go to such lengths to expel him? As the sun began to rise, Qin Huairu entered the backyard, carrying a large bowl. Su Huai, you must be hungry. I brought you some fried dough buns. Eat them while they're hot. The bowl was placed before Su Huai, containing 4 buns. Su Huai regarded Qin Huairu with a peculiar expression. This woman had grown bolder, seemingly unafraid of gossip. With a resentful gaze, Qin Huairu expressed her grievances. It was Jia Dongxu who asked me to bring you food. Are you hoping that after divorcing Jia Dongxu, I would marry you? Dream on. In Chapter 36, the discovery of the house's secret, Jia Dongxu, having received 500 yuan, was no longer constrained by financial limitations. Early in the morning, he returned, tossing a large black 10 yuan bill and 5 jin of grain tickets to Qin Huairu. He specifically instructed her that this money was earmarked solely for the purpose of enticing Su Huai into bed. Go buy some more. 4 buns are hardly sufficient. Su Huai waved dismissively at the bowl. At that moment, Qian Daqian and his father hurriedly arrived, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Qin Huairu, wishing to say something further, had no choice but to leave upon their arrival. Brother Su, we have brought the person you requested, old Qian said with a hearty smile, his weathered face bearing the marks of time. Old Qian was aware that they had encountered a benefactor, directly placing his son in the police force, a position that many envied. Now, when he went back to peddle goods, those who had previously bullied him greeted him with smiles and offered him cigarettes. His status in the community having risen considerably, all thanks to the young man before him. Su Huai smiled and opened the front door, the 3 men accepting the invitation with mirth. Brother, Qian Daqian began, but old Qian swiftly slapped the back of his head in irritation. What brother? I address you as brother, and you call me brother? From now on, you shall call me uncle. Qian Daqian glared at old Qian, rubbing the back of his head. I'm not particularly bright as it is. If you keep hitting me, who will take care of you in your old age? He is my brother, and I will call him brother. You ungrateful wretch. Old Qian pretended to strike again. Su Huai, both amused and exasperated, interjected, Uncle Qian, Daqian and I were brothers before. And we shall remain brothers. We cannot confuse our ranks. Very well, I shall heed your words. Old Qian, seemingly simple-minded, displayed a glimmer of cunning. Uncle Yang is an apprentice of Yang Shilei, possessing exceptional skills. He has previously worked on houses for affluent families. Qian Daqian chimed in with a grin. The sturdy, dark-skinned middle-aged man, Yang Taiping, confidently assured, rest assured, regardless of others, we will ensure that the work is accomplished to the utmost excellence. He is well aware of how Qian Daqian's work came about and dares not underestimate this young man. Moreover, in these challenging years, life has been tough. Many struggle to fill their stomachs, and renovations are nearly non-existent, rendering them akin to the unemployed. Having secured a job, they naturally devote themselves wholeheartedly. First, take a look at my house. What is special about it? Su Huai insisted on showing the property. Yang Taiping nodded, turning to examine the house inside and out for a full 10 minutes. Mr. Su, your house is rather unremarkable. If I must pinpoint a peculiarity, it would be the 3-story building behind, which obstructs the feng shui. Su Huai followed Yang Taiping's and saw the building, previously a military garrison, now repurposed as a warehouse for a grocery store. A military camp? Su Huai was taken aback. During the Japanese occupation, it was home to the Japanese army, later occupied by the Kuomintang, and lay vacant for some time before being converted into a grocery warehouse post, 1955. Could it be that the true target of the enemy agents was that building? If a tunnel were to be dug beneath. Now it makes sense. Yet, what could be hidden within that warehouse that warranted such elaborate efforts from the enemy? Sometimes, the truth is surprisingly simple and sudden. Su Huai chuckled, patting Yang Taiping's arm. Master Yang, you have been of immense help. Come, let us discuss how to renovate this house. I wish to convert it into a bathroom and a toilet. Su Huai pointed to the room at the far west, which had poor lighting. Isn't it a waste to turn a room into just a bathroom and toilet? Yang Taiping glanced around. It can indeed be remodeled, though the cost may be a bit steep. Digging the pipes and laying down water lines would likely run over 150 yuan. Additionally, you'll need to purchase a small water boiler, the second-hand ones from the shop. Remnants from foreigners are durable but somewhat expensive, around 100 yuan. Money is not an issue, Su Huai reassured him, leading Yang Taiping into the house. I want a setup where I can access the toilet without stepping outside, and I intend to convert the house into 2 levels, with a living room downstairs and bedrooms, and a study upstairs. Furthermore, we must ensure it is waterproof and insulated. Yang Taiping, being the professional, instantly grasped Su Huai's intentions and regarded him with a peculiar glance. The space would indeed be utilized to its utmost. If the transformation were to proceed as Su Huai suggested, 1 room could effectively become 2. However, would the attic be too low? At your height, will you be able to stand? A little lower doesn't matter. As long as I can sleep, that is sufficient. The kitchen and bathroom don't need to be in the attic. Yang Taiping nodded, acknowledging that if it was merely for sleeping, movement would still be feasible. Following your plan for the bathroom, toilet, and attic, it would cost approximately 400 to 500 yuan, not including labor. Isn't that a rather extensive project? Su Huai reiterated. Money is not the concern. The issue is I only have 20 days to complete the renovations on the other rooms as well. Su Huai intended to renovate all 4 rooms. 1 as a bathroom and toilet, 2 as living spaces, 1 for himself and 1 for Su Yuzhen, and the last as a kitchen and dining area. Su Huai also planned to construct a rain shelter. Goodness, this truly is a major undertaking. Yang Taiping took an hour to calculate the expenses. Mr. Su, the total cost for the renovation, just for materials, will be approximately 500. As for labor, we charge each person $1 per day. Do you find this reasonable? If you deem it too expensive, you may purchase the materials yourself, and I can lower the labor costs. Yang Taiping was somewhat apprehensive about the potential costs. $1 per day for labor amounts to $30 in a month, which is rather steep. Su Huai chuckled and replied, as long as it aligns with market rates and I am not treated as a fool, I am content. I simply request that the renovation be completed within 20 days. Regarding the materials, you can procure them for me, and I will reimburse you according to the budget, adjusting for any discrepancies. Is that agreeable? Yang Taiping was overjoyed, nodding repeatedly, stating that they would commence work tomorrow. No, let us begin today. Su Huai pointed to the old furniture in the room. Ensure that these pieces are well protected to avoid any damage. Chapter 37, 80 large yellow fish as Han Yun arrived at work. His first task was to brew a cup of tea. This tea, a special supply obtained from Haizhong the previous night, had been long anticipated. The aroma was delightful, and the temperature was just right. Just as Han Yun was about to savor his drink, he saw Su Huai rush in, breathless, and gulp down the entire cup in one go. What on earth? Han Yun exclaimed, extending his hand too late to intervene, watching in dismay as his cup was emptied. Feeling somewhat irked that his tea had been wasted in such a gluttonous manner. What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be at the steel mill? With no choice, Han Yun prepared another cup for himself and refilled Su Huai's. It was then that Su Huai recounted the plot devised by Oda Chihiro and Jia Dongxu to entrap him. Chihiro is indeed suspicious. Han Yun slammed his fist on the table, his anger nearly boiling over. We must accelerate our investigation into his progress. Su Huai, you must maintain your distance from that Qin person and do not make any mistakes. Do I really need to be told? Su Huai retorted. I would never make such a blunder. With so many women around, why would I be foolish enough to consort with a widow? However, exchanging benefits is permissible. I have already persuaded Qin Huairu to be our insider, but her condition is to divorce Jia Dongxu and secure a job and housing for her. The steel mill seems quite suitable for the job, but the housing is something you, Han Gu, will need to arrange. Han Yun cast a meaningful glance at Su Huai. The housing issue is straightforward, as long as she can prove her worth. There is also another matter. It appears we have uncovered a secret regarding my family's residence. Do elaborate. Su Huai informed Han Yun about the military barracks from the Japanese occupation period next door and shared his supposition. There must be something significant inside. I propose we act immediately to prevent any prolonged complications. Su Huai suggested immediate action, conveying to the enemy that their secrets had been discovered, and they should no longer harbor any intentions regarding us or the 3 rooms. I must consult Director Qi about this. Please wait for me. Han Yun rubbed his hands together, excitement bubbling within him. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, he returned in haste. Xiao Su, let us go and uncover what secrets lie there. The abandoned military barracks had now become a warehouse for the capital's food supply company, and the person in charge awaited the arrival of the authorities at the entrance after receiving a phone call. Su Huai rode on Han Yun's motorcycle, arriving ahead of the others. The supervisor, accompanied by two individuals, traversed the vast courtyard to the three-story building. Fueled by his perplexity, the supervisor led them through each room, inspecting here and there, bustling about for an hour without uncovering anything of significance. Comrades, what exactly are you searching for? He could no longer contain his curiosity. Han Yun, maintaining a stoic demeanor, replied, apologies, but that is confidential. Subsequently, he pulled Su Huai aside and whispered, it appears there is nothing particularly unusual here. Could it be beneath the ground? After a moment of contemplation, Su Huai hurriedly ascended to the third floor. From the window of a room on that floor, he gazed out over the backyard of number 95, taking in the entire view. Oh, Su Huai noticed, separated by a wall to the west, a dilapidated yard overgrown with weeds. Isn't that the yard of number 92? Why is it uninhabited? Master Yang, Su Huai called out to the backyard. Yang Taiping was an efficient man. He had already begun clearing the rooms, laying oilcloth in the yard, and moving out old furniture to place on it, preparing to cover it with another layer to protect against water, sunlight, and moisture. A group of 7 or 8 people was busy in the yard when Yang Taiping, upon hearing the voice, turned to see Su Huai and quickly waved his hand with a smile. Comrade Su, what brings you here? Master Yang, please wait at the yard entrance. I will have someone come to escort you. All right, replied Yang Taiping, somewhat puzzled, as he dusted himself off and walked toward the main gate. Su Huai and Han Yun could discern nothing remarkable about the three-story building, but Yang Taiping specialized in such matters and might uncover something. Before long, Wang Dafei rode up on Han Yun's motorcycle, bringing Yang Taiping over. Master Yang, please examine this building thoroughly for any peculiarities. Seeing so many police officers made Yang Taiping somewhat anxious. He meticulously inspected every nook and cranny several times before pointing to the largest room and stating, Comrades, the thickness of the partition wall in that room is questionable. The interior space appears smaller than it should be, which may indicate the presence of an interstitial layer within the wall. Furthermore, the southern side of this building is 5 centimeters lower than the northern side, possibly due to foundation subsidence. 5 centimeters lower on the south side. Su Huai glanced back and forth, finding little distinction. After all, the building stood nearly 9 meters tall, and a 3-centimeter difference was virtually imperceptible. Master Yang, are you certain about the foundation subsidence on the southern side? You see, I work in this field. My eyes are my measure. If you don't believe me, I can take some measurements. After pondering for a couple of seconds, Su Huai inquired, Master Yang, does foundation subsidence imply there is space beneath? In other words, has the ground been hollowed out? There is a significant possibility of that. Yang Taiping nodded affirmatively. Su Huai whispered to Han Yun for a moment before producing a 5 yuan note and handing it to Yang Taiping, saying, Master Yang, take this for cigarettes. That is too generous. I cannot accept such a sum. Yang Taiping hastily declined, afraid to accept money from the police. Please, take it. I must trouble you to have your colleagues assist us in digging. Su Huai insisted, pushing the money into Yang Taiping's hand. That much is unnecessary. Take it. The government will reimburse the expenses. You shouldn't work for nothing. Then I shall not be polite. Yang Taiping rode Su Huai's bicycle and called for help in the courtyard. 7 or 8 robust men arrived and, following Yang Taiping's instructions, began dismantling the wall. He tapped around the wall with a small hammer, pressing his ear against the surface to listen for sound. Soon, he identified 3 potential locations where a hidden cavity might exist. Then, they showcased their expertise, using tools to pry and hammer until the wall yielded, revealing a concealed space. From one of the cavities, they retrieved 2 or 3 briefcases, evidently relics from the Japanese occupation era, filled primarily with Japanese documents. These items appeared to have been left behind when the Japanese retreated from the capital, hastily hidden away. Among the contents of one briefcase was a map detailing the defense of the capital during the occupation, along with a diary. Su Huai flipped through the diary, discovering the first entry dated January 3, 1942. However, before he could delve deeper into its contents, Wang Dafei exclaimed, Officer, come quickly. With a rush of excitement, everyone gathered around, and Su Huai joined in, witnessing another cavity being opened to reveal 2 boxes filled with gold bars, over 80 magnificent bars. A collective gasp echoed through the group. Xiao Wang immediately informed Director Qi to send a vehicle over. Wang Dafei instructed. Yes, he replied, reluctantly leaving the gold bars as if parting from a beloved. De Zhang, secure the gold bars. No one is allowed to approach. Understood. De Zhang, gun in hand, cast a cold glare at Yang Taiping and his companions. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Yang Taiping and his team promptly exited the room. As for the final cavity, it contained little of value, mostly documents and old photographs. The discovery of the 2 boxes of gold ignited a sense of anticipation in Han Yun and Su Huai regarding the potential existence of an underground vault. With this gold, we can expedite our debts to the North Soviet. I hope the underground space is filled with gold bars, Han Yun said, his voice laced with greed. Yet, before his words could fully settle, a gunshot rang out in the distance. Su Huai's expression changed instantly as he sprinted outside, shouting, "This is bad. Qian Daqian and the others are in danger." As he spoke, 2 more shots echoed. Chapter 38, The Secrets of the Enemy Agents 2 hours earlier. Su Huai had instructed Qian Daqian to change into plain clothes and observe from outside the gate alongside a detective. With the police arriving unexpectedly, the enemy agents would surely become anxious and would send someone to investigate. He had repeatedly warned Qian Daqian to be vigilant for suspicious individuals and to blow the whistle at the first sign of danger. But the whistle never sounded. Instead, gunfire erupted. Han Yun, armed and resolute, directed De Zhang and another individual to guard the gold bars while he led the remaining members outside. As they rushed towards the entrance, Su Huai suddenly halted, spotting Qian Daqian sprinting towards him, shouting, "Brother, 4 or 5 people have scaled the wall. I didn't dare to blow the whistle, fearing it would expose you. People are climbing in." Su Huai's expression shifted, realizing the audacity of the enemy agents. Gunfire erupted outside. While intruders breached the wall, a classic diversion, their true target was the gold. With a sudden shift in thought, Su Huai turned and sprinted back. Just in time to see Han Yun rushing towards him with a group. Su Huai shouted, "Chief, it's a diversion. The enemy has scaled the walls and infiltrated, at least 5 of them." Han Yun quickly altered his course, running back while remaining vigilant of his surroundings, and shouted for everyone to disperse. "Brother, I think I'm dying." Qian Daqian suddenly collapsed onto the ground, his face a mask of terror. Su Huai turned back, his heart clenching in fear, and rushed to Qian Daqian's side. "Where are you hit?" Su Huai frantically searched Qian Daqian's chest for wounds. "Brother, if I die, will there be compensation? Where the hell are you hurt?" Su Huai, unable to find the injury, cursed in panic and began to feel around Qian Daqian's back, attempting to use his spatial energy to revive him. He discovered blood but could not locate the source of the injury. "I don't know. It hurts so much." Qian Daqian's features twisted in agony, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, causing his body to tremble. Su Huai finally spotted the wound. It was on Qian Daqian's left buttock. "With just that, you won't die." "Damn it, you can't die. Just cover your backside and find somewhere to hide." Su Huai grimaced and turned back towards the warehouse, witnessing Yang Taiping and others crawling out in a state of panic. "Master Yang, don't go out. Take Daqian and hide him in another room." As they brushed past each other, Su Huai shouted, his pace unyielding as he dashed towards the sound of gunfire. As he turned a corner, he saw a middle-aged man in a blue work uniform hiding in the corner. Their eyes met, and Su Huai raised his weapon. Firing thrice, 2 bullets struck the man's chest, and 1 shattered his skull. The battle was swift. The skirmish ended just as quickly, with all 5 intruders neutralized, and tranquility returned to the surroundings. Han Yun immediately inquired about casualties. Fortunately, only 2 had been shot, and their lives were not in jeopardy. At that moment, Wang Dafei and his team burst in, led by Wang Qing, whom Su Huai recognized as Wang Dafei's uncle from the police station, having just left. Wang Dafei heard the gunfire and opted not to return to the outer precinct but instead headed to the nearer police station. "Director Wang, take your men and establish a perimeter," Han Yun commanded. "Understood." "Xiao Wang, have you contacted the bureau?" Wang Dafei spoke rapidly. "I've already called. Chief Huang Yuzhou will bring the public security team and the remaining personnel from our department over." "That's good to hear." Han Yun's eyes narrowed with rage. "Those bastards have some audacity, firing weapons in the capital. We must root them all out." "Chief." At that moment, Su Huai, examining a corpse, shouted. The others hastened over, only to discover that the body was strapped with homemade explosives. The weight was at least several dozen pounds. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief that the explosives had not detonated during the recent conflict. "Is this a plan for mutual destruction?" Wang Dafei exclaimed. "Perhaps they didn't want us to continue our investigation here," Su Huai remarked, taking a deep breath. Initially, he had thought the attack was aimed at the big yellow fish, but now it seemed that something far beyond their imagination lay beneath this building, compelling them to go to such lengths. "Let us dig. I'm determined to uncover what secrets this place holds." When Huang Yuzhou arrived with his team, Nearby police stations and the local street office sent personnel to provide support. Han Yun immediately dispatched some individuals to investigate the surroundings. At this moment, even if an enemy agent were to launch a sudden attack, there was little to fear. What remained was to dig deeper. Yang Taiping returned, still harboring a tinge of post-traumatic anxiety, although fear lingered in his heart. The increasing presence of law enforcement around him brought a sense of reassurance. Under Yang Taiping's command, dozens of police officers commenced excavation efforts. During this process, Qi Zhendong accompanied the head of the municipal bureau, along with leaders from the Beijing Municipal Committee, who came to assess the situation. Gunfire in broad daylight in the capital had significant repercussions. United in their efforts, they finally uncovered the entrance to the underground chamber after an hour of diligent work. Han Yun and Huang Yuzhou, both department heads, descended into the depths with Su Huai and several colleagues. To their astonishment, beneath the seemingly ordinary three buildings lay an expansive subterranean facility. Was that a mortar shell? In one room, Han Yun illuminated a box with his flashlight, revealing 8 mortar shells within. There were over 40 such boxes stored in total. If they were to detonate suddenly, good heavens, it would be hell on earth. Han Yun was drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing with dread. In another room, Huang Yuzhou emerged holding a shell larger than the mortar rounds. Old Han, having spent so much time in the army, have you ever seen this type of shell? Han Yun stepped closer, examining it intently before shaking his head. I've never encountered such an unusual shell. The markings appear to be in English, but I cannot decipher them. Don't move. Su Huai suddenly urged Han Yun to step back while cautioning Huang Yuzhou. Handle it gently, place it on the ground. This isn't a mortar shell. It's a gas shell. At these words, both Han Yun and Huang Yuzhou turned pale. There were nearly 100 more of these in the adjacent room. Huang Yuzhou, feeling a tightening in his throat, cautiously bent down to set the shell on the ground. Unbeknownst to him, he was already drenched in cold sweat. Nearly 100 more? Good heavens! The enemy agents were utterly deranged. If the mortar shells were detonated, would the gas shells remain intact? The consequences were unimaginable. We must evacuate immediately and let professionals handle this, Su Huai proposed. Han Yun and Huang Yuzhou nodded in agreement, and the three hastily returned to the surface to report the situation to their superior. This was a grave crisis. After discussions with the city leaders, the head of the municipal bureau decided to evacuate all civilians within a 2-kilometer radius. 2 hours later, the military took control of the warehouse, with military vehicles lining the streets and armed soldiers securing the perimeters. The police department withdrew from the warehouse, maintaining security only on the outskirts to ensure the enemy agents could not detonate the gas shells. As Su Huai and Han Yun prepared to head to the hospital to apprehend Oda Chihiro, the higher-ups, having learned that enemy agents were fixated on this batch of gas shells, issued an urgent directive to resolve the case promptly, leaving no room for Su Huai and Han Yun to proceed leisurely. Xiaosu, just as Su Huai lifted his leg to mount his motorcycle, Qin Huairu appeared before him unexpectedly. What are you doing here? Su Huai resembled a dog lifting its leg to urinate. Hadn't everyone already evacuated? Director Qin from the street office organized us to look around, on guard against any suspicious individuals. I happened to be on this street when Xiaosu asked, what happened? Qin Huairu was exceedingly curious. She had never witnessed such a scene. The soldiers were numerous, and some even speculated that war was imminent. Is that a question you should be asking? Your priority now is to expose Jia Dongxu. After all, they are preparing to apprehend Oda Chihiro, and Jia Dongxu cannot escape. Why not take this opportunity to facilitate Qin Huairu's divorce? Huh? No? Su Huai mounted the back of a motorcycle, saying, yes. Section Chief Han has already spoken to the Women's Bureau. As long as you expose him and reveal your wounds, you can complete the divorce procedures by tonight. Then I shall go at once. Chapter 39, The Little Devils and the Great Qing. Su Huai, Han Yun, and Wang Dafei arrived at the hospital, first visiting their injured colleague before heading to Oda Chihiro's hospital room. Upon seeing the two, Oda Chihiro's heart sank. He had already heard about the gunfight in Nanluoguxiang and knew the area was sealed off by the military. He realized that the secrets there had been uncovered, although he was unaware that he had already been exposed. Section Chief, what brings you here? Oda Chihiro forced himself to sit up with a smile, but the next moment, he saw Su Huai's grim expression as he swung his fist. In a flurry, he raised his hands to shield his head, shouting, Section Chief, save me. With several punches landing, Oda Chihiro curled up on the hospital bed, crying out in pain. The doctor, intending to check on the situation, was halted at the door by Wang Dafei. You little brat, it was you who conspired with Jia Dongxu to frame me. Su Huai refrained from directly exposing Oda Chikahiro's identity to avoid unnecessary suspicion. Hanyin inquired how Su Huai knew that Chikahiro was a little devil and that his real name was Oda Chikahiro. Su Huai could not articulate an answer, stating it was because he possessed a mental space that could read any object's information. Damn it, are you joking with me? Take him out and execute him. Thus, progress must be gradual. Su Huai was utterly distressed, knowing the answer yet enduring the agony of outlining the steps, a plight only a high school student could comprehend. Oda Chikahiro shook his head in denial. No, I do not know anyone named Jia Dongxu. Damn it, I think you deserve a beating. Su Huai's fists fell like hailstones upon Oda Chikahiro's body and head. Jia Dongxu has already confessed. You gave him 500 yuan to entice my wife. Even if you deny it, the evidence is irrefutable, and you cannot escape. With his hands over his head, Oda Chikahiro gritted his teeth, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he cursed Jia Dongxu for being unreliable. I confess. Just stop hitting me. I admit I instructed Jia Dongxu to frame you. I was just so furious that you had the audacity to put me in the hospital while you frolic freely. Su Huai slapped Oda Chikahiro on the head, saying, that's all well and good, but now let's discuss why you conspired with Fan Yashin to harm me and my family. What? I don't understand what you're saying. Su Huai unleashed another brutal assault on Oda Chihiro, leaving him in excruciating pain, yet his defiance remained unyielding. He understood that admitting to colluding with Fan Yashin would brand him as a traitor. After painstakingly infiltrating a critical department, he could not afford to falter now. After all, Fan Yashin was already dead. You won't speak, will you? Then allow me, Su Huai declared. You intend to dig tunnels beneath my home to detonate the gas bombs hidden underground. Therefore, you are a spy for the Japanese. Oda Chihiro's face flushed crimson as he bellowed in anger. You are wrongfully accusing me. What evidence do you have? This scene had played out in his mind countless times, and he had fervently wished to avoid this day, yet it had arrived nonetheless. Evidence, is it? Su Huai suddenly snapped one of Oda Chihiro's fingers. The severed digit grotesquely bent backward, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream that echoed through the corridor. When dealing with enemies and spies, compassion was a luxury one could not afford. Su Huai whispered softly in Oda Chihiro's ear, do you know why I am interrogating you in a hospital? Because next, I will methodically break each of your fingers. If you still refuse to speak, I will shatter your kneecaps, your ribs, and your toes, and then I shall extract your teeth. Rest assured. We will not allow you to die. There are plenty of doctors here. If you faint, they will revive you, and if all your bones are shattered, the doctors will mend them, only for me to continue my work. As his words fell, Su Huai broke another of Oda Chihiro's fingers. Oda's features contorted in agony. His eyes filled with dread, particularly at the thought of what was to come, filled with resistance and fear. The anticipation of the blade descending upon him was the most excruciating of all. Su Huai was confident that Oda Chihiro's willpower would not withstand the torment. The agonizing screams continued unabated. Even Hanyin regarded Su Huai as a demon, gritting his teeth as he quickly exited, joining Wang Dafei to guard the door. Did he crack? Wang Dafei inquired. Too brutal. He will break eventually, Hanyin replied. Wang Dafei swallowed hard. I never realized how ruthless Su was. I certainly won't cross him in the future. Inside the room, only Su Huai and Oda Chihiro remained. To Su Huai's surprise, Oda Chihiro was indeed resilient. 7 of his 10 fingers had been broken, yet he merely howled in agony, kicking wildly, refusing to utter a word about his status as a spy. It seemed necessary to employ different tactics to drive this man into despair and compel him to surrender. Oda Chihiro, did you think you were well hidden? Su Huai suddenly seized Oda's collar, whispering into his ear. When Oda heard his name spoken by Su, it struck him like a thunderbolt, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Engulfed in shock, fear, and helplessness, as a torrent of emotions surged within him, causing him to forget the pain in his body. How could he possibly know? Was there a traitor among us? Do you know Tong Xinfu? No, it matters not. He has changed his name to Tian Huaoliang. In truth, you are of mixed Chinese and Japanese descent, are you not? Su Huai continued to whisper in his ear. Oda Chihiro's body began to tremble, his teeth clattering involuntarily. His eyes widened in disbelief. Such a clandestine matter was scarcely known even within their ranks. How did Su Huai come by this information? Do you fancy yourself a hero? A jest. In truth, you have long been betrayed by your own organization. Your Japanese mother has already perished at home, and you know all too well who is responsible. Su Huai exclaimed. At this moment, Oda Chihiro's heart was in turmoil. He had come to believe Su Huai's words. He had indeed been sold out, for otherwise Su Huai would not have had access to such information. Do you think that because you bear a Japanese name, they consider you one of their own? Alas, they regard you as nothing but a dog. Your father was a dragon countryman, and thus the blood of the dragon country flows through your veins. How could they ever accept you as kin? Suddenly, Oda Chihiro retorted, I am not a dragon countryman. I am a descendant of the Manchu, striving to restore my nation and revive the glory of the great Qing. With a couple of forceful punches, Oda Chihiro covered his mouth, blood oozing between his fingers, and 2 prominent front teeth were lost. Huai continued to undermine Oda Chihiro's convictions, plunging him into despair. The great Qing has been gone for decades. What foolishness to speak of its glory. Do you truly believe that your insignificant group can stir any tempest? You have been forsaken. Fool. You likely do not realize that we have been monitoring you closely. Your own people attempted to assassinate you, but were thwarted. Under Huai's psychological bombardment, Oda Chihiro crumbled, sobbing uncontrollably. Speak. Reveal all that you know. It may alleviate your suffering, Huai said, gradually applying pressure to Oda Chihiro's few remaining intact fingers. I will tell you. Oda Chihiro's eyes glimmered with resentment. Chapter 40. The grave-digging plan. My mission is to eliminate Wang Hongmei and then frame you. Huai immediately interrupted Oda Chihiro. I ask. You answer. He then turned to Wang Dafei. Brother Wang, please take notes. Including Han Yun, the 3 conducted an impromptu interrogation in the hospital room. Name? Huai inquired. Oda Chihiro, Chinese name Tianhao, came the response. Gender? Male. Huai proceeded to question Oda Chihiro about some basic information, including details regarding his parents. Oda Chihiro was unaware that his father, Tong Xinfu, had once been a servant of the Aizenjaro clan. He had always believed himself to be a descendant of the Aizenjaro royal lineage. Huai had initially hoped to extract from Oda Chihiro the whereabouts of the 11th daughter of Aizenjaro Shanxiu, Rongyu. Unfortunately, Oda Chihiro, being a mere pawn, was oblivious to her existence. How did you come to know Fan Yashin? Huai asked. Oda Chihiro, pale as death and resembling a walking corpse, responded mechanically. It was introduced by Sakura. Sakura? Who is that? Huai squinted. Having heard this name for the first time today, it was evidently a code name. I do not know. I have never met Sakura. Communication was always through Fan Yashin. A month ago, Sakura ordered us to frame you by assassinating Wang Hongmei. Huai inquired further. You have accomplices at the steel mill, do you not? Oda Chihiro shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. Our mission is simply to frame you. As for the reason behind it, we were unaware until now. It appears to be related to what you discovered today. Huai inquired. How did you manipulate matters concerning my father? Oda Chihiro shook his head once more. I truly do not know. I only overheard Fan Yashin mention that both you and your father were to perish. Fan Yashin also indicated that there was another party responsible for your father's demise. Damn it. He truly is just a pawn, knowing less than I do. Huai pressed further. Are you aware that your father pretended to be a homeless man to kill Fan Yashin? Oda Chihiro's demeanor shifted suddenly to one of agitation. I only learned of that afterward. I am his biological son. Why didn't he consider that such reckless actions could implicate me? Huai scoffed. Because Fan Yashin holds greater importance and possesses more knowledge than you, he was willing to take the risk of murder. Perhaps you are insignificant. Or perhaps you are not even his true son. This heart-wrenching accusation left Oda Chihiro momentarily stunned. If he were not his biological son, what had his life amounted to all these years? Yet, if he were indeed his son, why hadn't his father considered his well-being? What else do you know? Huai inquired. The grave-digging plan, Oda Chihiro blurted out suddenly. The grave-digging plan? What does that mean? Huai and Han Yun tensed. As this was the first time they had encountered such a plan, does this count as a meritorious act? Can I exchange it for my life? Oda Chihiro began to tremble with fear, his eyes filled with dread of death. He understood all too well that when dealing with spies, only one path lay ahead, a dead end. We can advocate for you to some extent. Perhaps you will spend your life in prison. But whether the higher-ups will agree depends on your value. Huai offered a glimmer of hope to Oda Chihiro. Desperate, Oda Chihiro clung to it. The grave-digging plan was a contingency left by the Japanese during their retreat. I am not privy to its specifics. Sakura is one of the individuals responsible for the plan. There seems to be another person above Sakura, whose name escapes me. But I know Fan Yashin referred to him as Sir. That is all I know regarding the grave-digging plan. After completing the interrogation of Oda Chihiro, Huai and his companions departed from the hospital. Meanwhile, the Bureau had dispatched 4 individuals to guard the hospital, and once Oda Chihiro's injuries were treated, he would be escorted to a secure location. Brother Han, let us investigate Oda Chihiro's home now, Su Huai proposed. Han Yun nodded nonchalantly. How do you know that it was Oda's father who killed Fan Yashing? Here it comes. The moment of fear has arrived. And I did not expect Han Yun to be so vigilant. Su Huai glanced at Han Yun. Of course, Oda Chihiro informed me. You were outside smoking at that time. Is that so? I thought you had uncovered something earlier and simply hadn't shared it with us. Han Yun lit a cigarette. Am I the type to hide things? Brother Han, we are brothers. I wouldn't conceal anything from you that I wouldn't from Wang Ge. Han Yun chuckled. That is true. Wang Dafei, bemused, interjected. Hey, I'm still here. Oh dear, I completely forgot about Wang Ge. Come, let us smoke together. Su Huai chuckled lightly, deftly alleviating the awkwardness. He instructed someone to return Oda Chihiro's notes to the precinct and hand them over to Zhendong. As twilight descended, the three of them arrived at Oda Chihiro's residence, which was also situated within a traditional courtyard, albeit more chaotic and populated than number 95. Upon entering, they were greeted by the disarray of the room. Exchanging glances of concern. It seemed they had arrived too late. Someone had beaten them to it, though whether it was a thief or an enemy operative remained uncertain. Han Yun furrowed his brow. Su Huai, maintaining a stoic expression, surveyed the scene and voiced his suspicions. Han, it doesn't appear that a thief has been here. Typically, burglars scout locations beforehand, and even if a thief accidentally stumbled in and saw that outfit, they would likely flee immediately. Su pointed to the set of public security winter attire strewn on the floor. His analysis was quite astute. Han Yun and Wang Dafei nodded in agreement. Leaving only one possibility, enemy operatives had indeed been present. The question loomed, why had they ransacked the place? It was evident that Oda Chihiro possessed something of significance to them, something that could potentially expose their activities. Han Yun inhaled sharply. Taken aback by the magnitude of the deduction made from such a chaotic scene, feeling somewhat foolish in comparison. With a swift motion, Han Yun smacked the back of Wang Dafei's head. Look at you. You've been in this field longer than Su, and yet failed to notice this? Wang Dafei responded with a hint of melancholy. Captain, weren't you also oblivious? You've had even more experience than I. Another swift slap from Han Yun. I noticed it long ago. I was merely testing your professional acumen. Wang, your bonus for this month is deducted. What? Wang Dafei exclaimed. Feeling a twinge of resentment, fully aware that Han Yun was trying to save face, yet afraid to confront him. What if his bonus for next month was also taken away? Who would he turn to for redress? With so many cases solved this month, the bonus should have been at least 20 yuan. Brother Su, next month, I'll be counting on you for my cigarettes, he lamented, clasping Su Huai's shoulder with a grimace. Brother Su? How shameless. You're several years my senior. One should not rely solely on maternal affection. Su Huai laughed heartily. Whether or not we obtain cigarettes is trivial. What truly matters is understanding what the enemy is searching for. Brother Wang, you must return to inquire further with Oda Chihiro. Me alone? Wang Dafei grimaced. Should I stay behind to continue examining the scene? I can't possibly let Han go. Think again if you wish to smoke. Wang Dafei sighed. Damn it, it seems I must go. Chapter 41. A bold assertion. Han. Oda Chihiro's mother has likely fled or has been eliminated by enemy operatives. After Wang Dafei departed, Su Huai and Han Yun meticulously re-examined Wang Dafei's home, discovering not a single dime in cash. The most valuable item was a radio, which regrettably lay shattered. It appeared the enemy had caused the destruction in their search for something. Initially, Su Huai had no other thoughts, but suddenly an idea sparked in his mind. He wondered if placing the radio in the spatial realm could restore it using energy. If the spatial energy had the capacity to heal wounds, perhaps it could also mend the radio. Brother Han, I shall take the radio and see if I can uncover any clues, Su Huai remarked. Can any clues truly be found within it? Han Yun inquired earnestly. Others may fail, but I shall succeed. Why not give it a try? One may just stumble upon something. Su Huai carefully wrapped the radio in a tattered cloth. Though it had not sustained severe damage, the casing was shattered and several components had fallen out, yet it remained uncertain how many parts were missing. By the way, Brother Han, the item the enemy agents seek should be quite small, otherwise they would not have resorted to breaking the radio in their search, Su Huai added. Han Yun nodded in understanding. I comprehend. Truly comprehend. You have become so knowledgeable. When the personnel from the 3rd Sub-Bureau arrived and affixed seals to the premises, the group returned to the 3rd Sub-Bureau together. The night was thick, and the bureau was ablaze with light, though few souls were present. Given the gravity of today's crisis, all personnel were working overtime, either assisting the military in maintaining order in the vicinity or dispatched to conduct investigations. The 5 deceased bodies lay neatly arranged in the courtyard, without even a sheet to cover them. They do not deserve it. Brother Han, could you provide me with a letter of introduction? My home is undergoing renovations, and I shall need to reside in the guest house for a while. In Han Yun's office, Su Huai presented a large front door. You can directly check into the public security guest house with your credentials, Han Yun casually responded. I must also take up employment at the steel mill, so I cannot always present my documents. By the way, I will require 2 letters of introduction. 2. Qin Huairu. Su Huai shook his head in resignation. She has exposed Jia Dongxu and is seeking a divorce. She certainly cannot remain at home. So let her stay at the guest house for a few days. Han Yun cast a knowing glance at Su Huai and then pinned 2 letters of introduction. Handing them to Su Huai, you must hold your ground. Today, I noticed something unusual in Qin Huairu's gaze towards you. There is no helping it. I am simply too exceptional, Su Huai retorted playfully, shaking the letters. Brother Han, I must take my leave. I need to head to the steel mill tomorrow. After Su Huai departed, Han Yun sank into his chair, weariness etched across his face. Suddenly, he recalled the special tea he had acquired from Yi Zhonghai and felt compelled to indulge in a cup to revive his spirits. As he opened the drawer, a jolt of annoyance surged through him. Where is the tea? Which scoundrel has taken it? In an instant, Han Yun remembered that only Su Huai had visited his office today. In the office of the chief at the city bureau, the lights blazed brightly. The chief was hunched over, meticulously reviewing the interrogation records concerning Oda Chikahiro, his expression growing increasingly grim, while Yi Zhonghai sat half reclined on the sofa, quietly awaiting his turn. After a moment, the chief slammed his palm upon the desk, producing a dull thud that startled Yi Zhonghai. It had been a long time since he had witnessed the chief's fury. A grave plan of excavation? Such audacity. Who do they intend to bury? It appears they are digging their own graves. Furthermore, how did an enemy agent like Oda Chikahiro infiltrate our ranks? Investigate. I demand a thorough inquiry. Yi Zhonghai replied soberly. Oda Chikahiro's recruitment was conducted through our city bureau's unified hiring process before being assigned to our 3rd sub-bureau. The implication was clear. This was not our oversight. Nonsense. The chief glared at Yi Zhonghai. It is evident that he is in cahoots with Fan Yaxin. Without Fan Yaxin's assistance, he could never have entered our ranks. The head of the department's face was ashen. What do you mean? Do not attempt to shirk responsibility. The municipal bureau will investigate thoroughly, and you must conduct a self-examination as well. Furthermore, how could you have failed to detect Oda Chihiro's infiltration for so long? If it weren't for Su Huai, the consequences of an explosion from the materials hidden beneath the warehouse would be catastrophic. Do you comprehend the severity of the repercussions? In such a scenario, we would both be deemed traitors to our nation and people. When the conversation turned to the toxic gas canisters stored beneath the warehouse, Yi Zhonghai felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, that batch of gas canisters had been seized in advance. Leader, we accept the criticism and will conduct a thorough investigation. We will ensure that Su Huai receives due recognition for his contributions, Yi Zhonghai hastily declared. The head of the department lit a cigarette, taking several deep puffs before continuing. It is premature to discuss rewards. The excavation plan remains unclear. Yi Zhonghai, as a seasoned member of our team, what are your thoughts? After a lengthy pause, Yi Zhonghai remained silent, and the head was in no rush, finishing his cigarette and sipping tea while waiting patiently. Eventually, Yi Zhonghai spoke slowly, merely considering the quantity of toxic gas canisters seized. The excavation plan is indeed alarming. Their true intentions remain unknown, as does the number of individuals lurking beneath our noses. Our citizens live in constant peril. Therefore, I propose, taking a deep breath. Yi Zhonghai continued, I suggest we establish a special task force for the excavation plan, with myself as the leader. If we do not clarify the excavation plan, I shall resign and return to farming. The head of the department glanced at Yi Zhonghai, clearly pleased with his attitude. What is your rank? What qualifications do you have to lead the task force? I will take on the role of leader, and you shall serve as deputy. Su Huai must be included. We shall temporarily name this task Force Operation Gatekeeper. Since they wish to dig our graves, we, as the first line of defense, will stand guard. No one shall enter. And should they manage to enter, they will not leave. Yi Zhonghai cast a grateful look at the head, appreciating the responsibility he was willingly taking on. The head added, regarding whether there are enemy agents within the steel mill, follow the plan and have Su Huai investigate first. In response to this plan, Yi Zhonghai remarked, as a member of the Public Security Bureau, Su Huai's identity may have been compromised. He has not been exposed, the head stated with certainty. Yi Zhonghai was filled with doubt, questioning how someone in an office could know this. Huai mentioned that on his first day, he was followed by enemy agents. I have said it before, he has not been compromised. Ensure that your subordinates keep quiet, and he will remain safe, the head insisted, tapping the table. Proceed with the plan and have him enter the steel mill. A sudden thought struck Yi Zhonghai, and he squinted, pondering the audacious idea that perhaps the head himself had been infiltrated. Otherwise, why would he defend the enemy agents? This fleeting notion frightened him, and he internally chanted, impossible. The old leader's convictions are steadfast. Understanding dawned upon him. Yi Zhonghai nodded subtly, recalling Huai's advice. Boldly hypothesize, but verify with caution. So, he resolved to have Huai report to the steel mill the following day. Chapter 42. Too Much to Ask Title. Hongxing Model 501 tube radio receiver information. Produced by Nanjing 714 Factory. Designed by Tong Xianfu in 1955. Purchased at a department store in the capital and destroyed by Sui Bo on July 29, 1960. Upon exiting Han Yun's office, Huai slipped into the restroom, concealing the damaged radio within the confines of his space. The details of the radio materialized vividly before him. It was confirmed that the individual who had entered Oda Chihiro's residence was indeed Sui Bo, while the name was undoubtedly authentic. Locating Sui Bo among the over 4 million inhabitants of the capital was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After all, Huai could not ascertain the alias Sui Bo might be using in the city. He certainly would not be as reckless as Wang Yi to operate under his true name. This lead was somewhat insipid. Subsequently, Huai endeavored to restore the radio, but to no avail. He was connected to the space with his consciousness, and when he attempted to repair the device, the feedback indicated that the current capabilities of the space were insufficient, advising him to consider expanding the space before attempting again. Expanding the space demanded a considerable amount of energy, which could only be derived from precious items, but where could he possibly acquire such treasures? Was he cursed with the affliction of wealth without the fortune to match? Emerging from the restroom, Huai slapped his forehead in realization. Having traveled around the city on Han Yun's motorcycle today, his bicycle remained in storage. Moreover, he still needed to seek out Qin Huairu. Without a bicycle, he could only imagine how long the journey would take. Just as he resolved to return to find Han Yun, his compatriot, Zhuang Nanlin, approached him with a cheerful greeting. Zhuang Nanlin, around 30, possessed fair skin and a slender, tall frame, adorned with spectacles that complemented his appearance. Within the outer third bureau, he was undoubtedly the most striking figure. Wang Dafei had mentioned that Zhuang Nanlin was the nephew of Yi Zhonghai and served as the head of the General Affairs section, overseeing logistics. Ah, back already? Zhuang Nanlin greeted with a warm smile, offering a cigarette. The simplicity of men's greetings often lay in such gestures, where a single cigarette could foster camaraderie. Brother Zhuang, I happen to need your assistance, Huai grinned. Could you procure a bicycle for me? In these times, nearly every organization relied on bicycles for transportation. The General Affairs section had a plethora of bicycles, as they were essential for official duties. Zhuang Nanlin's smile radiated warmth. That is no problem at all. Suddenly, a gun appeared in Zhuang Nanlin's hand, the barrel pressed against Huai's temple. Don't move, or I'll shoot. Brother Zhuang, what on earth are you doing? Huai was utterly taken aback by Zhuang Nanlin's sudden display of aggression, though he held no fear. Knowing he could absorb the gun into his space upon contact, he needed to understand Zhuang Nanlin's intentions. Less chatter, move forward, commanded Zhuang Nanlin, giving Huai a kick to the calf. The two men, nearly glued together, arrived at the entrance of the outer third bureau. Suddenly, Huai felt a sharp pain in his neck, akin to being pricked by a needle. From his peripheral vision, he saw Zhuang Nanlin wielding a syringe, injecting something into his body. Huai remained unresponsive, unsure of how to react, as the substance from the syringe coursed through his veins. It was swiftly siphoned away by a surge of energy, vanishing into his space. It was a narcotic of sorts. Should he comply? Perhaps feigning unconsciousness would be prudent. Huai pretended to be disoriented, swaying unsteadily and collapsing onto Zhuang Nanlin. A jeep emerged from the shadows of the night and halted before the two. Two individuals clad in blue work attire and blue caps disembarked. Allies? Could they be enemy agents? Huai continued to feign unconsciousness, allowing them to hoist him into the vehicle, with no exchange of words between them and Zhuang Nanlin throughout the ordeal. The car roared to life and swiftly vanished from the streets. Approximately half an hour later, the vehicle came to a stop outside a farmhouse on the outskirts of the capital. The two men, panting, dragged the tightly bound Su Huai into the farmhouse. The vehicle departed, leaving the night enveloped in tranquility. Inside the farmhouse, the flickering tungsten bulb cast erratic shadows due to unstable voltage. Su Huai was suspended from the ceiling, a black cloth obscuring his vision. Besides the two burly men, there were two others in the room. One was Chen Tang, whom Su Huai had encountered in the courtyard while she was strolling with Yuan Tong. The other was a man in his 30s, with a hawk-like nose and triangular eyes. His face clouded with malice as he toyed with a dagger in his hand. Despite his slender frame, he exuded a heavy presence, as noted by the burly man. Old Hai, is he awake? Chen Tang, her shoulder-length hair framing her delicate features, narrowed her elongated phoenix eyes. She too donned a blue uniform. Yet it did little to conceal her elegant figure. Bang! Old Hai landed a punch on Su Huai's abdomen, to which Su Huai remained silent, spinning in circles. It seems he isn't roused yet, Old Hai remarked, shaking his fist. Then let us wake him up. Chen Tang retorted sharply. Please, don't hit me. I'm awake. Su Huai managed to utter, his voice trembling and his body shivering. He contemplated that he should take up acting, as his performance was truly remarkable. He tightened his grip on the rope suspending him, knowing he could easily manipulate the situation if he wished. However, before proceeding, Su Huai needed to ascertain the circumstances. How many enemy agents were there? What was their firepower like? Capturing more of them would be a significant achievement. Gentlemen, we bear no animosity, do we? If you seek money, I can provide it. There is no need for such humiliation. Chen Tang frowned and exchanged a glance with Old Hai, who grinned wickedly, his fist resembling a large cooking pot as it slammed into Su Huai's abdomen. Su Huai emitted a muffled groan, feigning pain. In truth, the force of the blow had been absorbed and dissipated by the spatial manipulation the moment it made contact, leaving no trace of its impact. Do you know who we are? Old Hai sneered coldly. Really, there is no need for violence. Please state your demands. Su Huai responded in a soft tone, smiling broadly, eager for them to reveal their identities. Damn it, what a coward. Old Hai spat, delivering a slap to Su Huai's face. Chen Tang rose, her hands in her pockets, circling Su Huai slowly as she spoke. Now, tell me, what became of the gas canisters you discovered this afternoon? That voice sounded familiar, suddenly. Chen Tang's visage flashed in Su Huai's mind. How formidable the enemy agents had become, able to infiltrate even the courtyard with such ease. Dear lady, you've mistaken me. I truly have no knowledge of that. Su Huai attempted to reverse the interrogation, probing for what they might know. Then enlighten us about what Oda divulged to you. Su Huai grimaced. I wasn't there at that time. I truly do not know. Chen Tang sneered. You have two choices. One is to tell us, and we can offer you money, an abundance of it, far exceeding what you might have swindled from your neighbors. And women, how many do you desire? We shall grant you as many as you wish. How vulgar. What is this about money and women? Those are mere distractions from career and love. And what is the second choice? Chen Tang continued, we will beat you, just as you were assaulted in the hospital by Oda, until you speak. The choice is yours. With a dismissive pat on Su Huai's cheek, contempt and disdain danced in his phoenix eyes. Without hesitation, Su Huai replied, then I choose the first. Damn. Lao Hai cursed, his fists raining down upon Su Huai's ribs like a tempest, prompting Su Huai to feign pain, grimacing in agony. I have chosen. Why do you still strike me? I crave money and women. If you provide sufficiently, I will do anything for you. The four men in the room regarded him with disdain and revulsion. Chen Tang glanced at the youth playing with a knife. Why not give him a couple of stabs? The youth shook his head, his frigid gaze filled with contempt. What a worthless being, a waste of energy. Who the hell is worthless? Just wait and see how I handle you. Through their conversations and breaths, Su Huai deduced that there were 4 individuals in this room. If he acted swiftly, he might manage to eliminate them one by one. It would be wiser to tackle them in batches. I need to use the restroom. I can't hold it any longer. Allow me to relieve myself, and I shall divulge everything. Chapter 43. I am greedy and lustful, yet I do not betray my country. Hurry up. Stop dawdling. Are you going to urinate or not? Don't play tricks with me. I have killed more than you have eaten salt. In a corner of the farmhouse yard, Dahai and Lao He escorted Su Huai to the restroom. Su Huai confirmed multiple times that aside from the 4 of them, there was no one else around, significantly increasing his chances of success. Feigning difficulty, Su Huai pleaded, brothers, you have tied me up. How can I possibly urinate? Even if you want to untie me, you must at least assist me in exposing myself. Damn, I've never encountered someone so shameless. Speaking of exposing oneself, Lao Hai laughed in anger. delivering a kick to Su Huai's side. Well, you have to pull my pants down then. The silent Lao He approached Su Huai, bending down to unfasten his belt. In that fleeting moment, Su Huai, with his hands bound behind his back, seized the rope, and with a mere thought, it vanished into thin air. Another thought, and the rope fell to the ground. This manipulation transpired in the blink of an eye. As the rope hit the floor, Su Huai struck Lao Hei's face with his knee, producing a muffled thud. Lao Hei's vision blurred, and the world spun around him as he collapsed, losing consciousness before his back even touched the ground. Simultaneously, as Su Huai sent Lao Hei flying with his knee, he pivoted on his toes, launching a fist the size of a cauldron towards Lao Hai's face. The speed was astonishing. Lao Hai tilted his head to evade, feeling the rush of wind from the punch. However, in that instant of movement, Su Huai delivered a swift kick, snapping Lao Hai's calf bone and sending him tumbling uncontrollably. Without waiting for Lao Hai to hit the ground, Su Huai landed a kick to his chin. At that moment, Lao Hai felt as though his brain was rattling. Just then, he lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground like a noodle. These two individuals would not awaken within 2 hours. Even if they did, the pain would be excruciating. Damn it! Who was it that struck me just now? Su Huai delivered another 2 kicks to Lao Hai. Lao Hai, what are you doing? Although the commotion in the courtyard was not loud, it still alerted the 2 individuals inside the house. The young man with the knife appeared at the door, and upon seeing Lao Hai and Lao He lying unresponsive, his expression darkened instantly. The young man rushed out of the room, but just as he stepped outside, he suddenly heard a noise behind him. In that instant, he rolled on the ground, covering a distance of 3 to 5 meters. A gun appeared in his hand, aimed toward the doorway, which, however, was empty. The sound of a struggle echoed from within the room, ignoring whether Lao Hai and the other were alive or dead. He sprang into the house like a leopard, his gun trained on Su Huai, who flinched slightly. Su Huai's arm encircled Qin Tang's neck like a vice. A gun pressed against her temple, while Su Huai's head was hidden behind hers. A vivid red handprint marred Qin Tang's delicate face, swollen and raised. Simultaneously, her arms dangled, visibly dislocated. Shoot, and I will kill her. Let us see who has the greater fortune, who can eliminate whom. I may be greedy and lustful, but I do not betray my country. You pack of traitorous dogs, come on, shoot me. If you can't kill me, I'll be the one to take you down. Don't act rashly, I concede. The young man immediately lowered his weapon, his tone softening. Su Huai spat in disdain. Toss the gun over here, and then bind those 2 outside with rope. In the darkness, the young man complied, tying the unconscious Lao Hai and Lao Hei's hands behind their backs. Su Huai then tossed an old pair of handcuffs. Cuff your hands behind your back. The young man followed suit, securing his wrists. Su Huai, don't be impulsive. We are not your enemies. Then why bind me? If we are not enemies, why would you corrupt me? You should be grateful I'm trying to uncover those behind you. Otherwise, you'd be a corpse by now. Su Huai kicked Qin Tang in the rear, causing her to stumble and fall, her chest hitting the ground painfully, eliciting a grimace. Su Huai then stepped on her ankle, twisting it forcefully. Let us see how you insulted me before. Await your fate. Su Huai twisted again, causing Qin Tang to gasp in pain. Su Huai, we are truly not enemies. My name is Yu Fei. I am with the 5th Bureau. You should know our superior, Chen Qi, who was the deputy director of your public security bureau just a few days ago. Seeing Su Huai becoming increasingly agitated, Yu Fei hurried to clarify the situation. You are from the 5th Bureau? What is your purpose? Su Huai had never heard of this 5th Bureau before. His only desire was to eliminate these individuals. Similar to your bureau's political security section, Yu Fei quickly explained the functions of the 5th Bureau. The functions of the political security department bear a striking resemblance to those of counterintelligence, reminiscent of the antecedents of national security. Su Huai's thoughts drifted to Qi Zhendong's nephew, Zhuang Nanlin, as well as to the woman who could freely enter the compound. If they were indeed the precursors of national security, it would render the situation comprehensible. Do you think I believe you? Then why have you bound me? Su Huai's expression contorted with fury. Comrade Su Huai, we are merely following orders. Please, at once, remove your foot from Comrade Qin Tang's body. Our superior, Qin Ji, will arrive shortly, Yu Fei interjected. Su Huai scoffed. You have feelings for Qin Tang, don't you? We are comrades, bound by revolutionary friendship. Yu Fei's eyes momentarily reflected embarrassment. Huh, Su Huai spat. Why are you unconcerned about the other 2? Is that not revolutionary friendship? If you fancy them, just admit it instead of feigning innocence. Yu Fei found himself momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Qin Tang, in evident pain, barked, remove your foot. Just because you ask, I will comply? Su Huai's anger surged, Chen Tang had previously commanded others to strike him several times. If he were to obediently remove his foot now, it would indicate a lack of resolve. Silence. I suspect you are impersonating public officials. You are now a suspect, so spare me the trivialities. With that, Su Huai rummaged through the room, retrieved 2 ropes, and bound Chen Tang before suspending him from the beam, causing him to sway precariously. Chen Tang, silent yet piercingly glaring at Su Huai, radiated a fierce intensity akin to a blade. Subsequently, Su Huai secured Yu Fei to the large locust tree in the courtyard. Come on, this is unnecessary. I've already disclosed my identity. Yu Fei protested. Su Huai's fist shattered 2 of Yu Fei's ribs. I care not who you are. You should be thankful you did not attempt to strike me earlier. Otherwise, do you believe this would be so simple? A swift demise would be your fate. Is this simplicity? Yu Fei thought, on the verge of tears, and pleaded through the pain. Must I be stripped entirely? Could I not at least have a pair of shorts? Su Huai slapped him sharply. Absolutely not. Yu Fei's face swelled visibly, and he cried out in desperation. Then could I at least face the tree trunk? That is your concern. Su Huai responded, delivering 2 punishing blows to Yu Fei's abdomen, leaving him gasping for breath. As if his very organs were rebelling. His brutality was excessive. He had already revealed his identity. Why continue the assault? This man was utterly deranged. Chapter 44. What did you say? I cannot hear you. Su Huai cast another glance at Lao Hai and Lao Hei, both still unconscious. Lao Hei's face was a mask of blood, his nose shattered, and a significant portion of his teeth missing. Lao Hai had a broken leg, with the jagged bone protruding grotesquely through flesh. Su Huai discreetly kicked them a couple of times before returning to the room, observing the swaying Chen Tang. Speak. Since when have you been tailing me? I am not a criminal. On what grounds do you interrogate me? Release me. Chen Tang nearly ground his teeth in frustration. Su Huai grasped Chen Tang's chin, sneering, You claim you are not a criminal, yet you cannot prove your identity, lacking even identification. How can I believe you? You just stated that I am greedy and lecherous, correct? I have no qualms about demonstrating what lechery entails upon you. Chen Tang glared at Su Huai. What do you intend to do? Slap. Su Huai delivered a sharp slap to Chen Tang's face, eliciting a muffled grunt from her nostrils. Are you glaring at me? Go on, glare some more. Chen Tang ground her molars, obediently lowering her head. Speak. Why have you brought me here? Chen Tang remained silent. With a resounding crack, another slap echoed through the air. Dangling from her restraints, Chen Tang felt the sting of the slap, her body beginning to spin. At this moment, she harbored murderous thoughts towards Su Huai. Tears welled in her reddened eyes, yet she stubbornly remained mute. Su Huai pinched her cheek, saying, I have all the time in the world. We shall take our time. At that moment, the sound of a bicycle bell jingled from outside the cottage, followed by the creaking of the wooden gate as a middle-aged man entered the courtyard. Upon seeing the naked Yu Fei, Chen Ji stood frozen in shock. Yu Fei felt an urge to end his own life. He turned his head away, tightly closing his eyes, unwilling to face Chen Ji. He knew this would be the greatest humiliation of his life, a shame that would haunt him forever. Su Huai surveyed Chen Ji impassively. He had heard of him from Qi Zhendong and knew he was a distinguished investigator from the city bureau. But now he feigned ignorance. With a swift motion, he darted forward like a leopard, instantly appearing before Chen Ji, his body poised in an attacking stance. Bang! Su Huai's shoulder collided with Chen Ji's abdomen. Though Chen Ji had never been struck by a heavy vehicle, he now experienced a fleeting sense of liberation akin to flight. Before he could react, his body curled into a shrimp-like position, flying backward and crashing heavily against the courtyard wall. His insides churned violently, and with a sudden gasp, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Dazed and incredulous, he gazed at the advancing Su Huai, whose expression was a mask of fury, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. In that instant, Chen Ji felt as though he would perish at Su Huai's hands. I am Chen Ji. Chen Ji? How dare you impersonate my superior? Su Huai retorted. I don't care if you are Chen Ji. Let us settle this first, and he delivered a kick to Chen Ji's abdomen. My credentials are in my pocket. Chen Ji managed to croak out, but he was unprepared for Su Huai's sudden activation of a deaf old woman's unique skill. What did you say? I said it's not important. Su Huai struck Chen Ji's chin with a kick, causing his head to loll and he fainted. Su Huai, don't act recklessly. He is our superior. Yu Fei, tied to a tree, shouted in desperation, fearing Su Huai would kill Chen Ji. This would spell disaster. We were initially here to evaluate Su Huai, but now he has turned the tables on everyone. The worst part is that this evaluation is confidential. If Su Huai eliminates them, they could be buried without a trace. Is this your superior? Su Huai turned to Yu Fei. Yes, he is Qinji. Why didn't you say so earlier? Su Huai chided Yu Fei, delivering another kick to Qinji's thigh. Yu Fei stood in stunned silence. Now that I've said it, are you still going to hit him? Do you dare claim that was unintentional? This man has a petty disposition. Damn it. Don't provoke him again. When Qinji regained consciousness, he found himself suspended from the beams of the room, alongside the similarly bound Qintang. His other two subordinates, Old Hai and Old Hei, lay tied up in a corner, their fates unknown. Su Huai, refrain from being impulsive. We are comrades. Su Huai flung Qinji's identification at his face, exclaiming, What nonsense. You are clearly the director of a subsidiary of a foreign trade company. And how dare you impersonate my superior? His unique status necessitated discretion. This company served as a FAAD. Despite the physical pain, Qinji, bemused, attempted to explain, feeling as though his head was buzzing and his entire body was on the verge of collapse. You expect me to believe you? How can you prove it? Su Huai, with his hands clasped behind his back, circled around him, and as he passed Qintang, he couldn't resist delivering a slap to the half-hearted criminal. Qintang, grinding his teeth, was both humiliated and enraged, tears streaming down his face. Damn it, couldn't you strike from another angle? Why hit the same spot repeatedly? You can inquire with the superior. Qinji cast a furtive glance at Qintang, utterly embarrassed. Su Huai pondered whether to continue the charade, questioning its morality. I shall grant you the benefit of the doubt this once. Now, let me ask, we hold no enmity, correct? What was the meaning behind your subordinates binding me? Qinji sighed in relief. Naturally, it was to assess you. Assess? Su Huai regarded Qinji with a peculiar expression. Are you implying you wish to recruit me? You must be aware of my current status. I am indeed aware, Qinji nodded. Then why would you attempt to recruit me? Qinji did not respond directly. What do you think of the individual you bound outside? Does he appear virtuous? He resembles a hardened criminal, his eyes akin to a desperate fugitive. Had he not confessed swiftly, he would have met his demise earlier. And the other two? Qinji gestured towards the bound and unconscious Lao Hai and Lao Hei. Slumped in the corner. Su Huai bared his teeth. Both exude an air of thuggery, unmistakably not good people. Thus, we seek to recruit you. Qinji once again shifted the focus back to Su Huai. The bewildered Su Huai suddenly realized, gritting his teeth, What do you mean? Do I not look like a good person? What do you think? Would a good person strip someone bare and tie them to a tree? Would a good person swindle thousands from their neighbor? Would a good person suspend a young girl in midair with ropes? The background of this individual would terrify you. You're finished. Su Huai, may you seek your own fortune. This lady bears grudges. Oh, the knot is quite aesthetically pleasing. What technique is this? Was I bound in the same manner? After a moment's reflection, Qinji remarked, Your previous identity was that of a street urchin. Our Fifth Bureau is always on the lookout for talent. Unconcerned with trivialities, as long as one possesses a patriotic heart, we will consider them. The elder has stated, talent should not be confined to a single mold, and you are precisely the individual we seek. Damn it. Su Huai spat. Why does this feel less like a compliment? Chapter 45, The Spy and the Deaf Old Lady. Qinji, suspended from the beam, leisurely spun in circles, while Su Huai occasionally prodded him, increasing the speed of his rotation. Slap. Another strike landed on the same spot on Qintang. Qinji remarked, This fellow seems rather deranged. That lady is not to be trifled with. I genuinely wish to recruit you. Otherwise, I would not test you in such a manner. From the moment you sought to clear your name, I had my eye on you. Su Huai scoffed. If you wish to recruit me, why not speak plainly? Must you resort to testing? Seemingly aware of Su Huai's dissatisfaction, Qinji explained, Su Huai, each of us must undergo a rigorous evaluation, and I congratulate you for passing. Su Huai scoffed. Unfortunately, I hold you in contempt. Qinji retorted, Could you kindly set us down for a moment? Qintang, unable to endure any longer, interjected. Mind your manners. Is this how you treat someone when seeking assistance? Do you understand the concept of courtesy? Su Huai bared his teeth, raising a hand as if to strike. Qintang's heart trembled. After a long pause without the anticipated blow, she released a sigh of relief, tears streaming down her face. And her tone softened significantly. Please, could you let us down? Not sincere enough. Su Huai responded. Qintang took a deep breath, wincing in pain from her ribs. I implore you to release us. Now that is more acceptable. Your demeanor is quite proper, Su Huai acknowledged with a nod, but I remain unwilling. Qinji and Qintang exchanged glances, as Su Huai grinned maliciously. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall take my leave. May fortune favor you. And let us hope someone passes by to rescue you. With that, Su Huai turned to depart. Qinji shouted, Su Huai, you cannot leave. Release us first. Chen Tang vehemently declared. Su Huai, I will end you, just wait. With a resounding slap, Su Huai returned, delivering a stinging blow to the same spot on Chen Tang, visibly causing her to tremble. Repeat that? Su Huai raised his hand once more. At this moment, Su Huai truly departed, discarding Yu Fei's knife at Yu Fei's feet, indifferent to how Yu Fei would sever the ropes. After an hour passed, Yu Fei, using his toes to grasp the knife, painstakingly began to cut through the bonds. Tears welled in his eyes. How did it come to this? This is utterly humiliating. None of the four could contend with Su Huai. Yu Fei hastily donned his trousers and rushed indoors to rescue his companions, muttering desperate pleas. Director Chen, I beg you, this must remain confidential. Chen Ji replied. Not only must it remain confidential, this must be buried in our hearts. No one can ever speak of it. It is too disgraceful, too embarrassing. This is the greatest humiliation of my life. Once set free, Chen Tang wiped her tears, limping as she vowed, I will make him pay. As the clock approached midnight, Su Huai returned to the outer third bureau, seething with ire. The office was still brightly lit, with colleagues hurrying in and out of the cafeteria. The munitions and gas canisters in the warehouse had yet to be fully transported, the slow pace a result of caution, as they dared not move too many at once. After all, this was the city center. The consequences of an explosion were unthinkable. As colleagues gradually returned to fill their stomachs in preparation for the latter half of the night, Yuan Tong, one hand in her pocket and the other holding an aluminum lunchbox, greeted Su Huai with a cheerful smile. Ah, little Su back already? Wait a moment. I need to find Zhuang Nanlin. Is he still here? Su Huai inquired, his expression darkening. Yes, I just saw him in the cafeteria. What's the matter? Yuan Tong's smile faded. Su Huai cursed under his breath. I'm going to beat him up. Without another word, he strode towards the cafeteria, spotting Zhuang Nanlin engrossed in laughter with several colleagues. You're back. Zhuang Nanlin greeted cheerfully upon noticing Su Huai. Fueled by pent-up rage, Su Huai charged forward without hesitation. What the hell? Zhuang Nanlin's expression changed dramatically as he abruptly leapt to his feet and dashed away. The two of them circled the cafeteria in a frenzy, causing chaos, leaving everyone else bewildered. Xiao Su, don't be impulsive. I am also being coerced. He pleaded. Xiao Su, I was wrong. Let me treat you to a meal. I truly had no choice. You scoundrel, stop right there. Allow me to give you a good thrashing, and we shall consider this matter settled. Otherwise, it will not end well. Su Huai cursed. The pent-up frustration was palpable, disrupting his peace of mind. Xiao Su, my health is poor. I cannot withstand your blows. How about this? I will make amends by covering your cigarettes for next month. Zhuang Nanlin offered with a forced smile, internally lamenting the situation. What a mess this was. Surely, he could not disregard the orders from above. With a flurry of blows, Zhuang Nanlin found himself on the receiving end of Su Huai's wrath, leaving him battered and bruised. Once the beating ceased, Su Huai grinned and declared, 3 months' worth of cigarettes. I want Huazi, and I expect a pack a day. Deal. Zhuang Nanlin agreed without a moment's hesitation, recognizing that refusal would only result in further punishment. Upon returning to the office, Zhuang Nanlin continued to serve tea and apologize. Xiao Su, I am compelled by orders from above. However, those two individuals did not appear to be upstanding citizens. Which unit do they belong to? Su Huai glanced at Zhuang Nanlin and replied, You don't know? There are countless units in the capital, each wielding significant power. How could I possibly know them all? Zhuang Nanlin was curious about where Su Huai had ventured that night. You don't know what they might do with me? What if they are enemies? Su Huai's eyes widened. Zhuang Nanlin reassured him. It's impossible they are enemies. This came directly from our department's leadership. They cannot be foes. Most of the residents at No. 95 Nanluoguxiang had been evacuated to the steel factory. Yi Zhonghai and an elderly woman managed to find bedding from somewhere and laid it on a relatively clean spot in the cafeteria for the deaf elderly lady to rest. Yuzhu was present in the cafeteria, ensuring that they did not go hungry. By 2 or 3 in the morning, most of the people in the cafeteria lay sprawled out, asleep, while even those who were awake felt drowsy. The deaf elderly lady trembled as she rose, using her cane to walk unsteadily toward the exit. Yuzhu, a light sleeper, awoke to the noise and sprang up, rushing over to her side. What are you doing? Don't worry about me. I'm just going to the restroom, she chuckled. I will carry you. It's dark, and if you stumble, I would bear a great sin. Yuzhu grinned as he bent down in front of her, despite her repeated refusals, insisting she could manage on her own. Yuzhu disregarded her objections and hoisted her onto his back, leading her out of the cafeteria. How would you know where the restroom is? At that moment, Concealed in the shadows near the closest restroom, a figure kept a vigilant watch over the surroundings. Suddenly, someone quietly approached from behind and gently tapped her shoulder. Are you mad? Why did you call me over so late? What if someone discovers us? The figure, obscured in shadow, was indistinct, but the shoulder-length hair and the thick cotton mask were discernible. Her voice was barely a whisper, muffled by the mask, making it difficult to comprehend her words. The items from the subsidiary food company must have been discovered. Otherwise, the crowd wouldn't have been dispersed. Moreover, the loss of the few of us on the periphery has been catastrophic. The shadowy figure replied in a low voice. I have long warned against being too radical. If it weren't for your insistence on eliminating the Su family, things wouldn't have escalated to this extent. You think I desired this? It was Qianhe's command. The woman with the mask, her teeth clenched, glared with a bitter resentment in her eyes. It is best to refrain from any action for now. We should bide our time until the situation calms, the shadowy figure advised. The masked woman retorted quietly, no. Qianhe instructed us to retrieve the remaining gas bombs and place them in the steel mill. With nearly 10,000 employees here, an explosion would surely cause immense loss and panic. Are you all mad? I may already be under police surveillance. According to regulations, I should remain silent or even relocate. The woman in the shadows breathed heavily, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Wang Hongmei had not left with money. She had secretly given it to Fan Yaxin, creating the illusion that Wang Hongmei had absconded with funds. This detail was too fragile to withstand scrutiny. Although Wang Hongmei was dead and might escape investigation, one could never be too cautious. Have you grown fearful? The masked woman seized the collar of the shadowy figure. Even if you cease now, the police will not spare you. You must cooperate with me to complete this mission. Afterward, I will take you away from Huaxia and find you a good family to marry into in Japan. The woman in the shadows paused in silence. Will you truly take me away? I keep my promises. When shall we act? The masked woman pondered for several seconds. On the day the steel mill distributes wages, you will bring the funds from the finance office to my home. Hush, someone is coming. It was my mistake to call for help. There are two of them. You go first. The shadowy woman pushed the masked one gently. The masked woman crouched, skirting the main road with caution as she departed. The shadowy figure remained hidden in the night, quietly observing Yuzhu as he carried the deaf old woman. Zhu, wait for me outside. Take your time. If you need anything, call for me. I'll be at the entrance. Yuzhu set the old woman down, smiling brightly. What did you say? I can't hear. The old woman feigned deafness strategically. Hurry along. Yuzhu waved his hand, standing guard at the women's restroom door. After several minutes, the woman in the shadows found no opportunity and could only watch helplessly as Yuzhu again carried the deaf old woman away. Su Huai rode on Zhuang Nanlin's bicycle and spotted Qin Huairu. I will take you to the guest house to settle in first. Tomorrow I'll report to the steel mill. I should be able to arrange a position for you in the finance department. Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu squealed in delight, her large eyes sparkling with joy. Really? The finance department works in an office, right? But I only have a primary school education. Can I manage? Su Huai retorted without kindness. Of course, you cannot. Instantly, Qin Huairu wilted like a frostbitten eggplant, her earlier elation and hopes for a new life extinguished by Su Huai's words. Su Huai continued. You may follow along in your studies. Once you reach the finance department, be diligent and cultivate good relationships with everyone. Remember to take note of each person's preferences, their family details, and where they like to go after work. Keep in mind, do not inquire directly. Instead, observe and listen attentively. Qin Huairu blinked. Xiao Su, are you sending me to the finance department to act as your informant? Like Jia Dongxu, are you trying to exploit me? She continued. If you have no value to offer, who would pay you any mind? Do you believe that your beauty alone will earn you endless favors from all men? Remember, do not become a parasite. Su Huai spoke candidly. In this entire case, Wang Hongmei managed to take home 20,000 yuan, which undoubtedly raises suspicions. I need you to gather some information. Who knows, it might prove useful. Su Huai added, Sister is willing to let you be of use to me. I refuse to be a parasite. I will undoubtedly be valuable. Exactly, Su Huai affirmed. Strive to be a person of worth. Do not aspire to be a parasite or a white lotus. Su Huai then pulled out a letter of introduction and 10 large black bills, handing them to Qin Huairu. Her fingers trembled as she realized that after marrying Jia Dongxu for so many years, she had never held such a sum of money. This was also the first time in her life she possessed a substantial fortune. As she looked at Su Huai, her gaze became increasingly alluring. Do you see that inn over there? Su Huai pointed to a nearby establishment. You should stay there for the next few days. This money is a loan. You will repay me in the future. I will certainly return the money, and I will not be a parasite. Chapter 46. You're quite the character. The following morning, Su Huai awoke in another inn and rode his bicycle to the warehouse of the subsidiary food company. The cleanup operation had concluded by 4 in the morning, and although the military had withdrawn, the police remained to secure the scene. Su Huai switched back to his own bicycle and pedaled back to number 95 Nanluoguxiang. Most people had already returned to the courtyard, but Jia Dongxu was notably absent. One could easily surmise she was causing a ruckus at the police station. In the backyard, Yang Taiping and his crew had begun work. Upon seeing Su Huai return, Yang Taiping hurried over, appearing somewhat troubled. Mr. Su, there are some materials we cannot acquire, and the prices at Dove's market are exorbitant, which will inflate our budget. Given your extensive connections, could you think of a way to obtain materials at a reasonable price? Su Huai inquired. What materials are we discussing? For instance, glass, especially thick glass, which is exceedingly expensive. Su Huai pondered briefly. If the price is high, so be it. It's not worth sacrificing relationships over such trivialities. If the budget falls short, I will supplement it. The priority is to ensure the work is executed well. Since Su Huai had declared his willingness to spend liberally, Yang Taiping dropped the topic. Suddenly, he leaned closer to Su Huai and whispered, Mr. Su, from now on, please call me Su Huai or Xiao Su. Yang Taiping scratched his head. Then I'll call you Brother Su Huai from now on. Brother Su Huai. Do we still have those floor tiles we pried up in the warehouse yesterday? Yes, I believe so, Su Huai replied absently, not having paid much attention to them. Yang Taiping, with an air of mystery, remarked, Brother Su Huai, those are valuable items, gold bricks, you know? They were once the exclusive tribute reserved for emperors. I suspected they were gold bricks yesterday. Perhaps they went unnoticed due to years of neglect. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Su Huai's eyes. He held no doubts regarding Yang Taiping's expertise. However, he found it puzzling that gold bricks, which the emperor himself used, could be found in a military camp. These were exquisite items, rumored to take 3 years to craft, and could only be made from soil sourced from a specific location in Jiangsu. Due to the time and effort involved, as well as the exorbitant costs, they were aptly named gold bricks. Last night, I inquired, and it turned out that during the construction of those 3 buildings, a relic from the previous dynasty had acted as a traitor for the Japanese. Having once been involved in the imperial manufacturing process, it was likely he who presented them to the enemy. After Yang Taiping finished speaking, he paused and said, Brother Su Huai, if you manage to acquire those bricks, laying them in your home would certainly brighten it up. Su Huai chuckled, Sure, I'll think of a way. Before leaving, Su Huai tossed 2 large front doors to Yang Taiping, who beamed with delight. Rest assured, we brothers will keep watch together. Yang Taiping then held up the 2 doors and shouted to the others, Our employer, fearing for our well-being, has graciously provided us with a pack of fine cigarettes. If everyone performs well, no one should blame me, Yang Lalu, for giving a sound thrashing to anyone slacking off. Quite the character. Su Huai nodded with a smile. You all work hard. I shall take my leave. As Su Huai reached the west wing, he noticed the weary Su Daimao emerging from the door, yawning and appearing listless. Upon spotting Su Huai, Su Daimao broke into a grin, his little mustache twitching upwards. Hey, Xiao Su, did you hear? Jia Dongxu and Qin Huairu are having a divorce. It seems Jia Dongxu hit Qin Huairu, and she exposed him. Is that true? Su Huai feigned ignorance, his face a mask of surprise. Su Daimao jogged a couple of steps with his bicycle to catch up, his smile taking on a somewhat lewd quality as he lowered his voice. Xiao Su. That little waist of Qin Huairu's must be quite something when she twists it. It's a pity Jia Dongxu is blind to his own fortune. It might even be that he can't handle such fortune, and when faced with Qin Huairu, he is left with nothing but a clenched fist. Left with nothing but a clenched fist? Su Daimao paused, then burst into hearty laughter, slapping Su Huai on the shoulder. How have I never noticed that you are quite the clever one? We should grab a drink together sometime. Ever since Su Huai had bested the 3 elders in the courtyard, Su Daimao had held a deep-seated admiration for him. He had lived in this courtyard for many years, undeniably at the bottom of the food chain. He had always dreamt of putting the 3 elders in their place, especially Yuzhu, with whom he had long-standing animosity. Yuzhu would often strike him, leading to confrontations with Yi Zhonghai, where, despite being in the right or feeling wronged, he would still have to apologize, which was infuriating. Added to that was a deaf old woman constantly whispering ill of him to Lu Xiaoyi, stirring family discord, leaving Su Daimao utterly frustrated. However, being inept and playful, he was always the one who ended up hurt. Xiao Su, if there is another chance to deal with Shaju, count me in, I'm not after anything else. Just want to see that fool get his comeuppance. As they reached the entrance of the courtyard, Su Daimao swung one leg over the bicycle-less frame, raising his eyebrows with a mischievous grin. I'm a fine young man, never harboring ill will towards others. Su Huai mounted his bicycle as well, accompanying Su Daimao on the path. Hey, my dear fellow, I am well aware that Zhu harbors ill intentions. You have caused him a considerable financial loss, and it would be surprising if you were to let it go without retribution. Just last night in the cafeteria, he was speaking ill of you. Su Huai replied calmly. What did he say? Whatever harsh words he uttered, he accused me of being divisive and selfish. Where are you off to? Why do you always follow me? Su Daimao noticed Su Huai turning with him. This path leads to the steel mill. I am reporting to the steel mill today, Su Huai casually responded. Hey. Then we shall be colleagues from now on. When you reach the transportation department, just mention my name, Su Daimao. It will certainly be beneficial. I am quite friendly with the head of the transportation department. Su Daimao assumed Su Huai was merely filling in and began to boast about himself. Half of the shares in the steel mill belonged to his father-in-law, Lu Binqing. Logically, given Su Daimao's connections, securing a modest position at the steel mill should be feasible. However, he is merely a projectionist, unable to ascend even through the ranks of workers. Despite being among the most envied positions, he has become familiar with the factory leadership, yet they do not regard him seriously. Nonetheless, Su Daimao feels a sense of self-importance. Firstly, Lu Bansheng is cautious, having married his daughter to the son of a servant, which, to put it bluntly, is a form of opportunism. By associating with Su Daimao, a descendant of impoverished farmers, he has adorned the Lu family with a protective charm. Secondly, Su Daimao's perspective is limited. He remains tethered to Lu Banqing while engaging in a battle of wits with the group from number 95. Even looking down upon Lu Banqing's capitalist status, it is no wonder Lu Banqing holds Su Daimao in low regard. As Su Daimao rambled on, time passed swiftly, and they soon arrived at the steel mill. It was the beginning of the workday, and a throng of workers surged into the facility, with the anthem Unity is Strength resonating in the air. Su Daimao enthusiastically distributed cigarettes to several members of the security department and did not forget to pat Su Huai's shoulder, introducing him to the others. Xiaosu is my brother. Please don't make things difficult for him. The head of the security department at the North Gate, a chubby man in his 40s, glanced at Su Huai and replied dismissively, Brother, we are all in this together now. Indeed, we are all in this together, Su Huai smiled. Upon entering the gate, Su Daimao proudly declared, What do you think? My connections are quite good, right? From now on, follow me closely and learn well. Come. I will take you to the Human Resources Department to report. You mustn't boast. They don't even deign to look at you. Su Huai sighed, wondering if this fellow was simply mindless or blissfully ignorant. Chapter 47, A Bit of a Wild Path. Brother Mao. I must first pay a visit to Deputy Factory Director Li Xinmin. I'll meet you in the courtyard. Su Huai attempted to leave but was halted by Su Daimao, who became serious. Xiaosu, what do you need with Old Li? You aren't planning to bribe him, are you? That won't do. It's broad daylight, and Old Li wouldn't dare accept anything. Besides, who goes to the factory director right away with gifts? Does Old Li even know who you are? You must take it step by step, starting with the leaders of your transportation team. As for giving gifts, Su Daimao spoke with the familiarity of a veteran. He had not been shy about offering presents to the leaders over the years. The propaganda department, logistics, production, and security, all merely grassroots officials. Su Huai curled his lip. Brother Mao, I must take my leave. I was just imparting my wisdom. Su Daimao observed Su Huai's retreating figure, shaking his head in frustration, muttering to himself. Youngster, once you face adversity, you'll realize how invaluable my experiences are. By then, if you don't treat me to a sumptuous meal, I won't divulge a thing. Su Daimao. At that moment, someone called out to him from behind. Su Daimao turned to see Yin Zhongcheng, instantly shifting his demeanor, responding irritably, What are you shouting for? What brings you to our factory? I've come to report, Yin Zhongcheng said, lifting his chin with pride, for from this day forth, he became a member of the steel rolling mill, and notably one of the coveted 8 positions, transportation worker. He strutted, almost with his nose in the air, feeling superior to Su Daimao. What? You're here to report as well? Is everyone from our courtyard coming to work at the steel mill? Su Daimao expressed his surprise. What do you mean? I'm also reporting. I just came with Su Huai. He is here to report too. A jolt surged through Yin Zhongcheng's heart. Realizing something was amiss, he feared Su Huai might be plotting against him. He hurriedly dashed off to report. Meanwhile, Su Huai arrived at Li Xinmin's office. Li Xinmin, a man in his 40s, neither too plump nor too thin, greeted Su Huai warmly. Comrade Su Huai, the steel mill welcomes you. Su Huai shook Li Xinmin's hand. Director Li, I presume the leadership has already briefed you on my work arrangements? Actually, I had initially arranged for you to be the deputy head of the security department. But Li Xinmin's face flushed with embarrassment as he took a sip of tea before continuing, however. Director Yang feels you are too young and suggested you start as a team leader. Fortunately, through my persuasion, you will serve as the captain of the first squad. Unbeknownst to Li Xinmin, he was unaware of Su Huai's true intentions for being there. Prior to Yi Zhonghai's call, he had no inkling of who Su Huai was. Now, he realized Su Huai was entangled in the murder case of Wang Hongmei. Li Xinmin pondered if Yi Zhonghai was worried Su Huai might cause a stir, and thus arranged for him to join the steel mill to placate him. How many people does the captain oversee? Su Huai inquired nonchalantly. Fully aware of Li Xinmin's intentions to undermine Yang Weiguo, he seemed to want to convey to Yi Zhonghai that Yang Weiguo was indeed a dubious character. The security department comprises roughly 300 personnel, divided into 3 major squads. Li Xinmin cheerfully elaborated on the department structure. The security department exists to maintain the factory's normal operations. Typically, the Public Security Bureau does not interfere in personnel arrangements within the security department, only requiring their cooperation with the Bureau's operations. Of course, the Public Security Bureau occasionally selects outstanding members from various factory security departments to join their ranks. In a sense, the security department is subordinate to the Public Security Bureau. The factory merely handles the welfare and benefits of the security department. Thus, with a single call from Yi Zhonghai, Li Xinmin had no choice but to comply. Li Xinmin smiled. You can report directly. I've already made the necessary arrangements. Su Huai rose. Then I shall not intrude any longer. All right. If you need anything, feel free to reach out to me. After Su Huai departed, Li Xinmin's expression turned grave, his displeasure evident. This individual possesses no sense of decorum, arriving empty-handed? Even a couple of cigarettes would have sufficed. During the conversation, he displayed a complete lack of propriety, audaciously occupying the entire sofa. Does one not understand that while conversing with superiors, one should only perch on the edge? Yi Zhonghai. Truly, what sort of individuals are you sending my way? When Su Huai reported to the Labor and Personnel section, the section chief personally handled his paperwork. Su Huai discreetly slipped 2 packs of high-quality cigarettes into the chief's hand as a token of gratitude. These cigarettes, costing 56 cents a pack, are bona fide premium cigarettes like the Peony brand, available only with a special ticket. Su Huai neither utilized a ticket nor spent money. He had acquired them through dubious means from Zhuang Nanlin. The section chief, Lu, beamed even more brightly. Captain Su, allow me to escort you to the security section. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Chief Lu. The two engaged in casual conversation as they made their way to the security section office. Chief Zhao. This is our new arrival from the security section, Captain Su Huai. Su, this is the head of your security section, Chief Zhao Jilai. Should you have any queries, feel free to consult Chief Zhao. I shall take my leave now. After delivering Su Huai, Lu departed with a cheerful demeanor. Zhao Jilai, in his 40s, with a square face and small eyes, cast a sullen glance at Su Huai without acknowledging him. Prior to his arrival, Su Huai had familiarized himself with the circumstances surrounding the security section at the steel mill. Zhao Jilai served under Li Xinmin as the head of the security section. Thus he was undoubtedly aligned with Li. Originally, the position of Captain Su held was rumored to be destined for Zhao's brother-in-law. With Su's unexpected arrival, Zhao naturally harbored resentment towards him. Chief Zhao, I am merely here to report for duty. I will return to work the day after tomorrow. Su Huai produced a cigarette and offered it to Zhao Jilai. Zhao Jilai declined the cigarette, feigning ignorance, and sternly declared, Do you think you are someone special? Requesting leave on your first day? I do not permit it. Cigarettes serve as a bridge of camaraderie among men. Refusing one signifies an unwillingness to forge friendship. Unwilling to indulge him, Su Huai tossed the cigarette onto the table and replied coolly, If I offer you a cigarette, you should accept it. Don't be ungrateful. With a loud bang, Zhao Jilai slammed his palm on the table, springing to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Huai, his face flushed with anger. Unable to articulate a single word, he had recognized that the pack of cigarettes in Su Huai's hand was a white box, a brand he had only glimpsed once in Li Xinmin's office. Li had regarded that half-pack with reverence, mentioning that it was a special supply cigarette, unattainable without the proper rank. Zhao Jilai could hardly fathom that Su Huai possessed such cigarettes. What did this signify? This fellow's connections seem rather formidable. Chief Zhao, is it acceptable for me to come to work the day after tomorrow? Zhao Jilai's demeanor shifted abruptly. He picked up the cigarette with a grin. Feigning a hint of contrition, Brother Su, let us not be at odds, not only the day after tomorrow, even if you choose to come next month. It would be fine. Su Huai, satisfied, smiled and struck a match to light Zhao Jilai's cigarette. He was here to investigate adversaries, not to engage in conflict. There was no need to create too many enemies. Su Huai placed his arm around Zhao Jilai's shoulder and lowered his voice. Chief Zhao, I am merely going through the motions. I truly have no interest in this captaincy, and before long, this position will revert to your brother-in-law. Zhao Jilai's smile grew even brighter. In the future, at the security department, should anyone dare to trouble my brother, I shall personally deal with them. Chapter 48. Qin Huairu's police station confronts the Jiazhong clan. The gentle and melodious voice of the announcer drifted through the steel mill. Esteemed leaders, dear colleagues, beloved workers. I am the broadcaster Jing Lingling. As of today, the houses you reside in may be transitioned from public to private ownership. If anyone is interested, please register at your respective street office. Su Huai, pushing his bicycle, paused in astonishment upon hearing this news. What is happening? Are they actually allowing the transition of houses from public to private ownership? Su Huai, not originally from this era, was unfamiliar with these particulars. But he had heard that during the 1960s, in a bid to raise funds and repay debts, houses could indeed be transitioned from public to private ownership. If this is the case, it is indeed the right time, amidst the 3 years of hardship. Right now, a spark ignited in Su Huai's mind. If this is permissible in the capital, he could seize the opportunity to purchase 1 or 2 courtyard houses to set aside. This could also contribute towards repaying debts. Su Huai blinked, mistakenly believing that the announcer from the steel mill was Yu Haitang. At Hongxing Primary School, Yin Jiecheng paced anxiously at the entrance. His mind consumed with thoughts of Su Huai seizing his job opportunity. When Yin Bugu leisurely strolled over, Yin Jiecheng waved his hand fervently. Dad, hurry up. Something big has happened. Do not panic in the face of adversity. The greater the crisis, the more composure one must maintain. Yin Bugu replied, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of calm. Spare me. Do you know who I saw at the steel mill? I saw Su Huai. He also reported to the steel mill. Yin Jiecheng replied, his tone laced with urgency. Eh? Yin Bugu stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, his face now a canvas of shock and disbelief, completely contrasting his previous calm demeanor. What does this mean? Su Huai is returning? That cannot be. I spent several hundred to establish connections. Yin Bugu grew anxious, his eyes darting as he thought aloud. Do you think Su Huai feels that the compensation is insufficient? Yin Jiecheng was distraught. He was counting on this job to secure housing. Recently, Yu Li's demeanor towards him had noticeably improved, and they had even interacted in the evenings. He could not let this newfound happiness slip away. Of course, 500 for a transport worker's position. If I were in his shoes, I would feel it is too little. Dad, you must think of a way. Come on, let us go find Su Huai. Riding his bicycle to the street office, Su Huai specifically inquired about the possibility of transitioning houses from public to private ownership. Upon receiving a definitive answer, he rode blissfully to the guest house to find Qin Huairu. I am starving. Upon meeting, Qin Huairu tugged at her clothing, her expression forlorn. Su Huai grinned. What is this fuss in broad daylight? I am truly hungry. Qin Huairu's stomach rumbled. Having only eaten breakfast the previous day, she had been hungry ever since, feeling weak and listless. Damn it. Why can't you articulate where you feel hunger? With a primary school education, can't you even express yourself? Weren't you given 100 yuan last night? Can't you buy some food? I have no food coupons. Qin Huairu's voice was barely above a whisper. Su Huai was at a loss for words. Having money alone without food coupons indeed rendered purchasing food impossible. Where's your common sense? Couldn't you have given them a little more money? Can't you be a bit more resourceful? Su Huai remarked disdainfully. Qin Huairu lowered her head, murmuring, that would cost too much. Going hungry for a day or two won't kill me. All right then, if being poor is the way to go, so be it. Frugality is the hallmark of our times. Let us endure hunger. Su Huai drove Qin Huairu to the police station, where they spotted Jia Dongxu wailing at the entrance. Come and see. The police are bullying us, a widow and her orphan. They're driving us to death. If I die, I'll haunt you. Su Huai could discern a hint of fear in Jia Dongxu's tone. Ordinarily, she would never dare to cause a scene at the police station. However, with her son Jia Dongxu's fate at stake, she cast aside her fears. Desperate antics seemed to be her only hope for saving her child. Suddenly, upon catching sight of Qin Huairu, her previously vacant eyes widened in rage. She sprang to her feet, claws outstretched, lunging at Qin Huairu. Wretched woman, shameless harlot. I'll kill you. Why do you wish harm upon my son? Instinctively, Qin Huairu recoiled behind Su Huai, her large eyes filled with terror. How long do you intend to hide? For a lifetime? Su Huai stepped aside expressionlessly, knowing some matters must be confronted directly. A jolt of realization struck Qin Huairu. Indeed, she couldn't live in fear forever. Having resolved to sever ties with the Jia family, what was there to fear? Was dying at their hands or enduring their humiliation not terrifying? Flashes of Su Huai crossed her mind, since he had made a scene in the courtyard. This group had begun treating him with utmost courtesy. Qin Huairu understood. Kindness invites cruelty. As Jia Dongxu charged towards her, Qin Huairu reacted swiftly, delivering a resounding slap across Jia Dongxu's face. Stunned, Jia Dongxu stared in disbelief at Qin Huairu, only to regain her composure moments later, filled with shame and anger. Flailing her arms, "You dare strike a mother-in-law? Are you rebelling, you little harlot? Kneel and apologize." With another sharp slap, Qin Huairu gasped, her hands trembling. After years of grievances endured at the Jia household, she finally began to vent some of her pent-up frustrations. Do you not understand why I reported your son? Do you want me to strip off my clothes to prove it? When your son assaulted me, you pretended not to see, and when he was in a foul mood, you fanned the flames. Is this how a mother-in-law should behave? Clenching her fists, her body quaked as tears streamed down her face. The weight of years of injustice crashing down like a flood. Reflect on your heart and ask yourself, what have I done wrong in your home to deserve such mistreatment from you both? You incited your son against me, slandering me even when he spat at me in your house. He is my son, a piece of my flesh. How dare you bully me? At that moment, Director Wang Chung arrived with his men, his face darkened as he admonished, "What do you think you're doing? Is this police station yours? What kind of conduct is this? Do you have any idea of the impact you're causing? Take them inside." Two female officers seized Jia Dongxu and ushered her into the police station. Wang Qing approached Su Huai, a wry smile on his face. "Xiao Su, you must hurry and take Jia Dongxu back. His mother is quite the handful." Su Huai chuckled, offering a cigarette. "Isn't that why I'm here, to address this matter?" Wang Chung glanced around, lowering his voice to inquire, "Has Jia Dongxu truly colluded with the enemy?" Su Huai nodded. "You overestimate him. Does he possess such audacity? He is simply naive, unwittingly entangled and exploited by enemy agents." Wang Chung felt a tinge of disappointment. Being manipulated by enemy agents was a far cry from actual treason. Had this occurred a few years prior, the outcome would have been dire. However, in recent years, there has been a push to reduce capital punishment, allowing those misled a chance to reform, at most facing punitive measures. Alas, I had hoped for an opportunity to achieve merit. Wang Chung ushered Su Huai into the police station. "You must take him away quickly." Chapter 49. The Collapse of Jia Dongxu. Su Huai, you incited Qin Huairu to divorce my son, did you not? Jia Dongxu, having suffered humiliation at the hands of Qin Huairu, her face swollen with rage, found no outlet for her grievances. Upon seeing Su Huai enter, she collapsed onto the ground, weeping uncontrollably. "Your father's death is deserved. You brought this upon yourself. Was it not merely moving a couple of old chairs? Must you ruin my family?" Su Huai regarded Jia Dongxu coldly. "And your husband's death, was that not also deserved? Your son faces execution, is that not also deserved?" Su Huai retorted. Upon hearing of her son's impending execution, Jia Dongxu's mouth fell open in shock, panic swiftly flooding her eyes. What are you saying? Why should my son be executed? All he did was hit that little wretch. Why should he face death? Su Huai replied with an impassive demeanor, "Your son has been secretly colluding with enemy agents. That is treason. Do you believe he deserves to live?" The weight of his words felt like a thunderclap to Jia Dongxu. After her husband's death, her son had become her entire world. If he were to be executed, it would mean her own demise. Jia Dongxu became frantic, tears streaming down her face. "And no, you're mistaken. He lacks the courage. I know my son well. He merely seeks petty gains, occasionally striking his wife. He is timid, terrified of death, and would never dare to betray his country." It seemed Jia Dongxu truly understood Jia Dongxu. He was merely a coward at heart. Even given 100 opportunities, he would not dare commit treason. He had fallen prey to Oda Chikahiro's schemes, but it was also Jia Dongxu who had approached him. Given Jia Dongxu's actions, he was unlikely to face execution, At worst, he would endure a few years of re-education. Su Huai's voice turned icy. Whether he is guilty of treason is not for you to decide. It is best you remain silent and return home. I will not leave. I will not. Jia Zhongxu protested vehemently, shaking her head like a rattle. If I go, you will execute my son. Su Huai ignored her. Following Wang Qing to the back of the police station, which comprised a traditional courtyard with interrogation and holding rooms. Director Wang, let us interrogate Jia Dongxu now. Here? In your station? Indeed, here. This does not adhere to protocol. I must consult with Director Qi. Wang Qing pondered briefly before responding. That is acceptable. Su Huai nodded. After approximately 10 minutes, Wang Qing returned with a smile, saying, Director Qi has stated that we should follow your lead and merely take notes. He also requested that you give him a call once the interrogation is complete. Su Huai nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, the battered and timid Jia Dongxu was escorted into the interrogation room. Upon seeing Su Huai, his eyes lit up, and he commanded, Su Huai, you're familiar with the police, right? Have them release me. Silence. Wang Qing raised his hand menacingly, prompting Jia Dongxu to shrink back. Retreating in fear while casting pleading glances at Su Huai. Crouched down, Jia Dongxu complied obediently, his hands cuffed behind him. The interrogation commenced, with Su Huai conducting the questioning. A female officer from the precinct tasked with recording the proceedings, while Wang Qing listened intently. After addressing some basic information, Su Huai coldly inquired, Jia Dongxu, do you know why you are being detained? I sent it for hitting my wife. Can't I discipline my own wife? Jia Dongxu retorted defiantly, his neck stiff. Su Huai responded, you should understand that it's not merely for striking Qin Huairu that you have been apprehended. A sinking feeling enveloped Jia Dongxu. Could it be that his clandestine dealings had been uncovered? It must be that wretched Qin Huairu who informed on him. Getting caught while visiting a brothel was no trivial matter. It would likely lead to detention, not just a fine. After a moment of panic, Jia Dongxu resorted to shouting to mask his anxiety. How would I know? Su Huai, don't act so superior. I have connections at the police station. Do you know Tian Hao? Call him now and have him come to get me out. Su Huai chuckled lightly. You're referring to Tian Hao from the 3rd Division. Criminal Investigation Department, correct? Yes, he is indeed my brother, a bond forged in life and death. Su Huai, go fetch him now. I can overlook this. With a slap on the table, Su Huai sneered. Didn't Tian Hao give you 500 yuan to frame me? And no such thing. Do you realize what Tian Hao's true identity is? He is a hidden traitor within the people, Jia Dongxu. Collaborating with him amounts to treason. And you shall face execution. Traitor? Jia Dongxu trembled, his complexion paling visibly, as if his spirit had been drained, collapsing onto the floor, his teeth chattering. His resilience mirrored that of his mother. Impossible. Isn't he part of the police? Confess now, what have you conspired with Tian Hao? Su Huai commanded. I don't know anything. Jia Dongxu wailed. I didn't know he was a traitor. Weren't you just saying he was your brother, bound by life and death? I was deceiving you. I genuinely didn't know. I accepted 500 from him merely to tighten my grip on you. I never intended to commit treason. Jia Dongxu's crime, while significant, was not entirely of his own making. He was merely a pawn manipulated by Tian Hao. However, even as a pawn, he must undergo reformation. It remains uncertain whether this unfortunate soul is simply unlucky or fortunate in disguise. Had he not harbored resentment and sought to frame Su Huai, he might have met his demise due to an occupational hazard in the near future. Now, fate has taken a remarkable turn. Although imprisonment looms ahead, my life is preserved. Indeed, destiny is enigmatic and ever-changing. Unable to withstand the pressure, Jia Dongxu divulged everything, his statements nearly mirroring those of Oda Chihiro. However, there was one detail that Oda did not disclose. You mean, Oda Chihiro instructed you to find a python-shaped jade pendant from me? Su Huai suddenly recalled that he had taken a jade pendant from Oda Chihiro, which now lay within his personal space. What is so extraordinary about this pendant that Oda Chihiro clings to it? Yes, he mentioned that the pendant is a family heirloom, and upon retrieving it, he would grant me 500 yuan. Does this count as a contribution on my part? Can I avoid execution? Su Huai continued. Qin Huairu is now seeking a divorce. Is that feasible? Yes, 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 Jia Dongxu fervently nodded. As long as I am spared from execution, anything is possible. I still wish to retaliate. I am aware of hidden entrances and gambling dens. In pursuit of merit, Jia Dongxu revealed 4 clandestine establishments and 2 gambling dens, along with dozens of gamblers, several of whom were from the steel mill. Coincidentally, one was Zhao Jilai's brother-in-law, Uncle Wang. This Hu Guangming is the head of security at the steel mill and is Zhao Jilai's brother-in-law. Outside the interrogation room, Su Huai handed a cigarette to Wang Qing. So, you mean Wang Qing thinks Su Huai is seeking a favor? I have no ulterior motives. My current identity must remain confidential. As for how to proceed, Uncle Wang, that is for you to decide. Su Huai had no conflict of interest with them. Whether they were apprehended or not was inconsequential. After all, Hu Guangming could not affect him. It became clear that this was a way to make Zhao Jilai owe him a favor. Wang Qing chuckled. Then I thank you in advance, Uncle Wang. Chapter 50, Integrity as the Foundation, Virtue as the Guiding Principle in Wang Qing's office. Su Huai was about to call Qi Zhendong when the phone rang first. He answered casually, "Who is this?" "It's me," came the booming voice of Wang Dafei from the other end. "Oh, it's little Wang. Missing your uncle?" Su Huai was taken by surprise. After a brief silence, Wang Dafei roared, "Su Huai, do you think I can't recognize your voice? You owe me 3 packs, at least 5 packs from Dakiaman, to soothe my wounded spirit." "I got it. So what do you need?" Su Huai replied playfully, feeling quite pleased. "I have no business. It's your family's apprentice of the style A who is looking for you. You must return home today." Wang Dafei retorted impatiently. "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. I still need to report to Director Qi." Su Huai hung up, puzzled. Why did Yang Taiping want him to return? Was there a disturbance in the courtyard? Moments later, Su Huai reported today's interrogation results to Qi Zhendong. "Director Qi, we need to interrogate Oda Chihiro once more to inquire about the special significance of that jade pendant." "Where is it now?" Qi Zhendong asked. "In my possession." Su Huai did not conceal this fact. As it pertained to enemy agents, the pendant served as evidence, and such advantages should not be squandered. "Xiao Su, all confiscated items must be reported to the authorities." Su Huai replied, "Director Qi, I hadn't joined yet at that time, and I forgot after starting. I will retrieve it from home shortly and deliver it to the bureau." After hanging up the phone, Su Huai summoned the serpent-shaped jade pendant into the palm of his hand. He recalled vividly that the first owner of this pendant was the last Prince Su, Aizenjoro Shanxi, who, before his death, bequeathed it to his 11th daughter, Rongyu, before journeying east to Japan, ultimately landing in the possession of Oda Chikahiro. Was Oda Chikahiro's profound reverence for this pendant indicative of its significance? Could the enemy operatives, known as Sakura, be remnants of the Manchu dynasty, related to Rongyu? Having reported this matter, Su Huai continued, "Director Qi, there is another important issue. Someone has come to recruit me." "What?" On the other end of the line, Qi Zhendong erupted in fury. He had gone to great lengths to bring Su Huai into the fold, and now someone was attempting to poach him. "When did this happen?" Qi Zhendong inquired in a low voice. "Last night. The one recruiting me was Chen Ji." Su Huai narrowed his eyes. "That scoundrel, trying to undermine me. I will ensure he pays for this. By the way, you didn't agree, did you?" "I did." The silence that followed from Qi Zhendong felt as though the world had been stripped of its warmth. "However, I do not wish to join. The reason I acquiesced was merely a strategic delay. No formal procedures or documents were signed." Su Huai's words sent Qi Zhendong's emotions on a tumultuous ride. The more Su Huai pondered last night, the more he felt something was amiss. They could have straightforwardly requested personnel from the municipal bureau. There must be some hidden agenda. This opportunity seems too precarious. It would be wiser to remain steadfast in the Public Security Bureau and reevaluate in a few years. As for this current predicament, I shall leave it to my superiors to resolve. Qi Zhendong laughed heartily. "If you do not wish to go, splendid. I will take care of the remaining matters. If I cannot resolve them, I shall seek assistance from higher authorities." Upon arriving at the entrance of the police station, Qin Huairu awaited him. "Is everything settled?" Qin Huairu nodded, her eyes brimming with tenderness. "He has signed the papers. Soon, we will finalize the procedures at the street office, and the divorce will be official." Suddenly, Qin Huairu looked up at Su Huai, tears welling in her eyes, and softly pleaded, "Su Huai, may I keep the child with me?" "Do as you wish. Such matters require no consultation with me. I have no intention of marrying you, so you may raise whoever you choose. Assisting you with this divorce is merely a transaction in exchange for your report on Jia Dongxu. Do you understand?" A profound sense of disappointment flickered in Qin Huairu's eyes. She had finally gauged Su Huai's feelings. It made sense. Su Huai was only 19, in the prime of his life. With a boundless future ahead, why would he marry a woman burdened with a child? Coming to this realization, Qin Huairu relinquished her hopes. Her eyes reflecting newfound determination. "I have resolved to raise the child myself. Leaving him with his mother would ultimately ruin both children." As they parted, Su Huai rode his bicycle back to number 95, Nanluoguxiang, only to find Yang Taiping and Yin Bugui awaiting him at the entrance. Upon seeing Su Huai's return, the three approached him eagerly. "Su, you have finally returned. Grandpa San wishes to speak with you," Yin Bugui said, stepping forward to shake Su Huai's hand, all smiles. Su Huai maintained a stern expression. "Grandpa San, what scheme are you up to this time? If you dare disrupt my renovations, I swear I will dismantle your house." Yin Bugui waved his hands frantically, eager to clarify. "Su, there has been a misunderstanding. My reason for seeking you has nothing to do with the house." "Nothing to do with it?" Su Huai turned to Yang Taiping, who nodded in acknowledgement. "Brother Su Huai, it truly matters not. We are not of the same ilk." Instantly, Su Huai's expression changed, and with a hearty laugh, he offered Yang Taiping a cigarette, taking another for himself. When Yin Zhongcheng reached out to accept the smoke, Su Huai casually held it at the corner of his mouth, causing Yin Zhongcheng to awkwardly withdraw his hand. "Speak, what is it?" Su Huai inquired, tilting his head as he aimed the cigarette's tip towards the match Yang Taiping had extended. Yin Bugui glanced at Yang Taiping, who, sensing the moment, smiled knowingly. "Brother Su Huai, I shall wait for you in the backyard. Do not think it too little. Take it." With the surroundings now clear of onlookers, Yin Bugui slipped 10 large black notes into Su Huai's hands. What does this mean? Is Yin Laoku so vexed by Yin Zhongcheng that he willingly offers money? Su Huai stared intently at Yin Bugui, who chuckled awkwardly. "Su Huai, the quota for the steel mill was agreed upon. How can you go back on your word?" In an instant, Su Huai understood. His arrival at the steel mill had certainly been noted by Yin Zhongcheng, given the money was offered so readily. Su Huai could not refuse, promptly stashing it away. "Rest assured, third uncle, the quota belongs to your family. It shall not be taken by anyone else. With your assurance, I feel at ease, Su Huai. We must uphold integrity in our dealings." Yin Bugui sighed in relief. "Indeed, my principle is founded on integrity and moral persuasion. We shall never speak of this matter again. Whoever brings it up shall suffer the loss of a household registration. Truly shameless. Integrity and moral persuasion? You are nothing but a street rogue, a vile scoundrel." "That is certainly the case. Whoever mentions this again shall lose a household registration. But you have but yourself and your family, while mine consists of several." Su Huai waved his hand and strode away. "It is all the same, but it is not. My family is thriving." Su Huai turned back, casting a cold gaze at Yin Bugui, who immediately forced a grin. "It is all the same, all the same." In the backyard, Yang Taiping ushered Su Huai into his home, where none of the workers from the morning were present. "Brother Su Huai, your house is rather peculiar. I have discovered something intriguing. What do you think about this situation? Is there truly something of value in my home?" "It cannot be." After searching for several days, Su Huai was taken aback. "What is this?" Chapter 51, The Disappearing Courtyard. Su Huai beheld the residence formerly occupied by Su Yuzhen, where a square hole measuring about 1 meter had been excavated in the wall, revealing a glimpse of lush grass beyond. He leaned closer to peer through the opening. It was the courtyard he had seen that day at the subsidiary food company, comprising 5 northern rooms, with 3 side rooms on each side. The courtyard was no less than 200 square meters in area. "I intended to create an opening here to run pipes, directing the sewage into the ditch. Who would have imagined that behind this wall lay a courtyard? It appears abandoned for at least a decade, with no one having resided here. I am unsure of your intentions, so I sent my people away. Now, aside from you and me, no one knows of this little courtyard." Su Huai exited with a furrowed brow, looking up thoughtfully. He had always believed that the adjacent space, merely a wall away, belonged to number 92. Why had it fallen into disrepair? Could it be that number 92 assumed it was part of the subsidiary food company's grounds, while the company believed it to be no? 92's? It seemed plausible. Have you been to see it? Su Huai pondered the possibility that the neighboring courtyard might contain some rare treasures. Yang Taiping shook his head, saying, "After I cleared the hole, I sent everyone away, waiting for your return to make a decision. Let us go have a look." The two of them crawled through the opening, discovering that the courtyard, once adorned with bluestone slabs, was now overrun with weeds nearly a meter tall sprouting from the cracks. Upon reaching the entrance of the main house, they found a rusted copper lock on the door. Su Huai tugged at it forcefully, causing the lock to yield. However, just as he was about to push the door open, Yang Taiping halted him. "Be cautious, Su Huai. Many houses are rigged with traps." Su Huai promptly stepped back. Glancing at Yang Taiping, "Uncle Yang, you go ahead." Yang Taiping chuckled, bemused. "You young folks are quite protective of your lives, aren't you? But I possess a life as well. Let us first observe," he added, awkwardly peering through the crack of the door. Su Huai, too, leaned forward, inspecting the dust-covered glass as they surveyed the interior. Inside, cobwebs adorned the corners, and the furniture lay in disarray, with numerous dusty papers scattered across the floor. 2 maps hung on the walls, one depicting the entire nation, the other the capital city. At the center of the room stood a large sand table, approximately 2 meters in size, resembling a command center from a television drama. Su Huai turned to Yang Taiping and speculated. Could this place be related to the warehouse at the back? Was it once a Japanese military camp? It is possible. Do you see that wall? It was later sealed off. Behind it lies the warehouse where the gold bars were discovered. The wall over there was covered in dust, which is why I overlooked it. Understanding dawned upon Su Huai as he became certain that the enemy intended to harm both him and his father, as well as Wang Hongmei. Not merely for the warehouse, but for this very courtyard. Let us enter, he urged. Yang Taiping, not having detected any traps, slowly pushed the door open, releasing a cloud of dust. The two waited for the dust to settle before stepping into the room, one after the other. Su Huai crouched down, picking up a few yellowed papers, which indeed bore Japanese text. Brother Su, these furnishings are quite extraordinary, crafted from Wangwali wood, meticulously made, and once belonging to nobility. Yang Taiping remarked, carefully wiping the dust from a table corner and gazing at the wood grain in astonishment. Su Huai glanced around the spacious hall, noticing approximately 20 official hats and a collection of 4 Wangwali tables assembled beneath the grand sand table. Are there any hidden compartments or underground chambers here? Su Huai inquired. Upon seeing the courtyard, he had already contemplated purchasing it, yet a shadow of fear lingered in his heart, apprehensive of potential hidden explosives or gas shells. Living here would be akin to dancing on the brink of death. Yang Taiping began to meticulously examine the room, inspecting every nook and cranny, including the eastern and western wings. Meanwhile, Su Huai busied himself with his own exploration. Ah, a traditional bed, he exclaimed, crafted entirely from redwood. If sold to a consignment shop, it could fetch $80. Hey, is this a bathroom? And a toilet? The Japanese certainly knew how to indulge. In the eastern room, he discovered several books and a diary. Su Huai gently tapped the diary, causing a cloud of dust to settle before he began to peruse its pages. Once again, he encountered Oda Yoshinobu. The date inscribed in the first entry was March 22nd, 1945, just as he was preparing to delve deeper into the diary's contents. Yang Taiping entered the room. Everything seemed quite ordinary, devoid of any secret compartments or hidden chambers. Yang Taiping remarked. Su Huai, while relieved, felt a tinge of disappointment, as he had hoped to uncover a multitude of large yellow croakers here. He casually tucked the diary into his pocket. Uncle Yang, I intend to visit the street office to acquire this place. You will need to assist in its renovation later. I assure you, there will be no issues on my end. Yang Taiping responded with a bright smile. Work can commence again. I will trouble you, Uncle Yang, to keep an eye on things here. I will be back shortly. You may go without concern. 20 minutes later, Su Huai arrived at the street office, seeking the director, Qin Fochin. He briefly outlined the discovery of the property and expressed his desire to purchase it. Qin Fochin did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, she searched for information regarding the courtyard within the office before accompanying Su Huai back to the site. Xiao Su, are you truly intent on purchasing this property? Did you not just acquire 4 rooms? After surveying the area, Qin Fochin pulled Su Huai aside. An old employee of the street office had mentioned that the subsidiary food company once intended to claim this courtyard, but for reasons unknown, they ceased to pursue it. The former director of the street office also neglected to mention the courtyard, leading to its gradual abandonment. Over time, the office had no records or documents pertaining to this property. Following the unexpected death of the last director, it seemed as though the courtyard had vanished from memory, never to be mentioned again. Qin Fochin was not concerned with the reasons behind the missing records or the prolonged neglect. Her focus lay on her performance. Just yesterday, a directive was issued allowing for the conversion of public housing to private ownership. Moreover, the street office had a mandate to complete the conversion of 100 properties from public to private. However, most individuals were reluctant to buy. After all, how much could one possibly pay for a public property? What was the cost of a year's rent? Why bother with a purchase? What if it needed to be reclaimed in the future? Consequently, the street office staff were disinclined to engage in such matters. This prevailing attitude left Qin Fochin troubled over how to fulfill her conversion mandate. The sudden reappearance of the courtyard was a welcome opportunity for her in the context of public-to-private transitions. Yet, she worried whether Su Huai, already owning 4 rooms, would indeed consider further purchases. Surely, he must be jesting. I, too, contribute to the nation, striving to repay the debts to the North Soviet Union. In these times of tightening belts across the nation, how could I remain an idle bystander? Su Huai mused. Recognizing the fleeting nature of this policy allowing public to private transitions, which may only last a year or 2. Very well, it is commendable that you possess such awareness. How many rooms do you wish to acquire? Rooms? What I seek is the courtyard. It is privacy. It is life. It is summer barbecues under the sun. It is frolicking in the winter snow without a care. It is a place where young ladies can laugh freely in the courtyard. Director Qin, I will take it all, including this courtyard. Qin Fengqin was momentarily startled, her heart filled with joy as she immediately conferred with the deputy director of the street office regarding the pricing. After a brief discussion, she informed Su Huai that if he wished to acquire everything, the courtyard contained a total of 11 rooms for a sum of 1,400 yuan, inclusive of all furniture and items within, offered entirely to him. This price was not only reasonable, but quite advantageous. Su Huai readily consented, provided that the dimensions of the courtyard were also stipulated in the deed. Upon returning to the street office, Su Huai commenced the necessary paperwork. The remaining 4 rooms would be reserved for the time being, awaiting the return of his father, Su Yujin, to transfer ownership into his name. Chapter 52. My father collaborates with the enemy. I am the first to report it. Number 95 was in chaos. Crowds flocked to the backyard to witness the commotion. The throng was kept at bay by Yang typing outside the room, leaving only the opening of Su Huai's home accessible, thus obscuring the true nature of the courtyard from view. Amidst the chatter, Air de Ma and San de Ma exhibited keen interest, their eyes gleaming, alongside families with 3 eldest sons, calculating their prospects eagerly. Old Yin, we must secure 2 rooms, right? San de Ma whispered conspiratorially to Yin Bugui. Yin Bugui, his eyes darting with shrewdness, replied, 2? 1 would be quite fortunate. We have so many people watching, not to mention the others. San de Ma urged Yin Bugui onward. Then you must think of a way. Inquire at the street office to see if Yin Jieqing and Yin Jiefeng can each get a room. You don't understand. When old De Yi and heir De Yi return, we will discuss it together. Our voices will carry more weight. As the elderly couple murmured, the deaf old lady, supported by De Ma and Lu Shaoyi, made a rare appearance to witness the spectacle. Coincidentally, it was also the time when the men of the courtyard returned from work. Yi Zhonghai and Yuzhu approached the deaf old lady to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that Su Huai had purchased the courtyard, their expressions turned to astonishment. The building at number 95, a traditional Siheyuan, had once served as the residence of a 3rd-rank official during the Qing dynasty. After the fall of the Qing, the official's descendants struggled for over 20 years, their fortunes dwindling. Following the Japanese invasion, the courtyard's owner became a traitor, managing to sustain himself for a few more years until the Japanese surrendered, leading to the traitor's execution. Gradually, the courtyard transformed into a communal dwelling. Previous residents were mostly unaware that the adjacent courtyard, thought to belong to a subsidiary food company, was actually unclaimed property. Oh, it seems our courtyard is about to become lively. Old Yi, do you believe that Yin Bugui and Lu Haizhong will undoubtedly be the most eager to approach you for rooms? He usually remarked, hands in pockets, playfully bouncing on one leg with a cheeky expression. Yi Zhonghai remained impassive, well aware of Yin Bugui and Lu Haizhong's tendencies. They would surely seek him out, as would others desiring rooms. It appeared that a general meeting of the entire courtyard would soon be necessary. Sure enough, Yin Bugui and Lu Haizhong approached with cheerful strides. Old Yi, we must trouble you once more, Yin Bugui said, his smile broadening. Indeed, my esteemed elder, I have 3 sons at home, and both Guangtian and Guangfu are not young anymore. Once they marry, they certainly cannot continue to live with us in close quarters. Lu Haizhong offered a cigarette, which Yi Zhonghai accepted with an impassive expression. At that moment, Yuzhu, standing nearby, interjected with a teasing remark. Second uncle, your statement is rather flawed. Yin Jieqing is married, yet he still resides under the same roof as 3rd uncle, while Yin Jiefeng lives right next to his sister-in-law. Besides, this courtyard isn't solely occupied by your 3 sons. Foolish Jew, what are you babbling about? Yin Bugui's face flushed with discomfort. What do you mean by saying the younger brother stays next to the sister-in-law? My apologies, 3rd uncle. I did not mean it in that way. But I spoke the truth. Isn't your family's housing situation rather tight? Yuzhu grinned. Yin Bugui, wishing to express that his eldest son had joined the transport team, contemplated retorting to Yuzhu, but upon reflecting on the housing issue, He decided to hold his tongue for the moment. Enough of this bickering. Let us convene a meeting for the entire courtyard, discuss our situation, and then perhaps appeal to the street committee for assistance in securing a few rooms, Yi Zhonghai proposed. Yin Bugui's face brightened with joy. Elder uncle, I awaited your words. Haizhong cheerfully suggested, shall we not first venture inside to inspect the houses? Indeed. We ought to assess the properties before determining how to divide them. Yi Zhonghai nodded and then approached Yang Taiping. He offered a cigarette to Yang Taiping, stating, Master Yang, could you step aside and allow those of us from the courtyard to examine our houses? That is out of the question, Yang Taiping replied with a smile, firmly declining. Hey, who do you think you are? This is our courtyard. It is not your place to speak. Lu Guangfu exclaimed, bouncing forward to point an accusatory finger at Yang Taiping. Yang Taiping merely cast a fleeting glance at Lu Guangfu, unimpressed by his bravado. Having apprenticed with Yang Shilei since the age of 13 and having encountered countless influential figures within grand estates, he was unperturbed by such scenes. Furthermore, prior to liberation, he had led his own team, making his living in the capital. What manner of people had he not seen? Nowadays, aside from fearing the police, the street committee, his wife, his daughter, and the lethal bullets that could take a life in an instant, who else could instill fear in him? No one. Mastery. I am merely doing my job. Brother Huai stated before leaving that no one is permitted to enter his home. If you wish to enter, you must dispose of me, or wait for Brother Huai to return and discuss it with him. Yi Zhonghai exclaimed, this is absurd. This is our courtyard. Lu Haizhong added, what nonsense. Why should we wait for Huai? Yin Bugui declared, there is a limit to patience. Elder uncle, let us charge in. Yet, Yi Zhonghai dared not act aggressively. Yang Taiping was resolute in barring their entry, and resorting to force with their numbers would constitute a different matter altogether, particularly since this was the residence of the cunning Huai. Just as he hesitated, a voice rang out from behind the crowd, there is nothing left to discuss. Everyone turned to see Huai entering, accompanied by Qin Huairu. A murmur of speculation swept through the crowd. Isn't Qin Huairu supposed to be divorcing Jia Dongxu? Why is she here? Huai surveyed the scene, raised his hand for silence, and commanded, everyone, quiet down. I would like to inform you that I recently learned from Director Qin at the street office that Jia Dongxu has been apprehended for treason and will undoubtedly be sent to a labor camp in the remote northwest. As for Qin Huairu, she has acted with great moral fortitude by personally reporting Jia Dongxu. Upon hearing this, the courtyard erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. Could it be true that Jia Dongxu was a traitor? I had long suspected he was no good. Yuzhu, initially quite pleased, had long desired to deal with Jia Dongxu. But upon seeing Qin Huairu and Huai closely aligned, he remarked with a hint of sarcasm, Qin Huairu, you are truly ruthless, even reporting your own husband. Poor Bang Geng, betrayed by his own mother. The gaze of the crowd turned towards Qin Huairu, laden with condemnation and reproach. What a heartless woman she is. Huai then turned to Yuzhu and asked, are you suggesting that we allow spies among us? That we must protect traitors merely because they are family, betraying our nation? The courtyard fell into a heavy silence. With such grave accusations levied against him, Yuzhu's face turned pale, and he hastily waved his hands in denial. Associating with traitors could lead to imprisonment at best, and execution was the norm. That is not my meaning at all, he stammered. Then what do you mean? Is it wrong for Qin Huairu to report him? Come. Let us clarify this at the Public Security Bureau. Yuzhu swallowed hard. Indeed, it was correct to report him. If it were my father who committed treason, I would be the first to report him. Huai, quick to switch allegiances, chuckled. Now that's the spirit. Those who report traitors can receive rewards, you may not know. But the Public Security Bureau has stated that Qin Huairu will be awarded 2 houses. The approval will come through shortly. The crowd gasped in awe, their faces filled with envy. Only Yi Zhonghai furrowed his brow, pondering whether Jia Dongxu's treason might implicate him. At that moment, Yi Zhonghai was filled with regret for not having avoided the trouble of taking Jia Dongxu as a disciple. Fortunately, he had already severed their mentor-student relationship. This situation was, in part, thanks to Huai. However, Yi Zhonghai's discontent with Huai grew, questioning the utility of having him as a senior figure if he continued to rely on the street office for everything. Huai, you should let everyone see. Soon they will need to divide the houses. Lu Haizhong, indifferent to Jia Dongxu's fate, was solely focused on resolving his housing situation. Divide the houses? You all have quite the nerve. Huai stroked his chin and said slowly, that won't do. Director Qin has stated that no one is permitted in the courtyard without her consent. Rather than wasting time with me, you should head to the street office. Secure your quotas first, then the houses will be yours to choose from. Oh, that one do. The street office has already closed. Why don't you go to your workplace and ask your superiors for houses and quotas? I am aware that many at the street office have their eyes on those few houses. Second uncle, I haven't finished speaking. Where are you going? Haizhong stealthily withdrew from the crowd, preparing to leave when Huai called out to him. Aren't you from the East Wing? Are you planning to go out? Huai grinned mischievously. Before he finished speaking, Yin Bugue dashed out of the backyard, prompting Haizhong to curse under his breath and quicken his pace to follow. Huai was right. Securing a quota was paramount. Observing the unfolding situation, the others reacted swiftly, eager to seize their chance at obtaining housing. Rushing either to the street office or to seek out their superiors at the factory. Before long, the backyard was nearly deserted. Yi Zhonghai felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Was it not agreed that a meeting for the entire courtyard would be convened? Even if they secured a quota, they still needed to consult with him regarding the allocation of housing. Casting a glance at Huai, Yi Zhonghai turned and made his way to the room of the deaf old lady. He Yuanzhu chuckled awkwardly and followed suit. Upon arriving outside the old lady's room, he suddenly bounced and hopped, seemingly eager to see if anyone was crossing the courtyard. Unfortunately, a scream erupted from that direction, shouting for help, which startled He Yuanzhu into retreating into the old lady's home. Huai, you are quite mischievous, Qin Huairu smiled, her lips pursed. Clearly amused that the houses were already in his name, yet he still made others rush about. Huai ignored her, smiling at Yang Taiping, and handed him 5 yuan and 2 jin of grain coupons. Uncle Yang, you performed splendidly just now. I must trouble you to fetch some food. You'll be staying here tonight, and I cannot let you go hungry. Yang Taiping waved his hand dismissively. No need. I can manage a meal at old Qian's place. Then give the money and grain coupons to old Qian and have him prepare a bit more. I'll join for a bite later, Huai replied with a grin. All right, I will go speak with old Qian. After Yang Taiping left with the money, Huai called Qin Huairu to enter the room. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her thoughts evidently elsewhere. Entering, he instructed her to tidy up the papers in the room, pointing to the opening that led to the small courtyard. Qin Huairu cast a fleeting glance of disappointment. As the sun set, Huai stood on the steps, contemplating how to arrange the nearly 200 square meter courtyard. Should he dig a small fish pond? Perhaps build a few more rooms? What was that? The sunset cast light on the southeast corner, reflecting off something. Huai approached, bent down amidst the weeds, and discovered a silver dollar, specifically a double dragon silver dollar. This item seemed quite valuable, Huai mused, glancing down at the underbrush. How could such a thing be here? Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat as he noticed a rusted iron piece peeking through the yellow soil. The rust and dirt were strikingly similar, making it easy to overlook. Huai removed the dense weeds and kicked aside the dirt, revealing a 1 meter square iron plate. Upon lifting it, he uncovered a pitch-black opening beneath. With a thought, a flashlight appeared in his hand, the one he had casually stowed away in his space at the food supply warehouse. Shining the light down, he spotted an iron ladder leading into a dark cavity nearly 3 meters deep. Could it be filled with silver dollars? The thought ignited an insatiable curiosity within him, compelling him to explore immediately. He struck a match, igniting a piece of paper and tossing it inside. The flame did not extinguish, confirming the presence of air. Huai instructed Qin Huairu to keep watch at the opening, ensuring no one else entered the small courtyard. He then descended the ladder, noting that the ground was muddy, likely due to poor sealing that allowed rainwater to seep in during storms. This is a narrow passageway, paved with green bricks, extending barely a meter on either side. The beam of the flashlight illuminates the distance ahead, revealing a green brick wall approximately 7 to 8 meters away. Huai cautiously approaches, noticing a turn that leads to another passage. As he reaches the end of this corridor, he finds himself in a spacious room of over 50 square meters, where a musty odor assaults his senses. In the dim light, Huai observes several boxes piled within the room, their contents unknown but reminiscent of those used for mortar shells. To his surprise, he spots 4 or 5 telegraph machines, likely left behind in haste during the enemy's retreat. Suddenly, a flurry of mice scurries about, startling Huai. He sweeps the flashlight across the room, revealing 4 or 5 skeletons that make his heart race with fright. As Huai approaches the boxes, he notices a scattering of silver coins on the ground. With trembling hands, he picks them up, his heart racing with excitement, and slowly opens one of the boxes. Inside, he finds a cache of hand grenades. Su Huai is left speechless. What about the promised silver dollars? He opens another box, directing the light within, and is momentarily dazzled by a brilliant golden hue. Gasping, Su Huai widens his eyes in disbelief at the sight of half a box filled with large yellow croakers. He recalls hearing from Wang Dafei about the 80 large yellow croakers found in a subsidiary food warehouse dating back to the Republic of China era. Measured in traditional units where one tael equals 31 grams. This means a small yellow croaker weighs 5 taels, or 155 grams, while a large yellow croaker weighs 10 taels, or 310 grams. This box alone contains no less than 30 of these fish. Su Huai places his hand on the gold, allowing the yellow croakers to enter his space. To him, these are not merely fish, they symbolize a transformative power that can smooth out life's wrinkles. He no longer needs to worry about the burdens of daily expenses. A financial freedom he had never experienced in his past life. Suddenly, the world feels wonderfully bright. Within the space, a multitude of blue light dots emerges. Su Huai, too eager to examine his surroundings, gazes at the other boxes. Surely, they cannot all contain yellow croakers? He opens another box, only to find it filled with silver dollars. Many still wrapped in faded red paper. Regardless, he decides to collect them. He opens yet another box, and once more, it is filled with silver dollars. In total, 3 consecutive boxes contain nothing but silver coins. The last 2 boxes, however, hold porcelain treasures. One contains a pair of Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain vases, while the other holds a matching pair. He quickly gathers them up. Chapter 54. Who writes a diary in earnest? Su Huai calculates that there are 36 large yellow croakers. Given that the current gold price is 220 yuan per tael, equating to 44 yuan per gram, and that each yellow croaker weighs 10 taels, he realizes that before June 1959, a pound consisted of 16 taels. Thus, a yellow croaker, weighing 310 grams, is worth 1,364 yuan. Multiplying 36 by 1364 yields a staggering sum over 48,000. Alongside various silver coins, he possesses nearly 10,000 pieces in total. What is the current price of silver dollars? $3? Or perhaps 5? Even at $3 each, they would amount to 30,000. As for the 2 pairs of blue and white porcelain, they are currently undervalued. In future generations, they could fetch tens of millions, no doubt. Suddenly, Su Huai felt a tremor coursing through his body, sensing that the very fabric of space was quaking. His complexion shifted. Could it be that it couldn't accommodate all these items and was on the verge of exploding? No, that was not the case. The space had expanded, growing from 10 square meters to 50, roughly the size of this basement. The azure energy within the space had diminished significantly. Su Huai's mind was flooded with new information. The current space could maintain warmth, preserve cold, and keep items fresh. If a piece of fresh meat were placed inside, it would remain unspoiled even if Su Huai himself were to decay. Furthermore, the space's restorative capabilities had intensified. Even slightly stale ingredients or household items could be rejuvenated to their original freshness. Was this to turn himself into a repair shop or a refrigerator? And then, turning to the melting popsicle that longed to escape the confines of the fridge to explore the world, he coldly remarked, "Please refer to the comments section." Subsequently, Su Huai discovered 2 diesel generators, 2 crates of pristine Mosin-Nagant rifles, and 6 boxes of ammunition for those rifles. Most unexpectedly, he also stumbled upon a box filled with U.S. dollars. Bundles of $10 bills, amounting to nearly $20,000. The international gold price stood at $35 per ounce, with an ounce weighing approximately 31 grams, akin to a tael in the 16-tael system. Su Huai pondered over the perplexity of why an ounce and a tael weighed nearly the same. Had they learned from across the ocean, or was it mere coincidence? Presently, $1 could procure 0.888 grams of gold, with domestic gold prices hovering around 44 yuan. Calculating based on the gold price, $1 equated to 39 yuan. $20,000, such a thought was daunting. As a soul traversing time, Su Huai did not possess the grandeur of those in the present. He was no saint, nor did he aspire to be one. He wished to be like a certain master, acquainted with 10,000 beautiful girls. He longed for leisurely card games, to watch girls play basketball on campus. Even if their legs were dark and unappealing, a mere glance would suffice. He desired to wander freely, at the very least traversing the entirety of his homeland. This was his greatest ambition from his previous life. He resolved to refrain from betraying his country, from oppressing the honest. If he enjoyed a bowl of cold noodles, he would never allow anyone to cut him open to prove it. All this unclaimed gold, silver dollars. And U.S. dollars must remain. The generators could be discarded. The Mosin-Nagans could also be relinquished. Su Huai gazed at the telegraph machines. They were of no use. Better to hand them over. Tomorrow, he would summon Han Yun to move the remainder. By the time Su Huai emerged, the night had unfurled, and nearby, Qin Huairu breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Qian Daqian's sister, Qian Lingling, called from the cave entrance. Brother Su Huai, it's time for dinner. Coming. Qian Lingling, an 11-year-old girl, was dark-skinned and thin, her large eyes filled with a hint of timidity, smiling shyly before turning to run away. After dining at Qian Daqian's home, Su Huai left an additional 20 yuan, instructing Lao Qian to purchase some tonics for Qian Daqian, who was still recuperating in the hospital after being shot in the rear. Qin Huairu had gone to Yuzhu's house to tend to the child. Su Huai and Yang Taiping returned to the courtyard, where he informed Yang that there was a basement beneath the courtyard. He urged Yang to keep a watchful eye, as the police would arrive the next day to retrieve items from there. Subsequently, Su Huai broached the subject of renovations. With the new courtyard established, the previous renovation plans required some adjustments. Uncle Yang, while the overall situation remains unchanged, we need to create an entrance for the courtyard. Additionally, Su Huai pointed to a hole in the wall. That opening should be sealed. Following this, Su Huai shared some of his plans with Yang Taiping. Upon calculation, Yang concluded that the courtyard, due to years of neglect, would require at least 1,300 yuan for repairs. That's merely the price of a large yellow croaker. I currently have no shortage of funds, so let him proceed without restraint, but the timeline remains 20 days. Once everything was settled, Yang Taiping assured Su Huai to rest easy and urged him to attend to the batch of gold bricks. By the way, Uncle Yang, do you know any craftsmen skilled in jade carving? Su Huai inquired. Yang Taiping nodded. I know nearly all the artisans in old Beijing. If you're looking to purchase jade, you must go to Rambuozai. I, however, am not in the market. I possess a jade pendant that I would like to show to a master craftsman. Su Huai retrieved the serpentine jade pendant from his pocket. Yang Taiping squinted at it for a moment. This style should have originated from a royal household. Only princes could wear the four-clawed serpent. Indeed, it is no wonder you are a disciple of Yang Shizai, fully versed in the rules of the feudal class. Can you discern which prince this belonged to? Speak up. It is Prince Su, Aizenjoro Shanqi. Su Huai urged eagerly. Yang Taiping shook his head. I cannot ascertain that. Perhaps someone might know. My master once worked at the Ministry of Rights Manufacturing Office. Where is he? Su Huai asked. Yang Taiping replied. I haven't seen him in years, but I will inquire. Very well. Inform me at the earliest opportunity. If you cannot reach me, go to the state-run hotel outside Dongzaimen. I am staying in room 306. Su Huai rode his bicycle to the guest house, where the receptionist merely glanced at him before returning to her tasks. Su Huai had just paid for another month's stay, which was quite rare, and the staff were well aware of his presence. Upon returning to room 306, Su Huai took a basin and towel, unsteadily making his way to the communal wash area. In these times, hotels rarely provided bathing facilities, especially in northern cities where public baths were the norm. Naked, dozens would face each other unashamedly. Only a few hotels offered rooms with bathrooms, but given Su Huai's status, he was not eligible for such accommodations. At the communal wash area, a row of faucets awaited. A basin of cold water poured over his head, instantly providing a refreshing sensation. Back in his room, Su Huai opened the window to let some air flow through the stifling heat. The bed was covered with a bamboo mat, which he had brought from home. Without a fan or air conditioning, the mat served as the most sought-after means of summer respite. After stretching lazily, Su Huai let out a deep sigh, lamenting the lack of entertainment. There were neither graceful dancers nor bustling night markets. As a keyboard warrior of the 21st century, he found himself devoid of passion each night. Should he purchase a television? Just the day before, he had read in the newspaper about the Tianjin television factory producing the country's first 12-inch black and white television. The price was somewhat steep, at 420 yuan per unit. However, Su Huai had little interest in the current television dramas and decided against it, not due to a lack of tickets or insufficient status, but simply out of disinterest. With a sense of ennui enveloping him, he opted instead to delve into Japanese materials. He retrieved the diary of Oda Yoshinobu. Oda Yoshinobu was decidedly no ordinary individual. After all, who among the respectable keeps a diary? For millennia, the Japanese had been influenced by the culture of the Huaxia civilization, and their writing often contained Chinese characters. Although some characters shared the same pronunciation yet diverged in meaning, the majority conveyed similar concepts. Su Huai managed to decipher the first entry of the diary through a combination of inference and guesswork. The gist of it revealed that Oda Yoshinobu had already sensed the Japanese's struggle on the battlefield and was convinced that this war would culminate in failure. Furthermore, Oda mentioned the intention to deploy 3,000 gas bombs over the capital. Upon reading this, Su Huai felt a chill run down his spine. The prospect of 3,000 gas bombs hidden throughout the city was terrifying. If detonated, the entire metropolis would transform into a veritable hell on earth. Damn it! Su Huai's anger flared. This diary must be urgently submitted. This lead was far too significant. Chapter 55. The Pursuer of the Police Flower. Su Huai's silhouette. Gratitude to the friend who pointed out that 1 or 2 equals 50 grams. Perhaps their mind was momentarily misplaced, leading to the erroneous 10 grams, which has now been corrected. However, after the correction, the original comment vanished, so I cannot extend a meal invitation to that friend. The following day, Su Huai rode his bicycle to the 3rd sub-bureau. As he approached the bureau, he found a secluded corner to retrieve the materials and diary, along with a black Shanghai-branded briefcase. He then huffed and puffed his way to the office. Upon entering the bureau, Su Huai spotted Yuan Tong rolling up her sleeves, filling a basin with water, and tidying up the office. Sister Tong, do you really have to do this yourself? Shouldn't someone from Human Resources handle it? Su Huai chuckled. Yuan Tong lacked the arrogance and aloofness typical of high-ranking officials. She often mingled with everyone, exuding a charm that resonated with the spirit of the 21st century. The morning sunlight illuminated Yuan Tong's face, revealing the fine, delicate hairs on her fair complexion. With a playful glance over her shoulder, she teased, indeed. Who would have the audacity to ask the section chief to wipe the desks? Who in your department would do that for you? Come now, Sister Tong. I'm just a humble clerk without even an office, Su Huai replied, grinning as he leaned against the doorframe. What is the occasion? You seem particularly sprightly today. A flicker of curiosity crossed Yuan Tong's eyes. This fellow was always changing. His physique resembled that of an athlete. What had he secretly consumed? No special events. But one cannot simply live life with a grim face, can they? Su Huai pointed to Qi Zhendong's office and inquired, has the leader arrived? Not yet. It's still before 7. We have half an hour to go. In this day and age, regardless of the organization, the morning work schedule invariably begins at 7:30. Su Huai casually engaged in conversation with Yuan Tong. Sister Tong, I heard you are a university student. Do you speak Japanese? Su Huai asked. You've come to the right person, but I don't speak a word of it, Yuan Tong replied, chuckling at her own wit, her laughter vibrant and lively. You have a rather low threshold for humor, she teased. I was just kidding. I actually do know Japanese. Are you hoping for my assistance? But that would require you to treat me to a meal. Wiping away a tear of mirth from her eye, Yuan Tong felt a bit embarrassed, wondering if it wasn't funny after all. Then you'll have to work overtime tonight, she added, raising an eyebrow and grinning, almost gesturing a victory sign. Yet, she feigned annoyance. Another overtime? I've only spent 2 nights at home this week. I refuse to work late. Su Huai felt a moment of confusion. She seemed genuinely pleased about the prospect of working overtime. Are people in this era so innocent? As long as you're willing to help. I'll have Section Chief Han treat you to dinner. Su Huai bantered playfully. How cunning of you. You seek my help, but expect Section Chief Han to foot the bill, Yuan Tong replied, both amused and exasperated. Sister Tong, having me around is Section Chief Han's good fortune. Others wishing to treat me hardly get a chance. That kind of fortune is likely unwelcome. He certainly has a knack for humor. Yuan Tong erupted into another bout of laughter. Su Huai, bewildered, wondered, am I truly that humorous? Or is your sense of humor exceptionally low? At that moment, a military jeep emblazoned with official insignia thundered into the 3rd Division. Typically, American jeeps seen domestically were either seized from the Allied forces on the Korean battlefield or captured during the Liberation War. The 3rd Division had 3 American jeeps, though none matched the pristine condition of this one. A young man clad in military attire emerged, strikingly handsome. What a nuisance, Yuan Tong muttered, her earlier laughter replaced by a slight furrow of her brow as she tossed a rag into the enamel basin. Su Huai surmised that the newcomer might be a suitor of Yuan Tong's. Wang Dafei had mentioned that her admirers were all signs of the elite. Xiao Su, you must help me with what you just mentioned. Yuan Tong suddenly turned to Su Huai, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Su Huai replied with a smile. Sister Tong, it depends on what kind of help you need. If you're looking for a decoy, don't count on me. I prefer not to entangle myself with individuals of your privileged circle. Before she could finish, Su Huai turned to leave, as if resolute in her decision. Xiao Su, don't go. Yuan Tong gently stamped her foot. No one is reliable. They speak grandly, but when it matters, they fall short. The young man who had descended from the military vehicle cast a glance at Su Huai's retreating figure. Just moments ago, he had witnessed an unfamiliar, joyous side of Yuan Tong. His name was Li Shiran, radiating an undeniable confidence, as if he wished to inscribe the word pride upon his forehead. As a child of the courtyard, he possessed both the capital and the audacity to be proud. Li Shiran was quite presentable, his smile bright and sunny. As he looked at Yuan Tong with a gentle gaze, "Tong Dong, you seem in good spirits today. I have 2 tickets for a ballet. Shall we go after work? Then we can head to Lao Imo together for the evening." In an era where most individuals grapple with hunger, a yearning for spiritual fulfillment has begun to take root. Those burdened with late-night duties are encouraged to seek alternatives. Yuan Tong firmly declined Li Shiran's advances, having arrived at work before dawn for a singular purpose, to avoid him. She was taken aback that he had pursued her to the office. "Never mind, I'll head to Old Mo's and fetch you a steak. He just received a fresh batch of Inner Mongolian beef today, and I'll also bring you some borscht," Li Shiran said with a warm smile. Making dinner arrangements for Yuan Tong. Yuan Tong felt a sense of resignation. She had already tactfully rebuffed Li Shiran's affections, yet he appeared undeterred. "There's really no need. We have a task this evening. It's not convenient." "All right, then let us reschedule," Li Shiran replied, his demeanor unfazed, radiating confidence and brightness. He was indifferent to Yuan Tong's rejection. In his eyes, she was destined to be his. As for the man capable of making Yuan Tong laugh, well, that was merely a trivial inconvenience he could easily manage. At that moment, Su Huai was leaning on Wang Dafei's shoulder, both peering out the window as a military vehicle departed. "Do you know him?" Wang Dafei blinked. "Just one of Director Yuan's suitors," Su Huai casually remarked. Wang Dafei rolled his eyes. "I meant, do you know his name and where he serves?" "You do know, don't you? Give me a pack of Huazi, and I'll tell you," Wang Dafei grinned. Su Huai shrugged. "But I'm not interested." Wang Dafei looked stunned. "Wait, this concerns our unit's police flower. And you're not even curious? That's quite disrespectful to gossip." "Peony will do," Wang Dafei added, begrudgingly settling for second best. "There's no luck in getting that either." Su Huai turned to leave, spotting Han Yun riding up on a bicycle, panting as he approached. While the 3rd External Division had motorcycles and jeeps, everyone except Qi Zhendong had to cycle to work. "Hey, you really don't want to know? I was about to spill the beans, and you could have just asked." Wang Dafei hurriedly followed. Su Huai ignored him, causing Wang Dafei to roll his eyes in frustration. "You don't care. But I'm telling you anyway, his name is Li Shiran, from the Imperial Guard. He is a company commander." "Well, that's impressive. A company commander in the Imperial Guard of the capital. His background must be extraordinary." "Director Han, critical intelligence." Su Huai maintained professionalism when addressing work matters. "What intelligence?" "You first need to return the tea leaves you swiped from me last time," Han Yun retorted, visibly annoyed. "What tea leaves?" "I have no idea." Su Huai immediately shifted the conversation, dropping a bombshell. "There's a possibility that gas bombs are hidden in various locations throughout the capital." Chapter 56. The gatekeeping operation officially commences. Han Yun's expression turned grave, aware that there could be no delays. He inquired how Su Huai had come by this information, emphasizing that if it proved accurate, they would have to dig 3 feet into the ground to uncover it. Su Huai produced Oda Yoshinobu's diary. Handing it to Han Yun, the first entry contains some clues, but I cannot confirm if they pertain to the capital. "I don't understand Japanese. It's merely my interpretation. I suggest we have Director Yuan translate it thoroughly." Han Yun scrutinized the Japanese characters in the diary, recognizing none. Hurry and summon Director Yuan. Su Huai strode into Yuan Tong's office, where Yuan Huai sat slumped in her chair, her hands cradling her chin in a daze, her face etched with worry. Upon noticing Su Huai's entrance, she cast a languid roll of her eyes. "Humph," she murmured softly, sulking and refusing to meet his gaze. "Dear sister, who has upset you? Shall I go and confront them?" Su Huai chuckled cheerfully. "It's you. You can just reprimand yourself," Yuan Tong replied, still avoiding Su Huai's eyes. Su Huai continued with his playful demeanor. "Sister Tong, don't say your brother is not here to support you. There is an opportunity for you to excel, which will allow you to work overtime for several days. Speak quickly." Yuan Tong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Working at the police station. Who wouldn't desire to make a name for themselves? Who wouldn't long for advancement?" Yuan Tong had long wished to prove her worth. Yet frontline work never seemed to fall within her reach. Sitting in the office every day was not to her liking. Moreover, She yearned for the chance to work overtime to evade Li Shiran. First, tell me, am I not the one you cherish most in our department? Su Huai grinned widely. All right, you are the best to me here, Yuan Tong replied, exasperated. Then we have an agreement. You must not use me as a scapegoat anymore. I truly wish to avoid trouble, she stated earnestly. I apologize. Yuan Tong nodded sincerely. I never intended to cause you any hassle. And I assure you it won't happen again. Besides, I thought you were fearless and would not be intimidated by high-ranking officials' offspring. Intimidated? Not quite. I simply prefer to avoid complications. We are not truly in a relationship, Su Huai remarked. Sister Tong, let us go. I'll lead you to this opportunity for distinction. Quickly tell me what it is. I can hardly contain my curiosity. Yuan Tong followed Su Huai, her steps light. You'll find out shortly. Su Huai said with a mysterious smile. Upon returning to Han Yun's office, Su Huai immediately shut the door. Han Yun handed a diary to Yuan Tong, saying, Director Yuan, you are proficient in Japanese. Please translate this first entry. Yuan Tong, slightly disheartened, took the diary, having anticipated a frontline operation, only to discover she was to be a translator instead. Yet, just a minute later, Yuan Tong's fair face grew serious, her eyes wide with shock, fear, and anger. Does it not say that there are 3,000 gas shells concealed in the capital? Han Yun asked anxiously. Yuan Tong shook her head. I'm not certain. The diary mentions that Oda Yoshinobu plans to transport 3,000 gas shells to the capital for concealment. May I see what follows? Of course, hurry, Han Yun urged. Yuan Tong began to study Oda Yoshinobu's diary with utmost seriousness. The diary, dated until September 1944, revealed that by the entry's conclusion, a total of 800 gas shells had been smuggled into the capital, with Oda Yoshinobu tasked with hiding 500 of them, while the remainder was the responsibility of other Japanese troops, though the specific locations were not mentioned. Han Yun swallowed hard. Recalling that the last time they found gas shells in the underground of the food warehouse, there were a total of 499. This meant that 301 shells remained unaccounted for. I must report this to the director immediately, Han Yun declared, discarding his cigarette but striding out. Sister Tong, there is also some Japanese material within this. You should review it as well, Su Huai said, handing Yuan Tong the documents he had discovered in the neighboring courtyard the previous day. Yuan Tong accepted them in silence, lowering her gaze to examine the files. Sister Tong, it would be best if you translated everything thoroughly. Su Huai handed Yuan Tong a pen and paper. Sometimes, clues are concealed within the words and lines, necessitating careful contemplation and meticulous unraveling. Earlier, Su Huai had specifically inquired with Han Yun about the diary and materials found in the warehouse of the subsidiary food company. He suggested that Yuan Tong translate them. However, since those materials had been seized by the military, that avenue was no longer viable. He firmly believed that the diary of Oda Yoshinobu alone was sufficient to warrant attention, and those materials would surely be translated with diligence. 2 hours later, Su Huai, Yuan Tong, and Wang Dafei were summoned to Qi Zhendong's office, where Han Yun and Zhuang Nanlin were also present. Qi Zhendong solemnly announced the establishment of the Gatekeeping Operations Special Task Force. The higher authorities had decided on a multi-departmental joint action, with the head of our municipal bureau serving as the leader, while he himself would take on the role of the team leader for our police side. Han Yun, Yuan Tong, Zhuang Nanlin, Su Huai, and Wang Dafei, you five are now officially part of the gatekeeping operation. Henceforth, all matters related to the operation will be reported directly to me. In unison, the five responded, yes. Initially, the head was to formulate the gatekeeping operation and assume the leadership role. However, with the escalation of the situation and the involvement of multiple departments, the head could only serve as the deputy leader. Su Huai contemplated the significance of the matter. Surprised by the scale of the mobilization, the joint operation sounded invigorating. Now, I will outline the specific tasks. Qi Zhendong's expression was grave as he surveyed the five. His gaze settled on Su Huai. Su Huai, you are to refrain from coming to the office from now on. Focus on the steel rolling mill. If there is any news, contact Yuan Tong by phone, who will relay the information. Understood. Currently, it was almost confirmed that there were enemy activities at the steel rolling mill. However, with nearly 10,000 employees, identifying the enemy agents among the vast crowd was impossible. Thus, a covert approach was necessary. Yuan Tong, you will be responsible for translation and liaison, ensuring that Su Huai can reach you 24 hours a day. Yes. Yuan Tong glanced at Su Huai. The specific tasks clearly indicated that within the police's internal deployment of the gatekeeping operation, Su Huai was the focal point. This fellow had a knack for delivering surprises. Han Yun, Wang Dafei, you two will be in charge of operations, coordinating with Su Huai. Yes. Zhuang Nanlin, ensure that all logistics for them are secured, making them your top priority. Yes. Do any of you have questions? Qi Zhendong scanned the five. The others shook their heads, but Su Huai spoke up. Director Qi. The steel rolling mill is vast, with nearly 10,000 employees, so I require additional support. I plan to place an undercover agent in the finance department of the mill. Su Huai articulated his suspicions about Wang Hongmei being able to bring back 2 million in funds and suggested that Qin Huairu infiltrate the finance department as an insider. Is Qin Huairu capable of this? She reported Jia Dongxu, and the enemy agents may have already taken notice of her. Qi Zhendong frowned, opposing the idea of having Qin Huairu as the mole in the finance department. Su Huai replied, precisely because she may attract the attention of the enemy agents makes her the most suitable candidate. The reason for placing Qin Huairu in the open is to divert the enemy's focus, while we can install another undercover agent. The true strength in investigating the finance department lies with the undercover agent. Qi Zhendong pondered for a moment before nodding. Do you have a suitable candidate? No. I am not familiar with our unit, Su Huai replied, shaking his head. I can. Yuan Tong's eyes sparkled with hope and urgency. Chapter 57. Being too exceptional can be a burden. Absolutely not. Qi Zhendong rejected her outright without a second thought. You are still responsible for the translation work. You are not suitable. Yuan Tong, undeterred by Qi Zhendong's refusal, displayed a fierce determination in her beautiful eyes as she argued, Director Qi, I majored in finance in college, and I am well versed in confidentiality regulations. I am the most suitable for this position. Qi Zhendong shook his head once more. You lack frontline experience. Moreover, this is a matter of dealing with enemy agents. What if you find yourself in danger? Yuan Tong continued to plead her case. Director Qi, who is without danger. You cannot afford to give me special treatment because of my father's influence. Isn't Su Huai's investigation dangerous? Aren't other colleagues on the front line also at risk? Can you possibly compare yourself to Su Huai? He used to be a streetwise rogue, and he's exceptionally clever. Qi Zhendong retorted. Su Huai chimed in. Take that as a compliment. Yuan Tong remained persistent, glancing at the others, hoping they would advocate on her behalf. Han Yun looked down. Wang Dafei was preoccupied with cleaning his ears, and Zhuang Nanlin turned away to gaze out the window. Su Huai, meanwhile, busied himself with a pack of cigarettes, avoiding any eye contact with Yuan Tong. Su Huai, do you think I am capable? Yuan Tong pivoted on her toes, positioning herself directly in front of him, leaving him no escape. She understood that Su Huai was the key player in the steel mill operation, and his endorsement carried significant weight. Big sister, if something were to happen to you, wouldn't your father hold me accountable? Under Yuan Tong's threatening gaze, Su Huai forced a smile. Director Qi. How about letting Section Chief Yuan give it a try? Yuan Tong smiled with satisfaction. Qi Zhendong glared at Su Huai. After a few seconds, he waved his hand. You all wait outside. I need to consider this. Once everyone had left, Qi Zhendong leaned back, supporting his forehead with his hand, and dialed Yuan Tong's father. This matter required the leader's decision. Su Huai, thank you for today, Yuan Tong said, slipping one hand into her pocket and patting Su Huai's shoulder. Her high ponytail swaying gently, both beautiful and dashing. Su Huai, with a mournful expression, lamented, Tong Jia, you are indeed stunning. Director Qi's glare could kill. Don't be afraid of him. I'll protect you from now on, Yuan Tong replied cheerfully. You said it. You must support me in the future. Su Huai climbed the ladder of her expectations, uncertain of the Yuan family's future, but recognizing the present value of their connection. Yuan Tong, are you teasing me? Su Huai grinned. What do you mean teasing? I am earnestly seeking support. Look how sincere I am. From now on, avoid hugging girls' legs at every opportunity. Yuan Tong rolled her eyes, her playful demeanor tinged with allure. Su Huai, caught between laughter and frustration, clarified. When I said support, I meant having a strong backing. Oh, then you should have been clearer. I thought you were trying to flirt with me. Su Huai replied earnestly. Tong Jia, I hold you in great esteem. I would never harbor any improper thoughts towards you. Who would believe you? If stealing glances were a crime, you would be executed several times today. Did you think I wouldn't notice? At this moment, Qi Zhendong stepped forward, casting a deep glance at Yuan Tong. Please finalize the handover of your duties and report to the steel mill on Monday. Understood. Yuan Tong replied with a bright smile. Do not rejoice too soon. Once at the steel mill, all actions must adhere to Su Huai's directives. No unauthorized actions are permitted without orders, Qi Zhendong cautioned with evident concern. Understood. Yuan Tong affirmed. Furthermore, in addition to assessing the financial office's situation, you remain responsible for maintaining communication with Su Huai. Yuan Tong nodded. Yes. Nothing is ever simple, Yi Zhonghai sighed, gesturing for Su Huai to accompany him back to the office. As the door closed behind them, Yi Zhonghai extended his hand. Where is the jade pendant? Su Huai pretended to rummage through his pockets, retrieving the pendant and handing it to Yi Zhonghai. Director, this jade pendant could only be worn by a prince of the Qing dynasty. Judging by its design, it likely belongs to Shanqi. There must be a connection between Oda Chikahiro and Shanqi. Yi Zhonghai paused. Shanqi? Where is he? Capture him for interrogation. Well, one of the 8 Iron Hat Kings. The last Prince Su of the Aizen clan, Shanqi, is already deceased, Su Huai replied. Deceased? How do you know he was the last Prince Su? Yi Zhonghai inquired. Puzzled. They're here. These old foxes in the police force, perhaps due to their professional integrity, are relentless in their inquiries, regardless of their motives. Su Huai had to respond with utmost seriousness. It was quite troubling. He couldn't possibly reveal to Yi Zhonghai that he possessed a hidden space. One day, I brought the jade pendant to a pawn shop to ascertain its worth, Director Qi. Don't look at me like that. I hadn't started my job then. And it was Oda Chikahiro who subjected me to harsh interrogation. I had to reclaim some funds for sustenance. Is that unreasonable? Su Huai grinned as he explained. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Yi Zhonghai waved his hand dismissively, indicating his disinterest in the triviality of the past. Previously, you were a street rogue. Such behavior was to be expected of you. Indeed, at that time, an old man happened to be visiting the pawn shop as well. He claimed to have been a servant in the household of the late Prince Su, Shanqi, and said he had seen the jade pendant. That's a compelling story. Though you want to be able to locate the old man for verification, Yi Zhonghai remarked. How did it come to be in Oda Chikahiro's possession? Yi Zhonghai asked. That is a question for Oda Chikahiro himself, Su Huai replied. Yi Zhonghai nodded. I shall instruct Han Yun to interrogate Oda Chikahiro. After a brief silence, Yi Zhonghai continued. Regarding Chen Ji's recruitment of you, I have reported it to the higher-ups. They will negotiate with that scoundrel Chen Ji. Should they reach out to you again in the coming days, do not acquiesce. Yi Zhonghai's tone shifted, moreover, concerning Jia Dongxu from your institution. After discussions with the Municipal Bureau and the court, it has been decided that he will undergo 2 years of punitive supervision. Su Huai was taken aback. No re-education labor? Yi Zhonghai's expression turned grave. He was misled and did not cause any losses. Our focus should be on education rather than punishment. This was the court's recommendation. And the higher-ups have agreed. Do you know why the court disregarded our suggestion for 3 years of re-education labor? It is because certain individuals do not wish for you to stand out. Therefore, do not give them any leverage against you, particularly regarding your private life. Su Huai's face was filled with bewilderment. Surely not? I haven't done anything to offend anyone. It is not that you have offended anyone. It is simply because you are associated with me, and I am connected to the higher-ups. Do you understand? Yi Zhonghai sighed deeply. I understand. You all are engaged in a struggle above, and I, a mere small fish, am caught in the fray. Since you cannot be touched, it seems you resort to targeting insignificant beings like myself. Alas, being too exceptional can indeed be a burden. Therefore, you must safeguard this rising star of the police force, ensuring that I do not perish in my infancy. Su Huai sighed, casting a glance at the ceiling from an angle of 45 degrees. Yi Zhonghai, both amused and exasperated, had never encountered such flattery directed at his own visage. Su Huai suddenly inquired, Director Qi, is it true that the 5th Division seeks to recruit me because I am too outstanding and someone above wishes to send me away? Yi Zhonghai had to concede that indeed, there were those who wished for Su Huai's departure, while the 5th Division genuinely desired him. And he found it difficult to part with Su Huai. Moments later, a roar emanated from Yi Zhonghai's office. Su Huai, you've swiped my cigarettes again. A truck screeched to a halt in front of number 95. Su Huai leaped from the passenger seat, followed by 7 or 8 uniformed officers emerging from the truck's cabin. They trailed Su Huai, confidently striding into number 95 to relocate supplies to the basement. Yin Buguwei, who had no classes today, was incensed to see Su Huai's return. Early that morning, he had visited the street office, humbling himself before Qin Fochin, hoping to acquire 2 rooms from the West Courtyard. It was only from Qin Fochin that he learned the West Courtyard had been reassigned to Su Huai. Yin Buguwei was furious. He felt his 2 bottles of Matai had been squandered. When seeking favors, one cannot do so empty-handed. Yet he felt too embarrassed to retrieve the wine after failing to secure his request. Yin Bugui felt a deep ache in his heart. Upon seeing Su Huai's return, he marched forward in a huff to confront him, but before reaching Su Huai, he noticed the police officers behind him and immediately bent down. Oh, it seems there are pebbles in my shoes, causing discomfort. Su Huai paid him no mind and proceeded toward the backyard. Before reaching the rear, he heard the clatter of activity. To his surprise, Su Huai beheld over 10 individuals diligently organizing the courtyard, which was now filled with materials. Yang Taiping had also discovered the blocked entrance to the west courtyard, and the backyard and west courtyard had been successfully connected. 2 hours later, as others departed with the supplies, Su Huai approached Yang Taiping to discuss the renovation of the basement. The basement primarily required soundproofing, ventilation, and safety measures. Master Yang, please pay close attention to these aspects. Yang Taiping nodded. We shall construct a cooling shed at the entrance of the passage and create 2 ventilation openings from the basement above, installing 20-centimeter pipes to ensure proper air circulation. Regarding safety, I have assessed that there is no risk of collapse. However, if you remain concerned, I can reinforce it further. Reinforcement is essential. We cannot afford to be careless. Should I dig an additional passage with the entrance in your study? Is that feasible? Absolutely. The basement lies directly beneath the courtyard, with only a 3-meter straight distance to your proposed study. If you wish, there will be no safety concerns whatsoever. Then what are we waiting for? We must proceed. However, the entrance should be discreet. At that moment, Qin Huairu approached with a large bowl of water. Su Huai, here, have some water. Upon seeing Qin Huairu, Yang Taiping wisely took his leave. Report to the steel mill on Monday. Su Huai gulped down a substantial amount of water. He needed to swiftly identify the informants at the steel mill, as Qin Huairu had yet to revel in her moment of joy. The anguished wails of the Jia family erupted from outside. In the sweltering heat of summer, the atmosphere thickened with irritation. Qin Huairu, you heartless wretch, come out here. Chapter 58. The Dual Role of Yi Zhonghai. Hurry up and take your mother-in-law away. Don't let her mourn at my doorstep. Xu Daimao, bare-chested, stormed into the courtyard, his brow furrowed in vexation. Surprisingly, this man, usually oblivious to the mundane struggles of life, wielded a shovel, bustling with agitation. Brother, don't be angry. What is the meaning of this? Su Huai offered him a cigarette. With fervor, Su Daimao's thin mustache bristled as he exclaimed, Hey, brother, you have no idea. Jia Dongxu's mother has gone mad, wailing at my doorstep the moment she got off work. Wasn't Jia Dongxu arrested for treason? Surely, he would be dismissed from the factory, and the authorities would reclaim their property. Everyone insisted that Jia Dongxu's mother must be evicted. That old hag claimed she would take her own life at my door and demanded that Qin Huairu pay for her son as transgressions. What have I done to deserve this? Just because our families are neighbors, I must endure such torment? Is this fair? Su Daimao lamented, his face a portrait of grievance. Su Huai frowned slightly. How could the authorities reclaim Jia Zhang's house? As long as she paid her rent, they would not bully an elderly woman. Surely, there were those behind the scenes, stirring the pot, eager for chaos. He chuckled softly. I thought it was something serious. Let her make a scene. Once she tires of it, she will quiet down. Brother, that won't do. You don't live in the courtyard, but I do. And I cannot allow her to disturb my peace. Su Daimao turned a disapproving gaze toward Qin Huairu, his expression darkening. I say, Sister Qin, this is your family matter. You must resolve it promptly. I'm still cooking and cannot chat with you. Hurry up. Su Huai turned to Qin Huairu. Handle your own affairs. Do not always rely on others. They may assist you temporarily, but can they support you indefinitely? Do not be a parasite. I never intended to be a parasite. Qin Huairu nodded earnestly, feeling a tinge of fear towards Jia Zhang. In this era, a wife's greatest adversary was often her mother-in-law, akin to a mouse in the presence of a cat. At that moment, the back courtyard was bustling, with most people holding bowls and chopsticks, dining while tiptoeing to catch a glimpse of the commotion. Qin Huairu, you wicked heart, are you trying to ruin me? Upon seeing Qin Huairu emerge, Jia Zhang pounded her thighs, wailing inconsolably, yet tears eluded her. My son is gone. My home is lost. Qin Huairu, you vile creature, how am I to live? I have 2 grandsons to support. Judge for yourselves. I assent at Qin Huairu who has brought this upon me. She must take responsibility. Qin Huairu maintained her composure. Inhaling deeply, fist clenched, and declared loudly, Why should I be responsible for you? Did I seize your home? Did I compel Jia Dongxu to betray? Alas! Su Huai placed his hand on his forehead. Was it possible to reason with Jiazhong? Was he that akin to walking into a trap? The more one tried to untangle this mess, the more convoluted it became. You. Jiazhong leapt up, pointing a trembling finger at Qin Huairu, her teeth gritted, filled with a seething rage that threatened to consume her. It is not your report that has led to my son's imprisonment. Be careful as you leave. You might meet a tragic end or choke on your food, you heartless wretch. Qin Huairu declared indifferently, it has nothing to do with me. I have already divorced your son. If you ignore me, I shall hang myself at your doorstep. Jia Zhashir intended to intervene, but, upon noticing Su Huai nearby, could only point and scold. At that moment, Yi Zhonghai approached with a stern expression and exclaimed loudly, enough of this commotion. What sort of behavior is this? Do you not care about next year's model courtyard? Uncle, please help me with this matter. My son is gone, and I have lost my home. How am I to survive? Qin Huairu must take responsibility. Jia Dongxu immediately clung to Yi Zhonghai's leg, wailing sorrowfully. Auntie, please get up. Yi Zhonghai signaled to a nearby woman, who hurriedly stepped forward to assist Jia Dongxu to her feet. Yi Zhonghai then turned to Qin Huairu, his face somber, and said, Qin Huairu, what do you propose we do about this? It is none of my concern, Qin Huairu retorted, dismissing Jia Dongxu. Yi Zhonghai frowned and scolded. How can it be none of your concern? Isnt Bang Gong and Xiao Dang your offspring? And isnt the old Annie Bang Gong's grandmother? This is a bond you cannot sever. Even after divorce, they remain family. You have left the old Annie without a home. Who else is to care? I propose that you pay the old Annie 10 yuan each month. Do not deem it excessive. This is for your son and daughter. It is not easy for the old Annie to raise 2 children. Such nonsense. Su Huai interrupted, unable to bear it any longer, his sense of justice flaring. Yi Zhonghai glared at Su Huai. This matter does not concern you. Refrain from meddling. You are bullying a divorced woman. Anyone with a conscience would intervene. Su Huai spat. And while Qin Huairu is busy at the steel mill for the police, you dare to exploit her. Clarify your words. How am I bullying Qin Huairu? Yi Zhonghai exploded in anger. Why are you here at all? The old auntie is pitiable, struggling to raise 2 children. How can Qin Huairu abandon her responsibilities as their mother? Su Huai chuckled, turning to Qin Huairu, Sister Qin, do you intend to care for 2 children? Or will you also look after their grandmother's needs? I will care only for the children. They can stay by my side. Qin Huairu replied, suddenly realizing. Su Huai then addressed Yi Zhonghai. Uncle, did you hear that? Sister Qin has stated she will assume her responsibilities as a mother and raise the children beside her. I fear that some with ulterior motives may exploit the children like vampires, clinging to Sister Qin. As an outsider, I cannot watch this unfold. Uncle, you are a respected elder in this courtyard. How can you turn a blind eye? Or have you conspired with these vampires to pull Sister Qin back into the abyss from which she has just escaped? Yi Zhonghai, infuriated, retorted, Su Huai. Do not speak such nonsense. There are no vampires. The old auntie is indeed a pitiable person. Even if divorced, can we not lend her a helping hand? We should support one another in our community. Su Huai unleashed his full fury, coldly mocking. If you believe your old auntie is so deserving of sympathy, why not take her in yourself? Support one another? The elderly woman lived alone in her home. Why do you not allow your sister-in-law to stay with her? The old lady occupies 3 rooms by herself, and your sister-in-law could assist in caring for her. You are here, acting both as a leader and a tyrant, bullying a frail woman. Indeed, you are worthy of your title as an 8th-level machinist. Yi Zhonghai was taken aback. How did this escalate to a matter of superiority over the law? He understood that Su Huai was cunning and not easily dealt with. However, he did not anticipate that Su Huai's words would be so venomous. Yi Zhonghai, who valued morality above all, found himself at a loss. Please clarify your statement. What do you mean by acting both as a harlot and wanting to establish a reputation? Su Huai scoffed. You wish to have it both ways. Boom. The courtyard erupted with tension. Yi Zhonghai, in a fit of rage, nearly spewed blood. As a respected elder in the community and an 8th-level machinist at the steel factory, when had Yi Zhonghai ever been insulted by a young man? Breathless, he glared at Su Huai, causing an elderly woman to pat his back anxiously. Su Huai declared loudly, if you wish to manage affairs, it must be done reasonably and legally. Age does not grant you righteousness, nor does pity justify your actions. If you desire to earn the title of exemplary household next year, you must manage the courtyard justly and reasonably, rather than according to your personal whims. Fuming, Yi Zhonghai shouted, what if I choose not to manage it? From now on, if anyone in your family has an issue, do not come to me. With a parting threat, He turned to leave, intending to stir up trouble for the Jia family. The greater the chaos, the better. In time, everyone would understand that his actions were aimed at placating the Jia family in order to restore peace to the courtyard. He would let the Jia family create a ruckus. Upon witnessing the commotion, Jia Zhongxu immediately broke down in tears. "Elder, you cannot abandon me. What am I to do?" "Silence!" Su Huai roared, startling Jia Zhongxu into submission. He then dispersed the onlookers. "Do we harbor a deep-seated enmity between our families?" Su Huai struck a match, lighting a cigarette, the smoke swirling around him as his expression remained impassive. "If you refrain from mentioning my son, then indeed, we have no profound grievances." Jia Zhongxu pouted, remaining silent. "Since there is no deep-seated enmity, I also have no intention of causing you harm or leaving you without a way to survive." Su Huai exhaled a plume of smoke. "Huh." Jia Zhongxu shivered, her comprehension reaching its peak. You still intend to harm me?" "No enmity. Our families bear no hatred. I even exchanged pleasantries with your father," Su Huai continued. "Now, I present you with 3 choices. First, you can continue to create a scene and see what you achieve from it. Should I still cause a stir? Do I dare to?" Jia Zhongxu lowered her head, fearful of Su Huai's potential wrath. Having witnessed too many tragedies in the old society where disagreements led to annihilation, she felt a deep sense of dread, especially now that there was not a single man in her household. Jia Zhongxu, in her heart, felt panic and could only mask her anxiety with unreasonable bravado. Second, you may entrust your child to Qin Huairu for upbringing. Your son, Jia Dongxu, will reunite with you in 20 years. Initially, Jia Zhong was elated to hear that her son would not face execution. However, upon learning that he would be sentenced to 20 years of hard labor, despair enveloped her. At her advanced age, could she endure another 2 decades? Would she ever see her son again? Yet, she dared not act impulsively, fearing that any further outburst might lead to dire consequences. Su Huai interjected, offering to leverage his connections to potentially alter her son's fate, provided sufficient funds were available. He mentioned that, since Jia Dongxu had been misled and had not caused any losses, his sentence could be reduced to 2 years of probation. Su Huai had no intention of deceiving Jia Zhong, but her tumultuous reactions were overwhelming. "What did you say?" Jia Zhong exclaimed, her body trembling with agitation. Surely, she must have misheard. Such accusations could lead to execution. The prospect of avoiding hard labor seemed almost miraculous. "Is it true, Su Huai? If you can save my son, I would sell everything I own and even erect a shrine in your honor." Jia Zhong fell to her knees before Su Huai, tears streaming down her face. In a matter of days, her emotions had soared and plummeted as if on a roller coaster, making her feel as though she had lived an entire lifetime. Su Huai stepped aside, allowing her to kneel. "I have conditions," he stated. "You must cease any trouble with Qin Huairu, and her children shall be her responsibility. Furthermore, when you see me, you must show respect." What kind of condition was this? Jia Zhong would willingly prostrate herself before him. She nodded vigorously. "Who should I turn to?" "Do not rush," Su Huai replied, his brow furrowed. "But this is urgent." Jia Zhong insisted, struggling to maintain her composure. "Tell me, who informed you that the street committee would reclaim your home?" "It was Haizhong who said they would take my house. An elder advised me to make a fuss." Jia Zhong pointed towards the east wing of her courtyard. Su Huai glanced over and saw Haizhong swiftly enter her home, slamming the door behind him. Haizhong had plotted against Su Huai due to the housing issue. After a night of running around, Haizhong had discovered at the street office that the property had been purchased with Su Huai's support. "And what about that elder?" Su Huai asked, indifferent to their motives. And continued with a cold smile. "I can assure you, you have been manipulated by Haizhong. The street committee would never reclaim the home of an elderly widow. Our nation is one where the people are sovereign and will not allow their citizens to be displaced." "Really?" Jia Zhong was momentarily stunned, then erupted in anger, directing her wrath towards the east wing. "Lu, you scoundrel, beware of your family's demise." Su Huai couldn't help but smile. Jia Zhang's audacity was unparalleled, and he relished this outcome. From now on, he would stand at Haizhong's doorstep, berating him for half an hour daily. "No, I want to shout at him for 2 hours," Jia Zhong exclaimed, her arms flailing in indignation. "Do as you wish." Su Huai replied with a slight smile. "Lastly, to save your son, you will need around 1,000 yuan. Go gather the funds. If you lack the means, seek help from that elder. He often speaks of unity and friendship, and he would surely assist you in your time of need." Originally, Su Huai had not intended to intervene, But Jia Zhong's insistence, coupled with Lu Haizhong and Yi Zhonghai's meddling, compelled him to take action. Jia Zhong's eyes sparkled with determination as she nodded emphatically. She possessed 10 methods to extract money from Yi Zhonghai. The final task involved apologizing to Qin Huairu. Why must there be so many issues? Jia Zhongxu cast a reluctant glance at Qin Huairu, feeling both unwilling and helpless. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't cause any more trouble. The child is in the care of the Shaju family. From now on, you shall raise them yourself. After cursing under her breath at the little vixen, Jia Zhongxu sprang up and dashed towards Lu Haizhong's eastern wing, where she sat on the ground, wailing, Lu Haizhong, may you meet a wretched fate. Her curses echoed throughout the courtyard at number 95. Su Daimao emerged with a bowl in hand, devouring his food while gazing bewilderedly at Lu Haizhong's residence. What is happening? Why is she causing a ruckus over there? Su Huai chuckled. Just now, the eldest uncle declared he would resign. Don't you have any thoughts about that? Su Daimao's eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, if Yi Zhonghai resigned, the second uncle would become the first, the third would take the second, and the third position would be vacant. Perfect. I, Su Daimao, am a talent. Who else could fill this role? Oh dear, I shan't chat with you any longer. I must attend to serious matters. Without finishing his meal, Su Daimao hastily dashed towards Yin Fugui's home. Su Huai turned around just in time to make eye contact with the deaf old lady, who leaned heavily on her cane, exuding an intimidating presence. Su Huai smiled. Auntie, you're here to watch the commotion. You should hurry back. It's all over now, and take care not to catch a chill. The old lady was momentarily taken aback. She had never expected such politeness. Chapter 60. Su Daimao's dream of officialdom later that night, around 10 o'clock, in Yin Fugui's home. Lu Haizhong wore a dark expression as he held a large tea jar, still haunted by Jia Zhongxu's curses, feeling extremely vexed. Su Daimao, with an ingratiating smile, offered cigarettes and refilled the water. Second uncle, from now on, you shall be the first uncle, and third uncle, you shall be the second. As for me, Su Daimao, I shall take on the role of the third uncle, and I will certainly align my thoughts with yours, never straying from your wishes. Su Daimao was indeed adept with words, managing to elicit smiles from Yin Fugui and Lu Haizhong. Second uncle, what do you say? This time, the first uncle voluntarily relinquished his position. It would be unjust not to accept. Yin Fugui crossed his arms and crossed his legs. Lu Haizhong, feeling somewhat pleased, replied, since you all believe I am capable, then I shall serve the people. The three reached an agreement, and Su Daimao promptly took Lu Haizhong and Yin Fugui to announce the news throughout the courtyard. They happened upon Yuzhu, who was washing clothes in the main courtyard. Su Daimao, brimming with pride, declared, Shaju, from now on, you shall call me the third uncle, understand? If you don't obey, I assure you, I will make you submit. Frustrated, Yuzhu splashed a ladle of water all over Su Daimao's face. Su Daimao, do you think you are worthy of being an uncle? Take a good look at yourself in a puddle. You aren't even fit to stand before me. He scoffed at Su Daimao's name. Su Daimao? What kind of title is that? Is it a green hat? Su Daimao, exasperated, pointed at Yuzhu and complained to Lu Haizhong and Yin Fugui, gentlemen. Did you see that? Shaju does not respect the elders of the courtyard. This is an affront to me and to you both. Yin Fugui cleared his throat and said, Erju, I know you have a good relationship with Master Yi, but this time it was Master Yi who voluntarily withdrew. If you want to, I'll make sure you regret it. Yuzhu, furious, raised his bowl as if to strike Yin Fugui, causing the old man to instinctively protect his glasses and step back, his anger evident as he puffed his cheeks and glared. Erju, what are you doing? Do you not see the elders in our courtyard? Lu Haizhong admonished sternly, mimicking Yi Zhonghai's demeanor with a stern expression. Yuzhu dismissed Lu Haizhong with a sideways glance, mocking, You still think of yourself as a senior? You should first sort out your own family's mess. Didn't you hear how Jia Dongxu's mother cursed her entire family? Lu Haizhong, infuriated, smashed his teacup, declaring, I will convene a meeting of the entire courtyard to criticize Erju. Yuzhu, defiantly holding his head high, approached Lu Haizhong, retorting, Come on, stop lecturing me. Just go ahead and execute me already. Lu Haizhong trembled with rage. This Erju was truly overstepping his bounds, submissive before Su Huai, yet brash in front of him. I am still one of the elders here. Get lost, or I swear I will beat you. The three of them fled in disarray. Meanwhile, Jia Zhongxu sat stubbornly at Yi Zhonghai's home, refusing to leave. Yi Zhonghai wore a dark expression, but felt powerless. As the night wore on, Yi Zhonghai, out of options, conceded to Jia Zhongxu, agreeing to lend her 300 yuan the next day. Jia Zhongxu considered it and nodded, content to wait until she received the money. At worst, she could continue the next evening. Today marked the day for Su Huai to officially report to the steel mill. He pedaled his bicycle with a grunt, only to find that he encountered very few employees along the way. Upon arriving at the mill, he learned it was the weekend, and aside from the duty staff, no one was present. As for Zhao Ji, the head of the security department, Su Huai decided to visit Dong Huan, who had returned 2 days prior, to gather information about his father's accident. In a large courtyard near Choingmen, Su Huai entered carrying 2 bottles of condensed milk, much like number 95. The majority of the residences were state-owned. However, the difference lay in the 2 courtyards being quite disordered, with narrow pathways and clutter strewn about. Upon reaching the 3rd door of the back courtyard, he caught sight of a woman, around 27 or 28 years old, with a sallow complexion exiting. This was Dong Huan's frail wife, named Guan Jia, who hailed from a family of banner people. It was said that her family was affluent before the establishment of the nation and owned numerous properties in the capital. During the initial phase of nationalization, the Guan family refused to comply and even incited other aristocrats to resist, resorting to armed conflict that resulted in several police casualties. The consequences were predictable. They were all arrested. Guan Jia was not in the capital at the time and did not participate in the resistance. Upon her return, and after a thorough investigation, she was freed, but her in-laws, fearing repercussions, cast her out. This led to Dong Huan's impoverished circumstances, as his family had been in dire straits with his mother bedridden and their home devoid of wealth, leaving no young woman willing to marry him. Somehow, the two had come together and built a life. Su Huai recalled attending their wedding with his father, Su Yuzhen, where he had tasted the wedding sweets, thus recognizing Guan Jia. After just a few years apart, Guan Jia appeared significantly aged and worn. Sister-in-law, Su Huai called out, "Who are you?" Guan Jia gazed at Su Huai, perplexed. "I am Su Huai, the son of Su Yuzhen. I came to see my brother Dong." Upon hearing Su Yogan's name, a complex expression crossed Guan Jia's face as she scrutinized Su Huai from head to toe, and finally said, "Su Huai, you must take care of yourself." "Thank you. Where is brother Dong? I have some questions for him." Guan Jia sighed, her eyes pleading. "Su Huai, you should also speak to Dong Huan. He has been consumed by guilt and is reluctant to go to work. If he doesn't work, our family will starve." At that moment, the curtain lifted and a tall, thin figure stumbled out, collapsing to his knees before Su Huai, tears streaming down his face. "Su Huai, I am so sorry to you and to our master. If it weren't for my illness, our master wouldn't have encountered this misfortune." Su Huai sighed, handed a can of condensed milk to Guan Jia, and helped Dong Huan to his feet. "Brother Dong, do not blame yourself. I simply wish to inquire about the circumstances of your business trip." Su Huai recalled that Su Yuzhen was not on the list for the delivery to Guangzhou. After all, Su Yuzhen had recently returned from the northwest and had only been home for 2 days before inexplicably appearing on the list. Dong Huan wiped his tears and scratched his head, pondering. "It seems that Captain Wu added him at the last minute, but I am not entirely sure." "Wu Xiangfeng?" Su Huai asked. "Yes, that's him. Why do you want to know?" Dong Huan looked at Su Huai, puzzled. "It's nothing. Just tell me everything that happened on the trip, including all the details, however trivial. Let us go inside to talk." The two entered the room, which, while not entirely devoid of furnishings, was certainly impoverished. Dong Huan, a mere apprentice in the steel factory's transport team, sent half of his wages home to buy medicine for his mother and wife, and now he himself was ill. Although malaria had not claimed his life, it had taken a toll on his vitality, leaving him weak and in need of care. Dong Huan poured Su Huai a glass of plain water in the cleanest bowl available and, feeling embarrassed, explained that there was no tea in the house. He then began recounting the journey, speaking freely and spontaneously about the events that transpired. The sole point of contention on the road was that the day before Dong Huan fell ill with malaria, Zhang Guwei from the transport team proposed that everyone chip in for a nice meal. That night, Dong Huan contracted malaria and nearly lost his life in Hunan, while the others who dined with him suffered no ill effects. This was indeed suspicious. Wu Xianfeng, Zhang Guwei. Su Huai committed these names to memory for further investigation later. As he was leaving, Su Huai left behind 20 pounds of ration tickets and 10 yuan. Regardless of the circumstances, Dong Huan was his father's apprentice, and in a sense, they were like brothers. When Dong Huan discovered the tickets and money beneath the bowl, he was taken aback. His wife was unemployed, and they could only receive 19 pounds of ration tickets from the street each month. When Dong Huan rushed out of the courtyard, Su Huai had already vanished, leaving him to return home in tears. Su Huai leisurely rode his bicycle, suddenly recalling that it had been half a month since his father Su Yujin had gone missing. Wasn't it time for him to return? Had Su Yujin forgotten that he had an elder son? With nothing pressing to attend to, Su Huai rode his bicycle to the warehouse of the subsidiary food company, seeking out the person in charge. After a round of haggling, Su Huai managed to procure 345 gold bricks for the price of 2 packs of cigarettes and 80 cents worth of gold. Initially, the responsible party demanded 100 yuan for the entire haul, which would inevitably line his own pockets. Such a bargain was too good to be true. These gold bricks were not like the unclaimed big yellow fish in the basement of the West Courtyard. They were public property, and should any investigation arise, the consequences would be severe. Once labeled as a capitalist, redemption would be out of reach. Summoning Yang Taiping, Su Huai enlisted a few carts and made several trips to transfer all the gold bricks back to the small courtyard. Bonging, accompanied by his sister Jia Dongxu, played in the western courtyard. Initially, they entertained themselves with ants, but after growing weary of that, the resourceful Bonging found a straight stick and began to vigorously strike the weeds in the yard. Jia Dongxu, in her sweet, childish voice, clamored to join in the fun. Upon seeing Su Huai, the pair stood frozen in place, with the frail Jia Dongxu on the verge of tears, tightly pursing her lips. "Let me play with your stick." Su Huai, ever youthful at heart, had a fondness for straight sticks akin to many girls. Reluctantly, Bonging relinquished the stick, as Qin Huairu had repeatedly instructed him not to provoke Su Huai and to address him as uncle in the future. Su Huai, wielding the stick in a fit of boredom, swung it about, producing a whooshing sound as the weeds in the yard were swiftly battered down. At that moment, Qin Huairu passed by, and Bonging burst into tears, exclaiming, "Mom," he is snatching the stick from the child. Qin Huairu pretended not to hear or see, ignoring Bonging as she hurried away. Lunch was enjoyed in the company of Yang Taiping and the others, with over 20 workers present. A large pot of potato and green bean stew and a basket of cornmeal steamed buns vanished in an instant. Su Huai was pleasantly surprised to find 2 slices of fatty meat in his bowl. The meal for the 20-plus individuals was prepared with the assistance of old Qian. Initially, Su Huai had agreed not to manage the workers' meals, but promised to provide 30 cents per person for their daily sustenance. Yang Taiping handed over the money to old Qian, entrusting him with the responsibility of preparing lunch each day, which would at least yield some profit, better than pedaling a tricycle. Seated nearby, old Qian, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, chuckled softly and whispered, "I bought it at the city wall at night." Su Huai instantly understood. The city wall was synonymous with the black market. Unlike the pigeon market, which was acknowledged by authorities who turned a blind eye and occasionally participated in its management, the black market thrived on speculation and illicit transactions, often attracting police crackdowns. Much like gambling and the suppression of illicit activities, the cleansing of the black market served as a source of income for the police. The seized gambling funds, fines for visiting hidden doors or partially concealed establishments, and the goods from the black market were partially turned over, while the remainder funded police operations, medical reimbursements, holiday benefits, and support for the families of fallen comrades were all considered part of these operational funds, akin to small treasuries existing within various organizations. The fleeting thought of purging the black market crossed Su Huai's mind momentarily before he dismissed it. Resources are scarce, and one should not meddle in affairs beyond their position. This matter is not his concern. "Do you need meat coupons?" Su Huai casually inquired, noting that fresh meat supplies in the capital had resumed, albeit reduced from half a catty per person to merely 2 taels per month. With a meat coupon, one could save 2 dimes. Without it, prices were slightly higher. On a fortunate day, one might procure meat at 150 per catty. However, on an unfortunate day, the price could soar to $2. Indeed, the current price for fresh pork was 7 dimes and 8 cents, necessitating a meat coupon, with a strict limit of 2 taels. The black market, unregulated, saw prices triple. Such is the plight of scarcity. Su Huai pondered, "Uncle Qian, is there any beef available?" Unlike the prevailing preference for fatty pork of the era, Su Huai favored beef and mutton, which were comparatively less expensive. While beef was rare, mutton, chicken, and fish were readily available. It seemed fortuitous that a variety of vendors were present. Old Qian chuckled. Su Huai concurred. In these times of limited machinery, farming relied heavily on oxen. No one in the countryside was willing to slaughter cattle for meat, unless one were in the grasslands. However, given the current economic constraints, those grassland cattle were likely sent to northern Soviet territories to settle debts. After a few puffs of his cigarette, Su Huai slowly remarked, "Uncle Qian, Refrain from visiting the black market in the future. Dakian is now with the Public Security Bureau. If you were to be apprehended, it would jeopardize his work. Do not assume that just because Dakian works in law enforcement, you can act without consequence. He is merely a temporary worker. And should anyone exploit this to implicate him as an accomplice, it would be more than just losing his job. It could lead to re-education through labor. Presently, there are 3 forms of administrative punishment: control, re-education through labor, and labor reform. Labor reform is the most severe penalty. Control and re-education do not result in job loss. But labor reform does. Upon hearing this, Old Qian suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and quickly shook his head. I won't go again, never again. Huai chose not to dwell further on the topic, serving as a wake-up call for Old Qian. After finishing their meal, the workers enjoyed a 2-hour break. As the clock approached 3 in the afternoon, Jia Dongxu stormed into the backyard, arriving at Lu Haizhong's doorstep, ready to unleash her fury. Lu Haizhong, you wretched black-hearted scoundrel. Jia Dongxu had learned to be clever. Now, she felt both hatred and fear towards Huai, unable to confront him directly, especially with her son's life in Huai's hands. To appease Huai, she even waited until the workers began their shift to start her tirade, fearful of disrupting their rest and delaying progress. Number 95 echoed Jia Dongxu's heartfelt greetings to Lu Haizhong. The deaf old woman living next door wore a frown, wishing desperately that she truly could not hear. Chapter 62. Do you know who my father is? August 8th, 1960, lunar calendar year of Gengzi, leap month, 16th day. The day after the onset of autumn, the temperature in the capital suddenly dropped several degrees. Huai rode his bicycle to the steel mill, greeted by a gentle morning breeze that carried a hint of chill. The air above the steel mill resonated with unity as strength. As throngs of workers marched in from various factory gates, witnessing this grand scene for the second time, Huai was still overwhelmed by the palpable sense of the era. Although resources are scarce and it may be difficult to satisfy one's hunger when the household is bustling, the faces of most people are adorned with smiles. In such times, being a worker is a matter of pride. The gap between the rich and the poor is not pronounced, thus devoid of comparison. Naturally, there is no pain. There is no exploitation by capital, nor the grueling demands of a 996 work schedule. When the clock strikes 5, the sun still shines brightly in the sky. Can you believe it? One can leisurely return home to prepare dinner and savor life at a relaxed pace. Huai, amidst this environment, found even the once tempting yellow croaker fish to be less appealing. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhao Ji and making a round in the office, he arrived at the 1st Brigade of the Security Department. This brigade was tasked with overseeing the southern gate of the steel rolling mill, along with safeguarding the warehouses and the office building. The 1st Brigade was divided into 6 teams, operating in shifts of day and night. As it was the time for shift change, all 16 leaders were present at the steel rolling mill. After a brief encounter with them, Huai did not engage in further conversation, instructing them to maintain the existing operational protocols. Naturally, Huai sensed the palpable resistance from the 6 team leaders. However, he remained unfazed. Being new and young in the position of brigade leader, it was only natural for them to harbor some discontent. Around 9 o'clock, while Huai sat on the steps outside the southern gate kiosk smoking, he suddenly heard a teasing whistle emanating from within. The seasoned gatekeeper, Zhang Minglang, was leaning against the kiosk window, throwing flirtatious glances, while the other 3 laughed and egged him on. Huai turned to see a young woman in a light yellow floral dress, the hem barely covering her ankles, and brown sandals paired with white socks. She was pushing a curved frame bicycle, slowly making her way towards the entrance. The woman, tall and elegant, sported a high ponytail, her features a blend of charm and spiritedness. Yet her demeanor was as cold as frost. This woman was none other than Yuan Tong, who had come to the steel rolling mill's finance department as an undercover agent. Sister, if you speak, I shall give it my all. Zhang Minglang unabashedly expressed his desire, scanning Yuan Tong from head to toe, his gaze lingering on her chest before he audaciously licked his lips. Yuan Tong shot him a fierce glare, her expression as dark as stormy waters, and turned to Huai, saying, Comrade, hello. I am here to report to the steel rolling mill. Here is my letter of appointment. Given the circumstances of light and shadow, they feigned unfamiliarity. Huai scrutinized Yuan Tong with an unsympathetic gaze, which she caught, igniting her anger as she shot him a warning look. Huai took the letter of appointment, pretending to read it, as Zhang Minglang leaned in with a grin, his eyes glued to the document. This was first-hand information containing Yuan Tong's basic details, including her home address. Upon seeing her address listed as number 95, Nanluoguxiang, Su Huai was taken aback and lifted his eyes to gaze at her. What does this mean? How did she end up living on Nanluoguxiang? He hadn't heard of anyone moving out of the courtyard. Su Huai handed the letter back to Yuan Tong, about to speak when Zhong Minglang interrupted, saying, I haven't finished looking yet. Get lost, Su Huai retorted, having long found Zhong Minglang to be irksome. This fellow should be grateful that it was 1960 and not 83. With just his recent flippant whistle, he could have exchanged it for a bullet. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Zhong Minglang, unable to maintain his composure, was filled with anger in front of such a beautiful lady, and he seized Su Huai by the collar. Bang! In the next moment, Zhong Minglang was brutally thrown to the ground. Su Huai glanced at the howling Zhong Minglang and remarked, for the mere act of harassing a woman, I could expel you from the security department. You're nothing. After getting back on his feet, Zhong Minglang grimaced and pointed at Su Huai with a menacing glare. Do you even know who my father is? Didn't your mother tell you? Yuan Tong couldn't help but chuckle. Zhong Minglang's fierce threat suddenly turned into a joke, and in the next moment, he was consumed by rage, swinging his fist towards Su Huai. Slap. Su Huai preemptively struck with a crisp and decisive slap. Zhong Minglang spun in place, staggered, and fell to the ground, motionless. Someone, take him to the infirmary. Su Huai scanned the others in the guard booth. The few men exchanged glances, revealing a hint of fear. Hello, I am Su Huai, the captain of the first team in the security department. From now on, we shall be colleagues. Feel free to approach me with any concerns. Su Huai flashed a playful grin and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Yuan Tong. Yuan Tong gently shook Su Huai's hand, but as she tried to pull away, Su Huai held onto her wrist, raising an eyebrow with a cheeky grin. Yuan Tong, let me escort you to your registration. She wondered, has Su Huai been drinking today? This kid dares to tease me? Well then, Yuan Tong pretended to be flustered, timidly pulling her hand back with a bit of force. The two walked side by side through the factory, and when there was no one around, Yuan Tong playfully scolded, You dare to tease me? Sister Tong. Please don't misunderstand. I'm merely maintaining my persona. Su Huai's earnest demeanor made Yuan Tong question if she had wrongly accused him. But what does maintaining a persona even mean? Sister Tong, I'm a streetwise rogue. A rogue must possess the qualities of a rogue. When encountering a beauty, one must flirt. It's a basic principle of being a rogue. Su Huai suddenly winked cheekily. Yuan Tong was left speechless, both amused and exasperated. Moreover, I'm doing this for work. I need to create a false impression that I'm attracted to you, so I'll have an excuse to approach you later. 1TI? Yuan Tong pondered this and agreed. It's a clever ruse. Then you better put in the effort. I'm not easy to pursue. I'm not genuinely pursuing you. Su Huai laughed, just as long as Sister Tong doesn't take this charade too seriously. What do you mean? Are you afraid that I might actually fall for you? Yuan Tong scoffed. By the way, how did you end up living at number 95, Nanluoguxiang? Su Huai curiously observed Yuan Tong's profile, noting her prominent nose, slightly hooked. He remembered that the fairy sister had a similar nose. We'll talk about it later. Yuan Tong said, her expression turning gloomy as she spotted someone approaching. After escorting Yuan Tong to the Human Resources Department and busily fawning over her, the HR staff clearly understood Su Huai's ulterior motives. Yuan Tong, let me take you to the finance department. In the steel mill, I still have some clout. After all, I am the captain of the security department. Su Huai leaned against the doorframe, grinning mischievously as he blocked the HR personnel, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Comrade, please conduct yourself appropriately. I do not know you. Yuan Tong stepped back a few paces, her eyes slightly reddened, her small fist clenched tightly. Hey, what a performance. Quite impressive, she thought. One becomes familiar with repetition. To be honest, I find you appealing. You possess both looks and a promising career. Accompanying you would be more than sufficient, and if you choose to follow me, I assure you a life of indulgence. Su Huai earnestly crafted his persona. Yet even he felt his demeanor too frivolous, a shiver creeping up his arms. What is wrong with you? Can't you see the young lady is not interested? Move along. A bespectacled youth from the labor department stepped forward. Su Huai's expression shifted instantly, pointing accusingly at the young man. Who do you think you are? Do you know who my father is? Yuan Tong hurriedly lowered her head, biting her tongue and gripping her thigh. She recalled Su Huai's earlier words. Did your mother not inform you? Almost laughing out loud, she thought, this guy is too cheeky. Chapter 63. The superiority complex of college students. Yuan Qingji, trembling with fear, took a couple of steps back. He had gathered immense courage to step forward. If one were to inquire about the source of his bravery, it was Yuan Tong's college diploma. In these times, college students were treasures, and ordinary families could scarcely produce them. Unlike the future where students were abundant, those from 1960 needed to have a pedigree of impeccable origin. Yuan Xingji's mind was racing with calculations. If he did not make his move now, would he wait until the beautiful college student married someone else? However, he did not anticipate Su Huai's audacity in confronting him as a cadre. Cursing inwardly, he felt a mix of anger and embarrassment. Stealing a glance at Yuan Tong, who had her head down, he assumed she was intimidated, and a protective instinct surged within him. With a defiant stance, he addressed Su Huai. "Who is your father? You cannot bully a female comrade. I am a level 4 clerk, a cadre. Hey, kid, you want to cross me? I'll remember you. Don't you dare use the south gate, or every time I see you, I'll teach you a lesson." Su Huai spat in disdain and stormed away. Yuan Xingji let out a sigh of relief, adjusting his smile as he extended his hand to Yuan Tong, exuding a blend of arrogance and charm. "Comrade Yuan Tong, you see, such individuals are all bark and no bite. Do not fear him. Should he continue to pester you, just come to me. Allow me to introduce myself. I also bear the surname Yuan. My name is Yuan Xingji, a level 4 clerk in the labor department. I am a college graduate, and my father is a director in the Ministry of Foreign Trade." "Hello," Yuan Tong replied with a smile, fully aware of Yuan Xingji's intentions. "I must go report now. Farewell. By the way, that fellow looks rather fierce. Do not provoke him." "Thank you for your concern, but I am not afraid," Yuan Xingji replied, standing tall with an air of righteousness. Yuan Tong remained silent, pondering, is that truly concern? Su Huai might genuinely beat you up to maintain his facade. Su Huai staggered back to the south gate. Today Qin Huairu was also due to report, yet she was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, only Jiang Fan from the brigade remained, a young man in his 20s with mismatched eyes and a small mustache. Su Huai was puzzled by the modern youth's penchant for cultivating mustaches, as if it were a fashionable statement. After all, wasn't he his father Zhonghai? What was there to fear? Su Huai wore a defiant expression, as if he feared nothing and believed himself to be the greatest. Jiang Fan chuckled awkwardly, choosing to remain silent. Just moments ago, he had knocked Zhang Minglang, the head of the 7th workshop and Zhonghai's son, unconscious. Otherwise, Zhang Minglang wouldn't have been able to enjoy the ease of his position as a security guard in the 1st Brigade, sheltered from the elements. Yet, that fellow had a knack for provoking trouble. "Jiang Fan, I hear your uncle is Zhang Guwei from the transport team?" Su Huai inquired. "Indeed." Jiang Fan replied with a smile, his eyes flickering with confusion as to why Su Huai posed such a question. Working in the guard booth, regardless of the shifts, they were as good as permanently stationed there, all thanks to their familial connections within the factory, either the director's nephew or the section chief's grandson. "Well then, you must know who I am." Su Huai tossed a cigarette toward Jiang Fan. "I know. You are the son of Master Su Yujin," Jiang Fan acknowledged, taking the cigarette with a grin. "My uncle mentioned that I should work diligently under you." He squatted beside Su Huai, lighting the cigarette for him. "My father used to work in the transport team too, under your uncle. From now on, we are on the same side." Su Huai patted Jiang Fan's shoulder, contemplating how Zhang Guwei seemed to keep a close eye on his movements. His appointment as team leader of the security department had not yet been announced, and few were privy to this information. Otherwise, the news would have spread like wildfire. Perhaps Zhang Guwei had discreetly instructed Jiang Fan to keep tabs on him. At that moment, Qin Huairu approached, her footsteps light as she spotted Su Huai from a distance, waving and jogging over. "Su Huai, were you waiting for me?" she asked, beaming with a smile. Su Huai shot her a cold glance, wondering if she had ulterior motives for such familiarity. Noticing his displeasure, Qin Huairu's smile faltered, leaving her somewhat flustered. "You should hurry and report for duty." Su Huai gestured dismissively, not intending to escort her inside. "Oh," she replied, glancing nervously at the steel mill. She felt out of place, as she had little formal education yet found herself in an office role, which seemed surreal even to her. "Could you show me where to report?" "Jiang Fan, take her," Su Huai instructed without lifting his gaze, aware that Qin Huairu was a visible pawn in the game, and he needed to maintain a distance. "Sure." Jiang Fan beamed at Qin Huairu. "Sister Qin, follow me." Before long, 2 individuals returned from escorting Zhang Minglang to the infirmary, bypassing formalities as they entered the guard booth. Su Huai paid them no mind, indifferent as long as they did not obstruct him. He glanced at his watch. It was 11 o'clock, time for lunch. The Swiss watch he wore was one he had cleverly acquired from Wang Yi. And he had consulted with Wei Laoqi at the pawnshop, learning that despite being nearly 20 years old, it was worth nearly 200 yuan. As Su Huai stood up to stretch, he suddenly froze in place, his gaze captured by a young woman with shoulder-length hair. She appeared to be in her 20s. With slender, phoenix-like eyes and a tall, graceful stature, only slightly shorter than Yuan Tong. The girl approached. Su Huai flashed a grin, continuing to craft his persona as he appraised her from head to toe, raising an eyebrow playfully. Hey, what brings you here? The girl was none other than Chen Tang, with whom he had a history. Since their last encounter, this was their first meeting again. Could they possibly have a mission together? Hello, I'm here to report. Chen Tang feigned innocence as if it were their first introduction, retrieving her registration document from her bag and presenting it to Su Huai. You're here to report as well? Su Huai glanced down at the document, contemplating that they must be involved in the steel mill operation. Ah, another university student. It seems. Today, the mill has welcomed two of you, both quite striking. Sister, I'm Su Huai. Let us be friends. Chen Tang gave him a quick once-over, recognizing him as a greedy and lecherous individual, and coldly replied, not interested. Hey, quite feisty, I like that. Su Huai handed the document back to Chen Tang, grinning broadly. Go on in. Do you know where to report? Need me to show you the way? No need. Chen Tang suppressed her urge to retaliate. She was aware that Su Huai was investigating at the steel mill, although she was oblivious to the fact that he belonged to the security department. With a huff, she sashayed into the mill. Watching her retreating figure, Su Huai clicked his tongue, remarking to himself that the steel mill was about to get lively. With nearly 10,000 people working at the steel mill, there were multiple dining halls, yet none could accommodate such a large crowd simultaneously. Consequently, the mill mandated staggered meal times. Even before 11:30, a line had already begun to form outside the first dining hall. Su Huai glanced at the queue, noticing that it was predominantly filled with office workers. The various leaders and staff from the offices favored the first dining hall, thanks to Yuzhu's culinary skills, which were indeed commendable. As the dining hall commenced serving, Su Huai grabbed his lunchbox and joined the line. The dining hall was not spacious, so most people collected their meals and either returned to their offices or dined in the workshop. Soon, it was Su Huai's turn at the serving window. He surveyed the dishes, not too shabby, with braised potatoes and meat, and cabbage with tofu, accompanied by steamed buns. As for the 4 dishes and a soup, don't even think about it. Just having meat was considered a substantial meal. I'll have 2 portions of braised potatoes and meat, and 4 steamed buns, Su Huai said, handing over his ration tickets. Suddenly, a familiar face appeared at the window, staring intently at Su Huai. Hey, it's really you. I recognized your voice. It was none other than Yuzhu, who scrutinized Su Huai but refrained from serving him, instead asking, what brings you to the steel mill? I'm here for work. Su Huai replied, shaking his aluminum lunchbox. Hurry up and serve the food. I'm starving. Wait a minute. Isn't your father's replacement quota with Yuzhu? Yuzhu abruptly halted, realizing he dared not offend Su Huai. He had met Yin Jieqing and knew that Su Huai had given up his quota, leaving him puzzled as to how Su Huai had managed to enter the steel mill. Moreover, it was evident that Su Huai had already reported, donning a blue work uniform. Hey, Yuzhu, hurry up. What are you dawdling for? A woman behind Su Huai urged. Yuzhu grinned and replied, Hey, Sister Lu, this is Su Huai from our courtyard. You know his father, Master Su Yujin. Oh, it's little Su. Sister Lu leaned forward, scrutinizing Su Huai from the side. You ought to grieve for your father. Yet, I've heard whispers that you've strayed from the path. Deceiving everyone in your courtyard? Su Huai replied, My father visited me in a dream last night, saying he would return soon. Sister Lu, when that time comes, my father will treat you to a meal. He detested the direct gaze of others, especially when surrounded by a crowd, and replied expressionlessly, as long as he remained unembarrassed. The discomfort belonged to others. Sister Lu's expression turned peculiar as she mumbled and retreated into the line. Hurry up and serve the food. Su Huai rapped on the window, while the timid Yuzhu hesitated, carefully selecting fatty meat for Su Huai's lunchbox. In the courtyard, Yuzhu dared not confront Su Huai directly, yet at the rolling mill, he incessantly gossiped, tarnishing Su Huai's reputation repeatedly. Numerous versions of the tales circulated throughout the mill. Some claimed he swindled neighbors, while others suggested he had an affair with Su Daimao's wife, Lu Shaoyi, even going so far as to kick Su Daimao in the groin several times. After filling Su Huai's lunchbox, Yuzhu handed a spoon to his apprentice, Mahua, and hurriedly emerged from the kitchen. A sheepish grin plastered on his face as he approached Su Huai. Brother Su, the slanderous remarks at the factory aren't solely my doing. I admit I mentioned you and Lu Xiaoyi, but the rest isn't from me. I merely sought to provoke that scoundrel Su Daimao. What do you mean by that? Su Huai shot a glance at Yuzhu, realizing he was attempting to sow discord between him and Su Daimao. These rumors held no significance for Su Huai. After all, he wouldn't linger at the rolling mill for long, and he knew that while rumors spread like wildfire, debunking them was a futile endeavor. Do you know how Jia Dongxu got in? Su Huai asked cryptically. The odd question left Yuzhu visibly unsettled. He was aware of Su Huai's connections within the Public Security Bureau. Was he insinuating that he might end up in trouble for speaking ill of him? That's not likely. Lu Haizhong is far more ruthless, claiming you have a longing for Yin Zhecheng's wife, Yu Li, and that you gave Yin Zhecheng's spot to him to create an opportunity for his absence. Su Huai rapped the table and Yuzhu sulkily fell silent. Do you know Zhang Guowei and Wu Xiangfeng? Su Huai inquired. Of course. Aren't they from your transport team? Wu Xiangfeng is the captain, and Zhang Guowei is the vice captain, Yuzhu responded, feeling perplexed. Su Huai glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then theatrically pulled out his police identification from his pocket, discreetly sliding it under the table for Yuzhu to see. Take a look, but keep it quiet. Yuzhu opened it, gasping in astonishment, his eyes wide as saucers. How is this possible? When did Su Huai become an official? A cadre from the Public Security Bureau? No wonder he has such strong ties with the police. But wait, why is he at the rolling mill then? Yuzhu thought to himself. This is confidential. Do not disclose it unless you wish to find yourself in a labor camp in the northwest. Su Huai reclaimed his credentials. That cannot be. Yuzhu shook his head vigorously. Now do you understand how Jia Dongxu got in? Su Huai bit into a steamed bun, feeling a bit prickly. Huh. Yuzhu chuckled bitterly, wishing he could slap himself for his own foolishness. Now, this fellow was out for revenge, and it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Su Huai, I was wrong. I should concede defeat, he thought, nearly bowing before Su Huai. What I mean is, Jia Dongxu and Qin Huairu reported, right? And then Qin Huairu received a house and smoothly landed a job in the finance department of the steel mill, correct? Yuzhu nodded, regardless of the truth, knowing he must avoid provoking Su Huai. Suddenly, Yuzhu froze. What? Qin Huairu is here too? Sitting in the finance department? Was he envious? Of course, he was. It would be a lie to say otherwise. Qin Huairu knew even fewer characters than he did. Yuzhu murmured, but she deserves it. Reporting spies is commendable. Thus, I shall provide you with an opportunity for merit, Su Huai replied, setting down his chopsticks and regarding Yuzhu with a stoic expression. What opportunity? Yuzhu's eyes sparkled. If he could achieve merit, might he not receive a salary increase like Qin Huairu, perhaps even become the canteen director? Su Huai lowered his voice, compiled detailed information on Wu Xiangfeng and Zhang Guowei, their after-work destinations, the people they meet, what they eat and drink. I need it all. Can you manage? Is that all? This is child's play. Yuzhu exclaimed, thumping his chest. Leave it to me. No problem. Investigate discreetly, without drawing attention. Su Huai cautioned. Understood. I won't raise any alarms. Yuzhu acknowledged. Su leader, are you suspecting them to be enemy agents? He immediately began addressing Su Huai as leader. Su Huai replied coolly, don't ask what you shouldn't. You are now an external operative for our Public Security Bureau. Do you understand what being external means? It means an undercover operative. I will report you to the Municipal Bureau's leaders. You will be one of us and registered accordingly. It's confidential. Registered with the Public Security Bureau? Confidential? How thrilling. Yuzhu felt a surge of excitement. Who did not harbor a heroic dream? Alas, he had been tied to the stove all day, and now at 25, he never imagined he would find himself in such a situation. Don't mess this up. This is your trial, Su Huai admonished. Rest assured, Su leader, I will handle this beautifully. Yuzhu suddenly felt that his life had gained profound significance, the weight of responsibility resting heavily upon his shoulders. What if Yi Zhonghai asks you? I will absolutely not say a word. And the deaf old woman? I wouldn't divulge anything, even under duress. Good. Now get to work. Remember, do not get too close to me in the future. Continue to spread ill words about me. What? Yuzhu was taken aback. Fear not. This is to conceal your identity. Understand? This is an order. Then I shall follow your lead. Yuzhu scampered into the kitchen, humming the tune of unity and strength, brimming with enthusiasm. His perception of Su Huai had entirely transformed. He realized how blind he had been previously, questioning why he had opposed such a magnanimous leader who, despite past grievances, still offered opportunities for merit. This path seemed far more promising than following Yi Zhonghai. Look at Qin Daqian, once a street rogue, now a comrade in the Public Security Bureau. Behold Qin Huairu, whose educational background is rather lacking, yet she has managed to secure a position in the finance office, acquiring 2 apartments and casting off the indolent and cunning scoundrel Jia Dongxu. Leader Su. Observe my performance. Chapter 65. Haizhong breaks down as the stirring revolutionary songs once again echoed above the steel mill. The workday came to an end. A throng of workers, vibrant and animated, exited the workshop in groups, engaged in cheerful banter as they made their way home. Su Huai, cigarette in mouth, flexed his legs, raised his chin, and surveyed the workers with a discerning gaze. Whenever a female worker of pleasing appearance passed by, he took the liberty to steal glances. Many of the female colleagues flushed with embarrassment, muttering under their breath, "Lecher." Yet, they couldn't help but feel intrigued by the recent arrival in the security department, a striking young man whose assertive gaze set their hearts racing. In the crowd, Yin Jieching, on his way home, froze upon spotting Su Huai, who was earnestly delivering a lecture. Unsure of the circumstances, Yin dared not to greet him and hastily hurried away. Most residents of number 95 Nanluoguxiang worked at the steel mill, and as they passed the south gate, their expressions mirrored Yin Jieching's, believing for a fleeting moment that they were imagining things. "Hey, you from the labor department, stop right there. I dare you to compete with me, Su Huai. For women, you must be tired of living," Su Huai suddenly shouted, pointing angrily at the sneaky Yuan Qingxi. Upon seeing Su Huai approach, Yuan, summoning all his strength, pedaled away on his bicycle. The newcomer from the security department had been quite brazen, not only confronting the son of the workshop director, Zhongming Lang, but also daring to strike a student cadre. This rumor spread like wildfire throughout the steel mill in the following days. Near the Southgate kiosk, the head of the security department, Zhao Jilai, stood with his hands clasped behind him, observing the scene with a smirk, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain. Beside him, Zhang Guowei furrowed his brow. What kind of connections did this young man possess to be placed in such a position upon entering the factory? That role was typically reserved for someone with significant authority. Zhang was perplexed, well aware that Su Huai was the son of Su Yujin, yet he could not fathom what influence Su Yujin might possess. He hailed from an ordinary family, without any connections in the capital. However, Su Huai was proving to be quite the enigma. Zhao Jilai remarked, "I spoke with a friend at the municipal bureau regarding Wang Hongmei's case. Su Huai nearly faced dire consequences. The 3rd Division was concerned about his reckless behavior, and this is considered compensation for him. Rest assured, he will not last a month before being ousted." Damn it, what a pretentious fellow. Where did he procure that special supply of cigarettes? He nearly caught me off guard. Nevertheless, we cannot afford to be complacent. Our work is a matter of life and death. Zhang Guowei frowned, insisting that they must act quickly to remove this individual. Zhao Jilai cautioned, for the time being, "We must refrain from any actions. Let us remain prudent." After observing for a moment longer, the two turned and departed. By the guard post, Su Huai turned to watch their retreating figures, his expression inscrutable. At number 95, Nanluoguxiang, he usually leaned against the door of Yin Fugui's home, hands in pockets. Casting a sly glance at Yin Jieching and Yuli, Yin Jieching wore a dark expression, while Yuli's eyes were reddened. "Sister-in-law, it was not I who claimed that you crawled into Su Huai's bed at midnight to assist Yin Jieching in finding employment. Rather, it was the second uncle Lu Haizhong. That old scoundrel, he spreads rumors in the factory. His tongue is foul and lengthy as an old woman's waistband." Yuli rolled her eyes, retorting, "It's the foot-binding cloth that is both foul and lengthy." Yuzhu shook his leg and chimed in, "Exactly. Second uncle's mouth is like a foot-binding cloth. His slander has reached the threshold for punitive control. You should report him. I'll be your witness, and I guarantee it will be effective." "What is punitive control?" Yuli asked indignantly, resolute in her determination to make Lu Haizhong pay. Punitive control means that if one does not reach the level of educational labor as a crime, they must still face punitive measures, reporting to the police station weekly to recount their weekly actions and receive ideological education. Yuzhu chuckled and added, "Ask your Yin Jieching. He was once subjected to punitive control for secretly watching the widow next door bathe." Yin Jieching glared at Yuzhu, exclaiming, "Why must you be so vile? Go home." "All right, if you can't appreciate my good intentions, I shall refrain from sharing further," Yuzhu said as he bounced away, resolved to diligently follow Su's leadership. This was his gift to Su. Just wait and see, the courtyard will soon be lively again. Once the couple was alone, Yin Jieching cast a suspicious glance at Yuli, his eyes brimming with doubt, convinced that his wife had indeed something going on with Su Huai. Otherwise, why would Su still provide him with opportunities after he had stolen from him? Was it merely for 500 yuan? Su certainly did not appear to be foolish. What kind of look is that? Do you truly believe I would act behind your back? Your paranoia is misplaced. You ought to confront Lu Haizhong instead. Yuli was incensed, delivering a few punches to Yin Jieqing. I am going to the police station to report him. Yin Jieqing, feeling humiliated, pondered how any man could endure such slander. Yuli grasped Yin Jieqing's arm, saying, Are you foolish? Punitive control is of no benefit to us. Instead, let Lu Haizhong compensate us. When we have a house, we will need to furnish it. Indeed, my wife is wise. Just then, Lu Haizhong, with a protruding belly and a furrowed brow, entered the flower-laden gate, truly reluctant to return home. His meals were no longer peaceful. As Jia Dongxu would arrive punctually at his doorstep, he wished he could tear apart her incessant chatter, cursing his ancestors for generations. Upon spotting Lu Haizhong, Yin Jieqing sprang forth, blocking his path, and bellowed, Lu Haizhong, is this how you conduct yourself as an elder? Spreading rumors about my Yuli and Su Huai. What are your intentions? A guilty Lu Haizhong's eyes darted nervously. I did not. Do not speak falsely. I merely heard it from others. And I only mentioned Qin Huairu crawling into Su Huai's bed, nothing more. Yin Jieqing spat as he spoke, the saliva hitting Lu Haizhong's face. Yuzhu heard you say it about my Yuli. Pay up. If you do not give me 100 yuan today, I will take you to the police station and ensure you face punitive control. Why must it always be about compensation? Hearing the word compensation made Lu Haizhong tremble. Su Huai had wiped out his savings just the last time. Yin Jieqing, release your grip. How can you speak to the elder in such a manner? Is it not acceptable for me to simply apologize? Absolutely not. Compensation is required. Yin Jieqing adamantly insisted on the monetary recompense. Then take me to the police station. Exchanging a few idle words there would not lead to any detention. Lu Haizhong, feeling cornered, recognized the futility in resisting further, as he had nothing to lose. Contrary to expectations, Lu Haizhong did not immediately offer money to appease the situation. Yin Jieqing was taken aback, finding himself in a precarious position. So how much do you propose we are owed? Yuli emerged, glaring at Lu Haizhong. I have no money, Lu Haizhong retorted defiantly, asserting that he would face any consequence without fear. Tears streamed down Yuli's face. Lu Haizhong, you are merely bullying honest people like us. When Su Huai demanded compensation from you, you did not dare to utter a word, yet here you are behaving like a rogue. Fine. I will inform Su Huai that you are slandering him. Let us see how he deals with you. A flicker of panic crossed Lu Haizhong's eyes. Goodness, that fellow Su Huai was quite ruthless. One could not predict the repercussions he might impose. Without at least 200 or 300, this matter would not settle. Moreover, she had seen him earlier that day. Su Huai had become the captain of the security department. Even if he was acting in place of someone else, he was still considered a cadre. 20, at most 20, Lu Haizhong stammered in his haste. Fine, 20 it is, better than nothing at all, Yuli said, extending her hand and wiping her tears. At that moment, Jia Dongxu rushed out, lamenting and clutching her thigh. Lu Haizhong, you scoundrel. Purposely scheming against this old woman for money. Lu Haizhong's eye twitched at the slap he received from Jia Dongxu. Elder, please intervene. If this continues, our courtyard will be in chaos. Lu Haizhong bore the slap stoically, though the 3 red marks on his face throbbed painfully. The recently returned Yi Zhonghai wore an impassive expression. I am no longer the elder. Do not seek my assistance. Oh, come on. If you do not help, who will? Look at this old lady. This is unacceptable. My pants are about to fall off. Lu Haizhong clutched his trousers, a mournful expression on his face, glancing at Jia Dongxu, who clung to his leg. Elder, you really must intervene. Yes, elder, the nightly wailing is unbearable. Neighbors clamored for Yi Zhonghai to reclaim his role. And he secretly relished the moment, yet he could not endure Jia Dongxu lingering in his home. The crux of the matter was that he was not wealthy. After feigning contemplation for a moment, Yi Zhonghai flatly stated, Fine, I shall remain the elder. Old lady, please rise. Let us discuss this calmly. Jia Dongxu clung tightly to Lu Haizhong's leg, refusing to budge, as she had not yet completed the task Su Huai had assigned her. What if that cunning fellow Su Huai disregarded his son? Make him pay me. After all, Lu Haizhong took advantage of me. Yi Zhonghai turned to Lu Haizhong, second elder. You are also a respected member of this courtyard. How could you behave in such a manner? I was merely infuriated. Su Huai had me running about. Is this not a gain to him? Lu Haizhong protested. The third elder has also gone through trials for housing. Why is he not like you? Yi Zhonghai scolded Lu Haizhong, believing him to be quite inept. With a tone filled with desperation, Lu Haizhong pleaded, "Dear sister-in-law, I implore you to release me. Surely 10 yuan will suffice?" 10 yuan? Is that meant to dismiss a beggar? Retorted Jia Dongxu. Yi Zhonghai gave me 300 last night, clinging tightly to his leg. Jia Dongxu insisted, at the very least, 100. I have no money, Lu Haizhong exclaimed, his frustration mounting. The atmosphere in the courtyard had been tainted by Huai, who frequently demanded compensation. Now, everyone dared to ask for hundreds. How could one survive in such an environment? Did they think it was a few years ago when salaries were in the hundreds of thousands? Yi Zhonghai, growing anxious, stated, "If you don't pay, what will happen when she comes to my house?" Speaking earnestly, Yi Zhonghai urged, "Second uncle, just give her the money. Consider it a means to attain peace of mind. You wouldn't want your sister-in-law causing a ruckus at your home every day, would you? But my savings are dwindling." Lu Haizhong lamented, on the verge of tears. 100 yuan could help Lu Guangfu marry. Dwindling savings means you still have some. Yi Zhonghai replied firmly, "Second uncle, let us settle this. You'll get through it." With a heavy sigh, Lu Haizhong pondered the absurdity of the situation. With 100 yuan in her possession, Jia Dongxu felt elated. She skipped to the entrance and perched on a weathered stone, gazing eagerly at the road leading to the steel mill. In her mind, she calculated the 300 she had received from Yi Zhonghai last night, plus this 100, totaling 400. With over 400 remaining in her coffin fund, she thought, 800 should be enough to rescue my son. She also worried about whether Jia Dongxu had been beaten or if he was receiving food. She knew her son's temperament. In a den of viciousness, how could he possibly survive? Eager to rescue Jia Dongxu, Jia Dongxu kept tight-lipped about his impending return. The matter was crucial to her son's life, necessitating utmost caution. She yearned for no one to be aware of it. "Excuse me, miss, whom are you looking for?" Yuan Tong inquired, pushing her bicycle and tiptoeing to survey the entrance. She smiled at Jia Dongxu, asking, "Is this number 95, Nanluoguxiang?" "Indeed. Who are you seeking?" Jia Dongxu scrutinized Yuan Tong, noting her flawless complexion and graceful figure, resembling a celestial being. Unconsciously, she compared Yuan Tong to Qin Huairu. Suddenly perceiving Qin as a star in the sky, while this young lady appeared as the moon. "She would suit my son, Jia Dongxu," she mused. "Hello, I am Yuan Tong. The street office assigned me a house, and I came to have a look," she explained, preparing to enter the courtyard. Jia Dongxu, as if her backside were on fire, sprang up from the stone and blocked Yuan Tong's path. "Our courtyard has no vacant rooms. You must be mistaken." In the courtyard, the only available space was the one newly discovered by Huai. Surely this girl was not aiming for those rooms. She could not be permitted entry. For Huai would soon arrive to negotiate, leaving her no time to save her son. "Madam, the street office mentioned that there is a family with the surname Kong in the front yard, and their house has now been assigned to me," Yuan Tong patiently explained. She was unaware of the specific circumstances at number 95. Having merely mentioned to her father that she wished to reside in the same courtyard as Huai for convenience in relaying information. Consequently, someone had moved out, vacating 2 rooms, and the formalities for transferring public housing to private ownership had already been completed. Jia Dongxu was taken aback. Indeed, there was a family with the surname Kong residing next door to Yin Bugui in the front courtyard, specifically on the west side of the corridor leading to the central courtyard. They occupied 2 northern rooms, which boasted excellent lighting, making them quite desirable within the courtyard. But wait, where does the Kong family live? Yuan Tong replied with a smile. The street office mentioned that the Kong family has moved to a courtyard near their workplace, exchanging 2 rooms for 3. This girl is truly beautiful. Is she married? Yuan Tong chuckled. Not yet. She hasn't even found a partner. Jia Dongxu's mind began to race, and the more she observed Yuan Tong, the more she felt she was a suitable match for her son. When Jia Dongxu returned, she would encourage him to make a greater effort, much to the chagrin of Qin Huairu. So what if they're a divorce? There are even better options. As Yuan Tong entered the courtyard, Jia Dongxu yearned to glean more information, but her son took precedence. She needed to wait for Huai. After parking her bicycle in the outer yard, Yuan Tong stepped through the flower-laden gate, standing elegantly, her skirt fluttering gently, instantly becoming the most captivating sight in the front courtyard. Yan Jiaqing's eyes widened. He had never encountered such a stunning girl before. Yet, he could not articulate what made her so appealing. Only that Yuan Tong was far superior to Yu Li in every conceivable way. Yuan Tong scanned the courtyard, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Ever since arriving in the capital, she had resided in an apartment building. Although this was not her first experience in a Siheyuan, she felt a sense of anticipation about living here for the foreseeable future. She silently prayed that Li Xiaoran would not seek her out. Her volunteering for this arrangement was largely motivated by a desire to evade him. The environment exceeded her expectations. May I inquire, which room belongs to the Kong family? Yuan Tong turned back with a smile, gazing at Yi Zhonghai, who felt as if his entire world had vanished, leaving only her smile etched in his mind. If she asked me to die, I would gladly oblige. A fleeting thought crossed Yi Zhonghai's mind as he hurriedly lowered his head, unable to meet Yuan Tong's gaze. Pointing towards the Kong residence, wanting to say something but finding his throat dry. Thank you. Yuan Tong walked lightly towards the Kong house, and upon reaching the entrance, she saw the Kong family of 3 joyfully packing their belongings. After introducing herself, the Kong family politely indicated that she could look around at her leisure. A few minutes later, Yuan Tong clasped her hands behind her back, her fingers intertwined, and with a graceful step, exited the room, contemplating returning tomorrow to clean up before settling in. The Kong family assured her that the bed, table, and chairs in the house were public property and would remain, allowing her to reside there with peace of mind. Why should be back soon, right? Never mind, she decided not to wait for him. Their current circumstances were precarious. One was a street wanderer, and the other a woman entangled in the woes of such a life, and mistakes must be avoided. Just as she was about to leave, Yuan Tong spotted Qin Huairu approaching with a cloth bag, beaming as she walked in. Lacking a bicycle, Qin Huairu was walking, a fine sheen of sweat on her forehead. Sister Qin, you live here too? Yuan Tong feigned ignorance, feigning surprise as she waved her hand and greeted her warmly. Chapter 67. Wang Dafei's Contempt. Yuan Tong. What brings you here? When Qin Huairu first laid eyes on Yuan Tong in the finance department, Yuan stood out amidst the crowd, radiating charm and confidence, her eloquence captivating those around her. In stark contrast, Qin found herself relegated to a shadowy corner, rendered nearly invisible, her own beauty, something she took pride in at No. 95, seemingly insignificant in Yuan's luminous presence. An envious admiration enveloped Qin as she observed Yuan's delicate, fair complexion and her effortless ability to engage in conversation, which only deepened her feelings of inadequacy. A ludicrous thought flitted through her mind. Perhaps Huai could find companionship with such a striking girl. Unexpectedly, she encountered Yuan again after work in the courtyard. The house assigned to me is over there. Yuan pointed towards the Kong family residence. Their interaction was brief. After all, today was their first meeting. I have to return to my mother's house now, so I'll take my leave, she added. Before Qin could respond, take care. Watching Yuan's retreating figure, Qin pressed her lips together in discontent. Suddenly, a few families from the front courtyard converged, clamoring to inquire about the newcomer. Upon learning she was a university student recently employed at the steel mill, they collectively gasped in astonishment. A university graduate began their career as a level 5 clerk, earning a monthly salary of 49 yuan and 5 cents. Families with sons of marriageable age began to take interest, eagerly inquiring about Yuan's background. Please, no more questions. It's my first day meeting her, and I know nothing, Qin said, feeling a wave of discontent wash over her. She had hoped to bask in the glow of attention after her visit to the finance department, only to find no one cared about her. The stark comparison between their lives weighed heavily on her. While she worked as a laborer, earning a mere 18 yuan a month, potentially rising to 30 yuan after a decade of service, Yuan's achievements placed her on an entirely different pedestal. Qin decided to visit the Qian family to check on Bang Gung and Xiao Dang, with her job taking precedence and Bang Gung only attending half-day classes while Xiao Dang, at 2 years old, required supervision. She negotiated with the Qian family to provide 5 yuan each month in exchange for lunch and childcare assistance for the 2 children. Word of the beautiful university student working as a cadre in the finance department spread throughout the courtyard. The most eager to gossip was Yuzhu, who rushed to the front courtyard of the Kong family, peering curiously. Where is she? Where is she? Foolish Jew, you should give up. She's a university student. You're just a cook. She wouldn't look your way, Yi Zhonghai remarked with a hint of disdain. Hey, I still have a chance. You, on the other hand, have none. You're already married. Ha ha ha, that must irk you. Yuzhu retorted, hands shoved in his pockets, shaking his head with a mischievous grin. Yuzhu was self-aware, knowing he was merely there for the excitement, fully understanding he was not a match for a university student, at best. He might snag a high school graduate and be content. Yet, even girls with a high school education turned their noses up at him. This realization festered within him. fueling his determination to find a suitable partner despite the odds stacked against him. At 25, Yuzhu remained single, caught in a limbo of aspirations. However, he felt a flicker of hope now, believing that his dreams might soon materialize, especially since he would be aligning himself with Su, a leader of sorts. I am now an external line with the Public Security Bureau. I'm officially registered, he boasted. Pa, can you, Yin Zheching, even compare? Upon encountering Yuzhu's disdainful gaze, Yin Zheching felt a pang of regret for marrying too early. Meanwhile, Su Huai returned on his bicycle, the sky having darkened as it approached 7 o'clock. Jia Dongxu, her backside sore from sitting, sprang to her feet and cautiously approached Su Huai. Su Huai, I currently have 800 yuan. Is that sufficient? She inquired. Do not question me. I have stated that I will merely facilitate a connection. The execution is entirely at your discretion. If it proves too difficult, you may enlist the help of Uncle de. Su Huai's expression remained impassive. Well, who should I seek out? Jia Dongxu forced a smile. Su Huai replied, I will provide you with an address shortly. You need to find someone named Wang Dafei. You should recognize him from his previous visit to our courtyard. Ah, I remember. He was referred to as Xiao Wang, and he was the one who apprehended me, Jia Dongxu exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion and tears. After receiving the address, she promptly turned and raced off. Aren't you bringing Uncle De along? Su Huai remarked with slight surprise, questioning her intent to venture alone. I cannot involve Yi Zhonghai. That individual is too cunning, and I cannot discern his motives. The fewer who know about this matter, the better. Jia Dongxu returned to Su Huai and whispered. Ah, it seems Jia Dongxu possesses quite the astute judgment. Su Huai mused. Indeed, one would not dare to be a shrew if their perception were flawed. Jia Dongxu fidgeted anxiously. After 10 minutes, Wang Dafei had yet to utter a word. Director Wang, here is 800 yuan. Sudong is a good child. I implore you to consider a solution. Wang Dafei, puffing on a cigarette with a grim countenance, did not even glance at the money and sternly declared, You are coercing me into making a mistake. Suddenly, Jia Dongxu knelt before Wang Dafei, bowing her head repeatedly, tears streaming down her face. I beg of you, Director Wang, please save my son. All right, rise. I sympathize with the plight of parents everywhere, and it is out of pity that I am willing to assist. However, I have one condition. This matter must remain a secret. Do you understand? Wang Dafei spoke in a low voice. Upon hearing the prospect of hope, Jia Dongxu, filled with joy amidst her sorrow, nodded vigorously, determined to carry this matter to her grave for the sake of Jia Dongxu. Return home and await news. Within 10 days at most, he shall return home. But remember, when you go to retrieve him, you must pay the fine. It is not much. Perhaps 30 or 40 yuan. Wang Dafei waved his hand, urging Jia Dongxu to leave quickly. Once she departed, overflowing with gratitude, Wang Dafei took the money, pocketing 400 and placing the remaining 400 into an iron box in the cupboard. Su Huai had proposed a division of half, and Wang Dafei felt no hesitation, as this venture risked his professional career. A few minutes later, Wang Dafei slapped himself across the face, cursing, Wang Dafei, do you truly deserve to take Su Huai's money? The commendation list for the bank fraud case had been sent to the municipal bureau yesterday, and today it was rumored that it had also reached the central authorities. What did this signify? His name appeared on the central list for the first time. With central approval, Wang Dafei would achieve a second-class merit, while the entire third external bureau would collectively earn a third-class merit. Of course, he could not compare to Su Huai, who had submitted for a first-class merit. Everyone believed that Su Huai's first-class merit was a certainty, especially since it was he who had extracted information regarding enemy agents from Wang Yi. Just days prior, all enemy agents on Wang Yi's line had been apprehended, save for the newly assigned superior. Even if the mastermind remains elusive, this espionage case warrants recognition for Su Huai, and perhaps yet another first-class merit award for him. As for Wang Dafei, at the very least, he deserves a third-class merit award. Moreover, a significant cache of poison gas shells has been discovered in the capital's food storage warehouse, marking Su Huai's name once again in Central Command. Once the gatekeeping operation concludes successfully, another first-class merit award is inevitable. What does this signify? Achieving 3 first-class merits before the age of 20. How many individuals toil for a lifetime without ever receiving a first-class award? The future is indeed bright. With a stroke of luck, he might even secure a second-class merit award. Wang Dafei, without Su Huai, could you have attained such numerous second-class awards? 2 second-class and 1 third-class merit awards, if elevated, are as good as guaranteed, With a bit of fortune, a direct promotion to cadre could ensue. How dare you suggest splitting it in half? Bah, you truly lack humanity. Wang Dafei looked down upon himself. After dinner, Yi Zhonghai strolled through the courtyard, hands behind his back, digesting his meal. Observing several neighbors hastily heading to the backyard, he sighed, pondering what commotion had arisen now that would require his elder intervention. Yuzhu. What's going on in the backyard? Yi Zhonghai approached, just in time to see Yuzhu leaning against a post, hands in his pockets, wearing an expression of disdain and arrogance. Oh, Uncle Yi, you're not aware? They're all rushing to work for Huai, just because he became the head of the security department. These folks immediately flocked to curry favor with him. Yuanju's face was filled with contempt. You lot truly have no shame. Bah, look at me, Yuanju. I've long been on Su's radar. Wait until the day I accomplish something great. It will shock you all. Why don't you go? Yi Zhonghai inquired. A mix of disappointment and concern crossing his features. Huai's popularity was evidently rising. What would his position be in the courtyard thereafter? Yuanju waved his hand dismissively. Leader Su doesn't permit my involvement. Besides, you wouldn't understand. Leader Su has stated that we must create a false front to deceive the enemy. Would I dare speak ill of him behind his back? I'm simply not interested. Yi Zhonghai felt a sense of relief. Yuzhu was indeed naive. At that moment, a young man in a green uniform rushed in. He was a postal worker. Upon seeing the postal worker, Xiao, Yi Zhonghai's demeanor shifted slightly, and he hurried over. Why are you delivering letters so late? Just hand over all the mail for our courtyard to me. Oh, that one you do, Master Yi. This time is different. It's a remittance slip and must be delivered directly to the recipient. I came by at noon, but didn't find anyone, so on my way home this evening, I brought it along. Xiao shook his head in refusal. Whose remittance slip? Yi Zhonghai stuttered, his anxiety palpable. There is someone named Huai in the backyard, right? It's for him. Xiao waved his hand and strode towards the backyard. Master Yi, we can chat later. Yuanju casually remarked, Uncle Yi. You seem quite familiar with the postal worker. Your connections are rather impressive. I've seen him a few times. Yi Zhonghai sighed in relief, but then furrowed his brow again. But tell me, who would send Huai a remittance? The backyard was illuminated, and over 10 workers were diligently laboring overtime. Huai, having offered a contracted price, inspired them to work with fervor. The sooner they finished, the sooner they would receive their payment. Neighbors from the nearby steel mills, with smiles on their faces, leisurely smoked their cigarettes while undertaking minor tasks, such as passing items to one another. The mailman, Xiao, handed a remittance slip to the perplexed Huai, who had no relatives apart from Siheyuan. Who could possibly have sent the money? He glanced at the slip, noting an unfamiliar name from Dongxu, Jia, in the amount of 30 yuan. Who is this? Huai looked at Xiao, questioning whether there had been a mistake. I do not recognize him. No mistake, Xiao replied. It's addressed to Huai, son of Siheyuan, at 95 Nanluoguxiang. Growing impatient, Xiao insisted on the accuracy of his work, having verified it multiple times. It's possible this remittance is for your father. Perhaps from a friend or someone who owed him money, he suggested. This seemed reasonable to Huai, but he pondered the fact that Siheyuan had never mentioned any friends from Jiangsu. If this was a debt owed posthumously, Jia must be an honorable individual. However, all would remain uncertain until Siheyuan returned. That cheap father, alive or dead? Where could he possibly be? At 10 o'clock that evening, Huai returned to the guest house. Previously, the space had expanded, yet he had not had the chance to explore it. Now, he intended to test whether the space could restore a broken radio. The radio, which he had acquired from Oda Chikahiro, lay in the confines of the space. Under Huai's mental control, blue light began to swirl around the radio that had been shattered by Sui Bo, visibly mending the previously cracked exterior at an astonishing rate. Simultaneously, the damaged internal components of the radio were also being repaired. Within approximately 5 minutes, the restoration was complete. Name: Hongxing Model 50152 tube electronic radio information, produced by Nanjing 714 Factory, designed by Tong Xianfu in 1955, purchased at a department store in the capital, and destroyed by Sui Bo on August 3, 1960. Upon the emergence of this information, Huai was astonished to discover that the names presented in white font resembled the style used in Baidu encyclopedia entries for individuals and locations. Before the space had expanded, all text had been uniform in color. With a flick of his thought, Huai focused on the name Sui Bo. In an instant, the information regarding the radio fragmented, transforming into the profile of Sui Bo: name, Sui Bo: gender, male, age, 42 years old, Sui Bo was born in March 1918 in Elshan. In 1941, he moved to the capital to seek refuge with childhood friend Tong Xianfu. In 1943, Tong Xianfu recruited Sui Bo, who then adopted the alias Zhu Yahui and quietly collected intelligence for the Special High Command. In 1945, following Japan's surrender, Sui Bo and Tong Xianfu remained hidden in the capital. In December of that same year, Sui Bo joined the Peiping Secret Bureau under the identity of Zhu Yahui. In April 1948, Sui Bo was commissioned as a major general by the Kuomintang, tasked with the codename Peiping to lie in wait in the capital for an opportune moment. In May 1948, Sui Bo changed his name once more to Zhang Yu, and after the liberation, he began working in a flour mill. On August 2, 1960, Sui Bo was apprehended at a flour mill and detained at the Public Security Bureau in Jingqing. Huai, upon reading the news, found himself taken aback. It turned out that Sui Bo was a double agent, serving both the Japanese and the Taiwanese. The revelation was quite startling. Huai contemplated a possibility. Sui Bo, codenamed Peiping, and Wang Yi, codenamed Chonglu, both derived their aliases from medicinal herbs. Could it be that these two were connected? Was Sui Bo merely a subordinate to Wang Yi? Due to Wang Yi's inadvertent confession, Sui Bo had also been captured. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Huai retrieved a Type 54 pistol from his space, judging from the intensity of the knock that it was not Qin Huairu. "Who is it?" he inquired. "It's me. Open the door," came the low voice of Wang Dafei. Huai holstered his weapon, assuming that Wang Dafei had come bearing good news, and thought to inquire about Zhang Yu as well. The door opened slightly, and Wang Dafei slipped inside. "Here, Jia Zha gave me 800 yuan. He placed a bundle of black bills on the bed. "Didn't we agree on splitting it evenly?" Huai said, counting the money. "Come on. This is just a small matter. No need for formality." Wang Dafei tossed Huai a cigarette, adding, "Well, if you're giving it to me, I can't very well refuse. This time, I might earn a second-class merit, all thanks to you." "Fair is fair," Huai remarked, shoving 400 yuan into Wang Dafei's pocket. Wang Dafei hesitated to refuse, taking a deep drag on his cigarette and exhaling a plume of smoke. And there's more good news. Oda Chikao confessed that the jade pendant was acquired from an elder. Do you know who that elder is? You would never guess. Sui Bo, right? What is so surprising about that? Huai feigned ignorance, savoring a deep puff of smoke. In response to Wang Dafei's incredulous gaze, he slowly added, "By your expression, it must be someone connected to Wang Yi." Wang Dafei stood frozen in shock. Chapter 69. Is it time to act? Wang Dafei's world was rocked by this revelation, stirring a complex array of emotions towards Huai. How could he so accurately connect the dots between two seemingly disparate lines, one involving the Guojun spies and the other the Japanese agents? Oda Chikao had disclosed that the jade pendant was pilfered from a family member. When Wang Dafei and Han Yun attempted to apprehend the so-called elder, they discovered it was none other than Zhang Yu's residence. They interrogated Zhang Yu through the night, but he remained obstinate, insisting that he stumbled upon the jade pendant. "Do you possess the ability to read minds?" Huai remarked coolly, exhaling smoke. "I believe your tale as much as I believe in ghosts." Wang Dafei, with a sycophantic demeanor, implored, "Brother, how did you deduce this? I want to learn. Teach me." His aspiration was palpable. Mastering Huai's ability would ensure his dominance within the Jingqing Public Security Bureau. Chuckling, Wang Dafei retrieved the 400 yuan from his pocket. "This is your tuition. You mustn't hoard it." Huai casually returned the money to Wang Dafei, suggesting, "Just buy a couple of cigarettes. Brother Huai, for the next 3 years, I will cover your cigarettes." Wang Dafei proclaimed, patting his chest vigorously, "They must be Huazi." Huai chuckled softly, "Do you know what micro-expressions are?" Wang Dafei shook his head vigorously, his expression gravely serious. "As humans, our expressions are extraordinarily rich. For instance, when a person lies, their eyes tend to glance toward the upper left as they fabricate false information in their minds. Conversely, when speaking the truth, one's gaze shifts to the lower right, as they recall memories." Before Huai could continue, Wang Dafei interjected, "Hold on, let me take some notes." After procuring paper and pen, Wang Dafei skillfully transcribed Huai's words, his eyes gleaming with eager anticipation, reminiscent of a hungry infant. Huai had seen such longing in Qin Huairu's gaze as well. Furthermore, when a person is anxious, they subconsciously engage in small gestures. For example, while lying, not only does their gaze wander, but they also instinctively touch their nose, as it tends to itch during deceit, prompting an unconscious scratch. Meanwhile, In the steel rolling mills apartment building, 2 blocks housed the mill's leadership, all of whom held positions of at least section chief level, alongside some senior talents. An 80 square meter, 2-bedroom apartment belonged to Deputy Plant Director Li Xinmin. In his living room, Zhang Hao and Zhao Jilai were lamenting their woes. Zhang Hao, tearful and sniffling, shared that his son, Zhang Minglang, was still hospitalized. The doctor diagnosing him with a concussion that required 2 months of recuperation. Zhao Jilai sighed heavily, lamenting that Su Huai's influence was profoundly detrimental, having assaulted a colleague and harassed women on his very first day at work. Deputy Director Li Xinmin also felt that Su Huai was incompetent, still brooding over the fact that he hadn't even received a cigarette from him, unlike Zhao Jilai and Zhong Hao, who reported their work with gifts of 5 packs of cigarettes, a case of Matai liquor, and 10 pounds of meat. Li Xinmin, smoking a cigar with an air of calm authority, remarked, "I know you have grievances about Su Huai, but if you have concerns, you ought to voice them. If you don't speak up, how can I address the matter? How can I report it?" Zhao Jilai and Zhang Hao exchanged glances, their eyes brightening. "Directly. Isn't it said that Su Huai's protector is Bureau Chief Qi Zhendong? We dare not raise issues." "Humph." Li Xinmin scoffed lightly. "What protector?" "You all know Han Yun from the 3rd Sub-Bureau, who visited our factory last time to promote theft and fire prevention. He told me that arranging work for Su Huai was a last resort. Even Qi Zhendong is at his wit's end." "Director Li, if that's the case, we now know how to proceed," Zhao Jilai said with a grin. Li Xinmin replied calmly, "The more commotion there is, the greater the problem, the greater the problem. The more significant the impact. The greater the impact, the easier it will be to handle." As dawn broke, Su Huai slowly awoke and rode his bicycle to the steel mill. The air was filled with the sound of revolutionary songs as workers marched in formation. Between the melodies, the soft yet potent voice of the announcer, Jing Lingling, could be heard. Just past 7:30, the south gate quieted down. Su Huai was contemplating a leisurely stroll when he spotted Yuan Tong approaching on her curved-frame bicycle. Yuan Tong, who was late on her first day of work, donned a blue work uniform with arm sleeves, presenting a distinctly worker-like appearance. "Oh, isn't that the stunning Yuan Tong?" Su Huai exclaimed playfully, blocking her path to maintain his carefree persona. Yuan Tong wore a stern expression and shot Su Huai a meaningful glance, urging him to let her in. "I'm already late. I was just taking you to the finance department. After a night apart, I almost thought I'd perish missing you." Su Huai, understanding her unspoken words, maintained his playful demeanor and pushed Yuan Tong's bicycle. She feigned disdain towards him, displaying a mix of helplessness and fear before finally stomping her foot and following him with small hurried steps. With no one around, Yuan Tong pinched Su Huai at the waist and whispered, "I truly suspect you were acting just now, you incorrigible rogue." Though Su Huai felt no pain, he still grimaced and softly pleaded, "It's all for work." "Humph." Yuan Tong playfully rolled her eyes and murmured, "Director Qi asked me to remind you to be cautious these days. Li Xinmin might be plotting against you." "Who? Li Xinmin? Has he overindulged?" Su Huai could hardly fathom that a deputy factory director overseeing nearly 10,000 people would target him, a mere team leader. "You've crossed Zhang Minglang and his father. Zhang Hao is in league with Li Xinmin. Retribution is inevitable," Yuan Tong warned in hushed tones. "Let him come." Su Huai scoffed dismissively. "You should still exercise caution. If the case isn't resolved, you might find yourself expelled from the steel mill," Yuan Tong remarked, glancing at Su Huai's profile, uncertain whether he was genuinely unfazed or merely pretending to be indifferent. "Hehehe, you care for me," Su Huai continued to jest. This fellow might be too engrossed in his role. After escorting Yuan Tong to the finance department, Su Huai meandered to the first cafeteria. The personnel there were methodically preparing lunch. Yuzhu, having spotted Su Huai leave after a brief wander, hurriedly sought an excuse to follow him. Indeed, around the corner of the cafeteria, he found Su Huai. "How did last night's incident with Lu Hai turn out?" "I orchestrated the whole affair," Yuzhu boasted with a smirk, eager to claim credit. "Well done," Su Huai replied, handing him a peony. "What sort of person is Zhong Hao from the 7th workshop?" "I know Zhong Hao. He is Li Xinmin's man, a notorious lecher, entangled with Sun Taoji from their workshop, and alongside Guo Depizi and Su Daimao. They are known as the 3 rascals of the steel mill." "Is he also an enemy agent?" Yuzhu's thoughts were consumed with capturing enemy agents and achieving great merit. Leaving him jumpy, yet he did not hesitate to slander Su Daimao. "Whether he is an enemy agent is uncertain, but that lad dares to target me. I must make him understand the difference between power and insignificance." Su Huai pressed. "What else has he done that isn't scrupulous?" he inquired, narrowing his eyes. Hiss. Yuzhu's heart raced. Did Su Huai intend to deal with Zhonghai? But Zhonghai was Li Shimin's man. Believe it or not, I actually know of an incident. Last month in the 7th workshop, there was a flying steel accident that resulted in several injuries and fatalities. Among them was a fellow named Zhang Xiaobing, who had a daughter and an elderly mother, and Zhonghai devoured the compensation funds. Is that true? Su Huai bared his teeth. Flying steel travels at dozens of meters per second, making avoidance nearly impossible. In such high temperatures, anyone struck would either die or sustain grave injuries, potentially igniting a fire. Such money earned at the cost of another's life, and he dares to consume it. Chapter 70. The second generation of cherry blossoms, seeking 5-star reviews. There's no doubt about it. I witnessed it with my own eyes. The victim was burned beyond recognition, reduced to a charred lump of flesh. Oh, it's too horrifying to contemplate. Yuzhu struck a match to ignite the peony incense and continued. My apprentice, Mahua, lives in the same courtyard as Zhang Xiaobing. He mentioned that Zhang's mother is quite pitiable, at over 60 years of age. She still collects scraps to support her 3-year-old granddaughter. Su Huai flicked away his cigarette, but, baring his teeth, realizing the gravity of the situation, Yuzhu slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting the matter at hand. This morning, I heard from Shaoshan that last night, Zhang Guwei and Wu Xiangfeng left in a car at 10 and returned around 2 or 3 in the morning. Su Huai immediately inquired, do you know what they were up to? And who is Shaoshan? The nature of their activities is unclear, but Shaoshan is one of your brigade's night shift workers. He is Lu Lan's distant cousin. Yuzhu pondered aloud. Is this information of any significance? Su Huai nodded affirmatively. Indeed, any information regarding those two is valuable. Continue your inquiries. Understood. Yuzhu chuckled. Just then, Jiang Fan rushed over, panting, Captain, I've found you. You should hurry back. Zhang Minglang's mother has come with 2 uncles to cause a scene. In the security office, Zhang Hao lounged with his legs crossed, a cigarette perched between his fingers, laughing heartily with Zhao Jilai. Old Zhong, you're quite the rascal. You let your wife stir up trouble. And Su Huai is bound to be in a pickle. Zhao Jilai was in good spirits. According to last night's plan, matters were about to escalate. When the time came, Su Huai's assault would undoubtedly be put to a vote, and Yang Weihua, the steel mill's director, detested bullying workers above all else. Su Huai's dismissal was a foregone conclusion. Old Zhao, I'm not boasting, but my little uncle is quite ruthless. You know Xing Lao-san, right? He has to ingratiate himself before my uncle. Frankly, I wouldn't dare to act tough in his presence. Zhonghao clicked his tongue. Although he had reservations about his mischievous uncle, he was undeniably useful in critical moments. At this hour, your wife should have arrived. Let us go and witness the commotion. With laughter, the two exited the office. Su Huai, hands in pockets, a cigarette clamp between his lips, ambled along while Jiang Fan followed anxiously, scratching his head. Captain, aren't you going back to check? Not in a rush. Let the bullets fly for a bit. Jiang Fan grimaced in confusion, eager for the spectacle to unfold. He had expected Su Huai to be anxious, but instead, he seemed to be hiding away. Was it even possible to evade this? You, young man, are oblivious to the depths of the steel mill's waters. Jiang Fan pulled out a match, intending to light Su Huai's cigarette. Su Huai accepted the matchbox, lit his own cigarette, and casually tucked the matchbox into his pocket. Habitually, anything Su Huai placed in his pocket ended up in a hidden space. A line of information materialized before his eyes. Name, Beijing brand matches details, produced by Beijing Match Factory, purchased on August 9, 1960, by Liangson Zhaodian from the internal supply store of the steel mill. At 2 o'clock this morning, Liangson Zhaodian delivered the matches to Jiang Fan at the southern gate of the steel mill. Liangson? That name sounds familiar. Su Huai glanced at Jiang Fan, realizing this fellow was an enemy agent. Jiang Fan remarked, Captain, Zhang Minglang's uncle is Xie Chang, a formidable figure in the 4-9 city, particularly influential around Dishengmen. He has quite a number of followers who have already surrounded the post. Su Huai fixed his gaze on Jiang Fan's eyes and said, You didn't rest well last night, did you? Those dark circles under your eyes are quite pronounced. No, not at all. I slept exceptionally well. In fact, I slept until dawn, Jiang Fan replied with a sheepish smile. Huh. Su Huai disregarded Jiang Fan's response and instead opened up Liang Sen's name. The information about Liang Sen Sato appeared before him. Name, Liang Sen Sato information. In 1935, Liang Sun was born in Hokkaido, Japan. His adoptive father was Oda Nagayoshin of the Guangdong Army, and his adoptive mother was Matsushita Sachi. In 1942, Liang's son moved to the capital with his mother. In September of the same year, Liang's son changed his name to Jing Lingling after his mother married a Chinese national, Jing Lei. In 1945, following Japan's surrender, Jing Lei passed away, and Liang's son, along with his mother Matsushita Sachi, continued to reside in the capital. In 1955, Liang's son began working at the capital's Hongqing steel mill as a broadcaster in the publicity department. In 1959, following Matsushita Sachi's death, Liang's son succeeded her as the second generation of Sakura. Sakura. Upon seeing this name, Su Huai's eyes lit up. The Sakura he had been searching for was unexpectedly at the steel mill. He cast another glance at Jiang Fan, who was the nephew of Zhang Guwei, a figure whose ties to the enemy were highly probable. Yet, why would Jiang Fan and Liang's son meet at the southern gate of the mill at 2 in the morning? At that moment, a second member of the security department approached Su Huai. "Captain, we've been looking for you. Section Chief Zhao wants you to hurry back to the southern gate." "Section Chief Zhao is here too?" Su Huai maintained his calm demeanor. The newcomer, out of breath, continued, along with Section Chief Zhao, Section Chief Liu from the Labor Department. "The Union and the Logistics Department are all here. You need to return immediately." "Perfect timing. Let's go then." Su Huai stood up and sauntered out of the cafeteria. Lu Lan, a kitchen assistant, immediately sidled up to Yuzhu, sarcastically remarking, "Fool Zhu, your department is full of talent. That Su Huai has caused such a major mess and is still acting all high and mighty." Yuzhu, initially wanting to retort Lu Lan, suddenly recalled the heavy burden he bore on his shoulders. At this moment, he could not afford to defend Su Huai, lest it expose him. "What are you trying to say?" Lu Lan shot a glare at Yuzhu. "Is it just you who has discerning eyes? Our department truly has its share of talents." Yuzhu chuckled. "Come on, let's go watch the commotion. The person I dislike most in our department is Su Huai. Let's go watch the spectacle." Lu Lan tugged at Yuzhu as they prepared to leave the cafeteria. "I can't. I need to use the restroom. My stomach isn't feeling well," Yuzhu said, rolling his eyes and clutching his stomach as he dashed out. "How impressive," Lu Lan scoffed, before heading off to join the excitement. Once outside the cafeteria, Yuzhu did not head to the restroom but rather swiftly made his way to the broadcast room, glancing around cautiously before hiding in an abandoned pipe at the entrance. He fixed his gaze intently on the broadcast room window, where he could see a figure standing nearby, none other than Jing Lingling. Yuzhu was uncertain as to why Su Huai had instructed him to keep a close watch on Jing Lingling, specifically warning him to keep his distance. If he were discovered by her, he was to flee immediately. Could it be that she was an enemy operative? Yuzhu felt a sense of disbelief. He recognized Jing Lingling, whose voice was enchanting. However, her somewhat broad face and knock knees left something to be desired. Whenever the men in the factory made even slightly inappropriate jokes, Jing Lingling would tear up and cry for quite a while. Such a delicate and fragile girl. How could she possibly be a spy? Even if she were, would I, Yuzhu, need to flee? I am a legitimate practitioner of street wrestling. I could easily handle a mere girl. Chapter 71. A violent assault on the steel mill from several dozen meters away from the Southgate guardhouse. Su Huai spotted a crowd gathering at the entrance, their shouts and curses echoing from afar. The fastest runner, Jiang Fan, shouted to the crowd, "Make way. Our captain is here." The middle management of the steel mill turned to look at the tardy Su Huai. "Zhao, you're here to join the spectacle as well?" Su Huai grinned, scanning the crowd but failing to find Zhonghai. Zhao Jilai, with arms crossed behind his back and a grim expression, confronted Su Huai. "Su Huai, what is going on? You were entrusted with a whole team, and this is how you handle your duties? What is the matter?" Su Huai feigned ignorance. "Look at the mess you've created. On your very first day at work, you assaulted a subordinate, and now their family has come seeking you. What do you propose we do about it?" Zhao Jilai pointed an accusing finger at Su Huai, his voice rising. The other factory leaders, adept at navigating such situations, immediately joined in to chastise Su Huai alongside Li Xinmin. "Shall we call the police?" Su Huai suggested. Indeed, people often smile in moments of speechlessness, and Zhao Jilai's eyes were filled with disdain. "Qi Zhendong helped you find a job, and you truly believe the police station is your family's property? Fine, no police. I will go deal with the commotion myself." Su Huai indicated toward the raucous crowd outside the gate. At the forefront was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, somewhat stout. A rarity in this era for someone to be so well-fed. Behind her stood two burly men, exuding an aggressive aura. Further back were a dozen of Su Huai's former associates, street thugs wielding iron rods and wooden sticks, smoking and shouting boisterously. Some donned olive-green military uniforms, while others wore modified white coats of the 55-style public security uniform, oblivious to the heat. Su Huai glanced through the iron gate at Zhong Minglang, who lay on a cart, his head bandaged. "Is that you who beat my son? Step out, and let us see if I won't obliterate your entire family." Siheyuan bellowed, her threats fervent. Such fighting spirit? She was leagues away from rivaling the likes of Haizhong. Su Huai felt compelled to instruct her on how to incite a disturbance. Feigning surprise, he pointed at Zhong Minglang and exclaimed, "He is your son? I thought that brat had come to work injured. So you must be Sun Taoji's sister." Siheyuan paused, taken aback. Who is Sun Taoji? Su Huai feigned alarm. "The beloved confidant of Director Zhong in the workshop. Your son knows, yet you remain oblivious? Oh dear, my apologies, madam. I had no idea you were unaware of your husband's affair." The atmosphere fell into an immediate silence. Had this been before liberation, Siheyuan would not have taken her husband's infidelity to heart. Yet, in recent years, the work of the Women's Federation had been thoroughly disseminated. The first law promulgated by the New China was the marriage law, enacted in 1950. The concept of monogamy had long been embraced by the majority of women, elevating their status significantly. Suddenly, upon hearing that her husband was seeking another woman, a surge of fury erupted within her, as if it were a tempest rising from her very core. She bellowed, her hands striking the iron gate in a frenzy. "Zhonghai, you wretched creature! I toil at home, washing your clothes, cooking for you, and raising our son, while you shamelessly pursue infidelity. How can you betray me like this?" Su Huai turned and shouted at the scowling Zhao Jilai not far away. "Director Zhao, Zhonghai's misconduct has incited family members to create a disturbance at the factory, jeopardizing our production." The crowd murmured, "What a masterful deflection of blame." Zhao Jilai glared at Su Huai, retorting sternly, "Do not divert the topic. We are discussing your act of violence." Su Huai, feeling wronged, raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. "Director Zhao, listen. I was merely expressing my disdain for Zhonghai. It's not my place to meddle in his family matters. This should be addressed by the union, shouldn't it? Where's the union leadership? They should swiftly summon Director Zhong to resolve this." With that, Su Huai stepped back, adopting a composed demeanor. The union leaders, wide-eyed, were merely there to witness the spectacle. Zhao Jilai shot a fierce glare at Su Huai, striding to the entrance and addressing Siheyuan through the iron gate. "Sister-in-law, are you here to seek justice for your son, or to disrupt Director Zhong's work? Your ruckus will cost him his position. Moreover, you must not be so gullible. Director Zhong would never act irresponsibly behind your back. It is that scoundrel who has deceived you." Siheyuan, lacking resolve, fell silent upon hearing Zhao Jilai's words, suddenly recalling her purpose for being there. Meanwhile, Zhong Minglang on the cart fanned the flames. "Mom, they are going to kill your son." Siheyuan unleashed a torrent of insults upon Su Huai, occasionally dragging in his ancestors, her ferocity reminiscent of a fierce warrior. Had Siheyuan chosen to disgrace herself and wail on the ground, her prowess would have reached new heights. Siheyuan's brothers and her minions clamored aggressively, brandishing their weapons against the iron gate, demanding Su Huai to open it. Several trucks waiting to exit the factory honked their horns, and numerous workers emerged from the workshops to witness the commotion, forming a dense throng of spectators. The south gate was engulfed in chaos. Zhao Jilai, observing with a smirk, felt no urgency. The greater the turmoil, the more it worked against Su Huai, and he eagerly awaited the arrival of the factory's leadership and the party committee. After finishing a cigarette, Su Huai too wished for the leaders to arrive promptly. Just as the gate appeared on the brink of collapse, Su Huai strode forward, casting a cold gaze at Siheyuan and her entourage. "This is a steel mill, not a playground for your antics. As the captain of the security team, I shall warn you only once. Should you dare to step foot into this factory, you will be deemed a troublemaker. I hold no mercy for criminals. Leave now, while you still can." Outside, Siheyuan's brother, Siechong, bared his teeth. "Who do you think you are? I'll go in and take you down first. Brothers, push with all your might. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens." Siechong's subordinates were primarily young men in their late teens, filled with youthful vigor, and they could hardly tolerate Su Huai's pretentious demeanor. How could one person, so brazenly, treat our group of over 20 with such disdain? The iron gate clanged and swayed before finally collapsing, stirring up a cloud of dust. With a swagger that suggested he had severed ties with all kin, Siechong stepped through the fallen gate into the steel mill, his eyes ablaze with provocation. Behind him, more than 20 young men brandished iron rods and wooden sticks, their voices echoing with the force of 100. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the air, reverberating in the ears of the onlookers. No one knew from where Su Huai had produced a firearm, but he fired it into the sky. The sound startled Zhao Jilai, causing his complexion to pale. A singular thought raced through his mind. What have I done? This is escalating. In the capital, the most prestigious place, how dare one draw a gun? He never anticipated that Su Huai would be so reckless. Su Huai, put the gun down. Are you mad? You cannot point a firearm at the masses. Su Huai, without turning, coldly replied, do the masses incite trouble? Do they resort to armed violence against production units? Zhao Jilai swallowed hard, his throat dry. This situation is worsening. If the label of violent assault on a production unit was affixed to Xie Chang's group, their nature would change entirely. The gunfire caused Xie Chang to halt abruptly. His gaze fixed on the ominous black muzzle aimed at him, his face shifting between shades of pale and red, caught in a dilemma. Forward lay uncertainty. While retreat would jeopardize his standing, if he withdrew now, he would lose the respect of his followers. With a sudden determination, he stepped toward Su Huai, wagering that Su would not dare to pull the trigger. But he was gravely mistaken. Another gunshot rang out, the bullet striking the ground between Xie Chang's feet, sending shards of concrete flying. His face turned ashen as he struggled to swallow. Discard your illusions, lay down your weapons, and crouch with your heads protected. Take another step forward, and I shall shoot your legs. Su Huai's frigid voice echoed ominously. Caught in a precarious position, Xie Chang's breaths quickened, his face flushed, his heart racing in his throat. He feared Su Huai would indeed fire, yet he felt reluctant to back down. With so many eyes upon him, how could he retreat? Qiangzi, do not be afraid. He would not dare shoot. Your brother-in-law is the leader of the steel mill, soon to be promoted to deputy director. If he dares to shoot, I'll ensure your brother-in-law deals with him. Siheyuan shouted from behind, encouraging her brother. Drawing a deep breath, Xie Chang resolved that if he could suppress this youth today, he would command respect in the future throughout the city. With that thought igniting his courage, he stepped forward. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Huai pulled the trigger. The bullet struck Xie Chang's calf, and a piercing scream echoed through the steel mill. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg and wailing in agony. Witnessing Su Huai's audacity to fire, his subordinates scattered in fear. His sister, Siheyuan, trembled as she clung to a cart, while Zhang Minglang feigned death, paralyzed with terror. Everyone, crouch down and cover your heads. Su Huai bellowed fiercely, firing 3 shots into the sky. Over 20 young individuals promptly crouched down, clutching their heads as if a switch had been flipped. Jiang Fan, bind them, Su commanded, turning to see a gaping Jiang Fan by the guard booth. Jiang Fan, avoiding Su's gaze, understood the gravity of the situation. Today was the day Li Xinmin sought to deal with Su Huai. Are you an accomplice in their violent assault on the steel plant? Su aimed his firearm at Jiang Fan. The accusation left Jiang Fan pale with fear as he hastily waved his hands in denial. No, no, no. I don't know them. I'll bind them right away. He dashed into the guard booth, retrieving a number of handcuffs and ropes. Su then directed his weapon at another group of team members. Are you collaborators? With a sudden rush, a dozen individuals surged forward, attacking Xie Chang and his faction, asserting their allegiance. They feared retribution from Zhao Jilai, and even more so, the stigma of being labeled as traitors. Within moments, Xie Chang's group was entirely restrained. Director Zhao. The criminals who violently assaulted a key national production unit have all been apprehended, Su Huai announced, approaching Zhao Jilai with a smile. Zhao Jilai, his expression dark, glared at Su Huai. Do not indiscriminately assign blame. They are the family members of the injured, not criminals. Family members? Director Zhao, the gates have been demolished. Can you truly claim they are innocent? I suspect you are shielding them. Su's voice rose. Why are you trying to absolve them? Are you their inside man? Nonsense. Zhao Jilai erupted in anger, pointing a finger at Su Huai. Just wait until the police arrive. I want to see how you resolve this. At that moment, a senior leader from the factory rushed over. The man, in his 50s with graying hair at the temples, was none other than the plant manager, Yang Weiguo. Just behind him was Li Xinmin, followed by a group of flustered leaders. What is happening? Why was there gunfire? Yang Weiguo's expression was grave as he glanced at Xie Chang, who was wailing in agony, and then at Zhao Jilai. Zhao Jilai discreetly observed the stormy expression of Li Xinmin before hastily explaining, Manager Yang, it was Su Huai. He fired upon the family members of our plant. Who is Su Huai? Yang Weiguo roared. Who gave him the audacity? That is Su Huai. Zhao Jilai pointed at the unfazed Su Huai. Only then did Su put away his firearm, gesturing towards the fallen gates. Manager Yang, this group armed themselves and violently assaulted our steel plant. I warned them thrice and fired 2 warning shots, yet they remained obstinate, intent on their violent breach. Armed violence against the steel plant? Yang Weiguo surveyed the toppled gates. The 20 individuals bound tightly, and the so-called weapons discarded on the ground. Is this truly such a grave matter? At that moment, 3 jeeps approached, coming to a halt at the entrance with a screech. A dozen public security officers disembarked, led by Han Yun. Director Han, why have you come personally? Yang Weiguo and Li Xinmin hurried to greet him. Manager Yang, why was there gunfire? Han Yun assessed the scene, relieved to find no fatalities apart from the wailing Xiechong. Yang Weiguo cast a deep, somewhat irate glance at Su Huai. If the police intervened, he would be required to draft a report for his superiors, which was not in his favor. He then turned to Han Yun with a smile, saying, Director Han, it's nothing serious. We can resolve this internally. Director Yang, an injury caused by gunfire is hardly a trivial matter. We must ascertain the facts, Han Yun replied, shaking his head. He understood Yang Weiguo's desire to downplay the situation. In the past, he would have accommodated Yang Weiguo by allowing the security department to handle it. But given Su Huai's involvement, they had to intervene. Let us do this. Bring all participants to your conference room. We will investigate first. If the matter is not grave, we will leave it to you to handle. Yang Weiguo nodded in agreement. That works too. Li Xinmin opened his mouth as if to speak but hesitated. I need to use the restroom first. At that moment, Su Huai raised his hand, smiling at everyone. If you fear I might flee, you may have the police accompany me. Han Yun discerned the underlying meaning in Su Huai's words and glanced at Wang Dafei, instructing, you go. Afterward, Han Yun examined Xiechong's injury, discovering that the bullet had penetrated his calf. Although the injury looked alarming, it was not life-threatening. He instructed De Zhang to tend to the wound and sent someone to interview witnesses. On the way to the restroom, Su Huai asked Wang Dafei, why are there so few people here? Not at all. There are over a dozen, Wang Dafei replied. There are significant issues at the steel mill. Su Huai recounted the incident of Zhang Guowei and Wu Xiangfeng returning at 3 in the morning the previous night. Is the information reliable? I have eyes everywhere at the steel mill. Good. I will find an opportunity to check on the transport team shortly. Also, inform Director Qi to be ready to support us at any time. Chapter 73. The motivation of men in the conference room. Both Yang Weiguo and Li Xinmin were present, alongside the previously absent Zhong Hao, who stood angrily to the side. Zhao Ji came forward eagerly to report, stating that, according to him, Su Huai had maliciously retaliated against the injured party's family. Conversely, Su Huai claimed it was an armed violent assault on a production unit. Each held firmly to their assertions. Su Huai, did you strike Zhang Minglang? Zhong Hao bellowed. Su Huai slammed his hand on the table, his voice louder than Zhong Hao's. Zhang Minglang openly harassed female colleagues in the factory, humiliating women. As the team leader, I corrected his misdeeds. And he even asked me if I knew who his father was. Thankfully, I am not his father. Otherwise, I would have struck him down. The crowd murmured. And Zhong Hao suddenly felt that Su Huai's words held merit. Damn it, indeed a troublesome fellow, causing me endless trouble. You're talking nonsense. I did not. Zhang Minglang, with his head bandaged, vehemently denied, attempting to mask his panic. Su Huai coolly responded, you whistled at female colleagues yesterday and verbally insulted them, insisting they follow you for indulgences. Dare you deny it? Zhang Fan and several others were present and can testify. Director Han, please interrogate them immediately. Han Yun fixed his gaze on Zhang Minglang and asked in a low voice, you have one last chance. Will you speak, or shall we investigate? Zhang Minglang hastily glanced at his father, Zhang Hao, seeking assistance. Zhang Hao recalled that Li Xinmin had mentioned the previous night that Han Yun was eager for the matter, urging Su Huai to leave. Thus, emboldened, he declared, Chief Han, I am well aware of my son's character. He would never engage in inappropriate behavior with female colleagues. Please proceed with the interrogation. Han Yun nodded to the detectives behind him, prompting 3 or 4 officers to stride forward, unnoticed by most. A flicker of panic crossed Zhao Jilai's eyes, while only Su Huai keenly observed the subtle shifts in everyone else's expressions. Chief Han, I have further allegations to report. Zhang Hao is involved in illicit relationships, specifically with Sun Taoji from their workshop. Furthermore, he has embezzled Zhang Xiaobing's compensation, Su Huai boldly asserted, inching closer. As these words echoed through the conference room, an immediate silence fell, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Zhang Hao's complexion turned a deep shade of purple, his blood pressure surging. Su Huai, cease your baseless accusations. We are discussing your violent actions. Li Xinmin's face darkened. This individual clearly knew how to stir the pot. Zhong Hao was one of his own, and Yang Weiguo loomed nearby, watching intently. Moreover, Li Xinmin was acutely aware of Zhonghai's questionable integrity. He rapped on the table and added, Su Huai, these matters can be resolved internally. We are here to discuss your issues. Su Huai rose, slamming his hand on the table, his defiance surpassing that of Li Xinmin, his face a mask of righteous indignation. I am currently reporting to the factory leadership, Director Yang. Zhang Xiaobing's family is left with only a frail, ailing mother and a 3-year-old daughter. Do you know that after the incident, the elderly woman can only scavenge to provide for her granddaughter? What will outsiders think of our steel mill if this news spreads? With nearly 10,000 employees, won't their hearts grow cold? Director Yang, you must stand up for the workers. Yang Weiguo set down his teacup, his voice rising in anger. Is this true? Director Yang. He has only been at the steel mill for a few days. He is completely unaware of the situation. Li Xinmin quickly interjected, trying to absolve Zhonghai. Seeing the discord, Su Huai resolved to furnish Yang Weiguo with an irrefutable reason to investigate. He pounded the table. The truth will come to light through inquiry. Director Yang. If you choose to sweep this under the rug today, I will report you to the city for protecting a criminal. If the city dismisses my claims, I shall escalate the matter to the metallurgical department. Yang Weiguo felt a surge of delight within, casting a long, contemplative glance at Su Huai while maintaining a furrowed brow. Su Huai, do not act rashly. Serving the people is my mission. This matter demands thorough investigation, and anyone involved must face severe consequences. Let the union and the labor department look into this immediately. Vice Director Li, do you have any objections? Li Xinmin's expression darkened. He understood that Yang Weiguo would not let this opportunity slip by, but at this juncture, he could not oppose it. If Su Huai truly reported to the city and the upper echelons uncovered the issue, it would pose an even greater problem. Resolving it internally was preferable. I concur, he replied, his shoulders slumped. Zhonghai's face turned ashen, his eyes filled with trepidation as he cast a pleading glance at Li Xinmin, who ignored him, his eyes half closed. It was over. Zhonghai sank heavily into his chair, helplessly watching as the union and labor department personnel departed. Yet, Su Huai's grand scheme had not yet come to fruition. Director Han, we can now discuss the incident involving a violent assault on the production unit. The instigator is none other than Zhonghai's brother-in-law, which gives me substantial reason to suspect that this violent attack was orchestrated by Zhonghai himself. Nonsense. Li Xinmin suddenly opened his eyes and pounded the table, exclaiming, if it weren't for your actions, would Zhong Minglang's uncle and mother have come to the factory, seeking an explanation? Su Huai's voice echoed through the meeting room. Deputy Factory Director Li, please remain calm. What family would resort to violence to demand an explanation? That is because you refused to open the door for them. Had you allowed them entry, they would have had a means of communication and would not have resorted to such measures. Zhao Jilai interjected, slamming his hand on the table. Su Huai turned to Zhao Jilai. Director Zhao, if I recall correctly, you arrived at the south gate before I did you not? As the head of security, why did you not open the door to let them in? I saw so many people and had no idea what they intended. Zhao Jilai hastily distanced himself from the situation. Indeed, with so many individuals, who would dare to let them in? They were armed, and besides, Jiang Fan informed me that Zhang Minglang's uncle is notorious around Yishengmen for extortion. Would I risk allowing such individuals into the factory? Zhao Jilai was rendered speechless. Su Huai immediately turned to Han Yun. Director Han, that group undoubtedly has ulterior motives. Xie Chong may even have a life at stake. I suggest a thorough investigation. Wang Dafei utilized the factory's phone to contact Qi Zhendong, reporting the situation and recommending that the precinct be prepared to provide immediate support. Subsequently, Wang Dafei proceeded to the transportation team. Over 30 GZ trucks were parked in the courtyard. As he scanned the trucks, he continued forward, but after a few steps, he turned back upon noticing a GZ truck parked in the maintenance area. The truck's cargo compartment was covered with an oilcloth. How peculiar. Why would the steel mill's goods need to be protected from the rain? Aside from that truck, all the other cargo compartments were uncovered. Greetings, Officer Wang, at that moment. A sycophantic smile appeared before Wang Dafei. He recognized the newcomer but could not recall where he had seen him before. Officer Wang, I am Yi Zhonghai, a neighbor of Su Huai, residing at 95 Nanluoguxiang. Yi Zhonghai mustered the courage to greet him, aspiring to cultivate connections within the police force like Su Huai, allowing him to walk with confidence. Then he could boldly strike up a conversation with the attractive university student next door. Ah, that student was truly stunning. Indeed, for men, Wealth and beauty serve as the greatest motivators. However, one must never admit that their efforts are solely for money and beautiful women. It is essential to package one's aspirations. Claiming that one strives for love and career, still seeking updates, 5-star reviews, and a wave of free love-driven support. Chapter 74. How resilient is your bone? Seeking 5-star reviews, Wang Dafei recalled who Yi Zhonghai was and accepted the pack of cigarettes he offered, which Yin had specially prepared for the leaders. He also had a pack of economy cigarettes for personal use. Did you not sleep well last night? Wang Dafei noticed Yi Zhonghai looking lethargic and yawning intermittently, immediately considering him as a subject for inquiry. I worked overtime with the leaders last night and only managed to doze off as dawn approached, Yi Zhonghai chuckled, displaying a hint of pride. In just a matter of days, Yi Zhonghai found himself accompanying the transport team leader in and out of operations, which instilled in him a profound sense of accomplishment. He dreamt that soon he would be able to truly learn to drive. Yi Zhonghai felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his life, with both career and love poised for a bountiful harvest. What extra shifts are you doing? Wang Dafei inquired casually. After hauling a batch of goods, Captain Wu mentioned that it comprised the factory's strategic materials, packed in boxes, over 40 in total. Yi Zhonghai whispered. Last night, Wu Xiangfeng specifically instructed everyone to keep quiet. In a bid to curry favor with Wang Dafei, Yi Zhonghai decided to speak freely. Which vehicle was used for the transport? Wang Dafei gestured toward the GZ truck covered with an oilcloth, and Yi Zhonghai nodded in acknowledgement. Is the cargo still on the truck? I'm not sure. When the truck returned last night, I went straight to bed. Wang Dafei scrutinized Yi Zhonghai's changing expressions, striving to apply the insights gained just yesterday into practice. He detected no covert actions from Yi Zhonghai, only the obsequious smile on his face, which ignited a desire to slap him. Where did you pick up the goods? Oh, I have no idea. I fell asleep after leaving the city and woke up in the mountains. Wang Dafei chuckled, patting Yi Zhonghai on the shoulder. You carry on. I'll take a look around for safety hazards. With that, Wang Dafei wandered off, only to discover that the truck covered with the oilcloth was empty. His gaze shifted to a locked warehouse. At that moment, Zhang Guwei and Wu Xiangfeng hurried over, both appearing as lackluster as Yi Zhonghai. Hello, comrade. I am the transport team leader, Wu Xiangfeng, he said, extending his hand warmly. Wang Dafei replied with a smile. Greetings, I am Wang Dafei, here to inspect for safety hazards. Welcome, welcome. We appreciate your guidance, Wu Xiangfeng beamed. What is stored in that warehouse? Wang Dafei suddenly pointed at the building, fixing his gaze on the two men. Wu Xiangfeng hesitated, his eyes darting. Nothing much, just some auto parts. We locked it up to prevent theft. Wang Dafei nodded, smiling. Excellent safety awareness. Do maintain it. I must continue my inspection elsewhere. After the two escorted Wang Dafei out of the transport team, he squinted. Aware that Wu Xiangfeng had lied, he had noticed Wu Xiangfeng's eyes flicker to the left several times. According to Huai, this indicated deceit. There was undoubtedly something unsavory hidden within that warehouse. However, he dared not take risks alone. Wang Dafei hastened towards the conference room. Inside the conference room, several detectives were reporting to Han Yun. Jiang Fan and his cohorts had confessed. It was indeed Zhong Minglang who had harassed a newly hired female colleague yesterday. The detectives cast furtive glances at Huai, as they also admitted to their involvement, noting that the most notorious rogue was Huai, who had not released the female colleague's hand. However, since they were all from the same circle, such matters were to be handled internally. Before long, De Zhang, who had just interrogated Xie Chong and his subordinate, returned to the conference room. He glanced at the ashen-faced Zhong Hao and coldly remarked, Chief, Xie Chong has revealed that Zhong Hao instigated the disturbance, even instructing him to escalate the situation deliberately against Huai, claiming he had already informed the factory leaders about it and intended for Huai to be dismissed. The leaders present at the steel mill exchanged glances, while Li Xinmin remained impassive, silently cursing under his breath. Yang Weigua furrowed his brow and inquired, Comrade, did he specify which leader it was? De Zhang turned to Zhong Hao, you have one chance. The principal offender must be held accountable, while those coerced will not be pursued. And those who turn against their own will be rewarded. There is no leader. It was I who deceived my uncle. Zhong Hao's eyes flickered, seemingly wary of something. Yang Weigua slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Zhong Hao, think carefully. If you orchestrated this, you will be dismissed from your position. Director Yang, I assure you, there is no one else involved. I acted out of resentment, wishing to retaliate against Huai. Zhang Hao's gaze darted between Zhao Jilai and Li Xinmin. He was undoubtedly concealing something. It appeared the depths of the steel mill held many secrets. How many enemies lay hidden within? Su Huai suddenly slammed his hand on the table and pointed. This individual is not being forthright. I suggest a thorough interrogation. This is a violent assault on a production unit. The crowd followed Su Huai's gesture and fixed their eyes on Zhao Jilai. Su Huai, are you a dog? Why do you indiscriminately lash out at anyone? Zhao Jilai sprang to his feet, seething with fury at being singled out. Oh dear, wrong target. Why are you so enraged? Director Zhao, are you perhaps feeling guilty? Su Huai chuckled, redirecting his finger toward Zhonghao. You speak nonsense. Why would I feel guilty? I have nothing to hide and fear no repercussions. Zhao Jilai's face flushed with anger. Han Yun frowned and rapped the table with his knuckles. Everyone, remain calm. If there are issues, we shall investigate them. De Zhang, take Zhonghao for interrogation. Li Xinmin continued to meditate with closed eyes, wholly unconcerned that Zhonghao might implicate him. For Li Xinmin understood that Zhonghao lacked the courage to do so. The transgressions Zhonghao was entangled in were mere trifles. He must shoulder these burdens alone to conceal even greater misdeeds. Similarly, Zhao Jilai was not anxious about Zhonghao spilling his secrets. Rather, he was more troubled by the group stationed at the south gate. Director Yang, Director Li. I need to head to the south gate to expedite the repairs on the iron gate, Zhao Jilai announced as he rose. Su Huai also stood. I will accompany you to the south gate. Zhao Jilai shot him a dark look. What do you intend to do there? You are to assist with the investigation here. Su Huai spread his hands, adopting the demeanor of a victor. What more is there to investigate? My inquiries have already revealed that Zhonghao led a violent assault on the production unit, and I single-handedly thwarted them. The factory should reward me accordingly. Also, why do you resist my presence? What are you so anxious about? Zhao Jilai, indignant, retorted, I am not anxious. Why would I be? Come on, let us go together. The two exited the conference room in succession. Director Zhao, hold on a moment. I need to visit the restroom first. Humph. Zhao Jilai ignored Su Huai and strode purposefully toward the south gate. Su Huai, observing Zhao Jilai's retreating figure, called out, just 5 minutes, Director Zhao. You must wait for me. Once Zhao Jilai disappeared from sight, Su Huai promptly turned and made his way to where Zhonghao was being interrogated. De Zhang. How is the interrogation proceeding? De Zhang shook his head. This fellow insists it was solely his doing. Allow me to take over. I do not believe his resolve is as steadfast as he claims. Chapter 75. The enemy within the financial department reveals itself with his head drooping and a look of despair. Zhonghao was instantly engulfed in a surge of fury. Glaring at Su Huai and shouting, on what grounds do you interrogate me? What authority do you possess? With a resounding slap, Su Huai thrust his identification in Zhonghao's face, declaring, take a good look and see if I possess the authority. Zhonghao stared blankly at Su Huai's police credentials, and in an instant, his pupils contracted, his complexion visibly paling as his hands and feet began to tremble. In that moment, he reflected upon all the misdeeds he had committed. We have been observing you for a long time, Zhonghao. I have come undercover to the steel mill specifically to investigate you. I know you are not the mastermind, if you insist on taking the fall for these matters. All that awaits you is execution. Boom. At that moment, Zhonghao's psychological defenses crumbled, and he began to wail, do not execute me. I will confess, it was Zhao Ji who led me astray. I am not the principal offender, merely a coerced accomplice. Bang. Su Huai struck the table, commanding. Speak of the matter at hand. Zhonghao stammered. The matter at hand 2 years ago. Zhao Ji invited me to dinner one day, promising a lucrative deal. If I reported one less coil of rebar from Workshop 7, I would receive 200 yuan. I was blinded by greed and agreed to Zhao Ji's proposal. Su Huai furrowed his brow, realizing that he had come to investigate espionage and had inadvertently uncovered a case of embezzlement of state assets. It suddenly dawned on him why those guards at the southern gate had perished at their posts. Surely, these connections were all entangled in the web. Was it Zhang Guwei from the transport team who helped you move the goods? Zhonghao nodded. Thinking they were indeed aware, Zhang Guwei and Wu Xiangfeng were responsible for transporting the goods, while Zhao Ji and his brother-in-law managed the guard's clearance. Over the past 2 years, we have smuggled out more than 10 tons of steel from Workshop 7. Did Jing Lingling have any involvement? Su Huai suddenly inquired. Jing Lingling? The announcer? I do not know. I was only responsible for the production in Workshop 7. Zhonghao shook his head. And what is the relationship between Jiang Fan and Jing Lingling? Zhonghao continued to shake his head. I truly do not know. Su Huai turned to De Zhang, saying, Brother De Zhang, you handle the rest of the interrogation. I will go capture Zhao Ji. De Zhang, filled with a hint of admiration, nodded, contemplating the disparity between individuals. During the last apprehension of Yi Zhonghai had been the driver, fully participating in Su Huai's interrogation of Yi. In a mere half hour, Yi, a trained major from the Secrecy Bureau, had divulged everything. Now, in less than 5 minutes, the stubborn Zhonghai had also confessed entirely. If others do not achieve merit, who will? Su Huai strode towards the southern gate, just as he exited the office building and encountered the approaching Wang Dafei. Wang Dafei immediately lowered his voice. There are issues with the transport team. The one named Yin Jiecheng from your department went out last night with Wu Shuangfeng to transport goods, bringing back over 40 boxes of supplies. I suspect those boxes contain gas bombs. I have also uncovered Zhang Guowei's embezzlement of state assets. We can use this as a pretext to apprehend him. Su Huai replied. All right, I will call for reinforcements immediately. Wang Dafei spoke with rapid urgency. A crisp voice suddenly emerged from around the corner. There's no time. What if it detonates? We must take down the transport team first. Su Huai and Wang Dafei simultaneously drew their weapons, directing their gaze towards the corner, where Qin Tang, with her shoulder-length hair, stepped forth. After entering the steel mill, Qin Tang had been working in the office, primarily tasked with drafting documents for the leadership. Her mission was to covertly investigate the senior management of the steel mill while collaborating with Su Huai. She had been waiting there for him. Who are you? Wang Dafei, unfamiliar with Qin Tang, aimed his gun at her. We're on the same side, Su Huai said, lowering Wang Dafei's weapon. He then inquired of Qin Tang. Do we still have personnel in the steel mill? There are 7 others, with Wang Dafei included. We have enough to handle the transport team as lackeys. Qin Tang replied confidently. Su Huai pondered for a few seconds. You're right. We should indeed neutralize the transport team first. If it turns out to be a gas bomb, the consequences would be dire. This is a steel mill with nearly 10,000 workers. I'll inform Section Chief Han. You two wait here. Su Huai quickly ascended the stairs, instructing De Zhang to take 2 people to apprehend Zhao Jilai at the south gate before hastily entering the conference room. Inside, Yang Weiguo appeared composed, engaging in conversation with Han Yun, while Li Xinmin occasionally interjected. When Su Huai entered, all eyes turned towards him. Section Chief Han, could you step outside for a moment? Li Xinmin frowned slightly. Su Huai, if you have something to say, you can say it here. Section Chief Han isn't someone you can call at will. Before he could finish, Han Yun strode directly towards the door, causing Li Xinmin to abruptly fall silent. His face flushing red as he suddenly realized that their relationship was not as Han Yun had suggested. Why were they concealing their connection? A thin sheen of sweat formed on Li Xinmin's forehead as he contemplated Su Huai's presence at the steel mill, surely to investigate something. Could they have discovered that Zhonghai and Zhao Jilai were secretly selling state assets? Li Xinmin felt as if he were sitting on needles. Although he had not participated, he was not entirely uninvolved. Zhonghai was one of his men, as was Zhao Jilai. Furthermore, the security department was under his supervision. Should anything go awry, Li Xinmin understood that his standing within the steel mill would be severely compromised. Director Yang, there's something I need to clarify with everyone, Li Xinmin declared, unhesitatingly distancing himself from the situation. In the finance department of the steel mill, Yuan Tong stood by the window, eavesdropping on the gossip around her while observing the situation outside. Sister Lu was the most talkative in the finance department, transitioning from discussing Su Huai's gunfire to various rumors about the security department, and then mentioning her recent perception that the security in the capital had suddenly tightened. Last night, personnel from the street office and the police station were inspecting the courtyard for safety hazards. Upon hearing this, others began to share their own experiences, noting that representatives from the police station had also been visiting their residences to check for safety issues. Yuan Tong understood that this was part of the gatekeeping operation, a joint investigation team searching for potential gas bombs hidden within the capital. It wasn't limited to residential areas. Any factories, warehouses, schools, and other establishments within the city were undergoing extensive inspections, particularly focusing on potential underground structures hidden within the urban landscape. This is merely one thread of the gatekeeper operation. Meanwhile, another group tirelessly translates the collected Japanese documents and investigates the records of Japanese military officers from the capital at that time, hoping to uncover some leads. Su Huai's team is specifically focused on the steel mill lead. Yuan Tong noticed Qin Huairu listening intently, her face taut and exhibiting signs of anxiety. Yuan Tong couldn't help but smile inwardly. Indeed, without training, one cannot undertake such responsibilities. Fortunately, Qin Huairu was merely a FAAD to deceive the enemy. Suddenly, the commotion of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. The finance department personnel hurriedly leaned by the window, observing the public security officers racing deeper into the factory. Hey, Siheyuan. Su Huai is also running. He seems unscathed. Sister Lu exclaimed in astonishment. I thought for sure he would be dismissed. Siheyuan, if he bothers you again, just tell me, and I'll take care of him. Yuan Tong smiled, yet her heart felt heavy. She spotted Su Huai, Han Yun, Wang Dafei, and Chen Tang among the crowd. Could there be a lead on enemy agents? Flower sister, where are you going? Yuan Tong suddenly noticed a figure heading outside. It was the accountant, Hua Duo. Hua Duo was essentially Yuan Tong's mentor in the finance department. From Sister Lu, Yuan Tong learned that Hua Duo had once been closest to Wang Hongmei. I need to use the restroom, Hua Duo said, turning back with a smile, her 40s evident. When you pass by the supply and marketing cooperative, please bring me a box of Haga oil. Yuan Tong pulled out a yuan from her pocket and handed it to Hua Duo. Sure, Hua Duo replied, hastily departing. Yuan Tong remained composed, convinced that Hua Duo was up to something. Purchasing Haga oil required a ticket, and Hua Duo usually bought it at the steel mill supply cooperative. So she was certainly aware of that. Qin Jia, could you do me a favor? Yuan Tong urged, cheerfully pulling Qin Huairu outside. Qin Huairu appeared reluctant, still gathering intelligence. If she failed to bring back useful leads today, Su Huai's displeased expression would be hard to endure. However, she dared not refuse Yuan Tong. So she put on a smiling face and accompanied her out of the finance office. You need to find Su Huai immediately and inform him that Hua Duo from the finance department is suspicious. Yuan Tong spoke rapidly into Qin Huairu's ear. Qin Huairu jolted, instinctively retorting, Siheyuan, what nonsense are you talking? I have no connection with Su Huai. Why are you so flustered? Who said there was a connection? Yuan Tong gazed meaningfully at Qin Huairu, whose cheeks flushed as she nervously clutched her clothing, her eyes fixed on her shoe tips. Yuan Tong gently shook Qin Huairu, urging her to regain her composure. The situation is urgent. Why are you being shy? I know who you are and what Su Huai does. Hurry and find him. Just say that Hua Duo from the finance department is problematic. I will follow Hua Duo now. Only then did Qin Huairu realize that Yuan Tong was also part of the public security apparatus. I understand. I will go right away. Qin Huairu grew increasingly anxious, feeling her heart race uncontrollably. Caught off guard, the transport team was swiftly subdued. Wu Xiangfeng and Zhang Guwei were pressed to the ground, their faces ashen. Wang Dafei, accompanied by his men, forcefully broke open the warehouse door and discovered a cache of supplies hidden beneath an oilcloth in a corner of the warehouse. Cautiously opening the boxes, Han Yun and Wang Dafei gasped in shock. Indeed, they contained gas bombs. Han Yun inhaled deeply, stating the urgency. We must evacuate the workers at the steel mill immediately. Notify Director Qi at once and have someone come to handle this. First, inform Director Qi, but do not evacuate the workers just yet. There may still be a big catch. Wait for me a few minutes while I interrogate them. Su Huai interjected as he hastened to Wu Xiangfeng's side and crouched down. The items in the warehouse were brought in by Jing Lingling, weren't they? At the mention of Jing Lingling's name, Wu Xiangfeng's eyelids twitched slightly. What items? I don't know. He retorted defiantly. Su Huai replied, without evidence, do you think we would arrest you? Jiang Fan has already confessed. You returned after 2 in the morning last night. And Jing Lingling was indeed at the steel mill. It matters not if you remain silent. If Zhang Guwei confesses first, he might save his life. But you're doomed. By the way, Zhonghai has also disclosed your dealings in state property. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiangfeng deflated like a punctured balloon, his spirit crushed. He realized that the charge of trafficking state property alone was sufficient to warrant a death sentence. Is it true that what I say can save my life? Wu Xiangfeng thought desperately, attempting to bargain with Su Huai. Take him away and bring Zhang Guwei here. Su Huai commanded forcefully. Flustered, Wu Xiangfeng exclaimed, I'll talk. It was Jing Lingling who instructed us to transport those supplies, and she also facilitated the sale of steel. Su Huai kicked Wu Xiangfeng in the ribs and shouted, Do you even know what those so-called supplies are? They are gas bombs. Your son works at the mill too. Are you not concerned for his life? Wu Xiangfeng looked up suddenly, disbelief etched on his face. What did you say? What's in that box? Su Huai pressed. Who else, besides Jing Lingling, knew about your procurement last night? Who else? Oh, I remember. There's also the accountant, Hua Duo, from the finance department. I truly didn't know what was inside. Last night, I wanted to take a look, but it was Zhang Guwei who stopped me. I just wanted to make some money. I never intended to betray my country. Wu Xiangfeng felt unjustly accused. Su Huai delivered a harsh kick and turned to Han Yun, saying, We must urgently apprehend Jing Lingling and Hua Duo. These two could very well be spies, akin to Oda Chikao, thriving within our nation. With a grim expression, Han Yin nodded. You go after Jing Lingling. I will remain here to ensure the gas bombs do not detonate. Su Huai then seized Yin Jieching, who was crouched on the ground with his head cradled in his arms. Trembling, Yin Jieching struggled to articulate his words. Su Huai, I know nothing. I'm innocent. Of course, I know you're clueless. With your meager courage, you're barely braver than Jia Dongxu, Su Huai retorted, dragging Yin Jieching out. Hearing Su Huai's words, Yin Jieching, with a quivering voice, asked, Then why are you taking me out? You're not going to execute me, are you? It is not so, truly not so. If you genuinely have feelings for Yuliko, I only have one wife. Yin Jieching ultimately refrained from uttering the words to gift Yuli to Su Huai. What a chaotic mess. Silence. I now offer you an opportunity to prove your worth. Tell me where the steel rolling mill's broadcasting room is located. Su Huai slapped Yin Jieching across the face, rousing him from his stupor. Yin Jieching immediately perked up, exclaiming, Why didn't you say so earlier? You nearly scared the life out of me. Subsequently, Yin Jieching led Su Huai, turning around two corners, and then remembered to offer Su Huai a cigarette, grinning broadly. Su Huai, my sister-in-law, Yu Haidang, works in the broadcasting room. She is exceptionally beautiful. Let me introduce you. With a sharp clap, Su Huai struck the back of Yin Jieching's head, retorting, I know not whether your sister-in-law is beautiful or not. Just lead the way. 2 minutes later, with a pitiful expression, Yin Jieching pointed to a 2-story building. This is the propaganda department. The broadcasting room is at the far east end. Before he could finish, a sharp slap echoed as Yuzhu popped his head in. Hey, Yin Jieching, you're here too. Idiot, do you dare to hit? Silence. Su Huai glared at the two of them. Is this a time for nonsense? Yuzhu, what is the situation with Jing Lingling? Yuzhu promptly adopted a serious demeanor. I've been keeping watch. She hasn't left the broadcasting room. All right, you two hide. Under the scrutiny of Yuzhu and Yin Jieching, Su Huai, without a clue as to where he procured it, produced a Type 54 pistol, leaving the two in a state of shock as they stared at him while he expertly checked the magazine. Su Huai shot them another glare. Why are you standing there like fools? Quickly, hide. At that moment, a middle-aged woman, clad in a blue work cap and with a thick braid draped over her shoulder, emerged from the propaganda department. Upon seeing Su Huai brandishing a gun, she froze momentarily. Who are you? Is that Jing Lingling? Su Huai inquired of Yuzhu. Yuzhu shook his head and recounted. Jing Lingling is a girl in her 20s, with fair skin, ample figure, and short hair. You're not quite right. Your observations are rather meticulous. Ma'am, return. Su Huai barked. I can't. The section chief instructed me to collect items from the labor department. The woman spoke in a pure Tongshan dialect, edging along the wall, and quickened her pace after brushing past Su Huai. Yuzhu turned to glance at the swiftly departing woman, feeling an uncanny familiarity. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. Jing Lingling has escaped. That woman just now was her. I recognize her bowlegs. Su Huai took off in pursuit, rounding the corner to see the middle-aged woman fleeing at full speed. He shouted, Stop! I'll shoot. Bang! The woman turned sideways and fired first. Su Huai pressed himself against the wall, aiming for her backside, and fired twice. Thud! The middle-aged woman collapsed heavily to the ground. Jing Lingling, you can still disguise yourself. You nearly cost me the chance to prove myself. At that moment, Yuzhu foolishly rushed forward, only to hear 2 gunshots. Collapsing to the ground. The first shot was fired by the fallen Liang Xin, and the second was Su Huai shooting Liang Xin's wrist, disarming her the gun she held. Su Huai disregarded Yuzhu and swiftly kicked Liang Xin's gun away before pinning him to the ground. Only then did he turn to face Yuzhu, who knelt on the ground, hands clutching his groin, his face a mask of terror. Su Huai, my precious jewels have been struck, he cried. Su Huai, after breaking Liang Xin's arms to ensure he could neither flee nor retrieve his weapon, hastened to Yuzhu's side and crouched down. His expression was grave as he gazed at Yuzhu's trembling hands, realizing the gravity of the situation. Foolish Jew is destined to become a simpleton. He barked, Remove your hands. Sensing something amiss, Su Huai wondered how a blow to such a sensitive area could result in no blood. He peered through the gaps of Yuzhu's fingers, finding nothing but a damp patch. It was merely a case of fear-induced urination. It hurts. Yuzhu lamented, tears welling in his eyes. I haven't even wed yet. Su Huai pried Yuzhu's hands apart, revealing a singular tear in his trousers. If it had been just an inch higher, calamity would have struck indeed. With a sharp slap, Su Huai admonished, It's still there. Why are you crying? Yuzhu, shaken from his panic, began to pat around his groin, a grin spreading across his face. Perhaps out of reassurance, he suddenly leapt to his feet, unzipping his pants to take a peek, his hand descending within. Still there, genuinely intact. Yuzhu exulted, arms outstretched to embrace Huai. In that moment, his spirit soared as though he had received a raise. Huai pushed Yuzhu away, his expression one of disdain, before returning to Liang's son, who lay moaning in agony, her thick, dark braids discarded nearby. Liang's son glared at him, her face contorted with resentment and fury. I should have killed you on the spot. She spat, regret flickering in her eyes. When she plotted to eliminate Wang Hongmei and frame Huai, she never anticipated that this seemingly insignificant street urchin would become her executioner. Now, she lamented her decision to complicate matters over a mere $20,000. At the time, Fan Yaxin had warned her that the more intricate the scheme, the more vulnerabilities it bore. Yet, Liang's son had dismissed his caution, mistaking her arrogance for confidence. Ultimately, her hubris had exacted a heavy toll. Huai crouched down, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Isn't it frustrating, Sakura? Boom. Liang Sen's eyes widened in shock and confusion. She could not fathom how Huai knew her codename. Was there another infiltrator from the special operations in the capital? Do you truly believe we are inept? We are well aware of your situation. Your name is Liang Sensato. Following your mother Matsushita Sumi's demise, you became the second generation of Sakura. Liang's son was incredulous. This information was known only to her and that old woman. Had the old woman been captured? Was it Chiharu who revealed this to you? Chiharu? Another lurking enemy operative? Huai maintained his composure, though internally he chuckled. This second-generation Sakura seemed rather dim-witted. Was she not inadvertently confessing? Huai surmised that she must have lacked formal training or was simply a pawn of the enemy, a pitiful choice among the ranks. How splendid it would be if all enemy operatives were this foolish. Huai chuckled lightly. What do you think? It must be her. Only she knows my mother's name and my identity as the second generation of cherry blossoms. Liangsen gritted his teeth, the anger of betrayal momentarily overshadowing his physical pain. I won't hesitate to tell you that this is the first time I've heard the name Chiharu. It must be a code name. The reason we have your information is that we received the whistleblower's letter. Huai spoke freely, subtly sowing discord between Sakura and Chiharu. Since Sakura was convinced that Chiharu had betrayed her, it was essential to exploit that. Huai lit a cigarette and gestured for the detectives who had rushed over upon hearing the gunshots to wait. You treacherous scoundrels. You old fools. I knew you Chinese could not be trusted. Liang's son shouted in a fit of rage. Chiharu is an elderly woman and a traitor. Huai maintained a composed demeanor, suppressing the urge to violently retaliate against Liang Sen, who was still trying to humiliate the Dragon Kingdom even in the face of death. Why won't you let me go? Why? I no longer wish to live in this constant state of fear. China is becoming increasingly stable. We have no opportunity to counterattack. All I want is to make some money and leave this place. Why won't you let me go? Clearly, Liangsen had lost control of his emotions. After enduring so much repression, he erupted like a flood. Smack. Huai slapped Liangsen across the face. If you want to leave, then leave. Why resort to launching poison gas bombs? Liang's son roared. Do you think I don't want to leave? I have no money. Where can I go? I want to create chaos in the capital, to cause many deaths, leaving you all preoccupied, and then I will escape with the old woman's riches. Damn it. Huai realized that he, his father, and Wang Hongmei were merely sacrifices for Liang Sen's frustrations. He had initially thought it was the Japanese who were taking action, activating enemy agents. Instead, it was Liang Sen acting out of self-interest, instigating the hidden enemy agents himself. How utterly despicable. Huai felt an overwhelming urge to snap Liang Sen's neck. Is Chiharu truly wealthy? Knowing her demise was imminent, Liang's son laughed maniacally, seemingly intent on dragging the old woman down with her before she departed this world. With scorn, she remarked, her father is your Qing dynasty's Prince Su of the second rank, Xuanqi. When Prince Su fled the capital, he hid a vast fortune there. Otherwise, why would that old woman be willing to return? The daughter of Prince Su Xuanqi was none other than Rongyu. Chapter 78. One day, we will settle the score with you. Huai speculated that Liang Sensato must have endured abuse during her childhood. Otherwise, her character could not have become so extreme. Where is Chiharu? If I knew where she was, I would have killed her already. Liang Sensato hissed venomously. Then how do you intend to take her wealth? Huai inquired. I have my ways. As long as you don't execute me, I can help you find the treasures her father hid in the capital. I can deliver them to you. Ah, Su Huai initially thought Liang Sensato and Chiharu were at odds, only to realize that Liang Sensato was paving her own path to survival. She had said all this merely to save her own life. Since she feared death, everything could be negotiated. Who else is in your network? What is the purpose of the grave-digging plan? Su Huai extinguished the cigarette, but the sinister laughter of Liang Senjiao echoed. There is no plan to dig a grave at all. Ah ha ha. That was merely a ruse to deceive them. Her expression, laced with a hint of arrogance, reflected the delight of manipulating others at her whim. The so-called grave-digging scheme was her own fabrication, designed to mislead the enemies along the Sakura line. Her true objective was to use gas bombs as a cover for her escape plan. Unbeknownst to Su Huai, Wang Yi's fraudulent act of scamming the bank for 200,000 was also orchestrated by Sakura. The original Sakura, having learned of Wang Yi's status as an undercover agent, relayed this information to Liang Senjiao just before her demise. Once Liang Senjiao contemplated her departure, she feigned to be Wang Yi's new superior, issuing instructions for the scam, all to create a diversion. One must concede that she possessed a modicum of cleverness, albeit limited. In a desperate bid for survival, Sakura divulged the identities of her remaining 3 subordinates, prompting Su Huai to immediately dispatch the police to apprehend them. Subsequently, Su Huai lit a cigarette. Coldly regarding Liang's son Zhao, why the sudden urge to flee? You concealed yourself rather well. Had it not been for your insatiable greed, you would never have been exposed. What do you mean? Did you not claim that Qianhe had written a whistleblower letter for you? Liang Senjiao glared fiercely at Su Huai. Su Huai, with a dismissive sneer, retorted, I was merely toying with you. Had it not been for you, we would still be unaware of Qianhe's existence. You dare deceive me. You wretched dog of the East. I should have killed you the moment you arrived at the steel mill. Liang Senjiao's eyes were filled with rage, wishing she could devour Su Huai whole. Yet, in her current state, there was nothing she could do but seethe with impotent fury. Her arms had been broken by Su Huai, and she bore 2 gunshot wounds on her backside. The only parts of her body that could still move were her legs and her mouth. Su Huai looked down at Liang's son Zhao from a position of superiority. Seeing you in such a state of helpless rage brings me great satisfaction. It proves you have reached the end of your rope. You have lost, defeated by the very nation you scorned. No, I have not lost. I simply fell for your trick. I know how to find Qianhe's wealth. You know nothing. I have not lost, nor have you won. Liang Senjiao screamed defiantly. Su Huai clicked his tongue in disdain. Stop pretending. The truth is, you have no idea where the wealth lies. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in this predicament. I know. If only I could obtain the jade pendant, I would uncover the wealth. Liang Senjiao shouted in a frenzy, only to suddenly pause upon noticing Su Huai's mocking gaze. Her face turning pale as realization dawned upon her. She understood she had been deceived. You despicable creature. With the answer in hand, Su Huai delivered a kick to Liang Senjiao's ribs, declaring, Worms like you will ultimately face the judgment of the people. And you, little devils, shall one day answer for your sins. At that moment, a group of individuals approached rapidly. Su Huai turned to see a middle-aged man in his 50s, exuding authority in his white police uniform. Behind him followed Qi Zhendong, Zhou Xian, and several other city bureau leaders whom Su Huai had not previously encountered. Su Huai, this is the head of our city bureau, Qi Zhendong proudly introduced, his chin held high, seemingly indifferent to all. Beside him, Zhou Xian rolled his eyes in disdain, remarking, What are you so proud of? It's not like you solved the case yourself. Just confirm whether they're my people. Qi Zhendong basked in his own satisfaction. Zhou Xian scoffed. Su Huaijing saluted, Greetings, Chief. The young man was quite impressive. The head of the municipal bureau chuckled as he patted Su Huaijing's shoulder. Upon receiving a distress call, they promptly organized all available police forces from the 3rd and 2nd branches, including over 300 personnel from subordinate precincts, and hurried to the steel mill. The bureau chief nodded in satisfaction, casting a glance at the disheveled Liang Sunling, and inquired, How is the interrogation proceeding? She confessed to being the 2nd-generation cherry blossom and divulged the grave-digging plan. Half an hour later, dozens of military trucks rolled into the steel mill, and armed soldiers swiftly surrounded the area, leaving no room for escape. The bureau chief personally oversaw operations at the mill, where part of the supporting police force evacuated the employees while another contingent, along with the mill's security department, conducted a thorough search throughout the premises. Sister Tong, you've been injured. In a corner of the mill, Yuan Tong was checking for explosives. Su Huaijing noticed that her arm was bandaged, with blood seeping through. Yuan Tong, her hair tousled and covered in dust, appeared somewhat disheveled, yet her face radiated determination rather than defeat. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Didn't you see? I broke a leg of that flower. Su Huaijing gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, impressive. The accountant known as Flower had nearly escaped the mill if it weren't for Yuan Tong's relentless pursuit. The two had engaged in a fierce battle in the orchard outside the steel mill. Of course, this was Yuan Tong's version. The reality involved a tussle of hair and flailing punches. Luckily, Yuan Tong had practiced military boxing and, being young and vigorous, had the upper hand in stamina and an indomitable spirit that led her to break Flower's leg. We've only been here for 2 days, and I haven't even moved yet. Yet the case is already cracked. Yuan Tong sighed, not out of frustration at the swiftness of the resolution, but rather because her time to evade Li Shiran was too short. She had just seen him leading a team, operating gas bombs in the warehouse. Su Huaijing. Don't get too close to Qin Huairu, Yuan Tong suddenly advised, her words seemingly out of the blue. Su Huaijing understood, recognizing this as a kind reminder from her. Previously, Qi Zhendong had mentioned that the ongoing struggles above involved him, cautioning him to be vigilant. Yuan Tong must have heard something. With Yuan Tong hinting at this, Su Huaijing felt compelled to remember this favor. Since her suggestion was discreet, he refrained from inquiring further, his expression one of feigned helplessness. What can I do? I'm just too exceptional, too outstanding. Even your sister Tong has her eyes on me, and the women in our courtyard are equally unable to resist my charm. Yuan Tong laughed in exasperation, having never encountered such shamelessness. Chapter 79. The Enigmatic Father. 5-star reviews requested. Su Huaijing chuckled. If you ever need a shield, just come to me. Yuan Tong sighed again, saying, bringing you into this is only putting you at risk. I apologize once more for my earlier thoughtlessness. She has heard rumors of some individuals behaving recklessly, including what Li Shiran has done. Although Li Shiran did not flaunt his feelings as openly as others, it is said that no paper can fully contain fire. Let us not dwell on such matters any longer. A hint of helplessness flickered in Yuan Tong's eyes. Sister Tong, allow me to rewrap your wound, Su Huai suggested, noticing the increasing bloodstains on Yuan Tong's bandage, implying that the injury was quite significant. Yuan Tong glanced down at the blood seeping through the gauze and, without any pretense, replied, sure, and please apply some iodine for disinfection. The two gathered gauze and iodine and settled down in a shaded area, where a cool breeze offered a sense of comfort. As Su Huai gently unwrapped the saturated bandage, he discovered a nearly 10-centimeter long gash on Yuan Tong's previously fair forearm, approximately 5 millimeters deep, with flesh protruding. This woman certainly possessed a fierce spirit. Sister Tong, does it not hurt? Su Huai queried, astonished. Given the depth and length of the wound, stitches would be necessary for proper healing. Relying solely on disinfection and bandaging posed a significant risk of infection. We'll address that after the search, Yuan Tong remarked, looking at Su Huai's hands. I didn't expect your hands to be quite attractive, resembling those of a girl, long and slender. Had you not mentioned your delicate fingers, we might have had a falling out. Su Huai turned his hand over, lightly gliding his fingertips over the wound, transferring a flicker of energy to it. Then, using a cotton swab dipped in iodine, he began to clean the injury. Oh, Yuan Tong unexpectedly felt the pain dissipate and instinctively shifted her body. Su Huai, what have you done to me? Why do I feel a bit itchy? While wrapping Yuan Tong's wound, Su Huai shot her a puzzled glance. It's nothing. You want to feel it shortly. Sister Tong, I heard you were injured. Are you all right? At that moment, Li Shiran hurriedly arrived with a doctor. Upon seeing Su Huai holding Yuan Tong's arm, his expression remained unchanged. Yuan Tong had not anticipated Li Shiran's arrival. She calmly retracted her arm and replied nonchalantly, it's fine now. Su Huai helped me rewrap it. Su Huai nodded at Li Shiran, who extended his hand. Hello, Su Huai. I am Li Shiran, and I appreciate your assistance with Yuan Tong's injury. No need for thanks. We are colleagues, Su Huai replied. You may continue with your work. I will rest for a while. Yuan Tong gestured for Su Huai to leave. After Su Huai departed, Li Shiran took a seat beside Yuan Tong. She instinctively shifted away, causing Li Shiran to furrow his brow. The distance between them was even greater than that which had existed between Yuan Tong and Su Huai. Sister Tong, let the doctor examine you again to ensure there are no lingering effects, Li Shiran suggested, maintaining his composure despite the unease he felt internally. Shiran, we truly are incompatible. You need not waste your time on me, Yuan Tong stated earnestly, locking her gaze onto Li Shiran's eyes. Is it because of Su Huai? Li Shiran's brow furrowed slightly. Yuan Tong shook her head. It has nothing to do with him. Our personalities simply do not align. What aspects are incompatible? even in death. You must allow me to understand. Li Xiaoran responded in a commanding tone. After a few moments of silence, Yuan Tong sighed. You are far too domineering, just like now. You disregard others' feelings entirely. Even when it comes to meals, you insist on making all the arrangements, and if others dislike the food, you seem displeased. Is that all? The fury in Li Xiaoran's eyes seemed ready to erupt. What could be the cause of such rage? This was sufficient. We must not let this dispute mar the reputations of both our families. Yuan Tong smiled as he stood up, waving his hand. I shall take my leave to attend to my affairs. Upon turning a corner, Yuan Tong's features twisted into an odd expression, feeling an itch at his wound. An urge to scratch it. The steel plant, with nearly 10,000 employees, completed the evacuation in just over an hour. As military trucks began to transport the toxic gas shells out of the facility. Once the soldiers departed, the inspection of the steel plant concluded without the discovery of any bombs. By the following morning, the municipal police station remained a chaotic mess. Xie Chang's subordinates huddled against the wall, heads cradled in their hands. No one had time to tend to them, compared to the enemy agents. These small-time thugs were of little consequence. Zhao Jilai, Zhang Guwei, Wu Xiangfeng, Zhong Hao, Jiang Fan, and Zhong Mingyang all confessed to their involvement in the illicit trade of steel. However, regarding the batch of toxic gas shells that had entered the steel plant, this group had no knowledge of what had been delivered. After finishing his breakfast, Su Huai entered the room where Zhang Guwei was detained. Zhang Guwei, shackled with his hands behind his back, stripped of his belt and shoes, crouched trembling in a corner. Why had Zhang Guwei drugged Dong Huan during his business trip to Guangdong? The pallid Zhang Guwei glanced at Su Huai and stammered. It was Jing Lingling's orders. She said your father must be eliminated upon discovering our dealings. I truly had no idea they were toxic gas shells. Otherwise, not even 100 of me would dare to do so. Shouldn't the target have been Su Yujin instead? Why Dong Huan? Zhang Guwei shook his head, initially. Jing Lingling instructed me to drug your father. I hesitated, but we were entrenched too deeply. If I refused her demands, she would expose my steel trafficking. Then, suddenly, her associates approached me, instructing me to drug Dong Huan instead. That is the situation. Now, all clues could be connected. It was clear that Zhang Guwei and Wu Xiangfeng had been manipulated by Liang Senator, but the only person who boarded his father's truck, Watanabe Erjian, remained a mystery to both Liang Xin and Hua Duo. This was indeed perplexing. Evidently, Watanabe Erjian was not an enemy agent in the Sakura line. That individual ultimately boarded my father's truck? Su Huai inquired. Yes, Zhang Guwei confirmed. Did you witness the truck's overturning? Zhang Guwei nodded. I was in front of your father's vehicle at the time and saw it plunge over the cliff through the rearview mirror. Before that, the individual leaped from the truck and limped away into the mountains. Thus, Su Yujin had indeed survived. Zhang Guwei had confused Watanabe Erjian with Su Yujin. The crux of the matter remained. What was Watanabe Erjian's purpose in seeking out Su Yujin? This dubious father figure was shrouded in mystery. Continuing from the previous chapter that was owed yesterday, one more chapter remains. Chapter 80. The Time to Shine. Some seek to reap rewards for 4 or 5 consecutive days. Su Huai resided at the municipal bureau. Through relentless interrogations of Liang Xin and Hua Duo, a remarkably concealed cave was discovered in the mountains, 60 kilometers outside the capital. From within this cave, the remaining toxic gas shells were recovered. The quantity of toxic gas shells aligns closely with the figures mentioned in Oda Nagin's diary. Over the next 3 days, the personnel from the gatekeeping operation task force remained primarily at the city bureau, meticulously organizing the intricacies of the case and addressing its finer details. On the morning of August 23rd, Su Huai summoned Wang Dafei, intending to interrogate Liang Xin once more regarding the clues related to Qianhe, as well as the hidden treasures of gold and silver concealed within the capital. Do you think this stash of money amounts to 200,000? In recent days, every member of the task force learned about the hidden treasures in the capital, leading to rampant speculation about their true worth. Su Huai sighed. 200,000? Who do you think you're underestimating? The last Iron Hat kings of the Qing dynasty are hardly virtuous, plundering the wealth of the common folk to amass their fortunes. Are you aware of Prince Qing, Yiquang? It is said that this rascal has 7 million in deposits at HSBC in pounds. Wang Dafei inhaled sharply. How much? Su Huai continued, to put it into perspective. That amount could purchase 200 garden villas in England at that time. His collection of antiques and jewels at HSBC is beyond measure, and that's just one bank. There are several others, including Citibank. Many high-ranking officials and Qing nobles followed suit, stashing considerable valuables in foreign banks. Alas, in the end, these foreign banks reaped the rewards, while immense wealth flowed out of the country. Damn it, does that not imply they have drained the nation dry? This was the first time Wang Dafei had encountered such a notion. Su Huai nodded. It can indeed be said that way. Although Prince Su, Shanqi, did not enjoy the same favor from Empress Dowager Cixi as Prince Qing, he was still an Iron Hat king, equally adept at extracting wealth from the populace. It is said that when Prince Su hastily departed the capital, he undoubtedly could not carry everything with him, even if he left behind a fraction of his treasures. It would still amount to several 100,000 in today as currency. Wang Dafei was left speechless. My goodness, how could one even spend such an amount? The lavish pleasures of the affluent are beyond imagination. Come on, we must uncover this treasure. The two approached the room holding Liang's son, requesting to conduct an interrogation, but were met with refusal from the guard at the door. Without orders, no one can be interrogated. Su Huai furrowed his brow slightly. Whose orders? We are from the gatekeeping operation, task force. Can't we conduct an interrogation? No. It requires the signature of our director. Su Huai questioned in confusion. Since when does a director hold more authority than a task force? Our director is Deputy Director Qin of the City Bureau. Upon hearing the name, Su Huai and Wang Dafei exchanged bewildered glances. They had never heard of a Deputy Director Qin in the City Bureau. After much discussion, they found their attempts to conduct an interrogation thwarted, leading them to seek out the head of the City Bureau. At the entrance to the director's office, the secretary blocked their path, stating, "The director is currently in a meeting. Please wait in the lounge." The secretary led them aside and offered them tea. "Excuse me, Secretary Su, is there truly a Deputy Director Qin in our bureau?" Su Huai inquired with a smile, offering a cigarette to Secretary Su. In the past week or so at the City Bureau, he had become familiar with most of the staff. Secretary Su took the peony cigarette, yet did not smoke it. Instead, she stored it in her pocket. Deputy Director Qin had just reported for duty today, overseeing the criminal police, and had previously served as the director of the municipal bureau in Nanjing. Just transferred? Su Huai and Wang Dafei exchanged glances, and Wang Dafei promptly inquired, "Secretary Su, has the newly arrived Deputy Director Qin taken over the responsibilities of the gatekeeping operation? Why aren't we permitted to interrogate that woman, Sen?" Secretary Su shook her head. "I'm not entirely certain of the specifics. Let us wait a moment. Our director is currently in discussion with Deputy Director Qin." At that moment, the door of the chief's office swung open, revealing two individuals. Leading them was a middle-aged man, somewhere in his 40s, slightly portly, attired in a white uniform indeed. It was the newly appointed Deputy Director Qin. Following closely behind was a relatively younger man, in his mid-30s. "You must be Su Huai." Deputy Director Qin halted to scrutinize Su Huai, his expression inscrutable. Secretary Su quickly introduced, "Deputy Director Qin, this is Su Huai, and this is Wang Dafei. Gentlemen, allow me to present our City Bureau's Deputy Director Qin." Su Huai saluted. "Good day, Deputy Director Qin." "Hello, I am aware of you," Qin Zhongru replied, his tone neutral. "I just wanted to inform you that the case involving Liang's son Ling and Qian he has been assigned to Zheng Yuman. From now on, you should refrain from intervening." A gaunt-faced man emerged from behind, his expression impassive, commanding in tone. "I am Zheng Yuman, the head of the Criminal Police Division at the Municipal Bureau. The case is now under my purview. Kindly refrain from involving yourself without my permission henceforth." "Oh, a division chief. No wonder you speak so brusquely." Su Huai was genuinely taken aback by the sudden emergence of someone asserting authority over the case. With a little more effort, the case could be solved, treasures could be unearthed. Su Huai felt a tightness in his chest and replied coolly, "Without a directive from the chief, I will not hand over anything to anyone. Su Huai, I am your superior, and this is an order." Zhang Yuman furrowed his brow, glaring coldly at Su Huai. Su Huai merely cast a cursory glance at Zhang Yuman. "Where is the documentation? Without it, whom are you attempting to intimidate?" "Be on your way." Zhang Yuman retorted sharply. "Su Huai, we are a disciplined force, not a bunch of street ruffians. How dare you address a leader in such a manner? Do not think that just because you've had a few fortunate breaks in solving cases, you can elevate your status." Su Huai chuckled. "If you possess real capability, let us see you solve several major cases within a month. You dare speak of discipline, yet you lack the documentation I requested. How can I hand the case over to you?" Zheng Yuman's expression darkened. Deputy Director Qin frowned. "Su Huai, I order you to transfer the case to Zheng Yuman. Your order is one I cannot comply with. I am a member of the Gatekeeping Operations Special Task Force. My deputy leader is the chief, and my team leader is a higher authority within the ministry. May I inquire, Deputy Director Qin? What rights do you possess to compel me to hand over the case? Su Huai offered no quarter, directly confronting him within the office building, causing many officers from the municipal bureau, who appeared busy with their work, to lend an ear. Many were taken aback, astonished that someone would dare to oppose the deputy director. It could only be said that the old tortoise had a long life. At that moment, the chief emerged with a jovial expression. What is all this commotion? Old Qin, you are being rather hasty. Eager to commence work. One must await the approval of the documents, correct? Qin Zhongru furrowed his brow, stating, the sooner we familiarize ourselves with the case, the sooner we shall solve it. I have pledged before the leadership to apprehend Qian He within 10 days. I kindly ask for your understanding and support. Of course, understanding and support are imperative, especially since you have been specially assigned here. Zhang Yuman is also a renowned detective. I have heard whispers of his prowess even in the capital, replied the chief with a smile, turning to Su Huai. Su Huai, please proceed with the case handover and then come to see me. As he turned, the chief's expression became serious. Chapter 81. Lu Shaoyi advised Su Huai to avoid trouble. After the handover, Su Huai entered the chief's office. Chief, it appears we are on the verge of cracking the case, he remarked, only to find the chief seething with frustration. Just as resolution seemed imminent, an unexpected complication had arisen. This must come to an end. It's best you stay clear of this, the chief cautioned, retrieving a pack of fine cigarettes from his drawer and offering one to Su Huai. Gratefully, Su Huai accepted and lit a cigarette for the chief. He understood. The struggle above had intensified. You must temper your temper. One cannot simply act on impulse, especially towards leadership. One must be mindful of the approach taken, the chief suddenly remarked. Su Huai chuckled, somewhat obsequiously. Chief, my temperament is not erratic. The moment I saw Qin Zhongru exit your office with a grim countenance, and considering you did not escort him out, I understood the implications. The chief regarded Su Huai with surprise, assuming that Su Huai had clashed with Zhang Yuman over the case. I am the director, and I still need to escort a deputy director out of my office? Su Huai countered. That is different. Qin Zhongru is new here. Typically, leadership would introduce him to other officials in our bureau. Your lack of appearance spoke volumes. The chief burst into laughter, slapping the armrest of the sofa. I had underestimated you. Not only do you excel in your duties, but you possess a keen intuition as well. Such is the result of good leadership. Su Huai grinned, full of flattery, and continued, Chief, I wager that they will fail to solve the case within 10 days, and ultimately, it will fall to me. You are so confident? Zhang Yuman is an experienced investigator. Having solved numerous major cases in his previous post, the chief inhaled deeply from his cigarette. Then let us make a wager. If they cannot solve the case, you shall provide me with 2 packs of premium cigarettes. And if they do solve it? The chief was genuinely taken aback by Su Huai's audacity. Su Huai shook his head. There are no contingencies. Without any leads on Qian He, how can they investigate? The chief remained silent, absorbed in his smoking until he finally extinguished the cigarette. I shall grant you a 3-day leave. Take the time to rest well. I will commend you. Initially, you could have received 3 first-class merits. However, due to the merging of the 2 enemy-related toxic gas cases, I can only offer you 1. As for the Wang Yi fraud case, I will ensure you receive a first-class merit medal for that. And I shall apply for another first-class merit regarding the cherry blossom and toxic gas case. Su Huai smacked his lips, a mix of joy and disbelief. What does a first-class merit entail? It is an honor that family members receive on behalf of the individual. With a first-class merit medal, one secures protection for years to come. Yet, 2 merits cannot compare to 3. I harbor no grievances, though the medal may be lacking. I am certain that I shall receive compensation in other facets, for my country and organization shall not do me a disservice. Su Huai chuckled lightly. The chief burst into hearty laughter. I have even applied for an administrative level 15 position for you, with the central authority's signature, effective immediately. You are now officially recognized within the central framework. Do not belittle the level 15 benefits. It cannot be elevated further, as a higher rank would denote a senior official, especially considering you are merely 19. Nevertheless, level 15 grants you a monthly stipend of 123 yuan. As for your role, you will temporarily serve as the deputy director of the criminal police department, effective immediately. Initially, I had intended to transfer you to the municipal bureau after the case concluded, but it seems there is no rush. Your position here is, in fact, more secure. Su Huai found this acceptable. 123 yuan a month was not insignificant. As for being a deputy director, it was quite commendable. the administrative departments in the capital are esteemed, and his deputy role would equate to a full director or deputy division chief in local contexts. A 19-year-old director is indeed a rarity since the founding of the nation. In the municipal bureau and even throughout the entire Ministry of Public Security, he stands alone. Chief, how is the situation with Qin Ji being handled? Su Huai inquired. No issues remain. Focus on your work moving forward, the chief replied, his brow slightly furrowed. Understood. Thank you, Chief. Half an hour after Su Huai departed from the chief's office, the chief, with a stern expression, summoned Secretary Su and issued a directive. Su Huai was henceforth prohibited from entering his office. Damn it, there's not a decent person in the external third bureau. They just caused trouble. Upon returning to the external third bureau, Su Huai and his colleagues were met with a warm welcome, and Qi Zhendong announced Su Huai's personnel appointment. After a hearty meal at the cafeteria, Su Huai rode his bicycle back to number 95, Nanluoguxiang. As he approached a street, he noticed someone waving at him from ahead. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Lu Shaoyi, who was perched on the back of Su Daimao's bicycle, clad in a floral dress. Her legs crossed, and her arm waving in greeting. Su Huai smiled and waved back. Unexpectedly, upon noticing Su Huai, Su Daimao slowed his pace. Waiting for Su Huai to catch up, with a serious tone, he said, Su Huai, haven't I told you? If you encounter any issues at the steel mill, come find me. Look at you. You've stirred up trouble. Haven't you? Hey. Such words cannot be spoken carelessly. Su Huai glanced at Lu Shaoyi seated behind and earnestly clarified, I did not cause any trouble. See, you did cause trouble, but one T admit it. Su Daimao sighed. Shaking his head, Lu Shaoyi leaned slightly forward, speaking with sincerity, Su Huai, if trouble has indeed arisen, just be more cautious in the future. How should I be cautious? Su Huai pondered thoughtfully, realizing that this couple was still unaware of his true identity. They shouldn't be, though. Had the news from the steel mill not spread? What Su Huai did not know was that the steel mill, in an effort to mitigate the situation, had not disclosed his identity as a police officer, leading to rampant speculation among the workers. The prevailing theory, widely accepted, was that Su Huai had been taken away by the police due to an altercation. As for the discovery of enemy agents and toxic gas shells, only the upper echelons of the steel mill were privy to that information. After all, the gas bombs are terrifying, and the leadership at the steel rolling mill feared inciting unnecessary panic. Similarly, the absence of news coverage in society was also due to concerns about stirring unrest. Most people regarded the military presence and subsequent evacuation at the steel mill that day as merely an exercise. Su Daimao, with a grin, remarked, Su Huai, don't lose heart. If worst comes to worst, I can have your sister-in-law return home and speak to my father-in-law on your behalf. However, you must show some earnestness. I cannot let my father-in-law toil in vain. He seemed eager to gain something for himself. I have already found a job, Su Huai replied with a smile. Really? You got into trouble and still managed to find work? Su Daimao pedaled his bicycle, indignant as if he had suffered a billion yuan loss. I truly haven't. Chapter 82. The fool becomes an official as Su Huai passed by the supply and marketing cooperative. He instructed Su Daimao to proceed ahead while he purchased a few bottles of liquor to take back to Yangtaiping. He also bought 10 pounds of meat at the meat processing plant store. Although there was a limit on meat purchases, Su Huai's meat coupons were issued by the public security canteen, allowing unlimited purchases under 20 pounds. Upon returning to number 95, Su Huai delivered the wine and meat to the Qian family, asking old Qian to prepare a feast for everyone that evening. Su Huai, you're back. Yin Zheching scampered over with a beaming smile, eagerly looking around before presenting Su Huai with a pack of cigarettes. What is this for? Su Huai was puzzled, wondering when the Yin family had become so generous. Thank you. I've been promoted ahead of schedule. Next month, I'll be earning 28 yuan, Yin Zheching chimed in. But don't worry, I haven't even mentioned your situation to my father. I only told my wife. Yin Zheching chuckled. At the steel mill, he had witnessed the high-ranking officials from the Public Security Bureau laughing and conversing with Su Huai, and even he, despite his ignorance, understood the implications. That afternoon, Yang Weigua had met with Yin Zheching, granting him a promotion and a raise as a reward from the steel mill, effectively silencing him. Just a pack? Su Huai shook his head, bemused. You received a raise and can only bring me a pack of cigarettes? How can that be? I don't have any cigarette coupons. So I sent Yi back to her family to fetch some for me. I'll bring them to you in a few days. Yin Zheching, quick-witted, chuckled foolishly. Having long since lost his dignity in front of Su Huai, when he had once knelt before Su Huai, he had felt anger. Now, he would gladly kneel again. The courtyard was even livelier. By the water tank, Qin Huairu was washing clothes for Bang Gung and Xiao Dang, while Jia Zhongxu sat at her doorstep, casting lingering glances at Qin Huairu's back, muttering to herself. Jia Dongxu, who had just returned home the day before, glared darkly at the flirtatious Yuzhu, who stood nearby dressed in brand-new clothes, hands in pockets, swaggering with an air of arrogance. He stood beside Qin Huairu, chattering away, "Sister Qin, I'm now the deputy director of the cafeteria, earning 56 yuan and 50 cents a month. I've received 2 promotions. And a single person can hardly spend it all. If Bang Gung and Xiao Dang are hungry in the future, they can always come to me." Qin Huairu smiled faintly. Yet in her heart, she was unimpressed. What is so remarkable about a raise? Su Huai is in public security, earning 87 yuan a month. The foolish Jew. I too have received a salary increase. I am now a formal employee in the finance department. And my monthly wage of 28 yuan suffices to support both Bongging and Xiaodang. Qin Huairu's voice was quite loud, addressing Yuzhu, as well as Jia Dongxu and Jia Zhongxu. Jia Dongxu's salary is merely 275 yuan. Furthermore, given the recent incident involving him, he should not expect a raise for at least 3 years. If he is not dismissed from the steel mill, he should consider himself fortunate. Qin Huairu cast a glance at Jia Dongxu and Jia Zhongxu, feeling rather pleased with herself. At that moment, everyone noticed Su Huai returning. Jia Zhongxu was the quickest to run over, her face adorned with a sycophantic smile. "Xiao Su, I have been quite helpful in the backyard these past few days." "Thank you." Su Huai responded with a faint smile. "It's nothing. We are neighbors. It's the least I could do." At that moment, Jia Zhongxu resembled a genial, neighborly matron. The residents of the courtyard were astonished. They had never seen Jia Zhongxu so subservient. "Dongxu's mother, have you come down with a fever?" one neighbor jested. Jia Zhongxu instantly erupted, as if a switch had been flipped. Pointing furiously at the neighbor, "You are the one with a fever. Your entire family is feverish, and your daughter-in-law is acting promiscuously." The neighbor retorted. "How is there such a stark contrast?" Yuzhu was about to greet Su Huai when he suddenly turned back to his home, retrieving 2 boxes of peonies and 2 bottles of Maodai to present to Su Huai. Just as he reached the doorway, Yuzhu halted, muttering to himself, "No, no. I cannot let Su's leadership identity be revealed. I shall wait until there are no onlookers." Rubbing his head, he glanced at the cigarettes and liquor in his hands, wondering if it was too little. Would Su Huai think I am unable to handle matters? In the backyard, more than 20 burly men were hard at work, shirtless, while Su Huai pushed a cart, with Qin Huairu following closely behind. Master Yang remarked that in a week's time, the house would be repaired. The roof tiles and rotten beams had been replaced, and the columns inside had been restored. Tomorrow, they would commence working on the attic, and Master Yang stated he would personally oversee it. Passing by the west wing, Su Huai overheard Su Daimyo inside, venting his frustrations. "By what right? By what right has the fool Zhu's salary risen to 56? By what right has he been appointed deputy director? Lozi, what do you say?" Sitting on the edge of the bed, Lu Xiao suddenly paused. "You used to call me Easy Eye. Now, you call me Lozi? What did you just call me? Does it matter what I call you? What matters is that scoundrel Zhu is flaunting his authority in front of me." Lu Xiao bit her lip, her cheeks flushed, her hands gripping the bedspread, knuckles turning white. Now she understood. No wonder Su Huai had been stealing glances at her on the road. It turns out poking Lozi referred to her. "Bah, little rascal." Lu Xiao was tempted to confront Su Huai, thinking, "Are we so familiar that you can make such jokes?" The most infuriating of all was Su Daimyo, his head filled with nonsense, still speaking of Su Huai poking Lozi in her presence. No wonder that fellow had seemed somewhat excited. However, this matter was ambiguous, allowing that young man to take advantage of her. Su Huai, passing by, paid no heed to the trivialities of Su Daimyo's household. He first wandered around the house, nodding in satisfaction. The windows have all been replaced, and the pillars have been waterproofed and repainted. "Brother Su Huai, you have returned." Yang Taiping, bare-chested, greeted him with a cheerful smile. "Uncle Yang, the progress is commendable," Su Huai remarked. "We dare not delay. We plan to start laying the golden bricks and constructing the loft tomorrow. If all goes well, it will be completed in 3 days. By the way, the courtyard gate you ordered is ready, made entirely of elm wood, with copper nails the size of a fist, costing 230 in total." Su Huai nodded, pulling out a thick bundle of cash from his pocket. "Master Yang, here's the 700 yuan for the remaining balance. Please settle the payment for the gate now, and I will reimburse you the rest later." "All right." Yang Taiping had never encountered such an efficient homeowner. the payment was settled before the work was even completed. Once the renovations are finished, I will bring along 2 trusted individuals to tidy up the basement. Su Huai glanced at the golden bricks, noticing 3 children of about 12 or 13 years old, washing the bricks with clean water. I appreciate your efforts, Uncle Yang. I have purchased some wine and meat. You all should finish work early, enjoy a meal, and head home. I will oversee the courtyard today. Yang Taiping also looked at the children. They are my neighbor's kids. I brought them over to help out for some food. Master Yang, you may arrange as you see fit. Su Huai understood that Yang Taiping had misunderstood. His attention was actually on the golden bricks, which undoubtedly possessed great value, their energy yet to be absorbed. All right then, it has been a while since I returned home. So I shall trouble you tonight, brother Su Huai. In late August, the nights in the capital were somewhat cool, but for Su Huai, the temperature was inconsequential. He was resilient to both cold and heat. His physique is robust as a young calf. As the lights in the homes began to extinguish, by 10 o'clock at night, most were already asleep. Su Huai was preparing to tend to the golden bricks when he suddenly heard light footsteps approaching. He silently moved to the window, peering outside to see Yuzhu stealthily carrying an olive-green satchel. What are you up to? Su Huai appeared behind Yuzhu, startling him to the point of nearly leaping. He turned, clutching his chest, and whispered, "Oh, Su leader, you nearly gave me a heart attack. What brings you out at such an hour?" With a broad smile, Yuzhu replied, "Su leader, I have come specifically to thank you. My salary has risen by 2 levels, and I am now the deputy director of the cafeteria." "I know, Su Daimao must be quite irked by you," Su Huai remarked casually. The so-called deputy director of the cafeteria, in essence, was merely a nominal position, lacking significant authority. Furthermore, Yuzhu would still have to toil at the stove and could not take time off. That scoundrel Su Daimao is envious and resentful. Yuzhu glanced towards the west wing, displaying a somewhat self-satisfied demeanor. "Su leader, I brought you 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor. It's quite difficult to procure good cigarettes and liquor tickets. This peony brand is limited edition. Please enjoy these for now, and I will bring more next time." Yuzhu handed the satchel to Su Huai. "You have been so helpful to me. I, Yuzhu, am not one to be ungrateful. You will see my performance in the future." Su Huai was well aware that the peony cigarettes and huazi were generally unattainable for the average individual. They were reserved for cadres, and one could not procure them without the requisite rank. The supply and marketing cooperative would not sell them to just anyone, unless one had connections and was willing to pay a handsome price. As for Maotai liquor, it could only be acquired with a Class A liquor ticket. It was indeed a remarkable feat for Yuzhu to obtain 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor. Su Huai casually took the shoulder bag and remarked, "Let this suffice. There is no need for further gifts. My assistance is not purely altruistic. I am also leveraging your connections at the steel mill. Your words suggest that I, Yuzhu, possess some value for Su leadership to utilize." Yuzhu was taken aback by Su Huai's candidness, although the words were somewhat ungracious. They held a kernel of truth. He understood all too well that he had previously offended Su Huai significantly. The fact that Su Huai did not seek retribution, nor conspired against him in secret, was indicative of a magnanimous spirit. Had it been Su Daimao, he would likely have been branded as an enemy agent by now. As for a raise, the notion of replacing labor with dreams was nothing more than folly. "Su leader, there is another matter. You must keep my little mishap a secret. My incident of wetting my pants must not reach Su Daimao." Yuzhu forced a sheepish smile and lowered his voice. "Very well. I understand. You should hurry off to sleep. Or perhaps you could stay at my place. I can keep watch here." "No need. Just leave quickly. Also, one more thing. Li Xinmin has been reassigned due to dereliction of duty, and the new deputy factory director is also surnamed Li Huai." "Li Huai? That name sounds somewhat familiar. I believe I have heard it before." After dismissing Yuzhu, Su Huai conveniently placed the cigarettes and liquor into his space, then headed to the small courtyard, where he also stored 20 gold bricks. A faint blue light shimmered from the bricks. His physique was already robust, requiring no further enhancement. So Su Huai decided to utilize the blue light to augment his facial features. After a night of enhancement, his vision and hearing had improved significantly. He could see ants clearly from 100 meters away, and his auditory senses had been greatly heightened. He could even hear Yan Jieching snoring in the front yard, only to be awakened by Yuli's sharp slap. What a foul odor! Su Huai sniffed the air, which was permeated with a medley of smells, reminiscent of a latrine exposed to the scorching sun during the dog days of summer. Su Huai's expression darkened. What a foolish decision it was to enhance my sense of smell. Fortunately, he could control the intensity of his perception at will. Otherwise, he might have been overwhelmed by the stench. Adjacent to the small courtyard was a drainage ditch, filled with years of accumulated sludge, moldy refuse, and the remains of deceased animals. Each summer, the ditch emitted a variety of odors that were truly unbearable, and the swarms of mosquitoes were innumerable. In the current climate of the 1960s, when everyone struggled to fill their bellies, no one cared whether the drainage ditch was foul-smelling or functional. The concept of sanitation was entirely absent. The bathing water and toilet pipes from Su Huai's home drained directly into that very ditch. Now that his sense of smell had been heightened, he realized the folly of his previous actions. As dawn broke, Yang Taiping's workers began their tasks. Su Huai took a stroll along the drainage ditch, realizing that cleaning the 2 kilometers of it was no small undertaking. In Nanluoguxiang, there were still a dozen such ditches. Su Huai had no choice but to abandon the idea and revert to breathing through his mouth. As he was about to return for breakfast, Su Huai suddenly heard a faint whimpering sound emanating from a small, weed-covered mound near the water channel. Was there a creature in distress? Turning his head, he noticed the grass, about half a meter tall, swaying gently. Shortly after, a small, unsteady figure stumbled out from the thicket, rolling and tumbling. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a trembling black puppy, its damp fur clinging to its tiny body. Whether it was starving or cold, the little creature shivered. Likely no more than a month or 2 old. The black puppy gazed up at Su Huai, whimpering weakly. After a moment's contemplation, Su Huai descended to scoop the little one into his arms. Observing the surroundings, he found no sign of a doghouse or any other dogs, leading him to believe the puppy had been abandoned. In the current state of affairs in the capital, there are no regulations prohibiting the keeping of large dogs. However, the number of canines is scarce. In these times of scarcity, some individuals roam the streets with malicious intent towards dogs. Judging by the appearance of this little black puppy, with a tuft of white fur on its chest and belly, it appeared to be the offspring of a large native breed. Its left front leg seemed to be injured, as it whimpered softly at the slightest touch. You ought to consider yourself fortunate for being so endearing, being a pup. Otherwise, I might not have been inclined to save you, Su Huai mused. Placing his palm on the puppy's wet body, a thread of energy flowed into it, and before long, the trembling ceased. The puppy closed its eyes in bliss, nuzzling against Su Huai's chest. Su Huai then retrieved a meat bun he had stored a couple of days prior, still warm. The puppy's eyes widened in anticipation, fixating on the bun. Here. Eat up, he urged. The little black dog wagged its tail anxiously, glancing between the bun and Su Huai's feet, then back to Su Huai, repeating this dance. Even when Su Huai held the bun near its mouth, drool escaping, the puppy hesitated to take a bite. What is this? Are you being picky? Su Huai wondered, only to realize the puppy was nudging the ground with its head, indicating it wanted him to place the bun down. Oh, at such a young age. You have your preferences. With a chuckle, Su Huai squatted down and set the meat bun on the ground. The puppy eagerly jumped from his arms, opening its wide maw like a fierce little beast, and took a hefty bite out of the bun. To his surprise, it merely tore a piece of the skin instead of devouring it whole. Su Huai laughed at the puppy's antics and took out another meat bun for himself. In the warm sunlight and autumn breeze, man and dog enjoyed their respective meals. After devouring 2 meat buns, the puppy's belly swelled, and it sat on the ground, wagging its tiny tail, casting a pitiful gaze at Su Huai. No more for you. You might burst, Su Huai said, rising to his feet. Well, it seems our fates part here. The world is vast, and we must go our separate ways. I can offer you a moment of kindness, but I cannot take you in. As he strode away, after covering a few meters, he glanced back, and to his surprise, the little creature followed closely behind, wagging its tail in an endearing manner. So, you've decided to cling to me, have you? Su Huai playfully kicked at the air, attempting to shoo the puppy away. The little black dog unexpectedly leaped up, embracing Su Huai's feet, barking fiercely and not forgetting to sprinkle a bit of urine on Su Huai's shoe, marking its territory. It seemed to declare that this leg now belonged to the little black dog. Su Huai squatted down, maintaining a serious demeanor as he looked at the little black dog and asked, Do you wish to have some meat buns? The dog barked in response. If you want the meat buns, bark twice. The dog complied. Su Huai, intrigued, then commanded the little black dog to stand and turn around on its hind legs. After the dog clumsily followed his instructions, it wagged its tail, gazing at Su Huai. Su Huai experienced a peculiar sensation, as if he could see a plea in the dog's eyes, as if it were saying, Look how clever I am, don't drive me away. Su Huai stroked his chin and remarked, You may accompany me, but I will not keep any useless creatures by my side. You must earn your keep." The little black dog tilted its head, confusion flashing in its eyes, unable to comprehend the concepts of uselessness or work. "Come along, and you will soon realize how fortunate you are. Even a dog can enjoy quality food. Now, a name must be bestowed upon you." Observing its entirely black coat with a patch of white on its chest and belly, he decided, "From this day forth, you shall be called Huai." The little creature responded with affectionate nudges against Su Huai's hand. Su Huai lifted Huai, resolved to train the dog as a police canine. Following the establishment of the Republic, police dogs began systematic training, and the third branch had its own, along with subordinate precincts. Though their numbers were few and primarily served to assist in criminal investigations and apprehending offenders, they were far inferior to the police dogs of later generations, which participated in various roles including public security, drug enforcement, counterterrorism, traffic management, firefighting, and security. Although police dogs were beginning to be systematically trained during that time, they remained undervalued, existing only in a handful of provinces and major cities. However, when the tumultuous tide arrived, it was deemed that police dogs were more harmful than beneficial, leading to their demise under brutal oppression. It wasn't until the 1980s that systematic training for police dogs resumed. Su Huai affectionately rubbed the little black dog's head, contemplating whether they could evade the gears of fate. That would depend on its destiny. Man and dog, moving in tandem, made their way back to number 95. They coincidentally encountered Yin Bugui as he stepped out, who waved languidly, saying, "Xiao Su, I hear you've caused quite a stir at the steel mill." "Such nonsense," Su Huai retorted. "Do you think I can just create a mess at will?" Yin Bugui continued, "Xiao Su, you must be grounded. Look at my esteemed elder brother, Yin Zhongcheng. He secured his position right after starting work, earning 28 yuan a month, and they say he might even get a house. You are simply too young, restless, and prone to causing trouble." Yin Bugui sighed dramatically, mockingly criticizing Su Huai for missing a significant opportunity. If it weren't for you, how could Yin Zhongcheng have met factory director Yang Weiguo? Suddenly, a low growl emanated from the ground. Yin Bugui looked down to see Yingui baring its baby teeth, its fur bristling in readiness to pounce and attack Yin Bugui. Instantly, Yin Bugui chuckled. "Oh, where did this little pup come from? Su Huai, are you planning to raise it yourself? The taste of dog meat could be quite delightful." "Uncle San, how can you spread rumors like this? Come, let us clarify this on the street." Originally in good spirits, Yin Bugui suddenly appeared to irritate others, and Su Huai did not hold back. Yin Bugui, looking utterly bewildered, exclaimed, "Xiao Su, are you feeling feverish? I, Sandage, am an intellectual and would never spread rumors." "Then, why do you claim I am causing trouble?" Su Huai retorted with a cold laugh. "You are indeed causing trouble, otherwise you wouldn't have been dismissed from the steel mill. I am merely stating the facts." Yin Zhongcheng mentioned that you were fired, Yin Bugui slowly replied. "Isn't that spreading rumors? Then let me ask you, how does Su Daimao usually refer to his wife?" Su Huai had already set the trap. Yin Bugui instinctively realized, who doesn't he know that Su Daimao calls his wife lousy? "So when you say I am causing trouble, how am I doing so? This is slander, an insult to women comrades. Do you believe I will inform Su Daimao and see if he wants to confront you?" It took a moment for the not-so-bright Yin Bugui to comprehend, leaving him dumbfounded. "Huh, is causing trouble interpretable in this manner? I've never seen such a thing. Su Huai, I did not mean it this way. You cannot wrongfully accuse me." Yin Bugui panicked, lowering his voice to explain. "Su Daimao, that guy, is both inexperienced and playful. Although I can't really do anything to him, my reputation would be ruined. Moreover, he is quite bothersome. Just admit whether you said it or not." Su Huai, with a cheerful grin, crossed his arms. Yin Bugui wished he could slap himself for his loose tongue. "Xiao Su, it was Sandage who failed to recognize this issue. I apologize, but please do not tell Su Daimao. I heard you have a fishing rod at home." Su Huai hinted, urging him to quickly bring the fishing rod, as he had some free time these days. Yin Bugui secretly lamented, "What a calamity." The fishing rod was dear to him. He often cast a line to improve their living conditions, and with good fortune, could catch a couple of fish to supplement the household. Usually, when Yin Zhongcheng wanted to borrow the fishing rod, he wouldn't lend it unless offered 50 cents. Yet today, Su Huai took it away with just a few words, and Yin Bugui repeatedly cautioned him not to damage it. I understand. Now hurry off to school." Su Huai, carrying the fishing rod, strolled contentedly towards the backyard, not forgetting to praise the little creature. "You did well just now. As a dog, You must have an attitude. The little creature wagged its tail, barking twice. Just as he entered the backyard, he fortuitously encountered Lu Xiaoyi, who was carrying an enamel basin to fetch water. Their eyes met, and Su Huai cheerfully greeted, "Sister-in-law, good morning." Humph. Lu Xiaoyi swayed her hips returning home, slamming the door behind her. What is going on? Weren't they chatting amiably just yesterday? As soon as she went inside, Su Daimao emerged with a stern expression. Su Huai casually remarked, "Daimao go, heading out?" "Stop right there." Su Daimao exclaimed, his face contorted with indignation, his two little mustaches bristling. "Brother, I have changed my name. I am no longer Su Daimao. Henceforth please call me Su Daimao." "Why on earth would you change your name?" Before Su Huai could respond, Su Daimao, or rather Su Daimao, huffed, Daimao, and yet I didn't even receive a cap. While that fool Zhu became an official first, I consulted a fortune teller, who said my name was problematic and that I should be called Daimao for better luck in officialdom. Su Daimao tilted his mouth, his mustache uneven, his eyes radiating determination and resolve. In truth, the fortune teller had uttered another prophecy, suggesting that the name Daimao might lead to infidelity, a notion he could not abide. A name change was imperative. Su Daimao was splendid, embodying greatness and prosperity, destined for high office and wealth, deserving of the grandest of titles. "Brother, from now on, call me Su Daimao." Su Huai chuckled, "All right, Daimao." Su Daimao patted Su Huai on the shoulder. "Brother, let us maintain our camaraderie and do refrain from causing any trouble." Creak. Lu Xiao stormed out, her face darkened. "Su Daimao, are you busy? If not, hurry and fold the blankets. Call me Su Daimao. Furthermore, when men speak, what business do you have interrupting? I instructed my brother to avoid trouble. Is there a problem with that? Do you wish for him to cause trouble?" Lu Xiao shot a fierce glare at Su Daimao and then at Su Huai, swaying her hips as she retreated to her room. Su Huai grinned. "Daimao, no need to be angry. I won't cause any trouble. Ignore the women. They can be short-sighted. Even if you did cause trouble, it wouldn't matter. I've got your back. Let's meet for drinks sometime." As Su Daimao departed, Su Huai was just about to head home when he heard, "Su Huai, come help." The voice of Yuan Tong called from behind. Su Huai turned around in disbelief, gazing at Yuan Tong. She was still clad in her blue work uniform from the steel plant, her sleeves rolled up, revealing her delicate arms. He noticed that her injury had vanished without a trace. "What brings you here?" "I live here. I came to tidy up today. The case is resolved." "And you still reside here? Is everything all right, sister? Why not stay in your spacious courtyard or your separate building? Are you here to experience the hardships of common folk?" Yuan Tong blinked her large, watery eyes. "I will be living here from now on." "Oh, are you renovating?" Yuan Tong noticed the renovation workers and curiously approached them, only to discover that Su Huai's home had its own courtyard. "It looks quite nice. I also want to tidy up my 2 rooms. For 2 rooms, with materials ready. It can be completed in 10 days at most," Yang Taiping chimed in cheerfully. Chapter 85. The Life Goals of Jia Dongxu. "Then I shall trouble you, master. Please accompany me to see. Let me know how much it will cost." Yuan Tong playfully smiled, raising her eyebrows at Su Huai. "Let us go now." Yang Taiping brushed off the dust from his clothes and prepared to calculate the costs, allowing her to gather the materials. Su Huai followed behind the two, silently sighing at their efficiency. In the front courtyard, the 2 rooms featured a small patio at the entrance, and the internal structure mirrored Su Huai's back room, even sharing the same area. After inspecting for a while, Yang Taiping cheerfully informed Yuan Tong that the 2 rooms had no significant issues, replacing a few tiles, waterproofing the pillars, and installing large glass windows would suffice for habitation. "I want to convert it into 2 stories, with bedrooms above and a living dining room and study below. A small kitchen can be built at the entrance." Yuan Tong was quite fond of Su Huai's renovation plan, confidently instructing Yang Taiping to replicate it. Yang Taiping then reminded Su Huai that he had yet to purchase a heating stove. Su Huai nodded, realizing that a trip to the trust shop was necessary today. "Uncle Yang, do you know who that woman in the front yard is?" After entering the backyard, Su Huai handed a cigarette to Yang Taiping, who had just instructed Yuan Tong to install a toilet and shower room, neglecting other concerns. Upon hearing this, Yang Taiping was taken aback. Wasn't she said to be a university student from the steel mill? Su Huai replied, "In this day and age, can someone from an ordinary family attend university? If she excels in her work like us, her background must be formidable." Yang Taiping inhaled sharply, a wave of apprehension washing over him. "I understand now. I will ensure the work is done well. Don't speak carelessly outside." "Understood, understood." Su Huai then squatted before the creature, saying, "I'm going out to handle some matters. You stay at home. I'll bring you back some meat buns." The creature turned to glance at the small courtyard, barked twice at Su Huai, and then ran back into the small yard, frolicking and playing with the children. When Su Huai pushed the cart to the front yard, he found the house empty. Yuan Tong was nowhere to be seen. Exiting through the flower gate and into the alley, he spotted Yuan Tong standing by the wall, her eyes sparkling with a bright smile. "Let's go, comrade Su Huai. I need to go to the trust shop as well. Where's your bicycle?" Su Huai looked around, finding no bicycle in sight, a premonition dawning upon him. "You aren't expecting me to carry you, are you? I could take you if needed." Yuan Tong flicked her hair back, adopting a commanding tone. "You choose." Su Huai, not one to be outdone, decisively straddled the bicycle seat, while Yuan Tong pedaled energetically. The early autumn breeze rustled through the old locust tree, brushing against Yuan Tong. And Su Huai caught a whiff of a faint, delightful fragrance. Along their journey, they attracted numerous glances, with several young individuals scolding Su Huai for treating such a beautiful girl like a donkey. "I'm exhausted. My legs are sore," Yuan Tong exclaimed. Dismounting the bicycle 2 streets later, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead as she turned to face Su Huai. "Sister Tong, how about I give you a massage?" Su Huai said with a playful grin. "Sure, come on. Whatever you have on you, my arm's injury will heal completely in 2 days, leaving no scar." Yuan Tong pouted, staring intently at Su Huai. "Sister, do you really need to be so fierce? I meant for you to shyly lower your head, not to retaliate with something even fiercer." Switching positions, with Su Huai cycling while Yuan Tong sat behind, her legs swung playfully. "Humph, I can't remedy you." Yuan Tong poked Su Huai's back curiously, asking, "What happened to your arm?" "I practiced Qigong when I was young." Su Huai jested. "If you make me your shield, be careful, in my fury I might just take your soul." Su Huai spoke whimsically. In those times, belief in Qigong and supernatural abilities was prevalent, persisting until the 1980s when Qigong reached its zenith, with the entire nation practicing it. Su Huai recalled numerous imposters pretending to be Qigong masters, profiting immensely. The wealthier individuals were often the most gullible, believing in such mystical phenomena. "Humph," Yuan Tong scoffed. "If you have the ability, take my soul right now." In courtyard 95, Yi Zhonghai summoned Yuzhu and Jia Dongxu to accompany him to work. "What were you doing at Su Huai's courtyard last night?" "You must not pilfer materials from Su Huai's home. That fellow is quite astute." "This morning, I saw Su Huai animatedly conversing with a female university student from the front courtyard. Do you think that young woman is unaware of Su Huai's expulsion?" "I would never resort to theft," Yuzhu remarked. "Uncle, I observed that Su Huai seems well matched with Yuan Tong. They complement each other nicely." Yi Zhonghai, incredulous, cast a glance at Yuzhu's profile. "Aren't you interested in getting to know that female university student better? If you inform her about Su Huai's expulsion, it could present you with an opportunity." Yuzhu retorted, "Hey, uncle, one mustn't speak so recklessly. I hold the utmost respect for that young woman." With a grin, he added, "Is it appropriate for someone of my humble stature to covet the affections of a woman who shares laughter with Director Su?" Yi Zhonghai glanced at Yuzhu before turning to the listless Jia Dongxu. "You need to perk up. So what if you just got divorced? Without Qin Huairu, there are still university students available. My sister-in-law mentioned that you and that female university student are quite a good match. Since Yuzhu has no intentions, you should take the initiative." Jia Dongxu, yearning for a dual-income household, retorted indignantly, "Why is it that after my divorce, Qin Huairu can work in the finance department and earn 28 yuan? Yi Zhonghai replied, "If you bring home a university student, what does Qin Huairu matter? The university student earns 45 yuan a month, and even more upon confirmation." Clenching his fists, Jia Dongxu vowed, "I will ensure that everyone respects me." Su Huai, just wait. Chapter 86, Intentional Sudden Breaks 3 times at the trust shop. Wei Laoqi could not recall who Su Huai was, until Su Huai presented him with 2 packets of De Qianmen cigarettes. Wei Laoqi slapped his thigh in realization. "You're the one who bought a considerable amount of old furniture that day, right? Ah, your sister-in-law is truly beautiful and possesses such grace. You two are remarkably well-suited." Yuan Tong smiled brightly but remained silent. Su Huai, feeling anxious, exclaimed, "Sister, what do you mean by just smiling and not speaking? This is quite the predicament. Did you not notice Li Shiran's hostility towards me last time?" Su Huai explained earnestly, "Please, do not speak nonsense. This is my superior." Wei Laoqi shot Su Huai a sidelong glance. "Whether he is your superior or not is evident to me. Young man, can't you see the young lady isn't offering any explanation? Ah, you are still too young. If I were 20 years younger, you wouldn't stand a chance. Feeling the weight of Wei Laoqi's peculiar gaze, Su Huai chose not to explain further. I heard you have heating stoves here. Could you show us? Indeed, they had some. Originally used by the foreigners in Dongjiaominxiang. Over the past 2 years, they had acquired quite a few sets. You and your sister-in-law should buy a set. It will keep you warm in winter, and by the next year, you could have a chubby little one. Wei Laoqi led Su Huai and Yuan Tong toward the warehouse. Half an hour later, they selected 2 heating stoves, which appeared to be in good condition, priced reasonably at 35 yuan each, and with the added pipes and chimney. One set cost 43 yuan. At the counter, after settling the payment, Wei Laoqi summoned 2 carts to transport the heating stove. Su Huai had initially intended to browse through some old furniture, but realizing the house was not yet ready, he decided to postpone his visit for a few days to select pieces of fine quality. Although these vintage furnishings were considered ticking time bombs during the campaign against the Four Olds, Su Huai remained unperturbed. Firstly, he had ample space, if necessary. He could simply store them away later. Secondly, the ones dismantling old furniture were typically the unrefined sort, often opportunists seeking quick profit. Frankly, this group could be described as a rabble, preying on the vulnerable and bullying ordinary citizens. When the time came, he was confident he would find a way to safeguard these items. Hey, would you like a camera? Su Huai, walking alongside Yuan Tong as they exited the trust store, was approached by a man in his 30s, wearing glasses. The man retrieved a camera from his bag, encased in a black leather cover. Observing the refined gentleman with neatly styled hair and a white shirt tucked into his trousers, he appeared quite the bureaucrat. How much? Su Huai inquired, intrigued by the camera from this era. A thought flashed through his mind about capturing the historical essence of the 1960s in the capital in decades to come. Such images would serve as invaluable historical records. He was certainly not interested in this for the sake of learning from Teacher Chen. Absolutely not. 130. The man opened the leather case, revealing a sleek black camera, exuding mechanical beauty that could easily belong to the 21st century, devoid of any outdated aura. The design was undeniably impressive. This is a Leica 3. Are you familiar with Leica? It's a German brand, captured by my father during the Korean War. How much? Su Huai's eyes widened in disbelief. Though not particularly knowledgeable about cameras, he had heard of Leica, known to be at the forefront of global standards. He vaguely recalled reading about an auction where a Leica model sold for approximately 1.5 million euros. Out of curiosity, he had once searched online and discovered that only 450 units of this series were produced. This particular 3 series, however, had seen a far greater production volume. Is there an expert who can enlighten me? Come on, don't complain about the price. That's just how Leica is. If you want to buy new, you can't find one domestically. You'd have to go to Hong Kong. The man regarded Su Huai with a look that suggested he was unacquainted with fine goods. That's still exorbitant. A second-hand Shanghai camera goes for only 30 or 40 yuan. Yuan Tong took the camera from the man and began to examine it. The man frowned. Miss, this is a Leica, made in Germany. How can it compare to domestic products? Yuan Tong chuckled softly, shaking her head as she returned the camera to the man. This must be broken. It can't even take film. And finding parts for repairs in the country is quite difficult. Otherwise, the trust store wouldn't refuse to take it. Caught off guard, the man smiled awkwardly. You certainly know your stuff, Mississippi. I have one at home that's in much better condition than yours. Let us go. There's no need to deceive here. Yuan Tong urged Su Huai to leave. The man, unwilling to concede, blocked Su Huai's path and, with a forced smile, said, Please don't be in a hurry, Mississippi. You mentioned that such items are rare domestically. What if your camera breaks and you can't find parts? This one could be a perfect match for repairs, allowing you to assemble a complete unit. Yuan Tong raised her chin and remarked, Your words are rather charming, but what can I purchase for 130 yuan? Let us settle this. If you wish to sell sincerely, I'll offer you 30 yuan. The man immediately grimaced. This was captured by my father from the Korean battlefield. If it weren't for urgent financial needs at home, I would never part with it. 30 is far too little. Let us say 110 yuan. We're leaving. Yuan Tong tugged at Su Huai's arm, turning to depart. Wait. Fine, 30 it is. Just hand over the money. The man wore a face of despair, sighing as he turned to Su Huai with a wry smile. Little brother, your wife is quite the negotiator. I concede. I might as well stick a note on my forehead declaring him my superior. Hurry up and pay. Why are you dawdling? Yuan Tong pulled at Su Huai's clothing, prompting him to rummage in his pocket and produce 3 large black 10 yuan bills. After receiving the money, The man hurriedly left. You've struck a tremendous bargain. This Leica only has a minor issue. If you clean this part a bit, it will work just fine. Yuan Tong was immensely pleased, hands clasped behind her back, tiptoeing with anticipation for Su Huai's praise. That man is suspicious. Su Huai appeared to be fiddling with the camera. Yet his peripheral vision was keenly focused on the retreating figure. Once the man had vanished from sight, he promptly instructed the two porters, deliver the items to No. 95 Nanluoguxiang. Look for Yang Taiping in the backyard. As he spoke, Su Huai slipped 50 cents into the hands of the burly porter, and they exchanged cheerful smiles. Don't play any tricks. We are the police, Yuan Tong asserted, flashing her identification. The porter responded with a frown. Su Huai and Yuan Tong quickly pursued the man. How did you know he was suspicious? Yuan Tong asked curiously. Su Huai replied, the first Leica 3 was produced in 1954, and by that time, the war had already ended. Where could he have captured it? Yuan Tong gazed incredulously at Su Huai's profile. I thought you didn't know anything about cameras. Turns out you even know the production dates. Just a bit, Su Huai replied nonchalantly, revealing a hint of pride. Yuan Tong smiled. You're quite impressive. Perhaps that fellow is a habitual thief. If we follow him, we might uncover his lair and seize even more valuable items. Sister Tong, why don't you head back? There could be danger ahead, Su Huai suggested. Yuan Tong pondered, realizing that accompanying him might indeed be a burden. Yet she was reluctant to leave him alone. You can't manage by yourself, can you? How about I follow at a distance? If you find yourself in peril, I can call for backup without hindering you. That works. Maintain a 30-meter distance. Su Huai's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. Yuan Tong pouted, wishing she could deliver a couple of punches to Su Huai. Didn't he find her appealing? Hearing the need for distance seemed to bring him immense joy, as if he had achieved great merit. How hypocritical. During the journey, he had even deliberately braked sharply 3 times. The more she thought about it, the angrier Yuan Tong became, kicking Su Huai on the calf. Su Huai looked utterly bemused. Chapter 87. Sister, my brother won't be home tonight. Let us seize the moment. At the entrance of a narrow alley, Yuan Tong, drenched in sweat, gasped for breath, her calves aching, not spotting Su Huai anywhere. Her anxiety intensified. He was walking far too quickly. Their distance had stretched from 30 meters to 50, then to 100, and finally, he was nowhere to be seen. Even with a light jog, she could not keep up. Is there any danger? Just as Yuan Tong was about to search other alleys, Su Huai suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Is this our jurisdiction? Su Huai's eyes gleamed with excitement. You ran so fast, Yuan Tong muttered, relieved, then nodded. Yes, it's our jurisdiction. Beyond these alleys, it's the second branch's territory. Good that it's ours. I found a gambling den. Su Huai had followed a man to this area, where the man entered a crowded courtyard. With his enhanced hearing, Su Huai clearly overheard the man whispering to someone inside about having money and wanting to gamble. He had expected a thief's den, but it turned out to be an underground gambling operation, likely in a cellar or basement. Given how the noise of at least 20 or 30 people suddenly flooded his ears when the man entered. Once the door closed, the sound dampened significantly, barely audible even to Su Huai unless he strained to listen. If there were already 20 or 30 people during the day, how many more would there be at night? A gambling den? That's a minor case. Just hand it over to the local police station, Yuan Tong said, wiping sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand before leaning against the wall and rubbing her calves. We can't give it to them. Su Huai glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, then crouched down. Tongjia, let me massage them for you. No. Yuan Tong instinctively refused. Tongjia, I know Qigong. Su Huai said seriously, looking at her. Fine, go ahead. Be gentle. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Yuan Tong gave in, curious about how effective his so-called Qigong really was. I'll need to roll up your pant legs. It won't work through the fabric. Su Huai gestured for her to lift them higher. You do it. I'm exhausted, Yuan Tong replied, wiping her forehead again to mask her unease and embarrassment. People tend to look busy in such situations. After wiping her sweat, Yuan Tong glanced around before asking, almost reflexively, why did you say we shouldn't hand this case to the station? Su Huai carefully rolled up her pant legs, revealing slender ankles, smooth and fair, leading to well-proportioned calves. His fingers pressed gently against her calf muscles, the skin soft and delicate beneath his touch. A faint energy flowed from his fingertips into her body as he massaged. Gambling cases like this, if we can handle them ourselves, we should. The confiscated money can go into our branch's slush fund. And this den isn't small. There's bound to be at least 2,000 or 3,000 in bets. When Yuan Tong didn't respond, Su Huai looked up to find her biting her lip, cheeks flushed, whether from running or something else, he couldn't tell. Her fingers dug into the brick crevices, her toes curled against the ground, her whole body slightly contorted. Dongjia, are you okay? Su Huai switched to her other leg. Continuing the massage, Yuan Tong made a strange sound in her throat before speaking. The soreness vanished instantly. Your qigong is amazing. Dongjia, this is a secret. Don't spread word that I know qigong. A short while later, the two walked out of the alley, Yuan Tong moving lightly behind him. Suddenly, she asked, "Where's your camera?" "It's in my storage space, and it's already repaired." Su Huai spoke softly. "Rest assured, nothing will go amiss." "That's settled then. Shouldn't we contact the bureau and summon someone?" Yuan Tong pondered, eager to make a contribution. As a civilian employee, her opportunities for distinction were exceedingly rare. Had it not been for her relentless persuasion, she would not have even had the chance to be present at the steel mill. Su Huai shook his head. "We have yet to ascertain the situation in the courtyard. Whose gambling den is it? Are there any weapons? Until we clarify these uncertainties, it is wiser to refrain from taking action. Then let us investigate. Aren't you hungry?" Only then did Yuan Tong realize her stomach had been growling for quite some time. The two of them ordered a dish of meat and a vegetable at the state-run restaurant, twice cooked pork and stir-fried shredded potatoes, accompanied by 2 bowls of fried sauce noodles. Totaling 1 yuan and 2 grain tickets along with 1 meat ticket. The young lady at the opposite table insisted on splitting the bill with Su Huai, to which he readily agreed. As the waitress departed, she cast a strange glance at Su Huai, wondering how he could allow such a beautiful girl to share the cost. She felt a surge of irritation, contemplating whether she might strike him if he dared to express any dissatisfaction with the meal. Yuan Tong, truly famished, disregarded her image and devoured the meat voraciously. Seeing this, Su Huai involuntarily quickened his pace, competing with Yuan Tong for the meat. In those times, the feed lacked any additives, consisting solely of black-skinned pigs. These pigs had a slow growth cycle, typically requiring around 8 months before being ready for market. By the 1980s, white-skinned pigs were introduced from abroad, which grew rapidly, and with the aid of scientific feed, could be ready in 4 to 5 months. "I've never seen someone compete for meat with a girl," Yuan Tong exclaimed, her mouth full of grease, grumbling good-naturedly. This meal was indeed enjoyable, and she relished the moment. At the workplace, most people were aware of her status and interacted with her either with excessive politeness or ulterior motives. Only with Su Huai did she feel a sense of ease. Although he occasionally let his gaze wander, he was mindful enough not to be offensive. Moreover, Su Huai seemed to prefer keeping a distance from her, which both irritated and intrigued Yuan Tong. Did this man truly remain oblivious to her family background, potentially sparing him 2 decades of missteps? Or was he merely feigning indifference, genuinely devoid of desires? "Sister Tong, I've only had 3 pieces of meat from the twice-cooked pork. How can I yield any more?" Su Huai lamented. "Pa." The waitress happened to pass by and quipped, "Lacking charm, you're wasting your good looks." Indeed, Yuan Tong chuckled to herself, eager to witness Su Huai's embarrassment. "Do you have the audacity to repeat that?" Su Huai, in a fit of anger, reacted. He had often heard tales of waitstaff at state-run restaurants resorting to violence, though he had never encountered it himself. He couldn't guarantee today would be an exception. It was better to avoid trouble, so Su Huai rose indignantly. "Sister-in-law, my brother isn't home tonight. Shall we make haste?" Instantly, the restaurant fell silent, all eyes fixated on Yuan Tong and Su Huai, murmuring with intrigue. Dining with one's sister-in-law certainly did not paint them as virtuous individuals. Yuan Tong stood frozen, watching Su Huai stride away. In the next moment, her face flushed crimson, a mix of shame and anger, as she hurriedly exited the restaurant, only to see Su Huai sprinting away. What a disaster! What kind of joke was this? Yuan Tong, in a fit of anger, stamped her foot, her chest heaving with emotion.